Hello everyone. Today we bring you part 2. But first, let's briefly recap the previous episode. In the futuristic world of 2224, Yi, an 18-year-old time traveler, awakens memories of his past life and finds himself in a fantastical realm dominated by spirit beasts and spirit summoners. His goal is to become a top-tier spirit summoner, contract the strongest spirit beasts, and carve out a legendary path. Ye's journey begins in Yi City, where he awakens a unique talent called all-encompassing. With each new attribute spirit beast he contracts, his power leaps significantly. During the awakening ceremony at school, he successfully awakens and acquires a growth-type talent, shocking everyone. He chooses a seemingly ordinary little rock turtle named Juga, only to discover that this spirit beast harbors mysterious powers, evolving its potential and abilities with each battle. Ye's prowess gradually becomes evident in his contests with classmates. He not only shines in school competitions but also excels in the college entrance practical exams, thanks to the help of Juga and Sailor Duck Captain Duck. He ultimately becomes the top practical exam scorer in Yi City, silencing all doubters. After the exams, Yi chooses to attend Spirit Summoning University, where he faces new challenges. In the university's freshman ranking competition, Yi and his spirit beasts once again demonstrate astonishing strength, climbing to the top spot and earning the respect of even the most self-assured upperclassmen. At Spirit Summoning University, Yi not only achieves academically, but also continually pushes his limits in practical battles. He uncovers the secret of a mysterious stone tablet within Juga, which grants the turtle incredible power. Determined to unravel the tablet's mysteries, Yi embarks on a quest to find more of these tablets. In an unexpected encounter, Yi meets Dimension Cat, a mysterious spirit beast with spatial attributes. Initially hostile, Dimension Cat gradually comes to trust Yi due to his strength and charisma. Yi promises to help Dimension Cat become a mythical beast, leading it to decide to join him in exploring the unknown world. Ye's adventure continues as he strives to enhance his and his spirit beast's abilities through both academic learning and various practical battles. His ultimate goal is to become a legendary spirit summoner, and his journey is filled with unknowns and challenges. That's the recap of part 1. I hope you enjoy today's part 2. Your likes and comments are my greatest motivation. If you're interested in this story and it's your first time watching, you can start with part 1 in the comments section or playlist below. Now, let's dive into the plot of part 2. As Ma Hao and Zhao Chun emerged from the passage, the voice of the host, Zhou Tao, echoed once more. She first introduced Zhao Chun from Fengling University, then turned towards the direction of Huanling University, announcing Ma Hao as the first exchange competitor. Zhou Tao's awkward hosting style elicited a playful tease from the head referee, Wang Feng, who suggested the contestants introduce themselves. Wang Feng quickly stepped into the arena and gestured for the two contestants to introduce themselves. Ma Hao spoke first. Ma Hao from Huanling University, pleased to meet you. Zhao Chun followed. Zhao Chun from Fengling University, pleased to meet you. After confirming that both were ready, Wang Feng loudly declared the start of the match. In an instant, two summoning lights flashed on the field. From the resting area, Yi observed the two summoned Spirit Biasa massive Thunder Tiger Eagle and a relatively smaller Purple Thunder Hawk. He quickly analyzed the attributes and levels of both spirit beasts, concluding that Ma Hao had a significant advantage. The atmosphere in Huanling University's resting room was filled with the joy of impending victory, while the mood in Fengling University was so heavy it was suffocating. Ji tried to maintain the team's composure, but inwardly he had already anticipated the outcome of the match. Facing an opponent nearly twice the size of her own spirit beast, Zhao Chun was filled with unease. Nevertheless, she commanded her Purple Thunder Hawk to launch an attack. However, the disparity in strength quickly became apparent, as Ma Hao's Thunder Tiger Eagle dominated in every aspect. At that moment, Zhao Xian received an important phone call. On the other end, He Wanzhong urgently requested that Yi be sent into the match, even offering a chance to enter the Void Pavilion as an incentive. Zhao Xian reassured him, then returned to the resting room to announce an important decision. After Ma Hao, Yi would take the stage. The atmosphere in the resting room instantly became electrified, with everyone eagerly anticipating the upcoming match. When Zhao Xian revealed the Void Pavilion reward, those in the know were utterly shocked. For those unfamiliar, Zhao Xian briefly explained that it was the Divine Demon Tower of Xiankong University, making everyone realize the preciousness of this opportunity. What are the requirements? Yi asked, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Zhao Xian smiled slightly, his eyes sharp as he looked at Yi. Allowing outsiders into the Void Tower is no simple matter. It depends on your skills. He paused and continued. If you can win all the battles after Ma Hao fails, you will definitely get the reward. If they don't give it to you, I'll make sure you get it. Otherwise, it depends on whether they are satisfied. Zhao Xian's lips curled into a sly smile. If they're not satisfied, there won't be any reward. But even so, they'll substitute it with something else. After all, Letting you go first is exposing our strength. He added, if they are satisfied, you will undoubtedly get the reward. Wu Jun turned to Qin Yi, his tone full of expectation. Qin Yi, we're counting on you. With that, he lay back in a relaxed manner. Qin Yi looked at Wu Jun, puzzled. Why are you counting on me? Even if I win, the reward is mine. He thought to himself that if he fought hard for the reward only to have it given to someone else, he might never participate in such academic exchanges again. Wu Jun grinned, showing his white teeth. You don't get it. We might not get anything, but with Mr. Zhao's generosity, he'll definitely compensate us. Haha, exactly. Zhao Xin laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling with approval. If Qin Yi can take down everyone, each of you here will get 20 points as a reward. Thank you, Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao is generous. Brother Zhao is awesome. Following Wu Jun's lead, the others cheered as well. Though 20 points might not seem like much, for those without contracts and only 30 points a month, it was a significant amount. Zhao Xin shook his head, pouring cold water on their excitement. Don't thank me yet. Qin Yi hasn't even started. Qin Yi looked helplessly at the excited crowd. Guys, do you all trust me that much? He wasn't entirely confident he could win all the battles, but seeing Wu Jun and the others already celebrating left him a bit at a loss. Of course, you're the strongest among us. If I don't trust you, who else would I trust? Wu Jun patted Qin Yi's shoulder. Relax, Brother Qin. Even if you lose, we've got your back. But until then, let's pop the champagne just in case you win. Go get him, Brother Qin. I believe you can crush them. Hearing his companion's encouragement, Qin Yi couldn't help but smile slightly. I'll do my best to make sure you guys don't have to step in. At that moment, Li Yu's voice came from the side. Looks like he won. Everyone turned to look, and Wang Pengpeng asked curiously, who won? Li Yu pointed to the battle outside the window and explained apologetically, Ma Hao won, but Zhao Chun has summoned a second spirit beast. Wang Pengpeng glanced at the battle outside, dismissing it. What's there to watch? Isn't it a sure win? Li Yu glanced at Qin Yi and whispered. But if he wins, it means Qin Yi has one less opponent to defeat. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Suddenly, Wang Pengpeng shouted loudly, Go, Zhao Chun. Take down Ma Hao's stupid eagle. Wu Jun turned to Wang Pengpeng and laughed. I'll remember you said that, and I'll tell him when he gets back. What the heck? Wu Jun, you can't do that. Wang Pengpeng panicked. Haha, just kidding. Wu Jun laughed and joined Wang Pengpeng in cheering for Zhao Chun. The others also joined in, cheering for Zhao Chun. Qin Yi watched this scene and didn't know what to say. This was the first time he had seen a group cheer for their opponent. These guys are something else, he thought to himself. Zhao Xian also shook his head in disbelief and walked out of the lounge with a smile. Not long after, everyone saw Ma Hao's Thunder Eagle and Zhao Chun's second contracted beast collapse together. Deafening cheers erupted in the lounge. Well done. We've got this. Brother Qin, you're up next. Wang Pengpeng excitedly asked, Brother Qin, your solo performance is about to start. Any pre-match thoughts? Get lost. Qin Yi rolled his eyes at Wang Pengpeng and looked at everyone with a wry smile. You guys are really something. Ma Hao's Thunder Eagle lost because you all psyched it out. That's not on us. It's his own lack of skill. Wang Pengpeng quickly denied. Exactly, it's his own fault. Can't blame us. The others echoed. Listening to their words, Qin Yi couldn't help but sigh. You guys working together like this is really something. Laughter filled the lounge instantly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Zhao Chun felt relieved as her Thunder Armor Beetle took down Ma Hao's Thunder Eagle. She turned to the main referee, Wang Feng, and raised her hand. I concede. Even though she had a third contracted beast, it was newly contracted and not very strong. This was the case for most participants, so the current academic exchange generally allowed each person to use 2 contracted beasts. Wang Feng, hearing Zhao Chun concede, immediately appeared on the battlefield and announced Ma Hao as the winner of the match. 5 minutes later, we'll welcome the second student from Fengling University to the arena. Wang Feng's voice echoed in the field. Although the winner had to continue, there was still a short break. 5 minutes wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. Ma Hao's face lit up with a bright smile upon hearing his victory. The cheers from the audience lifted his spirits. However, if he knew what was happening in the lounge, he probably wouldn't be smiling. With the short break, Ma Hao didn't return to the lounge but went to the temporary rest area to hydrate. Sitting in the temporary rest area, Zhao Xin looked at Ma Hao approvingly. Well done. Hee. Ma Hao scratched his head sheepishly. As Zhao Xin chatted with Ma Hao, Ping Zhong was also comforting Zhao Chun, who had approached him. Teacher, Zhao Chun said dejectedly. You did well. You didn't disgrace Fengling University, Ping Zhong reassured her. Really? Zhao Chun's eyes lit up with hope. Of course. I'm not lying, Ping Zhong explained. Summoning University is the best university on Lingxing, equivalent to our planet's Fengyuan University. If you can score against a summoning university student, It means you can score against a Fengyuan University student. Hearing this, Zhao Chun felt much better. Don't go back to the lounge. Just sit behind me and watch. Ping Zhong pointed to the seats behind him. Okay. Zhao Chun nodded lightly and sat behind Ping Zhong. At that moment, the silhouette of a young boy emerged from the passageway. Zhao Chun immediately stood up, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Teacher, Yang Huai is here. Ping Zhong nodded impassively. Yes, I see him. However, a hint of displeasure stirred within him. Although Yang Huai was quite capable, ranking 5th in their team, his contracted beasts were all water type, which held no significant advantage against lightning types. Ping Zhong sighed inwardly. If it were up to him, he would have chosen Wang Gang, who had earth-type beasts. Wang Gang might not be as strong overall, but he was more reliable and had a better chance of winning this round. Yang Huai approached Ping Zhong and respectfully greeted him. Mr. Ping. Ping Zhong gave a slight nod and briefly introduced. Ma Hao's second contracted beast is a thunder stallion of an unknown level. He had been busy gathering intelligence on their opponents during this time. Yang Huai listened attentively, nodding occasionally. When the second academic exchange began, he summoned his strongest contracted beast without hesitation. In the lounge, Qin Yi was slightly taken aback by the sight of the beast that appeared in front of Yang Huai. It was a duck wielding a long sword and wearing a navy hat. Wang Pengpeng teased from the side. Qin, is that your One Piece's brother? Qin Yi smirked. Just wait. Let One Piece teach it a lesson and show it the harsh realities of the outside world. On the battlefield, Ma Hao's second contracted beast, a level 37 thunder stallion, appeared in front of him. Seeing this, Qin Yi felt confident about a 70 to 80% chance of winning. Although the difference between level 37 and level 39 was just 2 levels, Yang Huai's navy duck was clearly his main beast and far surpassed an ordinary level 39 beast. Sure enough, it didn't take long for Ma Hao's thunder stallion to be struck down by the navy duck. Although the duck had been electrocuted several times and sustained some injuries, its overall condition remained decent. Ping Zhong felt a slight relief seeing the result. Just then, he sensed a gaze on him and turned to see Zhao Xian looking at him. Ping Zhong nodded with a smile, but Zhao Xian's lips moved as if saying sorry. Ping Zhong was puzzled. Why apologize? Suddenly, he realized something and quickly turned towards the passageway. As expected, the person he was worried about emerged from there. Damn! Ping Zhong cursed under his breath and immediately pulled out his phone to call Ji Yehe. In the lounge, Ji Yehe's face was grim as she noticed Qin Ye's presence. When she answered the call, Ping Zhong's urgent voice came through. Sends Wei Ye or Ping Yong next. We can't let him get a winning streak. Ji Yehe forced herself to stay calm and replied, calm down, let's see how this match goes first. His strength might not be as formidable as we think. Ping Zhong was taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. You're right, I'm too tense. Let's wait and see. After hanging up, he turned to Yang Huai. Your next opponent is Qin Yi, the strongest of their cohort. What? Yang Huai jumped up. He had been heading towards the temporary rest area and hadn't noticed Qin Ye's appearance. Ping Zhong reassured him. Don't panic. His strength is formidable, but you're not without a chance. Yang Huai was worried. But teacher, he has a dog named Sword Dog that recently achieved 100 consecutive wins. Ping Zhong fell silent upon hearing this. He was well aware of Sword Dog's reputation but had momentarily forgotten. He sighed and patted Yang Huai's shoulder. This is an academic exchange. He won't go too hard. Let your beast experience the strength of the top tier. This way, you'll be better prepared for any strong opponents in the future. Got it. Yang Huai nodded vigorously. Mr. Ping's words reignited his fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Ma Hao exclaimed upon seeing Qin Yi. Wow. Zhao, you didn't have to go this far. Zhao Xian calmly replied. Normally, it wouldn't be necessary, but these aren't normal circumstances. He looked at Ma Hao. Are you going to watch from here or head to the lounge? I'll watch from the lounge. It's too boring here, Ma Hao said. Qin Yi interjected. I advise you not to go to the lounge. Why? Ma Hao looked at Qin Yi, puzzled. Qin Yi smiled and recounted what had happened in the lounge. Ma Hao was stunned, then gritted his teeth. I'll remember those jerks. Qin Yi reminded. So don't go now, or you'll just get ganged up on. I got it. Ma Hao nodded firmly. He would settle this score. He immediately pulled out his phone and started venting in the class group chat. Qin Yi was dumbfounded by Ma Hao's actions. The dimensional cat on Qin Ye's shoulder curiously moved behind Ma Hao, eagerly watching the drama unfold. Zhao Xian shook his head at the scene. He had initially planned to reprimand Wang Pengpeng and the others, but it seemed unnecessary now. Qin Ye's figure appeared in the dueling arena, causing a stir among the spectators. People began whispering and discussing fervently. Did I see that right? Is that Qin Yi? It's not just a guess, it's definitely him. Is teacher Zhao letting Qin Yi compete so soon? No need to watch this match. The other side is definitely going to lose. Not just this match, you can guess the outcome of the next one too. The other side is doomed. Teacher Zhao's move is too ruthless. The other side is finished. Unmoved by the surrounding commotion, Qin calmly walked towards the center of the arena. Those who had previously overlooked him due to his talent now focused their eyes on him, and the discussions grew even more heated. Standing in the center, Qin smiled and looked at his opponent, Yang Huai, politely introducing himself. Qin from Summoner University. Nice to meet you. Yang Huai took a deep breath, trying to suppress his inner tension and fear. Qin Ye's impressive record of defeating higher-level opponents lingered in his mind, making him feel a sense of helplessness. Although his own contracted beast could also fight above its level, the gap compared to Qin Ye's swordhound was simply too vast. Yang Huai from Wind Spirit University, he responded briefly. Head referee Wang Feng walked to the center of the arena and asked both if they were ready. Qin replied confidently, while Yang Huai took a moment before nodding his readiness. Then, the third academic exchange match between Summoner University and Wind Spirit University officially begins, Wang Feng announced. As soon as the words left his mouth, two summoning arrays instantly appeared on the field. Quack! A duck's call sounded, and Luo Duck, holding its autumn water sword, appeared beside Qin Yi. It glanced at the opposing Navy Duck and then turned to Qin Yi, asking, "A fellow duck?" Qin Yi nodded. "Yes, but it's a Navy Duck. All Navy Ducks are different, quack." Luo Duck said disdainfully. "Can I go now?" "Yes, make it quick," Qin Yi instructed calmly. With that, Luo Duck charged at the Navy Duck without hesitation. The Navy Duck, realizing what was happening, angrily rushed to meet its opponent. Yang Huai was completely stunned when he saw Luo Duck's attribute panel. A ghost duck? What is that? And how could it be level 42? How did it level up so fast? His mind was filled with questions, but he was quickly brought back to reality by the unfolding battle. Luo Duck slashed the Navy Duck with one swift strike, sending it flying. The Navy Duck's attacks were as flimsy as paper against Luo Duck's ghost slash, easily getting countered. The ghost slash hit the Navy Duck hard, blasting it away. Quack! The Navy Duck let out a painful cry as it crashed heavily to the ground. It was a one-sided annihilation, leaving everyone in shock. Luo Duck looked at the writhing Navy Duck and shook its head, saying, "Navy Ducks are indeed weak. Your strength doesn't even compare to my level 39. Do you surrender? If not, I'll continue," Luo Duck said, looking at the stunned Yang Huai. Yang Huai snapped out of his daze and quickly shouted, "I surrender." Wang Feng immediately declared Qin Yi the winner and asked Yang Huai if he wanted to continue the match. Yang Huai hesitated, looking towards the rest area for guidance. The silent Ping Zhong nodded slightly, signaling to continue. He thought, this is an academic exchange. Getting defeated is also part of learning. Although he was reluctant, he had to let Yang Huai continue to better understand their opponent's strength and adjust their strategy. In the audience, people were talking about Wind Spirit University's decision. The leader of Wind Spirit University has a high sense of awareness. If it were me, I would have already run away with my team. Don't joke around. In this kind of academic exchange, they must complete all 10 matches, or their reputation will be ruined. Could it be worse than getting crushed by Qin Yi? It's different. At least if they finish the matches, they can claim dedication. If they walk away, who would want to exchange with them in the future? You're right, Qin Ye's strength is indeed formidable, but this match is far from over. Yang Huai and his jellyfish octopus just lost as the second contestant, but there are still 8 more competitors eyeing the prize. No one can definitively say that these 8 won't be able to challenge Qin Yi. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, Luo Ye's attack struck like lightning. However, at the critical moment, the head judge Wang Feng appeared in front of the jellyfish octopus and with a wave of his hand, neutralized the powerful nether slash. The arena fell silent instantly. Wang Feng sighed and turned to the silent Ping Zhong. "You saw it too. This jellyfish octopus couldn't withstand that move. I suggest that no contestant below level 38 should compete." He explained gravely, "The previous attack only incapacitated the Navy Duck, but this time, if I hadn't intervened, it could have caused real casualties." Ping Zhong took a deep breath and nodded slightly before addressing the still-stunned Yang Huai. "Step down. You're no match for him." "Yes, teacher." Yang Huai snapped back to reality and quickly recalled his terrified jellyfish octopus into the summoning space. It was only then that he truly realized the terrifying power of the previous strike, and a sense of lingering fear washed over him. Listening to this exchange, Luo Ye couldn't help but sigh. This is so boring. None of them can give me a good fight. He had been excited to compete at Qin Ye's request, but seeing his opponents so easily defeated dampened his enthusiasm. "These opponents are too weak," he complained, looking pitifully at Qin Yi. Qin Yi felt a bit awkward and could only reassure him, "Don't worry, there are strong ones among them." Quack, 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 quack. Luo Ye grumbled, "All right, I'll trust you one more time." His disappointment was evident, and he didn't even bother to speak in human language anymore. In the temporary rest area at Summoning University, Zhao Xian watched Qin Yi approach, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Kid, you were too ruthless, Zhao Xian said with a hint of approval in his tone. You can't keep doing that in the upcoming matches. Qin Ye's ghostly duck had taken down his opponent's 2 contracted beasts in just 2 strikes, which surprised Zhao Xian, but only a little. After all, this was his trump card. If it couldn't achieve such feats, it wouldn't be worthy of the title. Zhao Xian's expression turned serious. This is an academic exchange, not a competition. The core of an academic exchange is for both sides to learn something. 2 strikes to finish the fight, there's nothing for them to learn from that. He continued, while a record like that looks impressive, if every match is like this, other schools might be too intimidated to participate in future exchanges. Qinyi looked puzzled, not having considered this aspect before. Seeing this, Zhao Xin quickly explained the key points of an academic exchange to him. In short, let your spirit beast take its time. Don't finish them off in 1 strike, Zhao Xin summarized. Qinyi nodded slightly. Got it. He was already thinking about how to impose some restrictions on his duck, making the fights more drawn out and enjoyable for it. Meanwhile, in the rest area of Fengling University, a heated discussion was taking place. Jijia, let me go. My spirit beast is a good counter to his. Zuya finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. The room fell silent instantly, with everyone's eyes on Zuya. Jiyeha looked at Zuya and shook her head slightly. No rush. Wait a bit and let Yuan Gu test the waters first. She already had a plan in mind. You go, Jiyeha told Yuan Gu. Yuan Gu immediately stood up. Yes, teacher. Hearing this arrangement, Zuya fell silent. 5 minutes later, Qin Ye's second match began. Yuan Gu quickly summoned his first contracted beast to level 39, Earth Pattern Spirit Butterfly. Watching the earth-toned butterfly hover in the air, Qin Yi telepathically instructed his duck, take it slow. Don't finish it in 1 strike. Quack. The duck responded softly, then unleashed a water wave slash. Seeing this, Qin Yi quickly sent another message, take your time. Don't finish it off. Just as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed. The water wave slash easily broke through the earth-patterned spirit butterfly's attack, and Qin Yi helplessly smacked his forehead. He quickly explained the core concept of academic exchanges to his duck. Upon hearing it, the duck's previously bored eyes lit up. Quack, I get it. The duck exclaimed excitedly, then transformed into a blur, dashing towards the opponent. Qin Yi sighed as he watched the earth-patterned spirit butterfly fall from the sky. This match was already beyond saving, but at least the duck understood his point. In the end, after enduring several strikes, the earth-patterned spirit butterfly lost its fighting strength. The duck looked at its fallen opponent with a joyful smile. This fight had been much more satisfying than the last. Seeing the duck's contentment, Qin Yi also relaxed. He turned to Yuan Gu and said, the upcoming fights will be like this one. Yuan Gu looked sharply at Qin Yi upon hearing this. Qin Yi just smiled without saying more. But Yuan Gu seemed to understand something, comforted his earth-patterned spirit butterfly, and then summoned his second contracted beast. The main judge, Wang Feng, noticed this scene and glanced at Qin Yi. This kid knows what he's doing. I wonder if Zhao Xian told him something, Wang Feng thought, then announced the start of the second match. This time, the duck didn't use any attack skills. Instead, it relied on its superb blade skills and agility to push Yuan Gu's second contracted beast to the brink. Seeing this, Yuan Gu conceded defeat. He gave Qin Yi a grateful look, then retrieved his contracted beast and left the field. Outside the arena, Ping Zhong watched the match in silence for a long time before sighing. Fighting like this makes it tricky. He had initially planned to stir up some controversy, but Qin Ye's current approach left him without any leverage. In the rest area of Fengling University, Ji Yehe was also deep in thought. After a long while, she sighed deeply, as if suddenly aging a few years. Luo Yuan, it's your turn, she said. Yes, teacher. Luo Yuan immediately stood up and left. The others watched in silence, not daring to say a word. On the other side, Zhao Xian saw Qin Yi approaching and smiled. Well done. Keep it up like this. Qin Yi glanced at his duck and smiled slightly. Zhao Xian followed his gaze and asked, is this approach tiring for the ghostly duck? Qin Yi patted the duck, and it replied nonchalantly, quack, I don't feel a thing. With its plundering ability, this fighting style hardly consumed any of its energy. Zhao Xian laughed. In that case, keep going. This way, they can't find any faults. Qin Yi asked worriedly, do you think Void University will have any objections to my approach? Don't worry, Zhao Xian assured him. They won't have any objections. While finishing them off instantly is more satisfying, this approach leaves them with nothing to complain about. If they still try to play dirty after you finish all your matches, I'll personally go and handle it. Hearing this, Qin Yi smiled confidently. With your support, Zhaoga. I'm relieved. Haha, just fight well and don't lose, Zhao Xian encouraged. Don't worry, I won't lose. Qin Yi responded with full confidence. 1, 2, 3. Qin Ye's voice echoed across the arena, announcing that Luo Ye had defeated 3 opponents in a row. In the resting area, Ji Ye's brow was furrowed. Her gaze swept over the remaining team members before finally settling on Ping Yong. "You're up next," she ordered decisively. Ping Yong was taken aback and looked around before pointing to himself. "Me? Yes, get ready to go on," Ji Ye confirmed. Ping Yong hesitated for a moment. "But teacher, his duck is water type. It counters me. If I go now, isn't it just a waste?" Ji Ye sighed softly. "Haven't you noticed? Besides you and Zhuoya, no one else can even scratch him. He has a passive healing skill, and it's likely a healing-based passive talent." She elaborated on her observations. "I noticed it during Luo Ye's battle with Yuan Gu's second contracted beast. Now it's clear that this duck's passive skill is incredibly strong, so much so that the damage others inflict is negligible." Ji Ye continued her analysis. "Moreover, although his panel shows water type, he also has a significant amount of ghost type attributes. It's essentially a ghost duck disguised as a water type. So, the counter isn't as strong as you think." After hearing this, Ping Yong made up his mind. "Got it, Ji Jie. I'll go now." Watching Ping Yong's departing figure, Ji Ye sighed again. "This is tough. What kind of luck has Spirit Summoning University had this year?" Ping Zhong noticed his nephew stepping onto the field and exchanged a glance with Ji Ye, nodding silently. He understood the strategy, sending Ping Yong and Zhuoya in succession. Even if they couldn't defeat Luo Ye, they could exhaust its stamina and create opportunities for the remaining team members. Zhao Xian reminded Qin Yi, "Your next opponent is Ping Yong, one of their twin stars." "You mean quick and decisive?" Qin Yi asked. Zhao Xian thought for a moment. "Yes, quick and decisive. No problem." Qin Yi turned to Luo Ye. "Pirate King, did you hear that? Is he strong?" A glint of battle spirit flashed in Luo Ye's eyes, as if it had finally met a worthy opponent. Zhao Xian introduced, "His contracted beasts are fire type, a level 41 elemental beast, the flame giant, and a level 38 awakened beast, the red cloud flame." "Wow, impressive," Qin Yi exclaimed. "With that setup, no wonder they beat Void University. Think you can handle it?" Zhao Xian asked. Qin Yi smiled confidently. "No problem. My Pirate King is a water-type spirit beast." 5 minutes later, Qin Yi stood in the arena once again. Facing Ping Yong, he politely introduced himself. "Qin Yi from Spirit Summoning University. Pleased to meet you." "Ping Yong from Wind Spirit University," Ping Yong responded. The head referee, Wang Feng, glanced at both sides. "Are both sides ready?" "Ready," they answered in unison, and the battle was about to begin. Wang Feng's eyes were sharp and his voice boomed. The 7th round of the academic exchange competition between Huanling University and Fengling University officially begins. Before he had even finished speaking, Ping Yong had already summoned his contracted beast. Qin Yi, however, remained calm, as his loyal companion, Luo Duck, was already on the field. A colossal flame giant materialized on the opposite side, radiating intense heat. Without hesitation, Qin Yi activated his soul eye, and the giant's details instantly surfaced in his mind. Species Flame Giant, level 41. Attribute Fire, potential High Lord. Qin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, it's not a Quasiking." He quickly relayed this information to Luo Duck. Receiving the command, Luo Duck immediately charged at the opponent with a water blade. The flame giant responded by launching a series of fireballs. Luo Duck swiftly split into two, and the 2 ducks, perfectly synchronized, wielded 4 blades to deflect all the incoming fireballs. Ping Zhong watched this scene with a frown. He wasn't surprised that Luo Duck could handle the fireballs with ease, but what astonished him was the strength of the clone. "It's over," Ping Zhong thought to himself, already foreseeing his nephew's defeat. "Nether slash," the 2 ducks shouted in unison, unleashing 2 massive, ghostly blue slashes. Sensing danger, the flame giant gathered flames in its palms to form 2 enormous fireballs and hurled them at the incoming slashes. With a thunderous roar, one of the slashes neutralized a fireball, while the other continued its unstoppable trajectory toward the giant. Witnessing this, Ping Zhong couldn't help but exclaim, as expected. A mix of emotions churned within him as he realized that the clone possessed power on par with the flame giant, while the original duck was even stronger. By comparing with the flame giant, Ping Zhong finally understood Luo Duck's level of strength. Any beast with Quasiking potential is no ordinary spirit beast. He marveled to himself, this duck truly possesses T0 tier power. One strike wasn't enough. Luo Ye didn't hesitate to swing his blade a second, third, and finally a 4th time. The 4th slash, the nether cut, finally shattered the flame giant's defenses. The blue blade light pierced through the giant's body, and with a pained howl, the flame giant's size shrunk noticeably. "I surrender," Ping Yong quickly shouted upon seeing this. Luo Ye casually flicked his long blade and remarked, "Not bad. much stronger than those spirit beasts from before. Although the battle wasn't as intense as he had anticipated, it still brought him satisfaction. Meanwhile, Luo Ya's clone quietly merged back into his main body. Luo Ya turned and walked towards Qingyi, who looked at Ping Yong and asked, "Shall we continue?" "Continue." Ping Yong reassured the flame giant, and then summoned his second contracted beast. Ping Yong's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he watched the flame spear appear before Ping Yong. The first battle had revealed some things to him, but it also deepened his despair. Luo Ya's powerful clone had crushed their last glimmer of hope. If one duck was already hard to handle, adding a clone as strong as the flame giant made the fight seem unwinnable. Ping Yong sighed, resigning himself to the situation. After all, it was Ji Yaha's decision to engage in an academic exchange with Summoning University. It had little to do with him. When it came time to take the blame, Ji Yaha would be the main target, and Ping Yong might just receive a few scoldings. Realizing this, a faint smile appeared on his lips. In the Wind Spirit University's lounge, Ji Yaha watched Luo Ya play around again and fell silent. This battle had shown her many things, but the more she saw, the more despair and helplessness she felt. Luo Ya's skills were far beyond what his current level should allow. She suspected that the duck's skill proficiency had reached a masterful level, which explained its overwhelming power. Realizing this, Ji Yaha looked at the boy in the distance with growing envy. At the same time, she found a suitable excuse for their impending defeat. With a deep breath, she said to Zuoya, "Prepare yourself. When Ping Yong loses, you're up next." Zuoya nodded lightly without saying much. Despite witnessing Luo Ya's strength, she hadn't given up and was ready to give it a try. Soon after, with Ping Yong's surrender, Zuoya left the lounge. "They're really going all out," Zhao Xian remarked softly as he watched the girl emerge from the passageway. "What's going on?" Qingyi, though unfamiliar with Zuoya, quickly deduced the situation. "Zuoya?" "Yes," Zhao Xian explained. "Zuoya, one of the twin stars of Wind Spirit University, has a level 41 Frost Moon Silver Wolf and a level 39 Ice Spirit Bird. Ice counters water, so she counters you. Counter or not, it's still a fight." Qingyi looked at Luo Ya. "Right?" "Quack." Luo Ya's eyes lit up, more energized than before. "Haha, do your best then," Zhao Xian laughed. 5 minutes later, Qingyi and Zuoya faced each other in the arena. After brief introductions, Wang Feng announced the start of the match. Howl, the Frost Moon Silver Wolf, appeared on the field with a wolfish howl. Luo Ya scratched his ear, puzzled at the snow-surrounded wolf, but quickly charged forward, blade in hand. Whatever the attribute, he'd deal with it by slashing first. Luo Ya rushed forward, splitting into clones, and let out a deafening roar. The sound wave shattered the incoming snowstorm and struck the Frost Moon Silver Wolf, forcing it back a couple of steps. Howl! The Frost Moon Silver Wolf quickly regained its footing and responded with a howl of its own, though it lacked substantial power. Luo Ya and his clone surrounded the wolf, unleashing nether cuts. The wolf abruptly turned, its tail wrapped in frost as it swung towards the blade Light Frost Moon Ice Tail. Amidst the booming sounds, the Frost Moon Silver Wolf broke out of the encirclement, its tail bleeding. It shot an ice snow beam straight at Luo Ya. Just when everyone thought Luo Ya was in danger, two blue figures darted through the ice beam with lightning speed. Ghost impact. Luo Ya and his clone struck the Frost Moon Silver Wolf from the front and back, eliciting a pained howl. "This duck is too fierce." Any spirit beast that evolves twice to reach Quasiking potential is no pushover. It's brutal. They might really get swept by Qingyi. "Not quite. We did manage to take down one of theirs. Doesn't feel any different with or without him." "That's not true. With him, it's 2 versus 10. Without him, it's 1 versus 10. The difference is significant." The audience buzzed with discussion as more wounds appeared on the Frost Moon Silver Wolf. Meanwhile, Ping Zhong, standing outside the arena, made a new discovery. "What the heck? What kind of duck is this? It has such a skill too." Ping Zhong was shocked. He thought he had seen through Luo Ya, but the duck had more tricks up its sleeve. Luo Ya's attack power was gradually increasing. Though he hadn't figured out why, the fact that Luo Ya was getting stronger was undeniable. "Sigh, we've lost," Ping Zhong muttered, watching the Frost Moon Silver Wolf get knocked away by Luo Ya again, a hint of despair in his eyes. Summoning University shouldn't have come. He could already imagine the uproar this academic exchange would cause back on their planet. Of course, the visit wasn't entirely without gain. At least they had witnessed the prowess of Summoning University's new ace, understood the gap between their twin stars and Qingyi, and learned that top universities were not to be trifled with. The cost of provocation was the current miserable state. Initially puzzled by Qingyi's swift appearance, Ping Zhong realized the truth upon recalling Void University. There was undoubtedly a hidden agreement between the two universities. Otherwise, Qingyi would never have participated. This time, Ji Yaha miscalculated, Ping Zhong thought to himself. With the defeat of the Frost Moon's Silver Wolf, Zuoya's second contracted beast, the Ice Spirit Bird, soon fell as well, struck down by Luo Ya's relentless attacks. Zuoya silently watched the fallen Ice Spirit Bird, a trace of sadness flickering in her eyes. Noticing this, Luo Ya spoke with a hint of smugness in his voice. Don't be sad. You're already way stronger than the others before you. Keep training, and you might get as strong as me someday. Zuoya looked up at Luo Ya, a sudden curiosity in her eyes. Can I defeat you? Of course not. Luo Ya declared arrogantly, puffing out his chest. I'm unbeatable. Undeterred, Zuoya asked again, can you beat that dog? Luo Ya hesitated for a moment before snorting. We'll see after he evolves. With that, he turned and walked towards Qinyi, throwing a parting shot over his shoulder. You're not very likable, woman. I'm outta here. Watching Luo Ya's retreating figure, Zuoya's lips curled into a slight smile as she murmured to herself. Seems like he can beat him now, but not necessarily in the future. This thought lifted her spirits a bit. Luo Ya suddenly halted, his mouth twitching slightly. Though he was reluctant to admit it, the sword dog was indeed almost as powerful as he was now. The force of the Tianyu 8 styles was formidable, enough to command his respect. Secretly, he longed to possess such powerful skills, but they were exceedingly rare. Noticing Luo Ya's expression, Qinyi couldn't help but tease him. Feeling down? Quack, quack, quack. No way. That woman just annoys me. Luo Ya squawked loudly, trying to mask his emotions. Qinyi continued to tease. So, you still up for a fight? Quack yes. Luo Ya responded immediately. Afterwards, I'll treat you to a feast. Quack, quack, quack. I want braised pork knuckles and chicken stew with potatoes. Luo Ya exclaimed excitedly. No problem. Qinyi agreed cheerfully. After Zuoya's defeat, the students of Fengling University were demoralized, each stepping into the battlefield only to be guided by Luo Ya. It didn't take long for Luo Ya to easily dismantle the opposition, bringing the final duel to a close. As the last contracted beast of Fengling University's final contestant fell, the head judge, Wang Feng, appeared in the center of the field, announcing Qin Ye's victory and the successful conclusion of the academic exchange competition. Zhao Xian excitedly patted Qinyi on the shoulder. Well done. They're very impressed with your performance. Qinyi grinned. What about the rewards? Don't worry, there won't be any shortage of rewards. Zhao Xian laughed. The Void Pavilion requires queuing, unlike our Divine Demon Tower, which you can enter freely. So you'll be joining temporarily. Qinyi looked puzzled, and Zhao Xian explained. For the next month, you can enter anytime. After that, you'll need to queue. How long will the queue take? Qinyi asked. If you queue up, you're at the lowest tier, meaning you'll have to wait your turn patiently, Zhao Xian continued. I can't say exactly how long, but probably around 2 months. Once it's your turn, you must go within 10 days. If not, you'll have to queue again. Got it. I'll go in a few days, Qinyi said gratefully. Thanks, Zhao Ge. You've earned it. Zhao Xian patted Qin Ye's shoulder again. Work hard. Next year's Lingxing University Freshman Competition will be held in our Huanling city. Make us proud then. Got it. Qinyi nodded repeatedly. Zhao Xian briefly introduced the Lingxing University Freshman Competition, an annual event hosted by all universities of the Lingxing Federation, with generous rewards. Additionally, there was the Triennial Star Domain Human University Competition, commonly known as the Human University Ranking Competition. In the last competition, Huanling University ranked 4th, a decent position but still far from their multiple first-place victories in the past. Zhao Xian exchanged pleasantries with Fengling University's Ping Zhong. Your students are quite strong. Ping Zhong smiled and shook his head. Don't flatter me. I'm not flattering you. Zhao Xian released Ping Zhong's hand and continued. Without Qinyi, your twin stars might have actually beaten us. Ping Zhong rolled his eyes. I believed you up to 70% until you said that. After a few more words, Zhao Xian led Qinyi and the others away from the battlefield. Back in the Huanling University rest area, the group erupted into cheers as they saw Zhao Xian and Qinyi enter. Qingu, you're awesome. Qingu, does your Pirate King offer training? I'll pay with points. If you want to try, go hunting. Qinji's sword dog is there, and it doesn't cost points. I'd like to, but the sword dog only fights spirit beasts related to swords and blades. Listening to their chatter, Qinyi laughed. Sure, anyone who wants to try, come with me later. I'll let you have a go for free today. Thanks, Qingu. Count me in. Me too. Zhao Xian, observing the joyful atmosphere, clapped his hands. Not to interrupt, but I have a few words. Once everyone quieted down, he continued. Since Qinyi successfully completed the objective, each of you will receive 20 points as a reward. The group was momentarily stunned, then erupted into even louder cheers, the rest area buzzing with excitement. Mr. Zhao, you look so handsome today. Even more so than Qinyi. You're the most handsome man I've seen today. The students shouted enthusiastically, their their voices overlapping. Zhao Xian smiled faintly, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. He raised his hand to signal for silence and said, "Dismissed. I have some things to take care of." With that, he turned and left, preparing to welcome visitors from Fengling University. "Take care, Mr. Zhao," the crowd shouted in unison, watching him leave. As soon as Mr. Zhao was out of sight, Wang Pengpeng turned excitedly to Qin Yi and asked, "Qin Gu, when are we heading out? I can't wait for you to train me hard." Qin Ye's expression turned odd at Wang's words. "I didn't realize you were into that sort of thing." Wang Pengpeng grinned cheekily and explained, "I'll do anything to improve my skills." Qin Yi shook his head, exasperated. "If you're so eager for tough training, let's go." With that, he led a group of eager brothers out of the lounge. As night fell, Qin Yi was training with his contracted beasts, Luoya and Jianquan, when his phone rang. He picked it up, puzzled by the caller ID. "Hey kid, have you eaten?" Zhao Xian's voice came through. "Yes, Zhao Ge. What's up?" Qin Yi asked. "Nothing major, just wanted to talk to you about the Void Loft," Zhao Xian explained. "Is there a problem with the Void Loft?" Qin Yi asked, concerned. "No, just listen. The Void Loft has only one slot, but you can't take all your contracted beasts with you. You can only bring yourself or one of your beasts." "Got it. Only one." Qin Yi was surprised. "Yes," Zhao Xian confirmed. "Each slot allows only one entity to enter, whether it's you or one of your beasts." "Understood. Thanks for the heads up, Zhao Ge," Qin Yi replied seriously. He thought to himself, "Good thing Zhao Ge reminded me. Otherwise, I would have assumed I could take all my beasts." Zhao Xian continued, "Take some time to think it over whether you want to go in yourself or send one of your beasts. I recommend you go in yourself." Without hesitation, Qin Yi responded, "I'll go in myself." "Haha, I knew it." Zhao Xian laughed loudly, forcing Qin Yi to hold the phone away from his ear. Once Zhao Xian's laughter subsided, Qin Yi asked, "Zhao Ge, how do I get into Void University when the time comes?" "I'll give you a contact number. Just call them when you need to get in," Zhao Xian replied. "Thanks, Zhao Ge," Qin Yi said gratefully. "No problem. I'll give them a heads up." Zhao Xian hung up. Qin Yi put down his phone and continued training with Luoya and Jianquan, his heart filled with anticipation for the upcoming journey to the Void Loft. October 1st, 2224, 1 p.m., dormitory basement. Qin Ye's eyes were intense as he watched the sword dog enveloped in a radiant glow not far away. After days of rigorous training, the sword dog had finally broken through to level 40, triggering the anticipated light of evolution. The Dimension Cat lazily lounged on the sofa, a hint of envy in its eyes. "I must say, being your contract beast does come with some good luck." Curious, Qin Yi turned to the Dimension Cat. "What do you mean? Both of you evolve every 20 levels. Even the little turtle has evolved 3 times." The Dimension Cat sighed. "Oh, if only I could evolve." As a mythical beast with legendary potential, she knew that unless she encountered extremely rare and precious materials, the chance of evolution was almost non-existent. Qin Yi comforted her. "Don't lose hope. You might evolve someday." The Dimension Cat yawned. "Evolving isn't the main thing. I just want to become a phantom beast." Qin Yi nodded with a smile. "Then just wait patiently. With my talent, you have a high chance of naturally becoming a phantom beast." In an instant, the Dimension Cat appeared in front of Qin Yi, floating in midair, eyes filled with anticipation. "Xiao Qin, what's my potential now?" Qin Yi checked the Dimension Cat stats. "It hasn't changed. It's still at 31 points. Sis, your strength isn't increasing significantly. To see real improvement, you need to keep leveling up." The Dimension Cat puzzled. "My strength can only grow naturally. If it increases too quickly, my body won't handle it." Qin Yi laughed. "Yes, take it slow. No need to rush. You're not in a hurry." The Dimension Cat sighed softly. "True, but I'm itching for more." Ever since learning that her potential was gradually increasing, she had been in a state of excitement, unable to calm down. "Just bear with the itch," Qin Yi teased. The Dimension Cat let out a soft meow and disappeared, reappearing on the sofa. At this moment, Qin Ye's attention returned to the sword dog, now enveloped in the black energy of evolution. As the energy dissipated, the newly transformed sword dog emerged. Qin Yi couldn't help but praise, "As expected of my contract beast, looking sharp." The evolved sword dog was not only larger but also exuded a more mature and cool aura, contrasting sharply with Luo Yu's roguish charm. Qin Yi carefully examined the sword dog's stats. Species, Dark Moon Dog. Level, 401100. Attribute, Dark. Potential, Monarch 27100. Talents, Sword Heart, Heavenly Moon 8 Forms, Heavenly Dog Transformation. Skills, Dark Sword Intent Mastered, Man and Sword as 1 Perfect, Dark Moon / Proficient, Dark Moon Assault Proficient. Description: the dark attribute hidden deep within has fully emerged after several effective evolutions, making it a powerful dark attribute dog. Seeing the potential listed, Qingyi was ecstatic and burst into laughter. Luoya, startled by the sudden laughter, asked, "What's going on?" The Dimension Cat pondered for a moment and then said, "Probably because the sword dog's potential has reached monarch level." Luoya fell silent upon hearing this, a flash of envy in his eyes. His potential was still just shy of reaching the monarch level. Qingyi confirmed, "Yes, it's monarch." He then focused on the sword dog's new talent, Heavenly Dog Transformation. Could this be a transformation talent? He thought, filled with anticipation, knowing that transformation talents were often incredibly powerful. Heavenly Dog Transformation consumes 1/5 of its energy to enter the Heavenly Dog state. In this state, energy will continuously deplete, but overall strength will be significantly boosted, allowing the use of the next form of Heavenly Moon 8 forms. If only the first 4 forms are known, the 5th form can be used. Not bad. This talent is excellent. Qin Ye's smile grew even brighter. With this transformation talent, the sword dog's strength would see a significant increase, far surpassing Luoya. I need to find a way to help Luoya level up quickly, Qin Yi thought to himself, then checked the sword dog's new skills. 2 attack skills, one for ranged attacks and one for assaults, weren't groundbreaking but were certainly better than nothing. As their levels and strengths increased, the beast's learning abilities were also rapidly improving. Ordinary skills were no longer an issue. The key now was mastering advanced and top-tier skills like the Heavenly Moon 8 forms and Nether Clone. Thinking about the Heavenly Moon 8 forms, Qin Yi immediately checked the details. Heavenly Moon 8 forms fuses the essence of heaven and earth with the spirit of the moon, each form containing deep dark attribute energy and power. First form, Crescent Moon, fuses the essence of heaven and earth with the spirit of the moon into a crescent moon. Second form, Half Moon, fuses the essence of heaven and earth with the spirit of the moon into a half moon. Third form, Full Moon, fuses the essence of heaven and earth with the spirit of the moon into a full moon. Fourth form, Silver Moon, fuses the essence of heaven and earth with the spirit of the moon into a silver moon. Fifth form, Bright Moon, fuses the essence of heaven and earth with the spirit of the moon into a bright moon, causing strong dark attribute damage to surrounding targets and inflicting a freezing cold status. Sixth form, Not Awakened, 8 guaranteed freezing cold status. That's impressive. Qin Yi was pleased with this effect. Although the change wasn't huge, he knew the power of this form was significantly greater than the previous one, and it came with a guaranteed freezing cold status. However, when he saw the words Not Awaken next to the 6th form, Qin Yi couldn't help but turn his attention back to the sword dog's attribute ratio. Qin Yi sighed softly, his gaze fixed on the attribute panel before him. Even a 60 dark attribute ratio isn't enough to trigger the awakening of the 6th form? Looks like it needs to reach 70. Just as he finished speaking, the curious dimensional cat appeared in front of him, her tail gently swaying. "What's this about 60 and 70? She asked, tilting her head. Qin Yi explained. "It's about the Heavenly Moon 8 forms of the sword dog. Previously, every 10 increase would unlock a new form, but now, even at 60, the 6th form hasn't appeared." The dimensional cat blinked and then nodded in understanding. "Oh, that. It's actually good that it hasn't appeared. If it had, it would be a bad sign." Qin Yi frowned in confusion. "Why do you say that?" Rolling her eyes, the dimensional cat replied, "Sometimes, I think you're a bit slow." Seeing Qin Ye's face darken, she quickly added, "If the 6th form hasn't appeared at 60, it means its power is far beyond the 5th form. It's like when you level up to a super spirit summoner." She continued, "Before reaching super, there are no specific requirements, as long as the energy feedback from your contracted beast is sufficient. But once you aim for super and beyond, there are prerequisites. For example, to become a super spirit summoner, you need a contracted beast of at least level 50 with potential equivalent to a Quasiking. Without it, you can't level up and will be stuck at advanced forever." Although Qin Yi understood, he listened attentively without interrupting her. "The requirements are high, but the benefits are immense," the dimensional cat said excitedly. "Once you become a super spirit summoner, you gain 2 additional contract slots instantly. Although each subsequent level only grants 1 contract slot, the gap between advanced and super is a qualitative leap." She paused, her eyes shining as she looked at Qin Yi. "So, whether it's evolution conditions or skill awakening requirements, the more complex and numerous they are, the better. Simplicity isn't always good, but difficult conditions usually bring great rewards." "Got it. Got it." Qin Yi responded loudly, his eyes gleaming with understanding. The dimensional cat nodded in satisfaction, her face beaming with a bright smile. She enjoyed teaching Qin Yi, and the sense of accomplishment made her feel elated. Qin Yi, noticing her contentment, smiled slightly. He continued to ask her questions, allowing her to fully indulge in her role as a teacher. Once the sword dog had fully awakened, Qin Yi turned to it and asked, "How do you feel?" The sword dog paused for a moment before replying, "Woof, I feel great." Qin Yi laughed. Good to hear. You just spoke in our language. I'll have Cat Sis teach you more. Suddenly, a roar came from the side. No, I don't have time. Chinyi looked at the dimensional cat in confusion. What's keeping you busy? I really don't have time. Meow. The dimensional cat shook her head furiously, almost becoming a blur. Seeing this, Chinyi suddenly had an idea and glanced at Luoya. Oh, I get it, he said with a smile. Let's have the Pirate King teach you. Turning to Luoya, he called out, Pirate King, the sword dog is in your hands. The dimensional cat's eyes lit up instantly. Yes, yes. Leave it to the duck. His teaching talent must be top-notch. After all, he's destined to become the Pirate King. She looked at the bewildered Luoya and continued, Isn't that right, duck? Luoya snapped back to reality and responded enthusiastically, Quack, that's right. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Then it's settled. Chinyi handed over the task of teaching the sword dog to Luoya. As long as the sword dog could speak human language in the end, it didn't matter who taught it. Leave it to me, Quack. Luoya replied seriously. Chinyi nodded slightly, then turned to the sword dog. Sword dog, show me the heavenly dog transformation. Woof. The sword dog furrowed its brow, and a dark aura quickly emanated from its body, enveloping it completely. In the next moment, with a loud bang, a pair of massive black wings unfurled from its back, stunning everyone present. Holy crap! Chinyi exclaimed, staring at the black wings and the dark energy surrounding the sword dog. This heavenly dog transformation is pretty cool. Almost as cool as me, meow. The dimensional cat said proudly. Yeah, Quack. Luoya echoed. Hearing the compliments, the sword dog, though expressionless, felt a bit embarrassed. Woof woof. Really? Why would we lie? See for yourself. Chinyi conjured a water mirror with a wave of his hand. The sword dog looked at its reflection, its face turning visibly redder. Chinyi silently activated his spirit eye to check the panel for the sixth form's details. As he read the description of the Heavenly Moon 8 forms, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Heavenly Moon 8 forms, merging the essence of heaven and earth with the spirit of the moon. Each form contains profound dark attribute energy and power. Sixth form Radiant Moon. The dense essence of heaven and earth merges with the spirit of the moon to form a radiant moon, causing terrifying dark attribute attacks to surrounding targets and inflicting a chilling debuff. There is also a chance to inflict the Radiant Moon debuff. The Radiant Moon's power continues to damage surrounding targets with dark attribute energy. Targets within the Radiant Moon's range with the Chilling or Radiant Moon debuff will receive significantly increased damage. Chilling debuff causes dark attribute cold effects. Radiant Moon debuff multiplies the chilling effect by 5. So the sixth form is called Radiant Moon, Chinyi murmured. The previous moon effect was just decorative, but now it has actual power. I wonder how strong this continuous dark attribute damage is. He turned to Zhuge, who was resting nearby. Zhuge, summon the four-symbol shield and let sword dog test its power. Zhuge let out a low hum, and the four-symbol shield quickly formed around it. Chinyi instructed the sword dog, directly use the sixth form on Zhuge. Woof! The sword dog gripped the black mountain tightly and soared into the sky. A crescent moon quickly formed behind it, rapidly transforming into a half moon, full moon, silver moon, and finally, a dazzling radiant moon. As the radiant moon's power illuminated the ground, the sword dog unleashed a powerful slash. The radiant moonlight blinded Chinyi momentarily. In the next second, a deafening roar echoed as the radiant moon's power exploded around them. Chinyi watched in astonishment as the four-symbol shield shattered into energy fragments under the powerful attack of the sword hound. It was the first time he had seen the four-symbol shield destroyed in a single blow, and he was deeply shocked. Nearby, the dimensional cat let out a wail, her eyes full of regret. The 8 trigrams tablet, which was supposed to belong to her, was destroyed, causing her great sorrow. What she found even harder to accept was that despite such a fierce attack, Zhuge only suffered minor injuries. Zhuge shook his head slightly, emitting a low growl. The sixth strike of the sword hound not only shattered his four-symbol shield, but also pushed his body back nearly a meter. A bleeding gash appeared on the tortoise shell on his back. At the same time, a dark, icy frost began to spread over Zhuge, attempting to corrode his body. Icy cold, Chinyi began to speak, but a burst of scorching flames erupted from Zhuge's body, instantly enveloping him. The icy frost quickly dissipated under the intense heat. Chinyi couldn't help but smile. This negative effect was clearly insignificant to Zhuge. Even more astonishing was that the gash on Zhuge's tortoise shell was healing at a visible rate. In no time, the wound disappeared, and Zhuge was fully restored. Although he appeared unscathed, Chinyi could sense that Zhuge had sustained considerable internal injuries from the attack, far more serious than the superficial wounds seen by Cat Sister. After recovering, Zhuge turned to look at Chinyi. Chinyi smiled encouragingly and said, "Well done, Let's continue. He then looked at Luoya, who was eager to join the fray, and said, Pirate King, it's your turn. Team up with Zhuge to fight the Sword Hound. No way. Luoya refused decisively. He had no interest in participating in a two-known battle. Qinyi continued to explain. This is a test. First, you and Zhuge will team up against the Sword Hound. Then the Sword Hound will team up with Zhuge to fight you. Finally, you and the Sword Hound will team up against Zhuge. Before Qinyi could finish, Luoya, holding his water shadow, stepped forward. Thus, they began a new round of testing and training. A few days later, on October 3rd, Qinyi arrived at Void University in Void City. Standing in front of the gate that resembled a dimensional rift, he dialed the number Zhaogu had given him. Teacher He, I'm at the school gate, Qinyi said. Go to the reception office at the gate and register. I'll be there shortly, He Wenzhong replied. After responding, Qinyi walked towards the reception office. The middle-aged man inside, who was reading a newspaper, looked up and asked, Do you have an appointment? Teacher He Wenzhong asked me to register. Qinyi replied calmly. Are you Qinyi? The middle-aged man suddenly showed interest. Qinyi nodded and handed over his Spirit Summoning University ID card. The middle-aged man carefully examined it, returned it to him, and completed the registration on the computer. You're all set. You can go in now, the middle-aged man said. After thanking him, Qinyi didn't leave immediately but struck up a conversation with the middle-aged man. Shortly after, He Wenzhong's voice called out, Why are you chatting with him? The middle-aged man laughed, explaining it was out of boredom, and then signaled to Qinyi that he could leave. Qinyi bid farewell to the man, referred to as brother son, and followed He Wenzhong into the campus. Along the way, He Wenzhong introduced the details of the Void Loft to Qinyi. Upon learning that he could freely read books in certain areas, Qinyi became excited and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Finally, they arrived in front of the magnificent Void Loft. He Wenzhong turned to Qinyi and said, We're here. This is the place. Qinyi stood in front of the Void Pavilion, his gaze captivated by the structure hovering above the ground, emitting a faint, eerie glow. The building appeared and disappeared intermittently, as if it existed between reality and illusion. His face showed a look of astonishment, completely absorbed by the strange sight. Standing beside him, He Wenzhong smiled slightly, patiently waiting. He didn't interrupt Qinyi, choosing instead to quietly observe the young man's reaction. After a moment, Qinyi snapped out of his trance and quickly turned to He Wenzhong. Sorry, Mr. He, I was a bit lost in the view. He Wenzhong chuckled. It's all right, take your time. If you like it so much, once you graduate, you can come back to our school as a teacher. Then you can look at it as much as you want. Qinyi was momentarily speechless, his mouth opening and closing without any words coming out. He thought to himself, Mr. He's suggestion is really unexpected. Is he considering my future? But how can he be so sure that I'll be qualified to become a teacher at Void University? Seeing through Qinyi's thoughts, He Wenzhong patted him on the shoulder. Haha, you can think about it. If you want to join us at Void University, I can make the decision right now. You and all your contract beasts can enter the 7th level, and the Void Pavilion will be fully open to you. You can study whatever you want. Qinyi listened, his initial shock gradually giving way to confusion. Mr. He, why would you do that? Because of Elder Heiha, He Wenzhong said flatly. Qinyi's eyes widened in surprise. He Wenzhong continued. He is one of the founders of Void University. No wonder, Qinyi realized. So Elder Heiha sent the message. Seeing Qinyi deep in thought, He Wenzhong added, Don't overthink it. Elder Heiha just mentioned that you have great potential and that we should find a way to recruit you. He didn't say anything else. In fact, He Wenzhong had asked Elder Heiha for the reason, but the elder hadn't explained, only suggesting that he should pay more attention to Qinyi. Over time, He Wenzhong learned about Qinyi's sword dog excelling in the Spirit Beast Hunting Park and his low duck defeating Fengling University in academic exchanges. Combining Elder Heiha's words with these achievements, he understood that Qinyi was an extraordinary young man. I'm not overthinking, Qinyi said with an embarrassed smile. He Wenzhong patted Qinyi's shoulder again. Zhaoxian was right about you being very polite. From now on, just call me Brother Wenzhong. Brother Wenzhong. Qinyi immediately corrected himself. The two walked into the Void Pavilion, and Qinyi was stunned by the scene before him. The interior space was far more expansive than it appeared from the outside. He Wenzhong explained, the interior space of the Void Pavilion is incomparable to the outside. It has its own spatial properties. Amazing! Qinyi nodded slightly, his eyes filled with wonder. As they walked, He Wenzhong continued to introduce the Void Pavilion, the Divine Demon Tower. They are all wonders of the world, naturally occurring marvels. The quality of these wonders is similar to that of heavenly materials and earthly treasures, but wonders are at least yellow grade, while heavenly materials and earthly treasures start at white grade. Higher quality means fewer in number. Therefore, There are far fewer wonders compared to heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Soon, they arrived at the 7th level. He Wenzhong called out to a middle-aged man watching TV in the distance. Uncle Yu. Yu Yang looked up at them, his gaze sweeping over Qin Yi. You're here. Not bad, young man. He Wenzhong introduced. Just call him Uncle Yu. Uncle Yu. Qin Yi greeted respectfully, thinking that this man must also be a big shot. Yu Yang nodded with a smile and said to He Wenzhong, just push the door open and go in. There's no one inside right now. He Wenzhong acknowledged and led Qin Yi to the door, pushing it open. A massive crystal ball emitting a soft blue glow appeared before Qin Yi. Surrounding the crystal ball were only bookshelves along the walls, a round cushion-like seat, and some high-end decorations. Are you using this session for yourself, or for your contract beast? He Wenzhong asked. For myself. Qin Yi replied without hesitation. He Wenzhong pointed to the cushion. Go over to that cushion and sit cross-legged. Qin Yi nodded and walked over, while He Wenzhong closed the door and stood aside. Lanling. He is the user for this session. A small blue virtual figure emerged from the crystal ball, smiling at He Wenzhong. Long time no see, Xiao He. Qin Yi, who was walking towards the cushion, paused his steps when he saw this. This is Lanling, the consciousness of the void attic. It greeted Qin Yi. Hello there, little one. Qin Yi nodded in response, gave Lanling a curious glance, and continued walking. Lanling quietly approached He Wenzhong and whispered, This kid feels different to me. Intrigued, He Wenzhong asked, How different? Lanling frowned and thought for a moment, then shook its head and said, I can't quite put my finger on it, just different. Stronger or weaker? He Wenzhong probed further. Much stronger than the others who came before, Lanling replied confidently. He Wenzhong was surprised. Really? Lanling rolled its eyes at him, slightly annoyed. Do I need to lie to you? He's from Ling University. Lanling suddenly looked at He Wenzhong, then sighed. Well, that's it. Your batch doesn't stand a chance this year. Aim for 3rd or 2nd place next year. He Wenzhong's mouth twitched in disbelief. Is it that exaggerated? Yes. Lanling nodded emphatically, then added, We'll talk later. I need to attend to him first. With that, Lanling instantly disappeared and reappeared in front of Qin Yi. Are you ready? It asked. Qin Yi checked his posture and asked, Just sit cross-legged, right? Lanling nodded. That's right. Sit cross-legged and then close your eyes. Okay. Qin Yi obediently closed his eyes. Lanling continued to guide him. Once your eyes are closed, relax, and focus on feeling the energy enveloping you. Qin Yi nodded slightly. Got it. I'm starting now, Lanling reminded him. Go ahead. Qin Yi replied. In the next moment, the crystal ball emitted a dazzling blue light, quickly enveloping Qin Yi completely. He felt a chill around him, shivering slightly. Soon, he lost consciousness and began to breathe rhythmically. Lanling reappeared beside He Wenzhong, exclaiming, It's different. Really different. He Wenzhong frowned slightly. What's going on? Is it really that exaggerated? Feeling its own energy depletion, Lanling shouted in shock, Damn. No wonder he felt different. His power is comparable to a level 40 spirit beast. What? He Wenzhong instantly looked at Lanling, incredulous. Are you serious? Lanling rolled its eyes at him again, speaking with conviction. Why would I lie to you? This kid has a top-tier growth talent. He Wenzhong drew a sharp breath, a flicker of shock in his eyes. At this moment, he finally understood why Elder Mingshan had taught the concealment technique to Qin Yi. With such talent and strength at this time, anyone would impart their knowledge to Qin Yi. If not taught, the level of danger he faced would be 3 to 4 times higher. He Wenzhong's gaze fell on the young man not far away, and he sighed inwardly. A human with the combat power of a level 40 spirit beast as a high-level spirit summoner was undoubtedly a terrifying existence. He couldn't help but imagine the terrifying heights Qin Ye's power would reach if he grew into a master-level or king-level spirit summoner. No wonder Elder He wanted me to keep him, He Wenzhong muttered to himself. Lanling, hearing this, asked curiously, What about Elder He? He Wenzhong briefly recounted Elder He's instructions. Lanling nodded in understanding. Oh, that. Elder He is right. This kid is indeed worth recruiting, but I feel the chances of success are very slim. It shook its head. With Qin Ye's talent, his teacher will undoubtedly be very protective of him. We don't have the upper hand, He Wenzhong replied calmly. Even if we can't recruit him, leaving a good impression won't hurt. He knew the difficulty of recruiting Qin Yi into Void University, and Elder He must be aware of it too. But knowing was one thing. Trying was still necessary. If Qin Yi had any unpleasant experiences at Spirit Summoning University, the good impression left now would certainly be a plus for them. As they conversed, the blue glow enveloping Qin Yi gradually dimmed and was slowly absorbed by him. Before long, as the last trace of glow dissipated, Qin Ye's consciousness began to awaken. He opened his eyes in confusion, looking around until his gaze settled on He Wanzhong and Lan Ling not far away. How do you feel? He Wanzhong asked with a smile. A bit dazed, Qin Yi replied, rubbing his forehead. He Wanzhong nodded in understanding. Feeling dazed is normal. I felt the same when Lan Ling infused me with awakening power. He continued, the effect of the Void Pavilion can only be enjoyed once per person, so you don't have to consider it for yourself next time. Qin Yi nodded slightly, and He Wanzhong added, check if you gained a talent or a skill. Normally, it's a skill, but I feel you might have gotten a talent. Lan Ling interjected. The energy you consumed could have awakened 4 or 5 people at your stage. So, there's a 99.99 chance you've awakened a talent. It added, although rare, there are cases where consuming a lot of energy only awakens a skill. Upon hearing this, Qin Yi immediately checked his panel. When he saw the name Divine Concealment Technique, he couldn't help but lick his lips. Divine Concealment Technique. Divine Protection perfectly conceals one's strength, cannot be detected, and can freely alter one's strength. The same effect applies to contracted beasts. Qin Yi was momentarily stunned, then summoned Luoya. He turned to He Wanzhong and asked, Brother Wanzhong, can you sense my Pirate King's strength? He Wanzhong was taken aback, carefully sensing the power emanating from Luoya while activating his spirit's summoning eyes. However, he only saw an unknown panel and fell silent. A high-end version of the concealment technique? He Wanzhong said slowly. Seems like it. Qin Yi replied, then asked, can you see the Pirate King's information with your detection? Not at all. He Wanzhong shook his head. After Qin Yi thanked him, He Wanzhong showed a look of envy. Your talent is much stronger than Elder Mingshan's concealment technique. It not only hides your strength, but also the strength and information of your contracted beast. And the effect is so powerful that, although I couldn't sense your specific strength before, I could still tell you were extraordinary. But now, the situation was completely different. Qin Yi stood before He Wanzhong like an ordinary person without any special talent. There was no trace of a spirit summoner's aura about him. This made He Wanzhong's internal alarm bells ring loudly. He knew well that not being able to sense the opponent's strength could mean facing a formidable foe or just an ordinary person. This uncertainty created a sense of danger that made him feel on edge. What shocked He Wanzhong even more was that, as a king-level spirit summoner, he couldn't discern the power of a higher-level spirit summoner. This was an unprecedented and extraordinary talent. No wonder it consumed so much of Lan Ling's energy. He Wanzhong even thought that the price paid for such a talent was quite reasonable. Qin Yi was secretly calculating that it must be due to his concealment technique. While this talent didn't directly enhance his combat ability, it greatly improved his stealth. If this talent truly made him undetectable as described, his cat sister could really shine. Qin Yi decided to test this talent with the spirit summoning eye once he returned to verify its miraculous nature. He Wanzhong shared the same view. The awakening of the Void Pavilion was based on individual strength and circumstances, and it was likely to awaken higher-level talents or skills. The minimal energy consumption surely indicated that the effect of this talent was extraordinary. Qin Yi turned to He Wanzhong and said sincerely, thank you, Wanzhong. Then he looked at Lan Ling and expressed his gratitude. Lan Ling grinned and said casually, just call me Lan Ling. Qin Yi thanked her again. Thank you, Lan Ling. Seeing that the awakening ceremony was complete, Lan Ling began to usher them out. Since the awakening is successful, you can leave now. Clearly, having expended so much energy on Qin Yi, she was feeling a bit drained. He Wanzhong immediately understood and said, you take a good rest, we'll be on our way. After exchanging a few more polite words with Lan Ling, he took Qin Yi and left the place. Yu Yang was watching TV when he suddenly heard the front door open. He immediately turned his head to look. As He Wanzhong and Qin Yi walked out, Yu Yang casually asked, is it a talent or a skill? He Wanzhong didn't respond but instead looked at Qin Yi. Qin Yi smiled and explained, Uncle Yu, I awakened a talent, an auxiliary type. It can conceal my strength, making it undetectable. This talent is straightforward in its effect, unlike Sanluo Wanxiang, which is growth-oriented, or Mingtu, which is functional. Oh, Yu Yang's interest was piqued, and he sat up straight, asking, is it an advanced version of interference? Sort of. Qin Yi nodded. You could say it's an upgraded combination of interference and stealth techniques. We call it divine breath. Yu Yang smiled and suggested, I have an advanced version of the Spirit Eye. I can help you test its effectiveness. Want to give it a try? That would be great, Uncle Yu. Qin Yi readily agreed. I was just worried I had no one to help me test it. As he spoke, he immediately summoned Luoya. Yu Yang was momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the duck. Just contracted? He Wanzhong gasped upon hearing this. Yu Yang noticed his reaction and asked in confusion, what's wrong? He Wanzhong took a deep breath, his face showing amazement. Uncle Yu. This is his second contracted beast. What? Yu Yang's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Qin Yi. Qin Yi, a bit embarrassed, explained, yes, Uncle Yu. This is indeed my second contracted beast. Yu Yang's interest was instantly ignited. Good lad. Let's see if your talent can escape my eyes. With that, he immediately used his advanced detection skill on Luoya. However, when Yu Yang saw a blank screen in front of him, he fell silent. He increased the power and tried again, but the result was the same. Yu Yang looked at Qinyi in disbelief. Seeing this, Qinyi felt a sense of relief and a surge of joy. He knew his talent had been validated. Uncle Yu, Qinyi called softly, interrupting Yu Yang's thoughts. Yu Yang snapped back to reality, took a deep breath, and said, "Your talent is definitely top tier. All these years, except for those stronger than me, you're the first person I can't see through completely, and you're just at the advanced level." Qinyi scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yu Yang continued, "With this talent, you'll be safer, but it could also be more dangerous. We can't know your limits or see your strength. But there are extremists out there who don't like uncertainties like you. If you're too weak, it might be fine, but if you become very strong, they might target you. Thank you for the warning, Uncle Yu." Qinyi nodded seriously. He wasn't surprised by this possibility. He Wanzhong joined the discussion, sharing some of his thoughts. Afterward, he took Qinyi to the first floor. Once there, he Wanzhong said to Qinyi, "I have some work to do. Feel free to explore on your own." "All right, thanks, Brother Wanzhong." Qinyi expressed his heartfelt thanks. He Wanzhong smiled and added, "You can stay here for 3 days and nights." "Really?" Qinyi was taken aback. "Uncle Yu's orders," he Wanzhong said before turning to leave. "Thank you." Qinyi thanked him again, then took out his phone to send a message of gratitude to Uncle Yu. They had exchanged contact information earlier. Seeing Uncle Yu's reply, Qinyi's lips curled into a smile. After a brief chat, he turned to face the massive library in front of him. Countless books were laid out before him. If this wasn't a treasure trove, what was? On the morning of October 7th, Qinyi left Void University and returned to Summoning University. Although he could stay for 3 days and nights, he didn't. He only stayed late on the first day. The rest of the days, he read during the day and returned to the hotel to rest at night. Upon returning to Summoning University, Qinyi was immediately summoned by Grandpa Mingshan. Entering the villa, Qinyi saw Grandpa Mingshan sitting and drinking tea. Respectfully, he called out, "Grandpa Mingshan, come in, have a seat." Grandpa Mingshan pointed to the seat beside him. After Qinyi sat down, Grandpa Mingshan said, "Let me see Zhuge and the others." "Sure." Qinyi immediately summoned his contracted beasts. Seeing only 3 summoning lights, Grandpa Mingshan curiously asked, "Where's that cat you mentioned?" "The cat is right here." The dimensional cat suddenly appeared on Qinyi's shoulder. Grandpa Mingshan was momentarily stunned, forgetting to put down his teacup. The dimensional cat jumped to the side, grooming itself as it spoke. "It's normal that you can't sense me. I am inherently strong. Now, with Qin's talent, unless you're a legendary summoner or an expert in spatial summoning, you can't detect me." Grandpa Mingshan looked at the dimensional cat, then at Qinyi, and couldn't help but exclaim, "You really are lucky. Let me see if I really can't see anything." After expressing his amazement, Mingshan, driven by curiosity, began to use his advanced detection skills, followed by Zhuge and the others. As Qinyi listened to Grandpa Mingshan's words, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, every expert has advanced detection skills. A minute later, Mingshan shook his head in surprise, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. "I really can't see anything." Although he was somewhat prepared, seeing it with his own eyes still left him astonished. "This talent is simply unbelievable. My advanced detection skills can't detect all living beings, but encountering a completely unknown panel like this is a first." Mingshan turned to Qinyi, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. "Can you change their abilities?" Qinyi nodded. "Yes." "Then go ahead and change something so I can see," Mingshan said eagerly. "Grandpa Mingshan, please wait a moment. This is my first time trying this effect," Qinyi replied, taking a deep breath before decisively using the modification feature of his divine breath technique. Since acquiring this skill, he had yet to test this function. "Just make some random changes first," Mingshan encouraged. "All right," Qinyi agreed, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of a panel in front of him. Seeing this, Mingshan asked with concern, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Qinyi shook his head, focusing on Zhuge's panel where he could change various details. He licked his lips and began to operate. "Level 40, let's keep it at 40. After all, Zhuge is my first contracted beast. Changing it to 38 or 39 wouldn't make sense." Attributes, skip, potential, no changes. Having a potential of a Quasiking is normal at my level. Not having it would be abnormal, Qinyi muttered to himself. After a thorough check, he realized Zhuge didn't need many adjustments. Suddenly, he shook his head vigorously. No, this is just a test, not a real change." He then randomly altered Zhuge's panel. Seeing Zhuge's level change to 32 and potential to High Lord, Qinyi smiled in satisfaction. He turned to Grandpa Mingshan, eyes gleaming with excitement. Grandpa Mingshan, I've modified Zhuge's panel. Great, let me take a look. Mingshan used his advanced detection on Zhuge again. Moments later, he remarked in surprise, level 32? Hi Lord. Yes. Qin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement. The divine breath technique could freely modify Zhuge's panel, significantly boosting his safety. His cat sister could now openly participate in battles. However, he would still act cautiously unless necessary, as encountering someone with heaven-defying detection skills could spell trouble. Mingshan expressed his amazement once more, then said after a brief silence, Zhuge and Luoya's levels and potential don't need changes, but Sword Dog and Cat need significant modifications. Qinyi nodded firmly, sharing the same thought. Zhuge and Luoya's basic information could remain, but their talents and skill names needed adjustments. For Sword Dog and Cat, he planned extensive modifications. Thus, Sword Dog's potential was changed to Quasiking, and talents like Heavenly Moon 8 Styles and Human Sword Unity were deleted. Cat Sister's level was slightly lowered, and her potential upgraded to mid-rank leader. After modifying her panel, he pondered over her species. Let's call her Space Cat. Just as he was about to make the change, Mingshan interjected, don't name her Space Cat. Beasts with rare attributes usually have strong potential. Then what should I call her? Qinyi was momentarily at a loss. Mingshan suggested with a smile, call her Ethereal Cat, an evolved form of the empty cat. Ethereal Cat's appearance is somewhat similar to hers, making it hard for most people to notice the difference. After a brief introduction of the Ethereal Cat's characteristics, Qinyi gratefully responded, thank you, Grandpa Mingshan. I'll make the change right away. While Qinyi was modifying, Dimension Cat glanced at him disdainfully. What a lousy Ethereal Cat. I'm a Dimension Cat. The one and only Dimension Cat in the world. She grumbled inwardly but held back, considering Qin Ye's current strength. For the sake of occasionally coming out to show off, she decided to endure for now. All done, Qin Yi announced. Mingshan used his advanced detection on Dimension Cat again. After examining her panel, he turned to her and asked, Little cat, can you mimic other skills? Meow, of course I can, Dimension Cat lazily replied. As a seasoned veteran of the Phantom Star domain, she was naturally proficient in such skills. Then it's simple, Mingshan said with a smile. Have you ever seen an ethereal cat? Dimension Cat arrogantly responded. I don't pay attention to cats weaker than me. Mingshan nodded, sent a few messages on his phone, and then forwarded a video to Qinyi. Hearing the notification, Qinyi immediately checked it. Putting down his phone, Mingshan told Qinyi, I've sent you a video of the ethereal cat. You can let this little cat mimic it. Upon hearing this, Dimension Cat instantly disappeared and reappeared on Qin Ye's shoulder. She stared at the video on his phone, muttering, such an ugly cat. It's not that bad, Qinyi commented, not finding the little white cat in the video particularly ugly. Not as pretty as me, Dimension Cat declared proudly. That's true, Qinyi nodded slightly. Meow, pleased with the compliment, Dimension Cat disappeared from Qin Ye's shoulder and returned to her original spot. Watching this, Mingshan chuckled softly. After the laughter subsided, he said, let me see their abilities, excluding the cat. Qinyi had previously told him some information about the cat, which was once a level 70 space-type beast with totem potential. Mingshan couldn't help but marvel at Qin Ye's extraordinary luck, feeling a bit envious. All right, Grandpa Mingshan, Qinyi replied, immediately letting Zhuge, Luoya, and Sword Dog showcase their abilities. A few minutes later, Mingshan watched silently as Sword Dog wielded black wings and performed the 6th style of Heavenly Moon 8 Styles, Radiant Moon. Qinyi saw the Sword Dog descend from the sky and immediately directed it to stand next to Luoya, awaiting Grandpa Mingshan's guidance. Mingshan nodded approvingly. Well done. You're all excellent students. He then began to point out their areas for improvement. Although Mingshan found that the skills displayed by Zhuge and the others were nearly perfect, as Qin Ye's mentor, he still provided a detailed critique. Beyond skill execution, he emphasized practical application, such as how to maximize skill effectiveness in specific environments and how to coordinate skills in battle. After half an hour, Mingshan concluded his guidance and turned to Qinyi, asking, when do you plan to go to Yubing Star? I'm going once Cat Sis reaches level 40, Qinyi replied. He had initially planned to set out once Sword Dog hit level 40, but seeing that Cat Sis was already at level 33, he decided to wait a bit longer. The level increase would not only ensure his safety, but also make navigating the eerie Misty Sea easier. Mingshan nodded with a smile. Good. Actually, I was going to suggest you wait until Cat Sis reaches level 40. He then glanced at the Dimension Cat, which lazily meowed in response. Qinyi scratched his head sheepishly. I was a bit hasty when I said I'd go after Sword Dog reached level 40. He had been eager to visit Yubing Star's eerie Misty Sea, where he hoped to find a ship he wanted. But as Sword Dog approached level 40 and evolved, he felt more at ease. Mingshan understood and said, your eagerness was normal. I'd be anxious to go too. If you have some free time, you might want to try challenging the Tower of Gods and Demons. Before becoming a super summoner, clearing up to the 50th floor offers substantial rewards. Qingyi immediately perked up. Grandpa Mingshan, I'll challenge the tower tomorrow. He had been considering it for a few days but kept forgetting, only remembering it after hearing about the Void Loft. Mingshan gently advised, no rush, you can wait a few days. As long as you are not a super summoner and your spirit beasts are under level 50, the rewards for clearing up to the 50th floor won't vary much. Qingyi insisted, even if the difference is small, it still matters. Mingshan thought for a moment and agreed. You're right. Go ahead tomorrow. Afterward, Mingshan shared additional knowledge on energy manipulation and skill acquisition with Qingyi. The next afternoon at 1 p.m., Qingyi arrived alone outside the Tower of Gods and Demons. The Dimension Cat perched on his shoulder, curiously eyeing the towering structure, its eyes gleaming with greed. Qingyi rolled his eyes. Put away your schemes. You've seen this tower before. The Dimension Cat retorted. Seeing it up close is different. I've only glimpsed it from afar a few times. Qingyi urged, let's go. You'll need to put in some effort this time. Work hard, and you'll reach level 40 faster. The Dimension Cat expressed concern. I can't level up too quickly. Qingyi reassured. This is pure energy infusion. It should be different. If you don't understand, you'll find out soon enough. If it doesn't work, just sit back and watch. After summoning Catsis into the summoning space, Qingyi approached the tower's entrance. With a token, he could enter directly without needing a guard. He had exchanged 100 points for a token yesterday, points he earned from capturing spirit beasts. Upon entering the tower, everything went dark, and he soon heard the familiar voice of the tower spirit. He greeted it, then immediately summoned Zhuge and the other spirit beasts. Zhuge let out a low hiss. Luoya excitedly brandished his long sword. Sword Dog stood silently, and the Dimension Cat curiously looked around. Qingyi instructed them, follow the plan I mentioned this morning. Catsis will take the lead in the first few levels, and you all will support. Once your levels increase, it'll be your turn to shine. Listen to my commands for when to go all out. Understood? After receiving affirmative responses, Qingyi informed the tower spirit that they were ready. A minute later, 10 bird-like spirit beasts appeared before them, 2 level 33 flaming spirit birds, 2 level 33 ice spirit birds, 3 level 32 fire spirit birds, and 3 level 32 ice spirit birds. Qingyi recognized these familiar foes. He had been defeated by them last time. This time, he was determined to give them a proper lesson. As the 10 birds solidified from shadows to physical forms, Qingyi commanded, go. The Dimension Cat instantly appeared in the air, swiping its claws, and 2 massive cat paws materialized above the birds. With a deafening roar, Qingyi watched in astonishment, utterly shocked. Holy crap! I was fooled. This cat's got some serious power. Qingyi exclaimed, realizing he had underestimated the Dimension Cat's strength. Xiaoqin, am I awesome or what? Dimension Cat asked proudly. She had just taken down 10 tower spirit beasts in a flash, and was now standing in front of Qingyi, her tail held high. Qingyi's eyes widened in surprise, and he said sincerely, I'm sorry. I underestimated you before. Dimension Cat was momentarily stunned, her mind in a whirl. This doesn't make sense, she thought. Regaining her composure, she coughed lightly and waved her paw nonchalantly. It's not your fault. I just haven't fought until now. In Qingyi's mind, Dimension Cat had always been a support character. Even if she had combat abilities, he never thought they would be strong, so he never let her participate in battles. Another reason was that Dimension Cat was once a terrifying entity at level 80+, and Qingyi felt such a character didn't need testing for now. She just needed to regain her strength. Qingyi shook his head and admitted, my mistake. I should have let you train with Luoya and the others. Although Catsis was only level 34 now, Qingyi knew that level wasn't an excuse. A mistake was a mistake. Meow Dimension Cat scratched herself, trying to change the subject. Let's not talk about it. Shall we continue? Yes, let's continue. Qingyi nodded with a smile. Now that he knew Catsis was powerful, he wanted to see her limits, whether she was weaker than Luoya and Sword Dog or on par with them. He turned to his other companions and said, Zhuge, Luoya, Sword Dog, the next battle is up to Catsis. I want to see her limits. Zhuge responded lazily. Luoya said indifferently, I don't fight weaklings. Sword Dog nodded slightly, clearly not interested in bullying the weak. What? Meow. Dimension Cat looked at Qingyi in surprise. Qingyi smiled calmly. Catsis, did you feel anything when your energy surged just now? Dimension Cat focused for a moment, then her eyes lit up with excitement. Leave it to me. Watch me wipe them out. Did it help? Qingyi asked. It did. Dimension Cat confirmed. Qingyi smiled. Then it's all up to you. If you can't hold on, I'll let Zhuge and the others step in. Let's go, let's go. Dimension Cat eagerly rubbed her paws together. Qingyi looked at the approaching shadows in the distance. No need. They're already here. The minute of rest had flown by. Dimension Cat vanished instantly, reappearing above the spirit beasts and using the same skill as before. Qingyi watched in amazement as the tower's spirit beasts were instantly obliterated. Impressive, Catsis. You haven't lost your touch. Xiaoqin, what did you just say? Dimension Cat suddenly appeared in front of Qingyi, glaring angrily. Who are you calling old? Qingyi quickly explained, I didn't mean old. I meant you're really strong. Dimension Cat scrutinized Qingyi for a moment and, satisfied he wasn't calling her old, said, I've always been strong. Qingyi nodded and pointed to the distance. The battle is about to start again. Already? Dimension Cat turned to look at the distant spirit beast shadows. Qingyi explained, each level only gives you a minute to rest. Every 5 levels, you get 3 minutes of rest. Meow, no wonder. Dimension Cat said, disappearing again. This time, she used 2 moves to finish the fight. Qingyi wasn't surprised. If she could always finish with 1 move, he would have to reassess Catsis's combat abilities. After taking down the spirit beasts on the 34th level, Dimension Cat cheerfully exclaimed, I leveled up? Stay calm. You can still level up. Qingyi laughed. Meow. The monsters get stronger every 5 levels, so be careful. A minute later, the 35th level started. Qingyi saw 2 large bears in the distance and paused. Why are there only 2? He used his spirit summoning eye in curiosity. Species, Savage Beast Tiger Bear, False level, 38. Attribute, Normal, level 38. Taking the elite route, Qingyi looked at the spirit beast stats and then at the battlefield. In a blink, one of the Savage Beast Tiger Bears was crushed into a pulp by Catsis's spatial skill. Qingyi blinked, thinking, that's brutal. Zhuge and the others were also deep in thought after witnessing this. Zhuge trembled slightly, while Luoya and Sword Dog seemed intrigued. Qingyi, observing their reactions, thought, looks like I'll have to let them spar with Catsis. Spatial attribute spirit beasts are hard to come by. Seeing this scene, Qingyi calculated in his mind and decided to have Dimension Cat compete with them tomorrow, letting them experience the power of spatial skills firsthand. Before long, Dimension Cat swiftly took down the second Berserk Tiger Bear. She turned to Qingyi with a hint of disdain in her voice. Is that all? As soon as she finished speaking, the voice of the tower spirit echoed in the space. Congratulations on successfully passing the 35th floor. Please choose one of the 3 rewards in front of you. Qingyi's eyes fell on the 3 options that appeared out of thin air. He responded to Dimension Cat. Yeah, that's it. Dimension Cat curiously appeared beside Qingyi. Rewards? You can't see them, Qingyi said, starting to examine the options one by one. 1. Air Fruit. Grants the air/skill when consumed. 2. Blue Void Grass. Increases energy, best for spatial attributes. 3. Yellow Greenstone. A spirit stone with both wood and spatial attributes. Qingyi explained the 3 options to Dimension Cat in detail and then asked, which one do you want? Blue Void Grass. Dimension Cat answered without hesitation. Qingyi couldn't help but tease, so stingy, just because it's a rare attribute. Despite his words, he chose the Blue Void Grass. He noticed the rewards for the 30th floor were all yellow, while the 35th floor had a blue one, clearly due to the attribute. Dimension Cat asked, puzzled, what's up? Qingyi briefly explained the rewards he had gotten before. Dimension Cat was silent for a moment, then also complained, so stingy, right? Yeah. All right, let's continue, Qingyi said. Let's go. Dimension Cat echoed. Qingyi looked up and shouted, challenge the next floor. The tower spirit responded, the 36th floor challenge will begin in 1 minute. Please be prepared. Moments later, 3 identical shadows appeared nearby. Qingyi, already prepared, wasn't surprised and immediately activated his soul summoning eye. Species, Red Shadow Phantom Butterfly. Pseudo level, 38. Attribute, Fire. Qingyi evaluated silently, same level, but the quality, definitely higher than that bear. After Dimension Cat took some time to defeat the Red Shadow Phantom Butterflies, she said to Qingyi, Meow, this Tower of Gods and Demons is quite challenging. If it weren't challenging, it wouldn't be called the Tower of Gods and Demons. Qingyi laughed. Need help from Zhuge and the others? No, I can still fight. Dimension Cat refused decisively. Alright, then let's continue. Qingyi said no more, continuing to observe Dimension Cat's battle with Zhuge and the others. Until the 40th floor, when 2 warriors wielding long knives appeared, Dimension Cat finally gave up the idea of fighting alone. Doggy, come support me. Dimension Cat called out to Sword Dog. Curious, Qingyi used his soul summoning eye on one of the warriors. Species, Black Warrior General. Pseudo level, 40. Attribute, Dark. Potential, Quasi-King. Damn, already a Quasi-King. Qingyi's pupils widened. And why does this spirit beast look so familiar? Except for the height and build, it looks exactly like. Which spirit beast's evolved form is this? Dimension Cat explained. This is the second stage evolution of Black Soldier. No wonder. I thought it looked familiar. Qingyi suddenly realized it was the evolved form of Xiao Bingwei from Yi Cici's family. Pirate King, Sword Dog, one each, quick battle. Qingyi ordered. Finally, it's my turn. Luoya swung his water shadow, becoming a blur as he charged towards the Black Warrior General on the left. Sword Dog drew his Black Mountain from his waist and rushed towards the other Black Warrior General. Despite the Black Warrior Generals having quasi-king potential, they were no match for Luoya and Sword Dog. The battle was quickly won. Congratulations on successfully passing the 40th floor. Please choose one of the 3 rewards in front of you. The Tower Spirit's voice echoed again. 1. Black Soldier's Pet Egg. Initial potential as an intermediate elite. 2. Black Defense Fruit. Grants the Black Defense Shield skill. 3. Yellow Dark Fruit. Increases energy, best for ghost and dark attributes. A pet egg. Qingyi was surprised by the first option and chose the Black Defense Fruit, considering Sword Dog didn't have a defensive skill yet. Qingyi began to imagine the rewards ahead. If there's a pet egg, this could get interesting. If a more powerful pet egg appears later, I can seamlessly integrate it. He recalled Grandpa Ming Shan's words from yesterday. Successfully passing the 50th floor before becoming a super summoner would yield rich rewards. The more Qingyi thought about it, the more he felt that the rich reward was likely to be a pet egg. Besides that, he couldn't think of anything else that could be considered rich. Although high-quality natural treasures were also great, they paled in comparison to a high-potential spirit beast. Of course, red or 7-colored natural treasures were exceptions. But Qingyi felt that even if the Tower of Gods and Demons had such high-quality treasures, they wouldn't be given out on the 50th floor. Qingyi gazed at the Tower of Gods and Demons, his heart brimming with anticipation. He was convinced that this mysterious tower held extraordinary rewards, possibly high-quality pet eggs. Recalling the scenes from his first entry into the tower, the images of the spirit beast's corpses flashed in his mind, reinforcing his hypothesis. Let's keep going. Qingyi shouted impatiently, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. A minute later, the challenge of the 41st floor began. This time, Dimension Cat joined the battle. Although her attacks were no longer as effective against the level 41 quasi-king spirit beasts, her true strength lay in her support abilities as a quasi-mythical support spirit beast. In an instant, Dimension Cat transformed from a main attacker to a master of support. She unleashed a series of dazzling skills on the tower's spirit beasts. Some crashed into invisible walls of air, while others stepped into unseen pits. These unexpected maneuvers allowed Luoya and the others to easily overcome one battle after another. Qingyi watched Dimension Cat's actions intently, unable to snap out of his daze. He couldn't help but feel relieved that these spirit beasts were mindless. Otherwise, they would surely be cursing in anger by now. As the battle progressed, 2 new opponents appeared. One composed of dark energy and the other of light energy, both resembling human youths about 1.5 meters tall, each wielding a long sword. Qingyi quickly checked their attribute panels. Species: Child of Darkness, Pseudo Level, 45, Attribute: Dark, Potential, King. Species: Child of Light, Pseudo Level, 45, Attribute: Light, Potential, King. After closing the panels, Qingyi mused, as expected, they are King level. If there's no surprise, the 50th floor should be level 50 Emperor. Dimension Cat curiously asked, could it be a demi-totem? Qingyi shook his head and explained, demi-totem potential is a bit exaggerated. Although the difficulty of the later stages of the Tower of Gods and Demons is very high, no one knows exactly how many floors there are. But there is information about the 50th floor. For example, the spirit beast on the 50th floor is random. He paused before adding, that's all. Only this one piece of information. So the Emperor level potential is just my guess. Dimension Cat turned to look at the 2 elemental spirits and lazily said, Meow, the Child of Darkness and Child of Light are extremely rare among elemental spirits. If we could get their pet eggs, that would be quite nice. Qingyi asked curiously, are they powerful? Dimension Cat explained, their initial form is the primal spirit, with a minimum potential of low-tier commander, a starting spirit beast not inferior to purebred dragons. She added, of course, no matter how powerful, they're not as powerful as me. Qingyi smiled and nodded. Yes, you are the most powerful. He looked at the 2 spirits in the distance and pondered, if the reward later includes a primal spirit, that would be great. Dimension Cat agreed, indeed, it would be. With your talent, getting a time attribute Child of Time is not impossible. Child of Time? Qingyi shook his head with a smile, a complex look flashing in his eyes. Dimension Cat's voice came from the side. At least you know the conditions for its evolution. Most people don't even have a chance to level it up, because they have no idea about this stuff. Qingyi nodded slightly, That's true. He turned to face the forming figures of the dark child and light child, his tone becoming serious. Enough talk, time's running out. We need to fight. Talking more won't help if we don't get it. And if we do, we can consider it later. Meow, Dimension Cat responded, its eyes fixed on the enemies ahead. Chini swiftly laid out the strategy. Luoya, you handle the dark child. Zhuge, Sword Dog, Cat Sister, your target is the light child. Finish quickly and then support Luoya. Everyone nodded in agreement. Sword Dog silently drew his long blade, its edge gleaming coldly in the sunlight. The battle erupted. Luoya instantly split into two, his shadows darting towards the dark child like arrows. Zhuge chanted softly, and a giant fireball appeared in the sky, splitting into several smaller ones that shot towards the two targets like meteors. A crescent moon appeared behind Sword Dog as he swung his blade, sending a silver arc of energy across the ground. At the same time, Dimension Cat teleported behind the enemies, its claws slashing. Cat Void Claws. Activate. Two gigantic cat claws formed from spatial energy appeared out of nowhere, crashing down on the dark child and light child like the hands of a god. Despite the triple assault, the dark child and light child showed no fear. Terrifying energy erupted from within them, and their light swords flashed, slicing through the air and clashing with the incoming attacks. Amidst the explosions, Sword Dog swung his blade again, the crescent moon behind him transforming into a half moon. The dark child and light child burst from the smoke, charging at Dimension Cat. Dimension Cat nimbly evaded and teleported next to Sword Dog, ready for the next strike. Two Luoyas suddenly appeared on either side of the dark child, blades flashing. Although the dark child blocked one strike, the other blade pierced through. Luoya grinned ferociously and continued his relentless assault. As the dark child counterattacked, Luoya's form became ethereal, dodging the blow. He thought smugly, "You're not the only one who can become elemental. Ghost form is even better." However, Luoya quickly realized his mistake. As an unconscious creation, the dark child didn't need to split its focus to maintain its elemental form. Nonetheless, Luoya didn't lose heart and intensified his attack. Meanwhile, the light child was struggling under the onslaught from Zhuge and the others. Sword Dog swung his blade a fourth time, the silver moonlight finally reducing the light child to nothingness. Watching this, Chini sighed softly. It's gotten a lot harder. He recalled how Sword Dog had previously settled battles with just 3 strikes, but this time it took 4 to win. Without the efforts of Zhuge and Cat Sister, Sword Dog would definitely have unleashed his 5th strike. Though it may not seem like much, for a top-tier spirit beast with human sword unity and numerous master-level skills, needing to use his 4 strongest techniques to defeat a level 45 fake spirit beast on the extraordinary nature of this adversary. This also confirms the fake spirit beast king-level potential is no exaggeration. With the fall of the Child of Light, the Child of Darkness soon disintegrated into particles of energy under the assault of Zhuge and others, dispersing into their bodies. The Divine Demon Tower fairly distributed the energy according to each person's contribution. Congratulations on passing the 45th floor. Please choose one of the 3 rewards in front of you, the system's voice announced, as 3 options appeared before Chinyi. 1. Umbral Flower Yellow Quality. Enhances personal abilities, optimal for ghost attributes. 2. Fire Dark Flower Yellow Quality. Increases personal energy, optimal for fire and dark attributes. 3. Ethereal Stone Yellow Quality. Usable for forging, consumable to increase personal energy, optimal for spatial attributes. Chinyi eyed the ethereal stone, pondering that it might be compensation for earlier efforts. Although Cat Sister played a role in the battle, it wasn't significant enough to warrant a standalone reward. He attributed this reward to accumulated efforts. At that moment, Dimensional Cat suddenly appeared beside Chinyi, curiously asking, "What did you get?" Chinyi briefly introduced the 3 options and stated he chose the ethereal stone. Dimensional Cat, after thanking him, suggested, "You don't have to choose a spatial attribute treasure." Chinyi was puzzled, so Dimensional Cat explained that although she was only level 36, it was the result of retraining. She continued, "So, treasures below yellow quality are useless to me. Yellow quality ones I haven't eaten have a slight effect. Those I have eaten have none. Purple quality has half the effect, and if I've eaten it once, only a quarter remains effective. Only treasures above purple quality aren't a waste for me." Chinyi realized and smiling, said he would still choose the ethereal stone. Dimensional Cat was confused, so Chinyi explained, "Spatial attribute treasures are valuable. One spatial attribute treasure can buy at least 2 dark attribute treasures of the same quality, not to mention common attributes." Dimensional Cat finally understood and exclaimed, "Right? Spatial attributes are valuable." She had never considered selling treasures before, so this was a new concept for her. Chinyi asked if Dimensional Cat had ever eaten an ethereal stone. Upon learning she hadn't, he asked if she wanted to. Dimensional Cat declined, suggesting Qingyi sell it and exchange it for other attribute treasures for Little Turtle and the others, as it would be a waste for her with only 1/10 the effect. After a brief rest, Qingyi opened the 46th floor. He saw 5 familiar figures forming in the distance and fell silent. Why is it still the Child of Darkness? Dimensional Cat exclaimed. Wait, this time it's the Child of Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth. Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, and Earth. This divine demon tower has some tricks. Qingyi snapped back to reality and quickly issued orders. Let's finish this quickly. Pirate King, take care of fire and water. Luo Yu's eyes grew serious. Watch me wipe them out. He was still annoyed at not having taken down the Child of Darkness alone previously. Qingyi continued, Sword Dog, use your 5th technique to instantly kill the Child of Wood. Then support Zhuge and Cat Sister. Sword Dog nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Finally, Qingyi addressed Zhuge and Cat Sister. Gold and Earth are yours. Zhuge responded affirmatively, while Cat Sister casually waved her hand, as if to say, piece of cake. A piece of cake, let's fight then. Qingyi's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. The shadows of the 5 elemental offspring materialized before him. The gold, fire, and water offspring exuded a regal aura, while the wood and earth offspring appeared somewhat inferior. Jianquan let out a low growl, the black mountain sword in his hand tracing a silver arc. The 5th form, Bright Moon Slash, swept out, the sharp sword energy instantly striking the Yeto-dispersed 5 offspring. The wood and earth offspring disintegrated on the spot, while the remaining gold, fire, and water offspring, though surviving, were heavily injured, their newly formed bodies on the verge of collapse. The power of the 5th form is indeed extraordinary, Qingyi thought to himself, then commanded Jianquan, don't waste energy, just go up and cut them down. Jianquan moved at once, brandishing the black mountain sword as he charged at the remaining 3. Meanwhile, Luoya, who had initially been ready for a fierce battle, lost his momentum upon seeing the devastated state of his opponents. He and his doppelganger quickly adjusted their tactics, both charging at the fire offspring. The battle ended swiftly. Qingyi gently reminded Luoya to stay vigilant and watch for cunning foes feigning injury. Luoya nodded repeatedly, his expression somewhat perfunctory, but Qingyi knew he understood. After passing the 46th level, the opponents of the 47th level appeared. For regal elemental offspring thunder, wind, ice, and cloud, each a formidable level 47 entity. Qingyi frowned slightly. This battle was clearly going to be tougher. Jianquan, start with the 5th form, Bright Moon Slash, to deplete their energy, then focus on the ice offspring. Qingyi strategized. Luoya, you take on the other 3, with Zhuge and Sister Cat providing support. Everyone took their positions. Despite feeling a bit down, Luoya quickly adjusted his mindset and responded firmly, leave it to me. The battle was about to begin. Qingyi and his team stood ready, prepared to face this more challenging fight. A deafening roar erupted as the 5th move of Jianquan's Tianyu 8 techniques, Bright Moon, traced a dazzling arc in the sky and struck the target with immense power. Although this strike didn't completely annihilate the enemy, it drained a significant amount of their energy. The newly materialized opponents were severely damaged. The most injured one became half-transparent, while even the least injured lost a third of its form. Qingyi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Go ahead. Following his command, Zhuge and the others quickly identified their respective targets and began unleashing one powerful skill after another. The battle raged intensely, and soon, the Ice Child fell under Jianquan's attack. The other 3 elemental children followed suit, collapsing soon after. Before long, they successfully cleared the 47th level. Dimension Cat couldn't help but ask, will the 48th level still have the primordial spirits? Qingyi shot her a look. Don't jinx it. His gaze fell on the 2 massive figures condensing in the distance, and he decisively used the Soul Eye summoning. The panel displayed. Species, Lava Behemoth. Pseudo-level, 50. Attribute, Lava. Potential, King. It's a behemoth. Dimension Cat exclaimed. Qingyi closed the panel and asked, which is stronger, the behemoth or the primordial spirits? About the same, Dimension Cat explained. Behemoths are one of the royal families of the giant ape clan, and the primordial spirits are also a royal family of the elemental clan. Their strength is comparable. Qingyi pondered for a moment. So, these 2 behemoths are stronger than the enemies on the previous level? Dimension Cat nodded. The last level had 5 elemental children, but they were only at level 47. This level features level 50 lava behemoths. The difference between level 50 and level 49 is significant, with a noticeable increase in overall power. However, this might just be a way to deplete our points. Qingyi shook his head and smiled. No, it's meant to deplete our points. We can leave to recover energy, but re-entering costs 100 points. For newcomers, that's a lot. As the 2 lava behemoths neared completion, Qinyi began to strategize. The battle was imminent. Jian Quan started with his bright moon slash, its dazzling light striking one of the lava behemoths. Simultaneously, Dimension Cat used her spatial skills to control the other, causing its attack to miss. At the moment Bright Moon Slash hit its target, Luoya charged at the lava behemoth, slashing with his blade. Amidst the roaring sound, a giant head fell to the ground. The lava behemoth, unable to release its defensive skill in time, was instantly killed. Qin Ye's tactics worked. With one behemoth down, the other quickly fell under the group's combined assault. They cleared the 48th level successfully. In the shadow of the spirit beast for the 49th level appeared a massive dragon adorned with crystals, its head resembling a shield. A dragon! Dimension Cat exclaimed excitedly. Finally, a dragon. But this one looks really tanky. Qinyi was silent for a moment before using the Soul Eye summoning again. Species, Crystal Shield Dragon. Pseudo-level, 50. Attribute, Metal. Potential, Quasi-Emperor. It's a Quasi-Emperor in potential, Qinyi said. Dimension Cat shrugged. So what if it's a Quasi-Emperor? I'm a Quasi-Myth myself. Just let Duck and Dog handle it. Qinyi nodded. Metal attribute. This appearance suggests it's a defensive type. We just need to break its defense. He turned to Jian Quan. Activate Heavenly Dog Transformation, and use the 6th move for a quick finish. Jian Quan's eyes gleamed with fighting spirit, and he nodded firmly. Qinyi continued. Zhuge, use the Qian Hexagram. Pirate King, release your clones, and use the Nether Slash. Cat, you act as you see fit. A minute later, the battle erupted. The Crystal Shield Dragon roared, casting a massive crystal shield around itself. However, it made no further moves. Qinyi was momentarily stunned, thinking this might be a test of their attack power. Before he could think further, Jian Quan had already taken to the skies, releasing the 6th move, Radiant Moon. At the same time, a massive white dragon-shaped shadow formed above Zhuge. Radiant Moon and the white dragon charged at the Crystal Shield Dragon, protected by the Crystal Shield. Luoya, though envious, quickly swung his long blade alongside his clone, launching 2 nether slashes that followed closely behind, aiming at the Crystal Shield. Amidst the deafening roar, the Crystal Shield shattered, and the dragon and blades struck the Crystal Shield Dragon directly. Qinyi shouted. Once more, it was over. Qinyi watched as the Crystal Wall Shield Dragon vanished from sight, and the sound of the Tower Spirit's notification echoed in his ears, causing him to let out a sigh of relief. This dragon's defense was truly formidable, even stronger than Zhuge at the same level. Although Zhuge's defense was also impressive, he had undergone various modifications, making him an all-round spirit beast that excelled in attack, defense, and support. Dimension Cat approached Qinyi and asked, shall we continue? She was also exhausted from the recent battle, with her energy nearly depleted. From the 32nd floor to the 49th floor, she had fought in almost every round, so it was no wonder she was running low on energy. Let's continue, Qinyi replied decisively. If we can't make it, we'll come back tomorrow. If we succeed, we'll choose the rewards. Dimension Cat suddenly realized that she had forgotten that failing the challenge in the God and Demon Tower had no real consequences, except that it would cost 100 points to attempt it again next time. As Qinyi was about to discuss the tactics for the next floor with Zhuge and the others, the Tower Spirit's voice abruptly echoed in the mystical space. Congratulations on clearing the 49th floor. Are you ready to unlock the 50th floor? Qinyi was momentarily stunned. Then he responded without hesitation. Ready? Since the 50th floor is a critical level, you will have 10 minutes to rest. After 10 minutes, I will unlock the challenge for the 50th floor, the Tower Spirit continued. If you successfully complete the challenge on the 50th floor, you may choose 3 out of 5 rewards. That's quite considerate, Qinyi remarked with a slight smile, though his brow furrowed soon after. While being able to choose 3 rewards was nice, he suspected they might be similar to the previous rewards. If that were the case, they wouldn't be as grand as the generous rewards that Grandpa Mingshan had mentioned. More choices didn't necessarily mean better rewards. Sometimes, fewer choices indicated higher quality. Let's go with the flow, Qinyi decided. We'll see what the rewards are once we clear the level. With that, he turned his attention to the forming silhouette in the distance. Another attribute child, Qinyi muttered, while Dimension Cat looked equally exasperated. Maybe they went back and brought their ancestor, Qinyi joked. After beating the son, we fight the father, then the grandfather, and so on until there's no one left to fight. Dimension Cat rolled her eyes. What are you even talking about? Haha, just kidding. Qinyi laughed as he activated the soul summoning eye towards the still forming attribute child. Species, Child of Time. Pseudo-level, 50. Attribute, Time. Potential, Emperor. Qinyi fell silent. Curious, Dimension Cat asked, what's the attribute this time? Time, Qinyi replied, licking his lips. Cat sis, your jinxing skills are impressive. You mentioned the Child of Time, and here it is. If we defeat it, maybe it'll even drop a primordial spirit pet egg. Dimension Cat was stunned, unable to believe it. It's really time? Why would I lie? Cheney laughed. You'll see when we start fighting. Seeing that Dimension Cat was still in shock, he asked, by the way, have you ever seen a Child of Time? Dimension Cat's mouth twitched slightly. No. Then how did you know about the Child of Time? Cheney was puzzled. You didn't just make it up, did you? Dimension Cat laughed awkwardly. Ahaha meow. No way. You really made it up? Cheney was dumbfounded. Dimension Cat explained seriously. There are children of fire, water, and darkness, so isn't it natural to have a Child of Time? Besides, it's not like there isn't one. She pointed to the still-forming Child of Time in the distance. Cheney shook his head and laughed. You're something else. But you're right. With attributes like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, it's normal to have a Child of Time. A child of chaos, a child of space, and a child of fate. Dimension Cat nodded vigorously and asked, how do we fight this one? Time attribute spirit beasts are no joke, especially with Emperor potential. How did you know it's Emperor potential? You mentioned it earlier. Did I? You did. Cheney thought for a moment. Fine, let's say I did. He recalled mentioning the possibility of encountering a spirit beast with Emperor potential, but not definitively. Dimension Cat pressed on. What's the plan? How else? We'll wear it down, Cheney said, waving his hand. Just throw our strongest skills at it. He explained that after this fight, they wouldn't continue, so they should go all out. If they win, great. If not, they can try again tomorrow. If they still can't win tomorrow, they'll take a break and come back later. As for whether the next attempt would feature a different spirit beast, Grandpa Mingshan had said that the spirit beast for the 50th floor would remain the same once generated. Moreover, the spirit beast on the 50th floor would grow stronger alongside the challenger's strongest contracted beast, provided at least one contracted beast surpassed level 50. If any contracted beast exceeded level 50, the spirit beast on the 50th floor would match the level of the highest level contracted beast. Loya, who had been listening intently, looked at Cheney. Really? Yes, I'll be counting on you later, Cheney said seriously. Leave it to me. Loya puffed out his chest. He wasn't surprised by Cheney's words. He always considered himself the strongest. Dimension Cat looked at Cheney in confusion. Cheney smiled. You'll see soon enough. His earlier comment wasn't a joke. If they truly couldn't win, they'd have to rely on Loya. Loya possessed the talents of desperation and plunder, which were perfect for turning the tide in a tough battle. Loya was indeed powerful, but reaching his peak state was incredibly challenging. Cheney had yet to encounter a battle that pushed Loya to his limits. Thus, the key to this fight, aside from Zhuge's Qiangua and Sword Dog's Heavenly Moon 8 styles, lay in Loya's explosive strength in desperate situations. After battling through so many levels, Sister Cat has leveled up twice to reach level 36. Luoya and Sword Dog each gained one level, reaching level 43 and 41, respectively. Zhuge, having not exerted much effort, remains at level 42, though he has gained some experience. Cheney surveyed his surroundings, his gaze lingering on Zhuge, Luoya, Sword Dog, and Sister Cat before finally settling on the nearly formed Time Child in the distance. Calculating the odds of a 5-on-1 fight, he noted that this Time Child was merely a replica created by the Tower of Gods and Demons, likely not as powerful as the real thing. Taking a deep breath, Cheney started strategizing. When the battle starts, Zhuge, cast the 4-symbol shield on each of us. Sword Dog, unleash your battle intent, and test the waters with the first 3 moves of the Heavenly Moon 8 techniques. Pirate King, you'll be up front protecting Zhuge and Sword Dog, and act according to the situation. Sister Cat, you and I will provide support from the rear. Everyone agreed in unison, and at Cheney's command, they charged. Go. Listen to my instructions. Luoya quickly split into clones, keeping a wary eye on the expressionless Time Child. Zhuge emitted a colorful light from within, forming shields around his teammates. A crescent moon rose behind Sword Dog as he swung his blade at the Time Child. With a casual wave of its sword, the Time Child neutralized Sword Dog's attack with a burst of white sword energy. Before Cheney could issue another command, Luoya and his clones launched shadow slashes. The shadows and the white sword energy canceled each other out, with one remaining shadow heading towards the Time Child. The Time Child swung its sword again and charged towards Cheney and his team, sword energy radiating outwards. Cheney shouted, scatter. Sword Dog, use the 4th move. Luoya, flank from both sides. Zhuge, release the Li Trigram. Sword Dog quickly executed the 2nd move of the Heavenly Moon 8 techniques, transforming a half-moon slash into a full moon, sending silver sword energy towards the incoming attack. The Time Child extended its right hand, an invisible force slowing and dissipating the silver energy. Meanwhile, Zhuge's fireballs and Luoya's attacks came from all directions, but the Time Child calmly deflected them with its sword. The battlefield was eerily quiet, save for the sounds of Zhuge and the others casting their abilities. The Time Child, using its elegant time-manipulating powers, effortlessly nullified attacks from all directions. As Qinyi threw air balls at the Time Child, he assessed, its attack power isn't particularly strong, but we can't underestimate it. After all, we are top-tier fighters with several master-level skills each. Dimension Cat agreed, that's right. This Time Child's combat strength is only mid-to-low among Emperor-level potentials. It's not up to normal standards. We can win this if we play it slow. Despite the replica Time Child's considerable strength, it was still a tough battle for Qinyi and his team, who were already low on energy. Qinyi decisively ordered, Sword Dog, activate dog transformation and unleash all the moves of the Heavenly Moon 8 techniques. Zhuge, release the Qian Trigram. Pirate King, attack Hedon and trade blows if necessary. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with dazzling phenomena. The Time Child, still expressionless, mechanically fended off attacks from all directions. This creation, though powerful, lacked true wisdom and could only follow a set pattern in using its abilities. Under the coordinated assault of Qinyi and his team, the Time Child was eventually overwhelmed by the onslaught of skills. Is it over? Dimension Cat asked. Seems like it, Qinyi replied, frowning slightly, as the Tower Spirit's voice had yet to announce their victory. Just as he was about to have the exhausted Sword Dog move in to confirm, the Tower Spirit's voice finally echoed through the divine and demonic space. Congratulations on clearing the 50th floor. As the Tower Spirit's voice echoed, Qin Ye's furrowed brows finally relaxed, and a smile crept onto his lips. However, just as he thought it was time to choose his reward, the Tower Spirit's voice rang out again, listing a series of detected results that caused Qin Ye's smile to gradually freeze. Detected. Your power level is Advanced Spirit Summoner. Detected. None of your contracted spirit beasts exceed level 50. Detected. None of your contracted spirit beasts exceed level 45. Detected. You have not been a spirit summoner for 1 year. Detected. You have not been a spirit summoner for 6 months. Listening to this string of results, Qin Ye's expression turned to one of confusion. He couldn't help but marvel at the tower's capabilities, especially its precise assessment of how long he had been a spirit summoner, which left him utterly baffled. Just as Qinyi was lost in thought, the Tower Spirit's voice spoke again. Detection complete. Congratulations on passing the assessment. You may now choose 3 tags from a list. Once selected, I will generate 5 possible rewards, from which you can choose 3 as your final rewards for this floor. A massive virtual screen appeared before Qinyi, filled with a dense array of tags. The Dimensional Cat leaped onto Qin Ye's shoulder, curiously examining the peculiar screen alongside him. Meow, they have this kind of feature too? The Dimensional Cat exclaimed in surprise. Qinyi carefully browsed through the tags on the screen, which ranged from attributes, types, and weapons to various other unique tags. After much deliberation, he finally selected Pet Egg, Element, and Versatile. Initially, Qinyi had considered the Time tag, but recalling the characteristics of the Primal Elf, he decisively switched to Versatile. This decision puzzled the Dimensional Cat, but Qinyi stood by his choice. With the final confirmation button pressed, the Tower Spirit announced, Reward generation complete. Please make your selection. 5 reward options appeared on the virtual screen. 3 eggs, a stone, and a fruit. The combination left both Qinyi and the Dimensional Cat momentarily stunned. Qinyi inspected the information of each egg. 1. Versatile Beast's Pet Egg, Initial Potential, Low Elite. 2. Dark Cloud's Pet Egg, Initial Potential, High Elite. 3. Primal Elf's Pet Egg, Initial Potential, High Commander. Upon seeing the details of the last egg, both Qinyi and the Dimensional Cat were astonished. Holy crap! The Dimensional Cat's eyes widened in shock, its entire body frozen. A brilliant smile spread across Qin Ye's face, internally celebrating his wise choice. He quickly selected the Primal Elf's Pet Egg, then eagerly turned his attention to the information about the fruit. The Elemental Transformation fruit appeared before Qinyi, causing his eyebrows to furrow in confusion. Do you know what the effect of Elemental Transformation is? He asked, turning to the Dimension Cat beside him. The Dimension Cat lazily replied, Elemental Transformation? The name itself gives it away. Qinyi understood the literal meaning but was still skeptical. Is it really that simple? Just changing fire attributes to water and water to earth. Don't overthink it. The Dimension Cat yawned. Skills and abilities usually have straightforward names. Didn't you choose a flexible tag? Being able to change your own elements at will is the essence of flexibility, isn't it? Qinyi suddenly realized and nodded with a smile. That makes sense. I was overthinking it. He then clicked on the final stone. Immovable Stone Purple. Learnable skill immovable? Qinyi frowned again. Is this another case of the name describing the effect? I chose flexible. So why is there an immovable stone? The Dimension Cat immediately explained. The immovable stone can be used for forging equipment, or on oneself to learn the immovable skill. Purple quality guarantees a 100 success rate. The effect is to fix one attribute, making it unaffected by other attributes, often used to stabilize equipment properties. Can an attribute really be completely unaffected? Cheney pursued. The Dimension Cat shook its head. The higher the quality of the immovable stone, the stronger the effect. Even with rainbow quality, it's hard to achieve 100 immunity, but it can nullify the effects of materials of lower quality. For materials of equal or higher quality, the influence increases with the quality gap. After finishing, the Dimension Cat licked its lips, appearing a bit thirsty. Cheney nodded thoughtfully and ultimately chose the Primal Elf Pet Egg, the Elemental Transformation Fruit, and the immovable stone. After confirming, the 3 items entered his backpack system. Suddenly, the voice of the tower spirit echoed, "Kid. Not bad at all." Cheney was startled but quickly realized it was the real tower spirit and looked up at the sky. "Want to keep going?" the tower spirit asked. "No, thanks for the rewards." Cheney politely declined. "Done already?" "Out of energy. Not even gonna try?" Hearing the implicit challenge, Cheney knew he couldn't avoid the next level. He nodded. "All right, let's give it a shot." Hee hee. "The next level will begin in 1 minute. Prepare yourself." The tower spirit chuckled. "Got it." Cheney turned to his teammates. "Get ready for battle." Zhuge responded. Luo Duck shouted excitedly, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" Sword Dog remained silent, while the Dimension Cat lazily commented, "Boring little guy." 5 minutes later, Cheney walked out of the Tower of Gods and Demons, exhausted but heading straight to his dorm. Despite his fatigue, he was filled with joy and couldn't wait to sort through his gains. On the way, his phone vibrated. Seeing it was Grandpa Ming Shan calling, Chen Ye's lips curved into a smile. "Grandpa Ming Shan, you really passed the 50th level?" "Yes, Grandpa Ming Shan, I did." "Haha, good good good." The joyous laughter from the other end made Chen Ye's smile even brighter. To protect privacy and safety, the Tower of Gods and Demons didn't have a ranking system. Currently, only the Tower Spirit, Grandpa Ming Shan, and Chen Ye's parents knew he had passed the 50th level. "Rest well today. Come over for dinner tomorrow night," Grandpa Ming Shan said. "Sure, Grandpa Ming Shan." Just as he hung up, his mom called. "Son, who were you talking to?" "Grandpa Ming Shan. Asking about the Tower of Gods and Demons?" "Yeah." Chatting with his mother, Chen Yi continued towards his dorm, his heart brimming with anticipation and joy. Before long, Chen Yi returned to the dormitory. As soon as he stepped inside, he eagerly summoned Zhuge and the others, allowing them to move around freely. He noticed they all seemed visibly tired but didn't comment on it. Instead, he headed straight to the fridge, grabbed a soda, and leisurely sat on the living room sofa. Dimension Cat, carrying a soda bottle, gracefully jumped onto the coffee table and skillfully used her paw to turn on the TV with the remote. "Exhausted," she muttered softly. Roe Duck, holding 2 soda bottles, staggered over and plopped down on the sofa to the left. He considerately handed one of the bottles to Zhuge, who was following behind, even inserting a straw for him. "Thanks." Zhuge rarely expressed gratitude. "No problem," Roe Duck replied lazily, sprawling out on the sofa. Though Zhuge could speak human language, he rarely talked. It wasn't that he didn't like to speak. Rather, the influence of the gossip stone often made him drowsy, and over time, he became less inclined to talk or move around. Sword Dog, holding a bottle of mineral water, sat upright on the sofa to the right. He was always disciplined and only drank plain water unless under special circumstances. Roe Duck glanced at Sword Dog's choice and exclaimed in surprise, "You don't drink soda?" Sword Dog calmly replied, "It's better to drink less soda. It's not good for your health." Roe Duck was rendered speechless. Dimension Cat hesitated for a moment, but then explained, "The elements in the drinks don't affect us at all." Hearing this, Sword Dog looked down at his mineral water, glanced at the soda in the other's hands, and after a brief silence, suddenly stood up and rushed to the fridge. It turned out he had always thought soda actually affected them. Watching Sword Dog's retreating figure, Dimension Cat turned to Chen Yi and asked, "Didn't you tell him that soda doesn't affect us?" "No, I didn't," Chen Yi admitted with a smile. "Not because I didn't want to, but because it never occurred to me." Dimension Cat shook her head in exasperation. Chen Yi continued to explain, "Drinking too much soda can indeed affect ordinary people, but for beings like you who have awakened talents and possess energy, it's completely harmless. The same goes for spirit beasts. Besides, with today's advanced medical skills, even if ordinary people are affected by drinking too much, a treatment at the hospital can easily fix it." At that moment, Sword Dog returned with a soda bottle. Seeing this, Chen Yi shifted the topic. "Let's take a look at our haul this time." He began to meticulously inventory the rewards obtained from passing the 19th floor. Apart from the Kongkong grass from the 35th floor, the black jade fruit from the 40th floor, the ethereal stone from the 45th floor, the primal spirit pet egg from the 50th floor, the elemental conversion fruit, and the immutable stone, there were also 15 extra rewards. These included 3 yellow quality energy balls, 7 blue quality energy balls, 2 green quality spatial attribute treasures, 2 blue quality dark attribute treasures, and 1 blue quality ghost attribute treasure. After organizing the loot, a satisfied smile appeared on Qin Ye's face. This haul far exceeded his expectations, especially the 2 spatial attribute treasures. Although only of green quality, their value was comparable to the blue quality dark attribute treasures. Qin Yi generously distributed the spoils. The ghost attribute treasure went to Roduk, the dark attribute ones to Sword Dog, while the precious spatial attribute treasures were kept by him, intending to exchange them for points the next day. Next, he turned his attention to the 10 energy balls. Catsis, you take 3 blue energy balls first, Qin Yi said to Dimension Cat. Without hesitation, Dimension Cat stepped forward and quickly swallowed the 3 blue energy balls in one gulp. A surge of energy instantly flowed through her body, and she licked her lips contentedly. Meow, delicious. The 3 blue quality energy balls successfully raised Dimension Cat's level to 37, with 60,100 experience points. Though each energy ball reduced her experience by 5 points, totaling a loss of 15 points, Qin Yi felt the loss was worth it. Then, Qin Yi turned to Zhuge and said, "You try eating a blue quality energy fruit." Zhuge nodded in thanks as Roduk placed the energy fruit in front of him, then swallowed it in one go. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted within him, and with the effect of this energy fruit, he finally broke through to level 43. Qin Yi felt the surge of new power within him as his eyes landed on Zhuge's status panel. Level 43, 2,100. Only a 20-point increase? He shook his head in mild frustration, but then accepted it, knowing it made sense. On the coffee table lay 6 energy fruits, 3 of yellow quality and 3 of blue. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yi decided to let Luo Duck try one first. Pirate King, have a yellow one. Luo Duck eagerly took the fruit and swallowed it whole. Qin Yi watched the data change. An increase of 35 points. Not bad. He handed Luo Duck a blue energy fruit next, and Luo Duck's level quickly rose to 44, 8,100. Turning to Sword Dog, Qin Yi had it consume 1 yellow and 1 blue energy fruit, raising its level to 42, 16100. The last 2 energy fruits were given to Cat Sister, bringing her level to 38, 30100. Dimension Cat lay contentedly on the sofa beside Qin Yi, patting her slightly bulging belly and squinting with satisfaction. That was great. If only I could have some more. Keep dreaming, Qin Yi chuckled, shifting his gaze to the remaining items on the coffee table. Let's see what these things can do. He then used his spirit eye on the elemental conversion fruit. The panel displayed. Elemental conversion fruit. Attribute, common. Effect, grants the ability elemental conversion. Elemental conversion allows the conversion of one attribute into another, with corresponding skills also transforming. The conversion continuously consumes energy. Description, a fruit that matures in a multi-attribute environment. Just as expected, Qin Yi murmured to himself, then turned his attention to the immutable stone. Immutable stone. Quality, purple. Attribute, common. Effect 1. Consumption grants the skill immutability. Effect 2. Used in forging, grants items the immutability effect. Immutability allows the designation of one attribute to remain constant in proportion. Description, a unique stone with infinite potential and various qualities. These are some valuable items. Qin Yi carefully stored the treasures away, finally focusing on the primal spirit's pet egg. With his growing strength, his spirit eye had become more powerful, revealing more detailed information on the panel. Primal spirit's pet egg. Attribute, common. Potential, high commander. Hatch time. Inactive activate by infusing energy into the sealed pet egg. Description, a masterpiece formed by the fusion of numerous primal spirits remains by the tower spirit of the divine demon tower, one of its proudest creations. Qin Yi pondered over the information, realizing the immense potential of these items, which also brought more mysteries and challenges. He knew the journey ahead would be more perilous, but also more exciting. The Tower of Gods and Demons can even create spirit beasts? Qin Ye's face was instantly filled with shock. He turned to the Dimension Cat beside him, who was leisurely sipping a soda. What do you mean? Meow, the Dimension Cat tilted her head and asked. Qin Yi quickly explained the contents of the description on the primordial spirit pet egg. The Dimension Cat listened, took another sip of soda, and remained indifferent. Is that all? She said. You humans can create all sorts of hybrid spirit beasts. It's perfectly normal for a Tower of Gods and Demons, a treasure of rainbow quality, to fuse the remains of the same type of spirit beasts to create an initial spirit pet egg of the same type. Seeing that Qin Yi was still in shock, the Dimension Cat continued, calm down, calm down. This is all normal. What's so shocking? Besides, if these eggs weren't created through fusion, would they have just materialized out of thin air? If they could create primordial spirit pet eggs out of nothing, That would be terrifying. Using various materials to fuse a primordial spirit pet egg is not that big of a deal. Qin Ye's shock lessened slightly, and he nodded thoughtfully. When you put it that way, it makes sense. Are those heavenly treasures also fused? The Dimension Cat pondered for a moment and replied, probably. Either fused or condensed. With its capabilities, condensing some low-quality heavenly treasures should be quite easy. Infinite supply? Qin asked instinctively. Of course not. The Dimension Cat shook her head. This tower of gods and demons can probably devour the corpses of various spirit beasts to create different treasures. Of course, you can also offer treasures to the tower in exchange for rewards. Qin nodded slightly and smiled. All right. In summary, the Tower of Gods and Demons is a good tower. Exactly, the Dimension Cat said softly. There is no such thing as a bad treasure of rainbow quality. Qin nodded in agreement, feeling a bit envious of the Void Pavilion's ability to awaken talents and the rewards provided by the Tower of Gods and Demons. He also thought about the 8 trigram slate that the Dimension Cat had snatched from various powerful beings. Although it was a consumable, its ability to enhance oneself was still extraordinary. Suddenly, the Dimension Cat changed the topic and asked, by the way, once you become a super spirit summoner, are you planning to contract the primordial spirit and the little sand fox, or the primordial spirit and the little sand eagle? Qin was taken aback for a moment. He then took out the pet eggs of the little sand fox and the little sand eagle from his summoning space. He briefly explained the rules of storing pet eggs in the summoning space before carefully examining the attributes of both eggs. The little sand fox's egg showed its potential as a low-tier leader, while the little sand eagle's potential was mid-tier elite. Qin was surprised to find that as his strength increased, the effects of his summoning soul eye had also changed, allowing him to see more information now. The Dimension Cat commented on the little sand eagle's potential. That's pretty low. Qin countered. It's not that low. Even Zhuge was only a low-tier extraordinary before consuming the 8 trigram slate. The Dimension Cat remained silent for a moment before asking, so, are you planning to contract the primordial spirit and the little sand fox? We'll see, Qin replied with a smile. They haven't hatched yet. I'll wait until I'm close to becoming a super spirit summoner before hatching them. I'll decide based on their talents then. Plus, when you reach level 40, we need to go to the Eerie Fog Sea on Ghost Soldier Star. We might encounter other high-quality spirit beasts there. The Dimension Cat seemed to be deep in thought and suddenly asked, do you know how long they will take to hatch? Qin was stunned, set down his soda, and said uncertainly, it shouldn't take too long, right? What if it takes a long time? The Dimension Cat pressed. Qin frowned. He hadn't considered that possibility. The Dimension Cat suggested, why don't you hatch them first? If they hatch and you haven't become a super spirit summoner yet, you can ask Grandpa Ming Shan to seal their powers temporarily. Good idea. Qin Ye's eyes lit up. He immediately brought the little sand eagle's pet egg in front of him and began to carefully infuse it with energy. Suddenly, a surge of immense vitality burst from the egg. Qin asked in surprise, is it done already? Yes, it is, the Dimension Cat said. Check the status panel to see if there are any changes. Qin checked and exclaimed, hatching time. 31 days, 2 hours, and 24 minutes. So fast. Just 1 month. The Dimension Cat explained. It seems it has already grown during its long period of sealing. These 31 days are for it to gradually adapt to the world's energy, ensuring a safe birth. Why 31 days and not 51 or 61 days? Qin asked. It probably depends on its own adaptability, the Dimension Cat replied. All right, Cat Sister, you're amazing. I've learned something new again. Qin praised sincerely. Meow, you have a lot more to learn. If you don't understand something, just ask Cat Sister. Cat Sister will tell you, the Dimension Cat said proudly. Got it. Qin nodded heavily, feeling even more respect for the Dimension Cat's knowledge. For the 2 questions he just asked, Qin already had some guesses in his mind, but he knew that guesses were not the same as facts. Therefore, he humbly sought guidance from Sister Cat, hoping to get accurate answers from this experienced mentor. Given Sister Cat's long life, her words must hold some reliability. Even if Sister Cat's answers were not entirely accurate, her previous suggestions were still reasonable and feasible. If Qin had not become a super summoner by the time the eggs hatched, he could seek help from Grandpa Ming Shan to temporarily seal the pet's powers. Once Qin advanced to a super summoner, he could then unseal the pet and complete the contract. After finishing his conversation with Sister Cat, Qin injected energy into the pet eggs of the little sand fox and the primal spirit, resuming their paused incubation times. The screen displayed. Primal Spirit Pet Egg Incubation Time, 11 hours 59 minutes. Little Sand Fox Pet Egg Incubation Time, 49 days 2 hours 12 minutes. Qin was puzzled by the short incubation time of the Primal Spirit and turned to look at Dimension Cat. Meow, Dimension Cat rolled her eyes at him. How would I know? Qin chuckled. Didn't you say to ask if you don't understand? Dimension Cat paused for a moment and replied, It's probably because when the tower spirit fused their remains, it already created a complete primal spirit. The egg form might be to better preserve this primal spirit. That's most likely it. After saying this, she took a couple of sips from a soda can nearby. That makes sense. Cheney agreed while stroking Sister Cat beside him. Looking at the incubation time of the little sand fox, he couldn't help but sigh. No matter whose child it is, in a father's eyes, it's always a treasure. He didn't believe that the little sand fox truly needed 49 days to adapt to the future environment. This was clearly Brother Chinghu reinforcing the seal on his cherished child to ensure its safer arrival. Compared to the 31 days for the little sand eagle, Brother Chinghu probably put 200, if not 300, effort into sealing the little sand fox. Time slowly passed, and soon it was 3 a.m. In the dormitory's underground training room, Qin Yi and his contracted beasts sat around the primal spirit pet egg, each passing the time on their phones. After briefly catching up with Yisisi, Qin Yi looked up and used his summoning soul eye on the egg not far away. Incubation time. 12 minutes 37 seconds. Dimension Cat asked, how much longer? Almost there, 12 minutes left, Qin Yi said with anticipation on his face. So slow Luo Duck sighed, also eager to see what kind of spirit beast would hatch from the egg. As time ticked by, the primal spirit pet egg began to tremble slightly under everyone's gaze. It moved. Luo Duck jumped up excitedly. Calm down. Calm down. Qin Yi took a deep breath, his eyes filled with even more anticipation. Suddenly, a crisp crack sound echoed, and a beam of white light shot out from the shaking egg. More and more white light followed, accompanied by crisp sounds, enveloping the entire egg. It's coming out, Dimension Cat shouted. Yeah, I see it. Qin Yi watched the mysterious and lively, small, pure white round creature not far away. It seemed to be formed from the energy of nature, its large, round eyes filled with a sleepy confusion that made Qin Yi want to reach out and touch it. Something's not right with this primal spirit. Dimension Cat suddenly appeared next to the primal spirit, circling it. Qin Yi asked in confusion, what's wrong with it? The color is off. Dimension Cat explained as she walked. Because of its attributes, the primal spirit should be gray, not white. Qin Yi was stunned and asked, is it a rare color variant? Yes. Dimension Cat nodded. Stopping to look at Qin Yi, check its stats. Qin Yi immediately checked the attributes panel of the primal spirit. Species, primal spirit. Level, 1. Attribute, general. Potential, high commander. Talents, elemental mastery, periodic table, elemental form. Skills, time ball, space ball, dark ball, light ball, fireball. Description. A terrifying spirit beast created by the tower spirit from the remains of numerous evolved primal spirits, possessing limitless potential. Holy crap, what's with these skills? Qin Yi was dumbfounded. Dimension Cat asked, what's wrong? Qin Yi read out the skills list on the primal spirits panel word for word. Time ball, space ball, dark ball, light ball, fireball. After reading it, he looked at Sister Cat and saw that not only she but also Zhuge, Luo Duck, and Sword Dog were all stunned. A level 1 spirit beast having so many skills was indeed shocking. Dimension Cat took a deep breath, looking at the primal spirit, which was curiously observing them, and said, check its attribute distribution. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Just as Qin Yi was about to check, the primal spirit suddenly spoke its first words in this world. Chirp chirp. Chirp. Qin Yi looked at the pure white little creature, his face showing what he thought was a gentle expression. Hello there, little one. As soon as he finished speaking, the primal sprite shot towards Qin Yi like a tiny cannonball, chirping excitedly. Qin Yi was momentarily stunned, then scrambled to catch the little guy as it collided into his arms. He lifted it up gently. What are you up to, Chirp? Qin Yi asked with a smile. The little creature's big round eyes narrowed into crescent moons as it nuzzled Qin Ye's left hand, chirping non-stop. Nearby, the Dimension Cat watched the heartwarming scene and teased. It must think you're its dad now. Qin Yi laughed heartily, placing the little one on his lap and gently stroking its small head. Chirp, be good. The little creature nuzzled Qin Yi again, showing affection. Qin Yi spoke softly, I'll play with you later. For now, go play with Brother Luo and Brother Jian. With that, he handed the primal sprite to Luoya. The little creature stared wide-eyed at Luoya and chirped again. Luoya, looking bewildered, quacked in confusion, clearly not understanding what was happening. Seeing this, Qin Yi smirked and began to closely examine the primal sprite's attribute distribution. The data revealed that it had 14 types of attributes. General attributes made up 90, time 4, space 2, light and dark 1 each, and the remaining 9 attributes were all less than 1. Dimension Cat noticed Qin Ye's expression change from curiosity to surprise and couldn't help but ask, what's the verdict? Qin Yi took a deep breath and explained the attribute distribution in detail. After listening, Dimension Cat gasped, "Wow, that's a lot. So many attributes. 14 types. That's really something." After a moment, Dimension Cat asked, "What are the attributes?" "Besides space and general attributes, the other 12 are the attributes of the beings we've defeated in the Tower of Gods and Demons," Qingyi explained, his gaze shifting to the little one playing with Luoya and Jianquan. "It seems this little guy was created by the Tower God using the remains of those 14 attributes." "Meow, that seems likely," Dimension Cat nodded gently. "Judging by the attribute distribution, that Time Child must have been more powerful than it appeared. It was probably a Time King or even a Time Emperor." Qingyi had recently crammed a lot of knowledge about primal sprites. He learned that their evolution conditions were quite simple. If a certain attribute exceeded 50, the sprite could evolve into the child of that attribute. For instance, if its fire attribute surpassed its general attribute and reached over 50, it would evolve into a fire child. If no attribute reached over 50, it couldn't trigger the evolution power. If the general attribute still exceeded 50 during the evolution trigger, it would evolve into a general child. However, even as a general child, if its fire attribute later exceeded 50, it could evolve into the advanced form of Fire Child Fire King during the next evolution trigger. Dimension Cat looked Qingyi up and down, surprised. "You've really figured this out?" Qingyi rolled his eyes at her and turned to check the little creature's talents. The first talent was Elemental Mastery, which allowed it to control elements, increasing its damage, comprehension, attribute affinity, and adaptability, while reducing the attribute damage it received. The second talent was Periodic Table, which allowed it to integrate countless elements, increasing its power with each additional attribute. These attributes would be permanently retained, though their proportion could be reduced but not eliminated. Qingyi didn't feel much about the first talent, but the second talent left him stunned. It was like a periodic table of chemical elements, but for attributes. Seeing Qingyi silent, Dimension Cat curiously asked, "What do the talents do?" Qingyi snapped out of his thoughts and explained the little one's talents in detail. Dimension Cat fell silent too, then excitedly exclaimed, "Periodic table. Integrating countless elements. Wow. Just thinking about it is thrilling." "Right, Qingyi." Qingyi smiled. "It's interesting for sure. I just wonder how high the talent bonuses are." "It shouldn't be too high." Dimension Cat shook her head. "If it were too high, this talent would be overpowered. But it shouldn't be too low either, or it would be useless." "We'll find out when we test it," Qingyi said. "Testing is straightforward. Just find a place that measures damage values." He explained the testing method. Have the little one release a fireball at a testing machine, record the value, then let it consume an elemental fruit to gain a new attribute, and release the fireball again. They could compare the values to see the effect of an additional attribute. Dimension Cat looked at the little creature, then at Qingyi. "So, what's the plan now?" "Get it to sleep, then take it to Grandpa Mingshan tomorrow," Qingyi said, standing up and approaching the little one. "Chirp." The little creature immediately abandoned Luoya and Jianquan, who had been playing with it all afternoon, and excitedly hopped towards Qingyi. Qingyi scooped up the little guy, stroking its small head gently. "Time for bed, little one." "Chirp." The little creature nuzzled Qingyi, indicating it didn't want to sleep. "Let's go," Qingyi said, holding it as he called out to Zhuge and the others, and headed towards the stairs. Dimension Cat watched Qingyi's back, suddenly remembering something. "Have you prepared its food?" "Already taken care of," Qingyi replied. He was planning to take the little one to the kitchen for a meal. He had checked the attribute distribution and talent effects. Now it was time for food. As for skills, he knew what they were without looking. "Good to hear," Dimension Cat said leisurely, following him. Zhuge, Luoya, and Jianquan exchanged glances and quickly followed. The next evening, the tranquility of the courtyard at Bamboo Grove Villa was disrupted by a pure white figure. Mingshan sat on a stone bench, his eyes curiously following the primordial sprite circling around Qingyi. "This little one is indeed unique," Mingshan remarked softly. "Although there are white primordial sprites, I've never seen one this pure white before." Qingyi gently stroked the sprite's soft fur and turned to Mingshan. "Grandpa Mingshan, can you seal its power so it can't level up for now? I want to contract it after I become a super spirit summoner." Mingshan furrowed his brow, understanding Qingyi's intention. "I can seal its power to prevent it from leveling up." He paused briefly, then shook his head with a smile. "But I wouldn't recommend it." "Why not?" Qingyi asked, puzzled. Mingshan explained. "Doing so would miss its optimal growth period, which isn't good for its development." He looked at Qingyi. "What level is your Luoya now?" "Level 44. Qingyi answered honestly. Mingshan pondered for a moment. "It's 6 levels away from reaching level 50. At your current training speed, it would take about 50 days. Plus, you're about to head to Yubing Star, and the return date is uncertain. Even if its power is sealed, energy will still accumulate in the background. Once unsealed, it will level up rapidly, but it might suffer significant internal injuries." He continued, It's manageable for ordinary super potential spirit beasts, but this little one has high commander potential. The lower the level and the higher the potential, the harder it is to seal without causing harm. Keeping a level 1 spirit beast unchanged for 100 days isn't something a simple seal can achieve. Qingyi was stunned. Then what should I do? Mingshan smiled and took a brown cowboy hat from his summoning space, handing it to Qingyi. Just put this hat on the little one. It will slow down its energy absorption rate. By the time you become a super spirit summoner, it should be around level 15. Qingyi accepted the hat with delight and thanked Mingshan repeatedly. Mingshan further suggested, in the meantime, you can look for various attribute fruits that the little one lacks, like the sound fruit. Although these fruits are only of purple quality, they can 100 grant a new attribute to a spirit beast, making them very valuable. Qingyi excitedly said, they'll go trade some spatial treasures for a sound fruit tomorrow. Mingshan was surprised by Qingyi's luck, but still reminded him, you could actually wait until you become a super spirit summoner before going to Yubing Star. It's still a bit risky now. Qingyi explained his concern. He feared that Pirate King would trigger its evolution at level 50, missing the chance to become a captain-type spirit beast. He believed that as long as he found a ship, Pirate King could evolve into a captain and possibly evolve further. Mingshan understood. Makes sense. It's definitely worth a try. He nodded in agreement, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The captain-type spirit beast is a qualitative leap for the sailor duck species. If Luoya can evolve into a new captain-type spirit beast, that would be ideal. After a brief thought, Mingshan agreed with Qingyi's idea and reminded him, you sold the ship your dad prepared for you too early. Qingyi looked confused, and Mingshan, with a smile, explained, if you can't find a ghost attribute ship before becoming a super spirit summoner, wouldn't you miss the chance to even try? Qingyi suddenly realized his mistake. He was so eager to head to the eerie foggy sea to find a ship that he overlooked the importance of having a backup. Seeing through Qingyi's thoughts, Mingshan chuckled, you're still too young. He took out a small round ball from his spirit summoning space, and inside, a small ship floated on the water. I was just joking earlier. This is the ship your dad prepared for you. I brought it. I didn't sell it. Qingyi was initially stunned but soon overjoyed. Mingshan tossed the small ship to Qingyi and advised, you can't go to the eerie foggy sea without a ship. Keep it safe and use this purple quality extraordinary item when the time comes. It's a pity it's water attribute and not ghost attribute, which would be better for Luoya. He continued, if Luoya triggers the evolution light at level 50 and you still haven't found a ghost ship, have it stand on this one. The evolution light will decide whether to envelop the ship based on the situation. Also, if the ghost ship you find is of a lower quality than yellow, it's better to use this water ship. Qingyi shouted excitedly, I understand. Thank you, Grandpa Mingshan. His emotions had been a roller coaster in just a few minutes. Mingshan shook his head and smiled. Think things through more carefully in the future to avoid losses. Qingyi nodded vigorously. That night, back in his dorm, Qingyi immediately checked the attributes of the cowboy hat and the small ball containing the ship. The cowboy hat could automatically adjust its size and slow down energy absorption. He put on the hat and was amazed by its noticeable effect. The Dimension Cat curiously tried the hat, but it had no effect on her. Qingyi wasn't surprised, as Cat's sister used to be a high-level powerhouse. Next, Qingyi checked the attributes of the ship. The purple quality Blue Sea had strong defense, attack, and repair capabilities. Although it wasn't the ideal ghost attribute, it was sufficient as a backup. The next afternoon, Qingyi went to the treasure pavilion, intending to exchange some space attribute natural treasures for points. Ming Xin was surprised and advised him to go to the auction, but Qingyi found it too troublesome and decided to exchange them directly for points. Ming Xin placed the items Qingyi had exchanged for points onto a white, square-shaped device. In an instant, the device emitted a faint glow, and the items vanished in the light as if they had been transported to an unknown place. Every time he witnessed this, Qingyi couldn't help but marvel at the school's immense capabilities. Such a high-level teleportation array was beyond the reach of ordinary forces. After skillfully completing the operation, Ming Xin turned to Qingyi and said, the points will be credited in 10 minutes. All right, thank you, Sister Ming. Qingyi nodded slightly, then bid farewell to Ming Xin and walked over to a nearby sofa. He took out his phone, opened the Summoning University app, and navigated to the points exchange section to search for attribute fruits. The screen immediately displayed 4 types of fruits: fire fruit, water fruit, earth fruit, and sound fruit. There was only one of each, with the fire, water, and earth fruits priced similarly, while the sound fruit was 1.5 times more expensive than the others. Qingyi carefully reviewed the prices, waiting for his points to be credited. As soon as they were, he didn't hesitate to exchange them for the sound fruit. After completing the exchange, he looked at his remaining points, which were now less than 1,000, and smiled with satisfaction. Not bad, this should last me for a while. Shortly after the exchange, a broadcast announced Qingyi's number. Number 133, please proceed to Collection Room 7 to retrieve your items. The announcement repeated 3 times before stopping. Cheney immediately got up and quickly walked to Collection Room 7. He scanned his student card at the door, and the heavy metal door slowly opened. As he entered the room, he saw a man waving at him. Cheney paused for a moment, then smiled and called out, "Uncle Ching, long time no see." "It has been a few days," Ching Etienne replied, pointing to a black box on the table. "Here's your sound fruit." "Thank you, Uncle Ching." Cheney sat across from Ching Etienne and opened the black box. Seeing the fruit inside, he couldn't help but smile brightly. He cautiously used his summoning spirit eye to confirm that it was indeed the genuine sound fruit before carefully placing it into a preservation box and storing it in his summoning space. Seeing that Cheney had safely stored the fruit, Ching Etienne struck up a casual conversation with him. After a few exchanges, Cheney asked, "Uncle Ching, do you know where to find more attribute fruits?" "Why do you need attribute fruits?" Ching Etienne asked curiously, pulling out his phone to start searching. Cheney answered honestly, "I have a little guy who needs different attribute fruits." He figured that with 14 different attributes, the little guy was like having 14 trump cards, so revealing a few wouldn't hurt. Ching Etienne understood immediately and quickly searched for information on attribute fruits. Moments later, he looked at his phone and said to Cheney, "Right now, you can only go for the poison fruit in the green mist swamp on Poison Mist Star, the lava fruit in the largest volcano in the lava mountains on Group Fire Star, and in a few days, there will be a mechanical fruit for sale in Energy City on Mechanical Star. The poison fruit and lava fruit will mature in the next few days, so you can consider those. The mechanical fruit, though, is very expensive." Cheney immediately expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Ching." Ching Etienne shook his head with a smile. "These are the only attribute fruits you can get right now. I'll keep an eye out for any others and let you know if I find any." "All right, thank you so much, Uncle Ching," Cheney said gratefully. He had initially planned to spend points to buy information on the attribute fruits, but Uncle Ching had given it to him directly, which was an unexpected bonus. Ching Etienne smiled. "For information-related matters, feel free to come to me. I know quite a lot." Cheney nodded earnestly, silently appreciating Uncle Ching's kindness. Not long after leaving the treasure pavilion, Cheney received a file from Uncle Ching. He looked at the detailed information about the poison fruit and lava fruit in the file, thanked Uncle Ching again, and quickly returned to his dorm to study the information. "Where are you planning to go?" Dimension Cat suddenly appeared on Cheney's shoulder, curiously looking at the tablet in his hand. "Green Mist Swamp on Poison Mist Star," Cheney replied, focusing on the tablet. The poison attribute is more practical than the lava attribute. Although he wanted both, the close maturation times meant he could only choose one. Of course, if luck was on his side, he might have a chance to get both attribute fruits. However, when Cheney saw the ticket prices listed in the information, he couldn't help but gasp, "Wow, they sure are expensive." The Green Mist Swamp costs $1 million, and the Lava Mountains are $2 million. If you want to visit both, that's $3 million. The dimensional cat lazily stretched its body and continued explaining. Its tail gently swayed, as if emphasizing the weight of that number. Of course, the $3 million here is in spirit coins after exchanging star coins. The dimensional cat squinted its eyes, revealing a sly smile. Star coins are the universal currency of the phantom spirit realm, accepted everywhere. However, the exchange rate between star coins and spirit coins is 1 to 2, meaning you need 2 spirit coins to get 1 star coin. It extended a paw and made a calculating gesture. Those without strength can only obediently pay up. But if you're strong, well, let's see who dares to charge you an entrance fee. There was a hint of disdain in the dimensional cat's tone, but it quickly turned into admiration. However, the person who came up with this ticketing idea is a genius. This move has made various planets earn a fortune. The dimensional cat rolled over and continued. For example, a poison fruit originally sold for 10 million, but with this ticket system, it can easily sell for 30 or 40 million. After all, there are quite a few people willing to spend $1 million for a chance. It paused for a moment and added, "Of course, the money isn't pocketed by one party alone. Take the Toxic Mist Federation, which controls the Green Mist Swamp. Although they are the masters of the swamp, their strength is average, so they have to share the ticket revenue with the Ling Star Human Clan, the Feng Yuan Star Human Clan, and the forces of Wind Whisper Star. However, according to the rules of the Phantom Spirit Realm, they get at least 50 of the revenue. So, for every ticket sold, they make at least 250,000 star coins." The dimensional cat stretched lazily and continued. "With money collected, rules must be set. For instance, the Green Mist Swamp stipulates that spirit beasts above level 50 are not allowed in, and neither are spirit summoners with strength above level 50. Want to enter? You'll have to be sealed to below level 50. Cheney nodded lightly, deep in thought. "Indeed, the tickets are expensive," he said, "but it's precisely because of these tickets that I have a chance to compete for the purple grade celestial treasures. Without this barrier, I probably wouldn't even have the qualification to compete." After all, there are plenty of high-level spirit summoners eyeing those purple-grade celestial treasures. On the afternoon of October 12th, at Night Sea Airport, Cheney stood in the waiting hall, his eyes occasionally glancing at a man not far away. The man, in turn, kept looking over with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. A slight smile curved Cheney's lips as he briskly walked over and shouted, "Dad, you finally decided to come back." Chen Ming's face instantly lit up with a joyful smile, though he feigned reproach. "I've been busy strengthening my skills." Cheney grinned and followed closely beside his father as they headed to the parking lot. On the way, Cheney explained the purpose of his visit. He wasn't heading straight to the Green Mist Swamp on Poison Mist Star, but had come home to catch up with his parents and ask them to look after a newly born primal spirit and 2 eggs. As professional spirit nurturers, this task would be a piece of cake for Chen Ming and his wife. "So, why did you come back?" Chen Ming asked while driving. "Because I missed you guys." Cheney replied with a smile. "Really? Of course. All right, but don't bother us with your problems." "Well, I might have a small favor to ask." "What is it?" "I'm heading to Poison Mist Star soon and need you to take care of a primal spirit and 2 eggs for me." "That's all?" "That's all." Chen Ming asked calmly. "When are you planning to go?" "I'll stay home for a couple of days first," Cheney answered, admitting that although the main reason was to entrust the little ones, he genuinely missed his parents too. "All right," Chen Ming said, with a slight smile, as he gradually increased the speed of the car. Before long, they arrived at the Chenbai Beast Nurturing Store. As soon as Cheney got out of the car, he saw his mother waiting at the door and immediately shouted, "Mom, I'm back." Baya responded with a smile. "You still remember to come home?" Cheney exclaimed, "Mom, you and Dad really are a pair. The first thing you both say to me is almost the same." Baya rolled her eyes at him. "Come in and have dinner." "Coming." Cheney followed his mother upstairs with a big smile. After dinner, Cheney lay comfortably on the sofa. Baya was stroking a dimension cat on her lap with one hand and playing with a little creature floating in front of her, wearing a brown cowboy hat, with the other. Cheney had summoned Juga and the other spirits by now. Baya showed great interest in the little creature. "This little one is quite fascinating. Isn't it, Mom?" "I'll leave it in your care for now," Cheney said with a smile. "All right, you can leave now." Baya nodded gently. Cheney fell silent for a moment before quietly saying, "Mom, I'm not leaving today. I'll leave the day after tomorrow." Baya looked at her son in surprise. "You're leaving the day after tomorrow?" "Yes." Cheney nodded quickly. After confirming Cheney wasn't lying, Baya turned to Chen Ming, who was playing on his phone. "Book a private room. We're eating out tonight." "Which place?" Chen Ming asked. "Fire Pig Barbecue Restaurant," Baya replied. "Got it," Chen Ming responded. Cheney stayed silent. 2 days later, on October 14th, Cheney entrusted the little creature and the 2 eggs to his parents and flew to Wuyuan City, a place known for its 5-dimensional rifts, where danger and prosperity coexisted. After landing, Cheney headed straight to the dimensional rift area that led to Poison Mist Star. On the way, someone tried to sell him a gas mask, but he declined politely. "No thanks, I have one." He took out a green quality gas mask from his spirit space, prepared for the higher concentration of toxins in the Green Mist Swamp. After paying the entrance fee, Cheney stepped into the dimensional rift. When he opened his eyes, he found himself at the human settlement on Poison Mist Star, surrounded by green toxic mist. The Dimension Cat remarked, "You'll get used to it." Cheney nodded and walked towards the checkpoint. After passing the inspection, familiar vendor calls filled the air. Cheney couldn't help but notice the similarities between different settlements as he browsed the stalls and shops around. Unfortunately, most of the items were toxic-related and of no use to him. Eventually, he rented a room at an inn. Removing his gas mask, he took a deep breath, savoring the fresh air purified by high-tech means. The Dimension Cat jumped onto the coffee table and asked, "What's your plan for getting to the Green Mist Swamp?" "Joining a group tour." Cheney shrugged. "Though it will cost some money." He opted for an official team, reasonably priced and reliable. The Dimension Cat sighed. "You humans sure know how to make money." Cheney curiously asked, "Didn't you join group tours when your power was low?" The Dimension Cat replied indifferently, "My dimension doesn't allow spending money on tours." Cheney was momentarily speechless, falling into silence. In the official ticket office of the human settlement, the staff member looked up at Cheney, who had approached the window, and politely asked, "How can I help you?" Sitting on the stool in front of the window, Cheney replied succinctly, "1 ticket to Green Mist City, please." The staff member quickly quoted the price. "A ticket to Green Mist City costs 100,000 spirit coins." He added, "Lately, most people are heading there. So I know the price by heart." "Yes, I know." Cheney nodded. "All right, may I see your ID, please?" The staff member extended his hand. Cheney pulled his ID out of his pocket and handed it over. The staff member took it, performed some quick operations, and then pointed to a nearby machine. "Please show your payment code." As Cheney opened the payment code on his phone, he curiously asked, "Is there a signal here?" The staff member smiled and explained, "Yes, the Toxic Mist Federation has a good relationship with us, so we can use their signal." No wonder. Cheney nodded slightly, gaining new insight from the information. After completing the payment, the staff member handed back Cheney's ID and a brand new ticket. "Here are your ID and ticket." "Thank you." Cheney took the items and carefully put them away. The staff member added, "The convoy to Green Mist City departs at 10 a.m. tomorrow. The boarding point is next door, so please arrive early." "All right, thank you." Cheney noted the time and left the ticket office. Just as he stepped outside, he heard the lazy voice of Dimension Cat. "What are you planning to do now?" Cheney glanced at the time on his phone and replied, "Going out for a walk?" He decided to leave the settlement and explore outside, hoping to find high-quality, talented spirit beasts since his funds were running low and he needed to restock. Half an hour later, Cheney stood in front of a forest outside the settlement and silently summoned Luo Duck. "Quack quack." Luo Duck curiously looked around but soon wrinkled his nose in disgust. "It stinks here." Cheney chuckled. "You'll get used to it. Come on, let's see what spirit beasts we can find in here." Luo Duck waved his hand in front of his nose to dispel the unpleasant smell and reluctantly followed, holding his water shadow. Cheney followed, comforting him. "Get used to it first. If it's too much, I'll buy you a gas mask later. It should help." "Quack. You're the best, Cheney." Luo Duck perked up a bit. Just then, Dimension Cat's lazy voice chimed in. "Can't handle a little smell and still call yourself a pirate king?" Luo Duck immediately retorted. "Who says I can't handle it?" "I can handle it." Dimension Cat teased. "If you can handle it, why do you need a gas mask?" "Who says I'm wearing one?" "I'm not." Luo Duck quickly looked at Cheney. "I don't need it. The air here smells great." He exaggeratedly took a few deep breaths. Cheney sighed at the scene and said to Dimension Cat, "Stop teasing him." Then he turned to Luo Duck. "Why do you get so defensive when someone mentions the Pirate King?" Luo Duck defended himself. "Catsis said." Cheney interrupted. "Does it matter what Catsis says? A Pirate King wouldn't be someone else's puppet. Do you want to be someone else's puppet?" "No, I don't." Luo Duck shouted. "Exactly." Cheney encouraged. "If you want to be a Pirate King, don't let others define you. Have your own thoughts." "Got it." Luo Duck nodded vigorously, seemingly understanding something. Watching the silent Luo Duck, Cheney didn't say more. He took off his mask, took a deep breath and commented, "It is a bit smelly." Although as a high-level spirit summoner, this level of poison wouldn't affect him much, maybe just an upset stomach. After experiencing the air of toxic mist star, he put the gas mask back on and asked, "Do you still want a gas mask?" "Yes." Luo Duck nodded without hesitation. Cheney then asked Dimension Cat, "Do you need one?" "I don't." Dimension Cat glanced at Luo Duck and teased, "Little ducky, you're still too young." "Humph." Luo Duck retorted. "An old cat who doesn't even know how old she is. I'll surpass you one day." "Meow. Who are you calling an old cat?" Dimension Cat bristled instantly. "Quack." Luo Duck proudly replied, "You criticize me, but you're the same. If I'm young, we're all young." Dimension Cat suddenly appeared behind Luo Duck and kicked him. "Get lost?" Luo Duck staggered but quickly regained his balance. "You started it." "Meow. I'll beat you, ugly duckling." Dimension Cat appeared to his left. Cheney sighed at the bickering cat and duck, then silently summoned Sword Dog. Sword Dog looked at the fighting Luo Duck and Cat Sis with curiosity, then turned to Cheney. "Ignore them. Let's go," Cheney said. Sword Dog nodded, took a few more curious glances at the scene, and then led the way forward with Cheney. Not long after, Dimension Cat appeared on Cheney's shoulder. "Done fighting?" Cheney asked. "Meow, all done." Dimension Cat rubbed her sore shoulder. "Who won?" Cheney asked curiously. "Of course I won." Dimension Cat scoffed. "That ugly duckling is far from beating me." "Quack quack. Stop running if you have the guts." Luo Duck, covered in leaves and twigs, chased after them. Dimension Cat looked at him with a disdainful expression. "I'm a space attribute spirit beast. Why shouldn't I run?" "Quack." Luo Duck shouted, but had no comeback. Cheney shook his head at the scene. "All right, let's go. Time to make some money." The next day, in the official convoy waiting area, Cheney glanced around and silently counted the people in the room. Including himself, there were 17 people in total. 100,000 per person, 17 people, that's 1.7 million. The officials are quite considerate, Cheney thought to himself, finding an empty corner to sit down and patiently wait for the departure time. A master-level expert has arrived. The voice of Dimensional Cat echoed in Cheney's mind. Cheney looked up towards the entrance and saw a man in black casual attire stride in. The man walked up to the podium, his sharp gaze scanning the crowd below. In a deep voice he said, "Good, everyone is here." Hearing this, Cheney curiously glanced around and counted. 22 people. He thought to himself, 2.2 million per trip, that's quite a profit. The man on the podium continued, good morning, everyone. I'm your leader for this trip, Wan Linhao. He paused briefly before outlining some important points for the journey. Stay quiet while traveling, avoid any extreme behavior. If danger arises, don't act rashly and wait for him to handle it. If he can't resolve it, then it's just bad luck. After giving his instructions, Wan Linhao led everyone to a large open space behind the building. He took out a summoning orb and threw it into the sky. Instantly, a massive figure appeared before the group. Qingyi watched the mighty, towering dark gray giant eagle, immediately activating his summoning soul eye. Information appeared. Species, sky-piercing giant eagle, level, 52. Attribute, normal, potential, high-level lord. So this is the car, Qingyi thought, surprised. He had assumed the convoy would use contract beasts as transportation, but he hadn't expected a sky-piercing giant eagle with high-level lord potential. The sky-piercing giant eagle glanced at the group and said to Wan Linhao, 22 people, that's fewer than expected. Wan Linhao took out a storage orb similar to the blue sea orb and said, the poison fruit is almost ripe. Those who wanted to go have already left. Get ready to take them. Hold on tight, little ones, the sky-piercing giant eagle said as it lay down, losing none of its majestic presence. Wan Linhao threw the storage orb at the eagle, and with a bang, rows of seats appeared on the eagle's back, securely fastened. Get on and remember to buckle up, Wan Linhao shouted. The group quickly climbed onto the eagle, finding their seats. Qingyi sat in the third-to-last row on the far left, with Dimensional Cat lazily lying on the adjacent seat. Qingyi silently calculated, the sky-piercing giant eagle has 10 rows of seats. Each row can hold 10 people, so it can carry 100 people at once. Full capacity would mean 1 million per trip. No wonder it thinks the crowd is small. After confirming everyone was seated, Wan Linhao patted the eagle and shouted, let's go. Here we go. The sky-piercing giant eagle let out a long cry, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. As the cold wind howled, Qingyi was thankful, good thing I'm wearing a gas mask, or I'd be eating poison. Dimensional Cat pointed to a man in the front row, that guy isn't wearing a mask. Sensing the man's aura, Qingyi commented, a brave soul. Before long, the man's face turned pale, and he raised his hand. Wan Linhao asked calmly, stomach upset? The man nodded vigorously, his face flushed. Wan Linhao handed him a pill, swallow this, and you won't need to go for a day, but it might be uncomfortable tomorrow. The man quickly swallowed the pill and thanked him. Thank you. No need to thank me, it's 1,000 per pill. Cash or scan? Wan Linhao smiled. The man looked stunned for a moment before saying, scan? Pay when we arrive, Wan Linhao said, sitting down. Finding it boring, Dimensional Cat stretched out, and Qingyi also lost interest, starting to enjoy the scenery of the poison mist star below. A few hours later, Wan Linhao reminded everyone, wake up, we're 10 minutes away from Green Mist City. Get ready to disembark. Dimensional Cat stretched lazily, we're almost there, me. Qingyi put down his phone and looked up, not seeing any human structures, then resumed playing on his phone. He couldn't help but marvel, this eagle is really fast. Dimensional Cat asked, are you planning to get one? Maybe, Qingyi admitted, feeling a bit tempted. Dimensional Cat suggested, that one-eyed wolf isn't bad. If its strength improves, it could be even faster than this eagle. Qingyi sighed, I'd like to, but I don't have the resources. Taking care of a turtle, a duck, a dog, and a cat is already draining me. How could I manage another non-contract beast? Why not give the one-eyed wolf to your mom? Dimensional Cat asked. Qingyi replied awkwardly, would you believe me if I said I forgot? I'd believe it. Dimensional Cat nodded. Once we leave here, I'll write to my mom and have them take care of it. Qingyi decided firmly. Selling it was out of the question. After all, it was his first mount, and he had some attachment to it. So, he would entrust it to his parents. Wan Linhao pointed towards the distant buildings shrouded in green mist, his voice carrying a hint of warning. That's Green Mist City ahead. We'll be landing outside the city. If you want to enter, each person needs to pay 10,000 star coins for a 1-month pass. You can renew it after a month for just 5,000 star coins. He paused before adding, anyone who doesn't renew will be escorted out by the guards. So if you plan to stay long-term, don't forget to renew on time. Qingyi, hearing this, turned to Dimension Cat and whispered, the outside world is so harsh. You can't even enter a city without money. Dimension Cat responded calmly, it's the same everywhere. When outsiders enter your cities, don't they have to pay as well? I get it, but it still feels unfair. Qingyi muttered under his breath. At that moment, Wan Linhao's voice rang out again, this time more sternly. Remember, Green Mist City, like our summoning Spirit Federation cities, strictly prohibits any fighting. Don't think that just because this is foreign territory you can kill at will. If you want to fight, go to the Green Mist Swamp or outside the city. As long as you're strong enough and not afraid of death, fight all you want. Otherwise, treat this place like a human city. He paused briefly before adding, of course, if someone tries to kill you, that's a different matter. If you can't win, you can flee to our Summoning Spirit Federation area for help. As long as you have evidence that the other party attacked you within the city. Well, he chuckled lightly, the Poison Mist Federation is no match for us. Wan Linhao continued, if our people die outside the city, the Summoning Spirit Federation won't interfere. If we meddled in everything, even the weaker Poison Mist Federation wouldn't be easy to deal with. They may be weak, but they do have a few top-tier fighters, which is why cooperation is the best choice. He stressed, both federations only manage affairs within the city. Outside, it's every person for themselves. The city here refers to designated safe zones by both sides. Beyond that, it's all about survival. The Green Mist Swamp, though controlled by the Poison Mist Federation, is not within the safe zone, so you can fight freely there. Of course, that's assuming you're not afraid of death, or the powerful individuals who might be backing those who die. 10 minutes later, the giant eagle landed outside Green Mist City. Wan Linhao looked around and said to everyone, we've arrived at Green Mist City. You can disembark now. If it's your first time, and you don't know how to get to Green Mist Swamp, follow me. Qingyi slowed his pace upon hearing this. He jumped off the giant eagle, curiously observing the unfamiliar surroundings. Wan Linhao quickly retracted the seats and the eagle, then turned to the few who hadn't left yet. Those heading to Green Mist Swamp, follow me. Qingyi silently followed. Not long after, he saw the city guards several serpent men armed with various weapons. The sight matched his expectations of poison. Wan Linhao pointed to the registration area on the left. Register over there. They'll wait for you on the other side. With that, he walked towards the right, seemingly spotting an acquaintance. Qingyi followed the group to the registration area. A serpent man sitting on a stool looked up and asked, name? Can I not say? Qingyi tentatively asked. The serpent man flicked his tongue. What do you think? Qingyi laughed. If I give a fake name, you wouldn't know, right? That's not my concern. Just give a name, the serpent man said flatly. Qingyi nodded slightly. Wan Xiang. The serpent man entered the information and pointed to a peculiar-looking camera. Look here. Qingyi cooperated, looking into the camera. The serpent man took a photo of Qingyi, who was wearing a gas mask, and then asked, how many months do you need the pass for? 1 month is 10,000 star coins. A permanent pass is 100,000 star coins. Only 100,000 for a permanent pass. Qingyi exclaimed in surprise. Dimension Cat's voice echoed in Qingyi's mind. Aren't you more surprised they even offer a permanent pass? Ignoring this, Qingyi continued to stare at the serpent man, waiting for a response. The serpent man smiled. Yes, do you want one? With this pass, you can buy property here, which is permanent. No, just 1 month. Qingyi quickly shook his head and took out 10,1,000 star coins from his summoning space, placing them on the table. The serpent man collected the coins and tried to persuade him again. Really not considering it? It's a great deal. No, I might only come here once in my life. Qingyi shook his head again. What a pity, the serpent man said regretfully. The snake man sighed softly, took an ID from the machine beside him, and handed it to Qingyi. This is your temporary passport, valid for 1 month, he explained. You can renew it within a week after it expires for 5,000 star coins. If you miss the 1-week window, the fee doubles to 10,000 star coins. Qingyi accepted the passport, thanked him, and got up to leave, making way for the next person. He headed straight in the direction of Wan Linhao. On the way, Qingyi sent a mental message to Sister Cat. A permanent passport can actually be bought, and it only costs 100,000 star coins. This really proves what you said about a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Dimensional Cat lazily responded. Opportunities to come here are already rare. Naturally, they want to seize every chance to make money. It's called, get what you can, sell what you can. Upon hearing this, Qingyi couldn't help but agree with Sister Cat's logic. Seeing that everyone had gathered not far away, Wan Linhao whispered a few words to the man beside him and walked towards Qingyi and the others. Let's go, we're heading into the city. The group followed Wan Linhao into the city. As soon as they entered, Wan Linhao explained, Green Mist City isn't very large. We'll walk to our destination. Stay close to me. It will take about 10 minutes to reach one of the entrances to the Green Mist Swamp. With that, he quickened his pace, and the group hurried to keep up. In reality, it only took them 8 minutes to reach their destination. Wan Linhao looked at the 5 panting people and the 3 others who remained composed, and he nodded in approval. Not bad. Your capabilities are indeed up to par. He continued. To enter the Green Mist Swamp now, you just need to buy a ticket at the ticket booth. If you don't want to go in right away, you can explore the area. There are a few unique shops here, like the official merchandise store on the left and the largest fashion brand on Poison Mist Star, Swamp Gas. Wan Linhao recommended a few interesting shops to Qingyi before turning to leave. Following the suggestions, Qingyi visited each shop in turn, carefully selecting some specialties for his parents, Grandpa Mingshan, and ECC. After finishing his shopping, He went to the ticket office and spent 500,000 star coins to buy a pass to enter the Green Mist Swamp. Looking at the dark green rectangular pass in his hand, Cheney couldn't help but smile. That's quite considerate, he thought. Surprisingly, the pass wasn't a one-time use. It was valid for 10 days, which was beyond his expectations. After a quick calculation, he realized that it cost only 50,000 star coins per day, which wasn't too expensive. Of course, the 10 days were counted consecutively from the day of purchase, not the actual days of use. Nevertheless, this pricing method was much more reasonable than a one-time use pass. Ready to go? The dimensional cat asked. Cheney shook his head. It's too late. We'll go tomorrow. After flying for several hours on the Sky Eagle, night had fallen. Although the entire green poison star had a greenish tint, the difference between night and day was still noticeable: dark green at night and grayish green during the day. Soon after, Cheney found a decent hotel and checked in. The next morning, around 9 a.m., he and Cat's sister arrived at the entrance of the Green Mist Swamp. He swiped the pass on the nearby machine and smoothly entered the swamp area. What a basic setup, Cheney muttered under his breath. The equipment was almost identical to what he had seen at zoos or major tourist attractions in his childhood, making him suspect that it was provided and installed by humans. The dimensional cat chuckled. Who cares if it's basic? As long as it works, right? True, as long as it works, Cheney replied with a smile. After taking a few steps forward, a summoning light appeared beside him. Quack! Luo Duck held his water shadow weapon, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Let's go get our stuff, Cheney said, patting Luo Duck on the shoulder. Coming, Quack! Luo Duck gripped his water shadow tightly and took a few steps ahead to clear the path for Cheney. Half an hour later, Cheney stepped on the swampy ground and exclaimed, "This is pure swamp, not a trace of poison. Disgusting." The dimensional cat floated in the air, wrinkling her nose. The toxicity here is more than double that outside. This gas mask was definitely worth it. Cheney continued forward with a smile. With the green quality gas mask, he didn't need to expend energy to resist the toxic gas. Luo Duck also wore a white quality gas mask, which wasn't necessary for him but at least filtered out the foul smell. Whether it was his current water attribute or a potential ghost attribute in the future, this level of toxicity posed no threat to Luo Duck. As for Cat's sister, this degree of poison couldn't affect her at all. 2 days later, deep within the Green Mist Swamp, faint light flickered on a dark green tree, and 3 green fruits grew from different branches. These were the legendary attribute tree and its 3 poison fruits. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room in Green Mist City, the city's mayor, Shiwu, regrettably exclaimed, "We sold the tickets too cheap." A bird woman with green wings, Qing Yin, softly reminded him, "The poison fruits aren't fully mature yet. We can still raise the price." "You're right. Raise the price." Shiwu immediately ordered his subordinate, "Quick, make a call. Raise the ticket price to 1 million star coins." He felt that doubling the price from 500,000 to 1 million was reasonable, especially with 3 poison fruits now. The subordinate quickly took out his phone and contacted the ticket office. "Are you confident this time?" Phil asked the woman sitting next to him. "I'm not sure," Lu Annan replied, her gaze fixed on the giant beast lying under the tree. It was a poison fire dragon lizard, a level 50 subdragon spirit beast, and the self-proclaimed guardian of the attribute tree. It had defeated numerous contenders, waiting for the poison fruits to mature so it could devour them first. Phil followed Lu Annan's gaze. "Do you want that subdragon? It's worth more than the poison fruits." Lu Annan didn't deny it, but shook her head. "I don't need it. If she did, she would have contracted it long ago." Unfortunately, she didn't need this subdragon. So she didn't want to break the rule that no level 50 or above fighters were allowed to enter the Green Mist Swamp during the poison fruit's maturation. "That's a pity," Phil said. "We'll have to rely on their strength." Lu Annan nodded slightly in agreement. At this moment, around the attribute tree in the Green Mist Swamp, the strong were ready to strike. Cheney stood in an inconspicuous spot, slightly stunned by the sight of the 3 poison fruits on the tree. Meow. 3 fruits. The dimensional cat was also surprised. Though it wasn't unheard of for a tree to bear 3 or even 5 fruits, such a rare sight was a first for her. "It's up to you," Cheney said to Cat's sister. Given the rules and her current strength, these poison fruits were practically within reach. The dimensional cat held up 3 fingers, indicating 3. Cheney hesitated for a moment before saying, "Take as many as you can." He initially thought 1 would suffice, but then he realized he was being too kind. Since they didn't know each other, taking just 1 wouldn't bring him any benefits, so he decisively left the decision to Cat's sister. As for Cheney, he turned his attention to the poison fire dragon lizard lying under the tree. Cheney carefully examined the stats of the poisonous fire dragon lizard. Species, level, attributes, poison potential, king status. A level 50 king class drake. This was no small fortune. A glint of greed flashed in his eyes as he began calculating how much this dragon lizard could fetch. 3 poison fruits and a king class drake. That covers our resources for the next few months, Qingyi muttered to himself, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Dimension Cat patted Qingyi on the shoulder, encouraging him. We have the strength to take it all, so let's take it all. Yeah, you're right. Qingyi nodded vigorously, realizing how foolish it had been to only consider taking one poison fruit. With Cat Sister's strength, taking all 3 poison fruits was not out of the question. Qingyi quickly devised a plan. Cat Sister would handle the poison fruits while he led Zhuge, Luoya, and Jianquan to seize the poisonous fire dragon lizard. Although their highest level was only 44, their strength was undeniable. They had even cleared the 50th floor of the Divine Demon Tower. Just as Qingyi and Cat Sister were discussing, a shout interrupted them. It's a poisonous fire dragon lizard. Qingyi turned to see a man wielding a giant axe, riding a black tiger, approaching slowly. Dimension Cat commented nonchalantly, looks like the battle for the poisonous fire dragon lizard is about to begin. Sure enough, the man named Xiong Wei asked everyone about their intentions. As he declared his intent to take down the drake, the poisonous fire dragon lizard suddenly opened its eyes, a fierce light flashing in them as it lunged at Xiong Wei. Haha, bring it on. Xiong Wei showed no fear, raising his massive axe to meet the attack. Beside him were a black snake and a gorilla, both formidable in their own right. Qingyi observed the battle, impressed by Xiong Wei's strength. Dimension Cat explained. He's been in the super summoner rank for a few months now. As the battle grew more intense, the onlookers couldn't hold back any longer, summoning their contract beasts to join the fray. Qingyi watched the chaotic melee in astonishment, wondering if these people were too reckless. Weren't they afraid of the Green Poison Star and Wind Whisper Star factions coming to steal their prize? Dimension Cat pointed out a few other strong individuals who were still watching, including themselves. Then, in a soft voice, Dimension Cat said, Meow, I'll go ahead. With that, she vanished from Qingyi's shoulder, preparing to observe the battle up close and find an opportunity to strike. Stay safe, Qingyi cautioned, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, ready to join the impending all-out brawl at any moment. Qingyi sent a quick message to Sister Mao, then calmly stood his ground, scanning the surroundings as he strategized how to capture the venomous fire dragon lizard. He didn't necessarily need to use his own summoning orb. As long as he could get his hands on it, that was enough. He secretly hoped Sister Mao could quietly seize the orb containing the venomous fire dragon lizard, so he wouldn't have to act himself. However, Qingyi didn't pin all his hopes on Sister Mao. He knew her primary mission was to obtain the poison fruit. In his mind, the poison fruit was far more important than the venomous fire dragon lizard. If Sister Mao couldn't successfully steal the summoning orb, Qingyi was determined not to let her take any risks and would step in himself. Just then, a giant hornet, almost a meter tall, quietly landed on a nearby branch. Its sizable body stood out conspicuously, and its compound eyes reflected the intense battle scene not far away. Watching the impressive display of strength from the human warriors, the hornet couldn't help but sigh. No wonder they warned us to avoid provoking human warriors if possible. With this number and battle prowess, it's clear why the strong on our planet follow their rules. At that moment, the hornet had an epiphany. It finally understood the terrifying power of human warriors. It wasn't just the hornet. Its companions and other species from Wind Whisper Planet also showed expressions of shock. They were witnessing, for the first time, the collective combat capabilities of human warriors, a sight far beyond their expectations. However, for true warriors, shock comes and goes quickly. Soon, the various strong figures regained their composure and even started to get ready for action. The giant python coiled around the poison mist tree began to show signs of excitement, its scales glistening dangerously under the sunlight. Hidden in the swamp, an unknown creature's eyes glowed red, as if it was secretly watching its prey. The Wind King, holding an elemental bow, hovered in the air with a calm expression, eyes sharp as ever. These strong figures, although impressed by the human strength, firmly believed that as long as they possessed the power to fight 3 or 4 opponents at once, and the ability to crush everything in their path, the number of enemies wouldn't matter. In their view, if sheer numbers could guarantee victory, they wouldn't be standing here today, and their planet wouldn't hold any influence. In reality, their planet, though not highly ranked in the universe, did hold some degree of influence. This seemingly insignificant power was something their top warriors had earned through their formidable combat abilities. In their eyes, having power and lacking it made all the difference in the world. Roar! The poison fire dragon lizard bellowed in fury, its entire body seething with bloodlust. With a single swipe, it sent the attacking long cat flying and wasted no time in charging towards the direction with the fewest contract beasts. Attacks rained down on it from all sides, but eventually, the massive creature began to falter, forced to face reality. Throw the summoning orbs, someone shouted. Instantly, countless summoning orbs flew towards the poison fire dragon lizard from all directions. Roar! I'm not dead yet. The poison fire dragon lizard roared in rage, spewing a scorching dragon flame towards the incoming orbs. Bang, bang, bang. The orbs exploded into charred remnants under the intense heat. Qin shook his head in disbelief as he watched the scene unfold. What is this? The poison fire dragon lizard clearly still has plenty of fight left. Throwing summoning orbs now is just a waste of money. So many rich people here, he muttered, as a summoning light appeared before him. Noticing the poison fire dragon lizard charging in his direction, Qin Ye's voice echoed in the minds of Luo Ye and the Swordhound. Swordhound, release the fourth style. Pirate King, unleash the Nether Slash. Hit it hard. In an instant, immense energy burst forth from the Swordhound, transforming the crescent moon behind it into a silver moon. The Swordhound swung a silver-colored blade beam directly at the poison fire dragon lizard. Simultaneously, Luo Ye, wielding Water Shadow, split into two and stood on either side of Qin, launching two nether slashes towards the target. The poison fire dragon lizard hesitated for a moment at the sudden onslaught, but quickly puffed up its cheeks and spewed dragon flames at the three blade beams. Boom! The deafening explosion forced the poison fire dragon lizard to halt as it clashed with the incoming attacks. Qin thought to himself that although Luo Ye and the Swordhound were not yet level 50, it was naive for the poison fire dragon lizard to believe it could extinguish their strongest attacks with a single breath of dragon flame. In its prime, it might have managed, but now, Qin chuckled, that was just a dream. As the poison fire dragon lizard struggled, the pursuing attacks from behind overwhelmed it. The sound of explosions filled the air again, and someone shouted, "Quick, throw the summoning orbs. This time it's really done for." Even before the voice faded, everyone had already pulled out their summoning orbs and thrown them. The sight of so many orbs flying through the air left Qin momentarily stunned. He silently put away the summoning orb in his pocket, waiting for Sister Cat's response. With so many orbs in play, whether he threw his or not made no difference, so he decided to hold off and take advantage of the situation. Qin thought to himself that most summoning orbs were uncontrollable. Once thrown, retrieving them required physically picking them up. If he couldn't retrieve it, or someone else picked it up, the orb would belong to them. There were controllable summoning orbs, but they were expensive, costing about 100 times more than regular ones. Controllable summoning orbs had a built-in retrieval function, automatically returning to the user's hand after releasing the spirit beast. Though controllable, they could still be intercepted if someone was fast enough. Even more expensive were the spatial orbs, which had spatial attributes and would instantly return to the user after releasing the spirit beast. Their effects were extraordinary and difficult for others to steal. Naturally, their price was steep, about 100 times that of controllable summoning orbs. A regular uncontrollable summoning orb cost 1,000 spirit coins, a controllable 100,000, and a spatial orb 10 million. And these were just the basic versions. Special summoning orbs with higher capture rates could cost even more. Qin speculated that because of the high cost, people were reluctant to use spatial orbs to capture this subdragon. After all, at their level, who would spend 10 million on a spatial orb? He certainly wouldn't. Even if he had the money, he wouldn't spend it that way. However, if some wealthy individual did and succeeded in capturing the poison fire dragon lizard, Qin could only silently thank them. Thank you for your spatial orb, thank you for your 10 million. Though spatial orbs could teleport, they were still slightly inferior in front of a spatial expert like Sister Cat. Qin watched as a blue light flashed in the distance, and the poison fire dragon lizard disappeared, leaving only a wobbling black summoning orb on the ground. His heart couldn't help but tighten with anticipation. The surrounding battles came to a halt as everyone's eyes focused on the black summoning orb on the ground. One shake, two shakes, three shakes just as the crowd thought it would succeed. The black summoning orb burst open with a bang. The poison fire dragon lizard reappeared, roaring furiously at the sky. However, before its roar could finish, another blue summoning orb flew in, capturing the poison fire dragon lizard. The blue orb began to shake, drawing everyone's attention once again as they waited for the final outcome. One strike, then another, and with a loud bang, the summoning orb shattered once more. The poison fire dragon lizard emerged from the smoke, its eyes blazing with fury as it fiercely scanned the crowd around it. However, just as it appeared, another wave of summoning orbs rained down, engulfing it. Qin stood aside, intently observing the intense capture battle. He watched as the poison fire dragon lizard broke free from its restraints time and again, its expression changing with each appearance. From initial rage, to brief calm, then to utter exhaustion, and finally plunging into despair, only for a new fire of anger to ignite within it. This repetitive scene brought a fascinated smile to Qin Ye's face. This was the first time Qin Ye had witnessed a group effort to capture a spirit beast. He had to admit, the spectacle was quite intriguing. He thought to himself, if only one person were attempting the capture, the poison fire dragon lizard might have already submitted. After all, a solo captor could use verbal persuasion to gradually lower its guard. thereby increasing the chances of success. But reality was different. Here, a large group was simultaneously trying to capture it, with many shouting aimlessly, hoping to influence the poison fire dragon lizard with their words. However, the cacophony only served to irritate and confuse the beast, triggering its rebellious nature. More importantly, the poison fire dragon lizard was incredibly powerful. Ordinary summoning orbs were utterly ineffective against it, and each capture was only temporary. At that moment, Xiong Wei could no longer stand it. He roared, "Stop throwing ordinary summoning orbs. They don't work on it. Use high-level summoning orbs. If anyone throws another ordinary summoning orb, I'll beat them up." Qin silently recalled his knowledge about summoning orbs. They are categorized into 4 levels: ordinary, intermediate, high-level, and super. Ordinary summoning orbs are meant for spirit beasts of levels 1 to 30. Intermediate ones for levels 30 to 50, high-level for levels 50 to 60, and super summoning orbs are designed for levels 60 to 70. For spirit beasts above level 70, summoning orbs are nearly useless. Capturing such a powerful entity is nearly impossible unless it willingly submits. Xiong Wei's furious shout echoed all around, immediately causing those throwing ordinary spirit summoning orbs to stop and step aside. The scene quickly quieted down, leaving only a few scattered orbs flying in the air. Qin scanned the area and noticed that only 5 or 6 orbs were still attempting to capture the Venom Fire Dragon Lizard. At that moment, a white spirit summoning orb shot towards the Venom Fire Dragon Lizard at an incredible speed. Qin Ye's pupils contracted, and he silently cursed was an empty sphere. He immediately sent a warning to the Dimensional Cat. The Dimensional Cat had already sensed it. She crouched near the orb, ready to act at any moment. The empty sphere shook violently a few times before suddenly stopping with a faint click. Before anyone could react, the Dimensional Cat struck like lightning, grabbing both the orb containing the Venom Fire Dragon Lizard and the empty sphere in her claws, disappearing instantly. In the next moment, she landed steadily on Qin Ye's shoulder, letting out a triumphant meow. "Got it." Qin Ye felt a surge of joy, but only let a hint of surprise show on his face. He knew it was not the time to appear too excited, lest he raise suspicion. A brief silence fell over the scene, followed by a burst of commotion. The person who had thrown the empty sphere was frantic, desperately trying to reconnect with it, but to no avail. Xiong Wei was livid, roaring to demand who had stolen the spirit summoning orb. The crowd fell silent, no one daring to speak up. Qin Ye took the opportunity to quietly move towards the edge of the crowd, trying to distance himself from the trouble. However, he had barely taken a few steps when Xiong Wei's sharp voice stopped him. The two exchanged heated words, the tension escalating. Finally, unable to contain his anger, Xiong Wei ordered his spirit beast, the Black Tiger, to attack Qin Ye. Qin Ye sighed and signaled his sword hound to act. The sword hound's black mountain blade erupted with a terrifying blade glow, forcing the Black Tiger back several steps. This display of power stunned Xiong Wei, who gritted his teeth and memorized Qin Ye's appearance before preparing to leave with his injured Black Tiger. Just as the situation was about to erupt into a full-blown conflict, a voice intervened. "Xiong Wei, enough. There will be more venom fruit in a few days." Leaning against a tree, Huang Yu watched the tense standoff between Xiong Wei and Qin Ye, feeling a sense of foreboding. He realized that if a fight broke out, not only would Feng Yuan Star lose face, but it could also become a laughingstock within their circle. Weighing the pros and cons, Huang Yu decided to intervene. "We're leaving," Huang Yu said sternly, his tone leaving no room for argument. Xiong Wei was momentarily taken aback by Huang Yu's words, as if snapped out of his anger. He cast a deep, unwilling glance at Qin Ye, but turned away without hesitation, leading his contracted beast with him. Qin Ye watched Xiong Wei leave, a slight smile playing on his lips. He turned towards the source of the voice and met Huang Yu's gaze. They exchanged a nod of understanding before Qin Ye continued walking away, trying to distance himself from the trouble. At that moment, a thunderous roar echoed around them. "Trying to steal the ball? Did you ask for my permission?" Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to where the toxic fire dragon lizard had disappeared. The area was now piled high with various summoning orbs, in staggering quantity and exceptional quality. From common to super, from no attribute to special attributes, everything was there. The sudden appearance of such wealth left everyone wide-eyed. Qin Ye was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized he almost missed out on this unexpected treasure. However, before he could think further, chaos erupted once more as everyone rushed to grab the summoning orbs. "So, they're broke too," Qin Ye murmured to himself, stepping back a bit. Although the summoning orbs were valuable, they held less appeal for him now that he already possessed a void orb. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room in Green Mist City, a discussion about Qin Ye's identity was underway. Phil, Luan-Nan, Qing Yin, and Shi Wu were gathered around the surveillance footage, attempting to uncover the mystery of this enigmatic young man. The conversation soon shifted to the disappearance of the toxic fire dragon lizard. They unanimously agreed that it was likely the work of a powerful spatial-type spirit beast. Lu and Nan pointed out that for such a beast to snatch prey unnoticed right under the eyes of a king-level expert, its talent must be extraordinary. Finally, Shiwu cautioned, "Tell them to keep an eye on the poison fruits. Otherwise, those 3 poison fruits will be his too." This remark heightened everyone's alertness, making them realize this contest was far from over. Lu Anan slowly shook his head, his brow furrowed. Faced with such a mysterious and powerful enemy, they were indeed at a loss. "Damn it," Phil muttered under his breath, quickly pulling out his phone to make a call. Though the poison fruit posed no threat to him, witnessing 3 poison fruits vanish into thin air left him feeling uneasy. Qing Yen sighed lightly, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "You humans really are the chosen ones. To even be able to contract with a spatial spirit beast." Her tone was filled with confusion. Such spirit beasts are not easy to contract with. Lu Anan shook his head again, feeling both envy and amazement. He thought to himself, "If I could have a spirit beast of this level, becoming a legendary strongman would be within reach." Shiwu's face darkened, his brow slightly furrowed. The appearance of such people would undoubtedly affect their business. He turned to Phil and the others, speaking seriously, "Please keep the matter of the spatial spirit beast to yourselves." "Don't worry, City Lord Wu, we understand," Phil assured immediately, with Qing Yin and Lu Anan also nodding in agreement. After all, they had a share in the ticket revenue and naturally didn't want their earnings to decrease. Nevertheless, they cautiously instructed their subordinates to keep it confidential. "Thank you." Shiwu nodded slightly, then turned to his subordinate. "Have you found any information on that boy?" The subordinate promptly replied, "Yes, his name is Wan Xiang." Shiwu's face twitched with anger. "Fire the person who registered this." "What kind of name is that?" "Yes, sir." The subordinate trembled and quickly made a call to relay the order. Shiwu sighed helplessly and apologized to Phil and the others. "Sorry for the embarrassment." Surprisingly, Phil and the others didn't find it inappropriate. Instead, they began to comfort Shiwu. After all, they knew well how chaotic the registration system in Green Mist City was. Hearing their words, Shiwu felt a bit better. At that moment, Lu Anan glanced at a new message on his phone and was startled. He quickly closed the screen and joined the casual conversation as if nothing had happened. However, his curiosity about the mysterious boy named Wan Xiang grew. "I can't believe I don't have the authority to view Wan Xiang's information," Lu Anan thought to himself, a hint of confusion and surprise in his eyes. Lu Anan was taken aback when she found out she had no authority to access that person's information. This mysterious figure must be someone significant within the Spirit Summoning Federation. She pondered to herself, if even someone of her Heavenly King level couldn't view their details, this person's background and potential must be extraordinary. A bold guess formed in her mind: the unknown space-type spirit beast might just be Wan Xiang's contracted beast. While Lu Anan was still speculating about Qin Ye's next move, he had quietly left the core battle area and moved to the edge of the battlefield. Leaning against a giant tree, Qin Yi watched the intense battle in the distance with curiosity. The Dimension Cat lazily sprawled on a nearby branch, responding indifferently. "As for the fate of these summoning orbs, I reckon half will be destroyed, and the other half will be divided. In the end, no one will get much." Qin Yi witnessed a bolt of lightning accidentally destroy a summoning orb, saw a butterfly spirit beast steal a few orbs amidst the chaos using telekinesis, and noticed some being incinerated by flames. Bored, he yawned and suggested, "I think we should go for a walk." "Sure thing." The Dimension Cat leaped onto Qin Ye's shoulder. Qin Yi took one last glance at the chaotic battleground before turning to leave. He thought to himself, since there's still some time before the poison fruit matures, why not take the opportunity to explore and see if he could find any high potential, strong talent spirit beasts? Xiong Wei watched Qin Ye's departing figure, contemplated for a moment, then silently followed. However, before long, Qin Ye's presence completely vanished, as if he had never been there. Enraged, Xiong Wei punched a nearby giant tree, cursing, "Damn it, don't let me catch you." He then turned and headed towards the attribute tree. Qin Yi silently emerged from behind another giant tree, watching Xiong Wei walk away without expression. He glanced at the fist mark on the tree Xiong Wei had struck and shook his head helplessly. "With that temper, it's a wonder he's still alive." The Dimension Cat commented, "His strength is decent. As long as he doesn't run into summoners of our caliber, he should be able to escape." Sensing someone approaching, Qin Yi recalled Luo Ye and Jian Quan, and entered the dimensional space with the Dimension Cat. Although his child of nature talent could reduce his presence, he would still be discovered if locked onto. Moreover, this was just a secondary effect of his talent, with limited utility. After confirming Xiong Wei had left, Qin Yi continued searching for spirit beasts and treasures in the vicinity with the Dimension Cat. The next afternoon at 3 p.m., The poison fruit on the attribute tree began to emit a green glow, releasing a fragrant aroma. The dimension cat, standing beside one of the poison fruits, wrinkled her nose in disgust. This stinks. She swiftly grabbed a fully matured poison fruit and secured it. It's making a move. Quick, grab it. A few prepared experts immediately lunged at the other two poison fruits. Hearing the shout, the dimension cat nonchalantly leaped towards the second poison fruit and easily pocketed it. Then, with a quick teleport, she returned to Qin Ye's shoulder. Done. Can't grab the third one without exposing myself, she explained. Although she had the ability to take the third fruit, doing so would require another teleport, preventing her from returning in time and likely exposing her to numerous attacks. Qin Yi nodded in understanding. Two are enough. We'll leave the rest to fate. He directed Luoya to join the fray, while keeping Jian Quan close for protection. The poison fruit has fallen into the hands of two factions, and the battle for the final one is about to start. Qin Yi decided to let Luoya and Jian Quan join the fray to feel the tense atmosphere. They observed that the other participants were moving swiftly, seemingly well prepared. Dimensional Cat frowned in thought, sensing that something was off. Qin Yi transmitted a message expressionlessly, "Don't doubt your instincts. They are indeed prepared. This is the consequence of us taking the poison fire dragon lizard." It made them realize there's a top-tier spatial master here, so naturally, they became cautious. I see. I knew something was up. Meow. Dimensional Cat's face lit up with pride, feeling a sense of superiority. Seeing Cat Sister's smug expression, Qin Yi felt amused but maintained a calm and serious demeanor considering the intense situation. Laughing out loud in such a setting would definitely seem out of place. Soon after, Xiongwei and Huang Yu teamed up to obtain the poison fruit. Seeing this, Qin Yi immediately instructed Jian Quan, "Unleash the celestial dog transformation, and use the first to the sixth moves on that black gorilla. Hit it with a combo. Once done, we retreat." At this point, the poison fruit was tightly held by the black gorilla. Jian Quan responded promptly, stepping forward with Black Mountain in hand. Instantly, a massive surge of dark energy burst from within him. In the sky, a crescent moon slowly rose. Jian Quan slashed out the first move, and the crescent moon behind him turned into a half moon. With the second slash, the half moon became a full moon. As Jian Quan continued to swing his blade, the moon behind him grew increasingly complete, vibrant, and terrifying, with each blade light more fierce than the last. When Jian Quan executed the fourth slash, most of the surrounding onlookers were drawn in. As the fifth slash was unleashed, summoners hurriedly commanded their contract beasts to dodge to the sides, and those from Poison Mist Star and Wind Whisper Star also scattered without hesitation, clearing a path for Jian Quan's blade light. With the sixth slash, a chilling aura spread throughout the area. The weaker individuals shivered from the cold, while the stronger ones curiously turned their attention to the heavily injured black gorilla, eagerly anticipating the next development. As Jian Quan released its third strike, Xiong Wei's keen eyes caught sight of Qin Yi standing behind the sword dog. His expression darkened instantly, a chilling glint flashing through his eyes. Without hesitation, he ordered the gorilla to fully block the incoming blade energy. Just as the gorilla barely managed to fend off the third strike, Xiong Wei felt a brief sense of relief, only to sense the fourth and fifth strikes following in quick succession. The energy emitted from these strikes made his face change slightly, and he immediately commanded the gorilla to unleash its strongest attack. However, just when he thought the barrage had ended, a more terrifying sixth strike came roaring in. Xiong Wei's face turned pale as a beam of light shot out from his body, striking the gorilla not far away. Empowered by this light, the gorilla's strength surged, and it roared as it faced the sixth strike Hedon. The next moment, a deafening explosion resounded all around. Amidst the gorilla's agonized cries, the poison fruit shot into the sky. "The poison fruit is loose, grab it." This shout ignited the battlefield, and numerous contracted beasts and powerful figures from the two other planets surged towards the airborne fruit. Qin Yi calmly observed the scene, then turned to meet Xiong Wei's murderous gaze with a slight smirk. Accompanied by Jian Quan and Luoya, who had just arrived at his side, he turned and left without hesitation. Xiong Wei gritted his teeth, glaring at Qin Ye's retreating figure, but there was nothing he could do. His gorilla was gravely injured from the lethal strike and had been recalled to the summoning space. His other two contracted beasts were entangled in battles with other strong opponents, leaving him powerless to intervene. He could only watch helplessly as Qin Yi walked away unscathed. Standing not far away, Huang Yu sighed in frustration, thinking to himself, "The poison fruit was within our grasp, but this turn of events ruined everything. Wanxiang is clearly here to watch the show. If Xiongwei hadn't provoked him earlier, he wouldn't have intervened now." Huang Yu quickly adjusted his mindset and began directing those around him to attack the strong beings who had obtained the poison fruit. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Phil muttered under his breath, "The strength of this space-type spirit beast is indeed within the rules." He had been somewhat suspicious, thinking it might be a prank by some bored space-type expert. But seeing only one poison fruit left and the commotion caused when that spirit beast acquired the second one, he finally believed it. Qing Yin remarked enviously, "You humans are about to have another powerful figure. With a contracted beast of this caliber, as long as they don't perish prematurely, they will undoubtedly become a formidable summoner. Even if this space-type spirit beast isn't strong in battle, given its abilities, stealing something from a city lord's mansion in the future would be a piece of cake." She paused, then added with a sigh, "That boy Wanxiang. His spirit beast isn't simple either. The skills that dog unleashed are truly impressive for its level." Phil shook his head. Xiongwei is still too young. Wanxiang's final move had been within his expectations, but he hadn't anticipated the dog's combat prowess being so overwhelming, sending Xiongwei's black giant ape back to the summoning space. Lu Anan, with a hint of amusement in her eyes, commented, "Going through hardships in training is how you learn and grow. He'll understand next time." She felt quite pleased with Xiongwei's defeat, as he wasn't from their federation. Phil sighed softly, "Let's hope he learns his lesson." With that, he turned his gaze back to the nearby screen. At that moment, the large screen displayed that the poison fruit was in the hands of an elemental spirit beast, the Wind King, from the Wind Whisper Star. Seeing this, Qing Yin couldn't help but smile brightly. "Feng Yun, you better give it your all." By evening, Qin Yi returned to Green Mist City and headed straight to the Adventurers Guild. He asked the staff, "How much does it cost to return to the Summoner Federation's base number 1? The staff explained, "The bases next to dimensional rifts are all base number 1. If a planet has 2 rifts leading to the Summoner Federation, they are distinguished by the time of appearance, with the earlier one being base number 1 and the later one base number 2. She operated a tablet and handed the price list to Qin Yi. "Here is the current price list of the personnel in our guild." Qin Yi took the tablet, thanked her, and began to look through it. Wang Ping Super Summoner Federation 500,000 Ling coins. Zhang Hao Super Summoner Federation 500,000 Ling coins. Sun Qiuqia Master Summoner Federation 2,000,000 Ling coins. At least 500,000. Up to 2 million. So expensive. Qin Yi muttered to himself as he carefully selected a super summoner from the list. Qin Yi carefully selected his team members, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. He preferred people from the Summoner Federation, thinking it might be safer to work with compatriots. Just as he was focused on finding a top-tier summoner, a stranger's voice suddenly called out from behind him. "Hello, are you Mr. Wanxiang?" Qin Yi was slightly taken aback and turned to see who had spoken. A man in a neatly pressed suit, smiling, stood before him. "And you are?" Qin Yi asked curiously. "Hello, my name is Chu Jie," the man said, pulling a business card from his inner jacket pocket and handing it to Qin Yi. Qin Yi took the card and examined it closely, his brow furrowed. "Why would someone from the official side be looking for me?" he wondered silently. Chu Jie pointed to a nearby set of sofas with a smile. "Could we talk over there?" "Sure." Qin Yi nodded in agreement and followed Chu Jie to the seating area. Once they were seated, Chu Jie got straight to the point. "Are you planning to return to base number 1? "Yes." Qin Yi nodded, his curiosity deepening. Chu Jie explained, "Your performance in the Green Mist Swamp caught our leader's attention. She wants to establish a good relationship with you." Qin Yi suddenly understood. "So, you're here to take me back?" "Exactly," Chu Jie confirmed with a smile. "What's your leader's name?" Qin Yi inquired. "Lu Anan," Chu Jie responded. "Can I call her?" Qin Yi requested. "Of course," Chu Jie said, skillfully operating his phone and initiating a video call. A woman of remarkable presence appeared on the screen. Qin Yi immediately recognized her and exclaimed in surprise, "King Lu!" Though he hadn't known Lu Anan personally, Qin Yi had done his homework before coming to the Poison Mist Star and was aware of her significance. "How was your experience in the Green Mist Swamp?" Lu Anan asked warmly. "Haha, it was quite enlightening. I saw a lot of interesting things," Qin Yi replied honestly. "That's good to hear," Lu Anan said with a smile. "If you wish to return, you can go with Chu Jie. He'll take you back." "Thank you very much, King Lu," Qin Yi said, nodding solemnly in gratitude. Despite his lingering doubts about Lu Anan's motives, Qin Yi didn't question it further, choosing instead to quietly appreciate the goodwill. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he followed Chu Jie out. Though he accepted King Lu's arrangements, Qin Yi felt no anxiety. His confidence stemmed from 2 life-saving items, the mysterious sister cat and the teleportation talisman given to him by Elder He. With these 2 safeguards, he felt completely at ease. A few hours later, Qin Yi safely arrived at the Lingling Federation's base number 1 on Poison Mist Star. He gracefully leaped off the back of the giant green bird and, as soon as his feet touched the ground, turned to thank Chu Jie. "Thanks, Brother Chu." Chu Jie shook his head with a smile, raising his smartphone, which displayed a map app. "If you ever need to go anywhere on Poison Mist Star, just let me know," he said warmly. Qingyi nodded slightly. I'll appreciate your help in the future. No problem, Chu Jie replied with a smile. After a brief exchange, he turned and left. Watching Chu Jie disappear into the distance, Qingyi didn't immediately return to Ling Star. Instead, he found a nearby inn to settle down for the night. The night was already deep, and it made more sense to rest nearby than to travel back. Moreover, the inn within the base was conveniently close compared to places far from the dimensional rift. The next morning at 8 a.m., Qingyi passed through the dimensional rift and returned to Ling Star, heading straight to the airport. He initially planned to return to Yi City to leave the one-eyed wolf in his parents' care. However, learning that the lava fruit on Group Fire Star had not yet matured, he swiftly changed his plans. He purchased an expensive ticket to Fire Lotus City and embarked on a new journey, seizing every second. An hour later, Qingyi arrived in Fire Lotus City, skillfully hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the dimensional rift to Group Fire Star. After a 20-minute ride, he stood before the rift. 10 minutes later, he stepped into the portal leading to another world. At the Lingling Federation's base number 1 on Group Fire Star, Qingyi looked up at the sun, which resembled a giant ball of molten lava, and instinctively wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead. Just looking at that sun makes me feel hot, he muttered to himself. The Dimension Cat nodded vigorously in agreement. It sure does. Qingyi sighed and continued forward. After a series of routine checks, he found himself in the bustling marketplace. The cacophony of vendors' shouts filled the air, but Qingyi didn't linger. He headed straight for the Adventurers Guild within the base. Although the lava fruit wasn't fully ripe yet, it was close. Qingyi needed to reach the lava mountain range quickly to avoid missing the opportunity. After a 15-minute search, he found the guild near the entrance. Entering the guild hall, Qingyi took a number and patiently waited for his turn. The Dimension Cat softly asked, "Not taking the official convoy?" "I checked last night. The official convoy left yesterday and won't run today," Qingyi replied succinctly. The Dimension Cat gracefully walked towards the door. "Meow, I'll go explore nearby." "All right, go ahead," Qingyi said, pulling out his phone to browse information about the lava mountain range and the lava fruit. Although the cat had lost her freedom after forming a contract with Qingyi, she was still allowed to roam the vicinity. As Qingyi's strength grew, so would the cat's range of activity. Once he became a king-level spirit summoner, she could move freely throughout the Lingling Federation. If he reached the legendary level, she could roam all of Ling Star. However, if a contract beast strayed too far from its master, the time required to summon it back would increase accordingly. Thus, unless necessary, it was best for the contract beast to stay close to its master. Half an hour later, the broadcast called Qingyi's number. He stood up and approached the counter, stating his purpose before receiving a tablet. Seeing the prices displayed on it, Qingyi fell silent. The staff member explained, "With the lava fruit about to mature, prices are generally higher right now." Qingyi silently grumbled to himself. This isn't just higher. It's nearly tripled. He had checked the prices for traveling to Lava City before coming. A super spirit summoner normally cost 300,000 Ling coins, but now it was 700,000 at the lowest tier. Although the distance from here to Lava City was shorter than from base number 1 on Poison Mist started Green Mist City, the price hike was astonishing. Noticing Qingyi's hesitation as he scrolled through the tablet, the staff member added, "That's the price for a day's hire. If you only need to get to Lava City, the cost can be halved." "A day's hire?" Qingyi asked, slightly surprised. "Yes," the staff member smiled. "All the prices shown by our Adventurers Guild are for a day's hire, applicable across all locations." "I see. I thought it was just a one-way fare," Qingyi said, looking down at the tablet again. After a moment, he asked, "I need to get to Lava City as soon as possible. Do you have any recommendations?" The tablet only shows the names and basic info of the adventurers' contract beasts. Qingyi stood inside the Super Summoner Agency, attentively listening to the staff's introduction. His fingers swiped swiftly across the tablet, quickly locking onto the name Hiyu. Hiyu, the master of a wind element contract beast known as the Swift Gale Bird, was renowned for his incredible speed. It only took an hour and a half to reach Lava City. Qingyi glanced at the price tag of 700,000 Ling coins and decisively nodded. "He's the one." The staff immediately began making contact and guided Qingyi through the payment process. Qingyi opted for mobile payment, aligning the QR code with the machine. Once the transaction was completed, the staff added, "If you don't need follow-up services upon arrival, any excess fees will be refunded. He will arrive at room 10 in half an hour, so you can wait there." Qingyi nodded slightly and headed straight to the designated room. It wasn't long before a knock sounded at the door. "Come in," Qingyi called out. The door opened, and a red-haired man stepped in. It was Hiyu. After a brief identity confirmation, Hiyu grinned. "Boss, shall we head out now?" "Let's go," Qingyi responded, as the Dimension Cat on his shoulder materialized. On the way, Qingyi curiously inquired about the earnings in this line of work. Hiyu candidly replied, "Don't be fooled by the high fees. Without special cases like the lava fruit, we often go 7 or 8 days without a single job. On average, the daily income ranges from a few thousand to tens of thousands. Plus, the job is full of dangers. We could encounter a moody and powerful alien race at any time, and a slight misstep could be fatal. Cheney nodded thoughtfully, weighing the pros and cons of this profession in his mind. Upon reaching an open area, he summoned the swift gale bird, a massive, 4-person-sized bluebird. The two of them leaped onto its back, and he reminded, "Hold on tight, we're taking off." Cheney gripped the feathers firmly as the bird let out a long cry and soared into the sky. During the flight, he suggested that Cheney consider registering as an adventurer, explaining, "The Adventurers Guild has many rare items that can only be exchanged with points. Becoming an adventurer is definitely worth it." Cheney acknowledged this, planning to register after completing this mission. Suddenly, he asked, "I have some information on experts heading to the lava mountains. Interested?" Cheney was momentarily taken aback, and he chuckled sheepishly, "Haha, just trying to make a little extra." Cheney quickly recovered and asked, "How much?" He replied, 1,000 ling coins, just enough for some drinks. "You really know how to make a quick buck." Cheney exclaimed in surprise, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. He had originally thought it would cost him 10,000 spirit coins, but it turned out he only needed 1,000 for the information. He flashed a cunning smile. "You could find out this information yourself just by asking around in Lava City for a few days?" "Well, you're quite honest." Cheney nodded approvingly and then pulled out his phone. "Shall we scan?" "Sure." He took out his phone, quickly adding Cheney as a friend before sending over the information. As soon as Cheney received the information, he immediately sent a red envelope containing 1,000 spirit coins. He, pleased with the payment, began to brief Cheney on the experts heading to the Lava Mountain Range. The rules for the Lava Mountain Range are similar to those of the Green Mist Swamp. Only spirit beasts of level 50 and below are allowed in, he explained. However, the Lava Mountain Range is stricter. The Green Mist Swamp still allows high-level summoners to enter, albeit with restrictions on their power. But the Lava Mountain Range doesn't even let them in the door. Only those below the super summoner level from the human race can enter. Cheney nodded thoughtfully. These rules were indeed more favorable to him compared to those of the Green Mist Swamp. An hour later, he pointed ahead. "We're here. That's Lava City up ahead." So fast. Cheney glanced at his phone, noting that they had arrived 15 minutes earlier than expected. He chuckled. "I purposely overestimated the time." Cheney nodded knowingly, not pressing further. He would likely have done the same in Hiyu's position. Soon after, Hiyu directed the swift gale bird to land just outside the city gates. Cheney dismounted, and Hiyu asked, "Do you need any further assistance?" "No, thanks, brother Yu." Cheney replied with a smile. Hiyu nodded, taking out his phone. Shortly after, Cheney received a call from the Adventurers Guild customer service. He answered a few questions and then hung up. "I suddenly realize you folks have it pretty tough," Cheney remarked softly. "Ha, you get used to it." Hiyu laughed heartily, waving as he left. "If you need a ride back, just give me a shout." "Will do." Cheney watched Hiyu leave, feeling satisfied with the pleasant journey. Just a few steps away, Cheney's phone buzzed with a new message. He looked at the refund notification, a smile tugging at his lips. The Adventurers Guild had refunded him 350,000 spirit coins. Although the trip had still cost him 350,000, it was half of what he had expected to spend, which lifted his spirits. Putting away his phone, Cheney arrived at the foreign registration office outside Lava City. He spent 10,000 star coins to buy a Lava City passport under his real name. Then, he entered the city, hailed a car at the gate, and told the driver, "To the entrance of the Lava Mountain Range." 3 hours later, Cheney arrived at the edge of the largest volcanic crater in the Lava Mountain Range, accompanied by Luaya and Jianquan. The sight before him brought a bright smile to his face. 2 crimson fruits hung from the attribute tree inside the crater, the very target of his journey. "Good, we made it in time," Cheney thought with relief. Dimension Cat, eyeing the number of fruits, teased, 2 fruits, huh? The pressure is on. Are you sure you don't want me to step in directly?" Cheney surveyed the surroundings, noticing the hidden spirit beasts within the lava and the experts positioned around the crater. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, "No, if you act directly, I'll be exposed. Wait until the fight breaks out, then seize the opportunity to act. It's best to make your move during the chaos when fewer people will notice you." Cheney didn't want Cat Sis to act directly to avoid drawing attention to himself. Even though he hadn't concealed his appearance this time, the presence of Luaya and Jianquan could still reveal his identity. He preferred to stay low-key and have Cat Sis act when the battle commenced. "Got it, meow." Dimension Cat nodded slightly. After a brief discussion of their battle strategy, Cheney, along with Luaya, Jianquan, and Cat Sis, left the area to wander below the crater. There was still some time before the lava fruits would mature, and he didn't intend to waste it. The competition for the lava fruits was less intense than that for the poison fruits. Besides the entry fee being higher, the main reason was that the contesting forces were limited to the Summoning Federation and the native forces of the Flame Federation. Although Flamestar had several dimensional rifts, the continent where the lava mountain range was located had only one rift leading to the Summoning Federation. From the information Chenyi had gathered, Flamestar's overall strength was significantly higher than that of Poison Miststar. 2 hours later, the attribute tree suddenly emitted a strange phenomenon. Numerous spirit beasts hidden in the lava erupted, spewing fireballs at the people standing at the crater's edge. The lava serpents, lava fire serpents, and lava serpent spirits burst forth in large numbers, forcing many to retreat. The number of people at the crater's edge was instantly halved. However, some powerful individuals charged in. Chenyi chose to remain at the crater's edge, instructing Zhuge and the others to use long-range skills on the lava serpent tribe below to gain some experience. Don't waste your skills. Focus on those you can kill instantly, Chenyi instructed, his gaze fixed on the battle near the attribute tree inside the crater. The attribute tree grew on an isolated piece of land at the center of the crater. Chenyi noted that while descending was easy, climbing back up would require either flying or climbing. However, this wasn't an issue for him, thanks to Cat Sis's teleportation skills and the teleportation tokens. He chose not to go down simply to avoid the crowd, as it was too easy to get injured in the chaos below. Our levels are still too low, Chenyi sighed inwardly. If Zhuge and the others were at level 47, he would have the confidence to charge down, sweep through everything, and grab the fruits. Soon after, a birdman with flaming wings and a long knife in hand flew towards Chenyi, clutching a lava fruit. Move aside, the birdman shouted. Chenyi was momentarily taken aback, muttering to himself, why do they always fly towards me? He led Zhuge and the others back a few steps, clearing a path for the formidable birdman. Firewing arrived at the spot where Chenyi and his companions were and was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't noticed their presence until he got closer. Seeing Chenyi and his group step aside obediently, Firewing said nothing and continued flying forward. However, he hadn't flown far before he felt a chilling sensation. Turning around, Firewing's expression changed drastically. The ominous phenomenon rising below was alarming. His fire attribute energy surged instantly, and just as he was about to accelerate, Luoya appeared in front of him like a shadow, swinging his blade. Get lost. Firewing hurriedly swung his long blade to block. Amidst the roaring clash, Luoya was pushed back several steps but successfully halted Firewing. Sensing a terrifying blade aura attacking from behind, Firewing knew he was in trouble. He quickly turned and swung his blade, releasing the fire feather slash. With a bird-like cry, the fiery blade aura flew toward the incoming radiant moon slash. Chenyi decisively had Swordhound launch its strongest attack, giving the opponent no chance to breathe. Simultaneously, Zhuge's Qian hexagram transformed into a giant dragon, attacking from the side. Firewing, focused on fending off the radiant moon slash, failed to notice the white dragon. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Having just released the fire feather slash, he was instantly engulfed by the white dragon. The continuous booming was accompanied by the pitiful cries of a bird. Seeing the lava fruit fly out, Luoya unhesitatingly unleashed a ghost strike, dashing forward. Caw caw. Luoya excitedly grabbed the lava fruit and called out to Chenyi twice before using the ghost strike to return to Chenyi's side, handing over the prize. Well done, Chenyi praised, quickly storing the lava fruit in his summoning space. He took out a token and summoned Zhuge and the others back, then looked at the pursuing experts and the just rising Firewing not far away, smiling slightly. Thank you, everyone. Before the words were fully out of his mouth, he activated the teleportation token and vanished under the angry glares of the crowd. Chenyi appeared on the mountainside of a bare peak in the lava mountain range. He immediately summoned Cat Sister, Luoya, and Swordhound while taking out his phone to check the Mars map. Looking at the map, Chenyi felt grateful for the power of the Summoning Federation. Our luck is something else. I didn't even have to lift a finger. He came to us on his own. Dimension Cat jumped onto Chenyi's shoulder. I didn't expect it either, Chenyi said with a slight smile, realizing that this was again the effect of his child of nature talent, similar to the situation with the poison fire dragon lizard before. He now knew how to handle such situations in the future. So, what now? Dimension Cat asked. Chenyi looked at the map and replied, we're not far from Lava City. We can fight our way there. After determining their location, he led Luoya and the others on a sweep of the surrounding area. Exchanging a teleportation token for a purple-quality natural treasure was worth it in Chenyi's eyes. More importantly, it helped conceal the fact that he possessed a space attribute contract beast. To this end, he had deliberately showcased the teleportation token in front of everyone. Moreover, as Cat Sister's strength grew, the utility of the teleportation token was diminishing, making it more expendable. After grinding in the lava mountain range for a while, Qinyi returned to Lava City and immediately contacted Hiyu. The two met at the city gate, where Hiyu curiously asked, "Leaving so soon?" Qinyi smiled. "We got lucky. When we arrived, the lava fruit was just about ripe." Chatting as they walked, they quickly exited Lava City. Qinyi then rode Hiyu's swift wind bird back to the Summoning Federation's base number 1. "How much?" Hiyu asked. "Just 300,000 spirit coins." "All right, thanks." After transferring the funds, Qinyi exchanged a few more pleasantries with Hiyu before turning and leaving. Due to the private deal between Qinyi and Hiyu, the Adventurers Guild couldn't take a commission, and naturally, Hiyu wouldn't charge the full price either. Watching Qinyi's hurried departure, Hiyu frowned slightly and muttered to himself, "Why is this kid in such a rush? Could he have gotten the lava fruit?" He tried to recall every detail of Qinyi's behavior, but couldn't find any other explanation for his urgency. Shaking his head, Hiyu decided not to dwell on it further and instead broke into a bright smile. "Who cares? I made over 600,000 ling coins with ease today. Time to treat myself." After leaving, Qinyi didn't head straight back to the Summoning Federation. Instead, he went directly to the Adventurers Guild. He knew very well that even if someone discovered he had obtained the lava fruit, they wouldn't dare to offend the Summoning Federation lightly. With this confidence, he walked into the guild with ease and proceeded to the registration desk to sign up as an adventurer. The registration process was surprisingly simple. He only needed to present his ID. Qinyi handed over his documents to the staff, and the registration was completed quickly. After finishing the formalities, he didn't leave immediately but instead found a nearby hotel to stay in. Early the next morning, Qinyi took the flight he had booked the previous night to Yahai City. This time, he didn't inform his parents to pick him up but took a taxi home himself. When the taxi stopped in front of the Qin by Beast shop, Tang Qing, who was inside the shop, looked over curiously. Seeing Qinyi get out of the car, Tang Qing was momentarily stunned before picking up her phone to call Bai Ya. "Sister Bai, Xiao Yezi is back." "What? He's coming in now. I'll be right back." "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Tang Qing walked up to greet him. "Why are you back again?" Qinyi replied with a smile. "Sister Tang Qing, I got the item and came back to drop it off." "Where's my mom?" "Sister Bai is in the backyard. She'll be here soon." Tang Qing asked curiously, "Is it a pet?" Qinyi nodded slightly. "How did you guess?" Tang Qing rolled her eyes and laughed. "What else would you be dropping off besides a pet?" "Haha," Qinyi chuckled. "I caught a wolf earlier, but I don't need it anymore." "Not selling it?" Tang Qing asked. Qinyi looked a bit embarrassed. "It's the first spirit beast I caught. I can't bear to sell it." "No wonder." Tang Qing nodded understandingly, then changed the subject and started chatting with Qinyi. Before long, Baiya returned to the shop. Seeing her son chatting with Tang Qing, she asked with a smile, "My good son, what brings you back this time?" Before she could finish speaking, the primal spirit that had followed her excitedly leaped into Qin Ye's arms, chirping away. "Chirp chirp, it tickles." Qin Yi laughed as he petted the primal spirit nuzzling him and said to his mother, "I missed you, so I came back." Tang Qing couldn't help but roll her eyes at hearing this. Although Baiya didn't fully believe her son's words, she was still very happy. After all, having her son home was always a joyous occasion. She asked gently, "It's good that you're back. What do you want to eat today?" "Braised pork with cabbage." Qin Yi answered immediately. "All right, I'll go buy the ingredients now," Baiya replied with a smile. "Okay." Qin Yi nodded, watching his mother leave with a warm feeling in his heart. After handing over the one-eyed wolf to his parents, Qin Yi stayed at home for 2 days. On the third morning, he flew out of Yihai City and returned to Huanling University in Huanling City. He intended to take some time to calm down and reflect, but 2 days later, he received a message from Wenwu. They had discovered a nearly mature sand attribute tree inside the star sand waterfall on Fengsha Star. Upon hearing the news, Qin Yi didn't immediately rush to Fengsha Star. Instead, he cleverly arranged a trade with Wenwu using a poison fruit in exchange for a sand fruit. This attribute tree was different from those on Poison Mist Star and Fire Cluster Star. It rightfully belonged to Wenwu and his team, as they were the first to discover it. 2 days later, Qin Yi made a special trip to the Huanling Federation's number 1 base on Fengsha Star. There, he received the long-awaited sand fruit from Wenwu and expressed his sincere gratitude. Wenwu waved it off with a smile, saying it was no big deal. Qin Yi carefully stored the sand fruit and then took out a poison fruit from his Huanling space, handing it to Wenwu to complete the exchange. Wenwu examined the poison fruit closely before asking Qin Yi when he planned to go to Yubing Star. As someone aware of Qin Ye's spatial cat, he was well informed about Qin Ye's recent activities. "November 1st, Qin Yi replied succinctly. Wenwu thought for a moment. "The day after tomorrow, huh?" Qin Yi nodded in confirmation. He explained that Cat Sister had reached level 42 days ago, and with the sand fruit, he was ready to head to Yubing Star. Wenwu, with a serious expression, advised, "Be extremely careful in the eerie mist sea. If anything feels off, retreat immediately." I don't want to hear any bad news about you. Qingyi joked. Wenwu, can't you say something more auspicious? Wenwu laughed heartily. Then I wish you success and a smooth journey. May you quickly obtain the ghost ship you dream of. That's more like it. I'll take your good wishes, Qingyi responded with a smile. After having dinner with Wenwu, Qingyi returned to Huanling University in Huanling City to continue his period of reflection. November 1st arrived as scheduled. Qingyi went to a valley outside Yue City, where there was a dimensional rift leading to Yubing Star. He skillfully crossed the rift and arrived on this perpetually gloomy and cold planet. Yubing Star never had daytime. The brightest it got was like dusk on Ling Star. As soon as he set foot on Yubing Star, Qingyi shivered from the cold air that hit him, involuntarily taking a sharp breath. This place is really freezing, he muttered, heading towards the official personnel nearby. On the way, the dimensional cat communicated with Qingyi telepathically. By the way, how does your Huanling Federation have dimensional rifts to so many planets? How many planets invaded you back then? Qingyi explained in detail. Back then, our Huanling continent saw the emergence of 128 dimensional rifts in a short period. I'm not sure about other places. Out of these 128 rifts, we destroyed 48, leaving 80. Among the remaining 80, we fully controlled 22, established cooperative relationships with 42, and maintained exchanges with 16. Dimensional Cat asked, does destroyed mean the rift was closed? That's right. And fully controlled is like Fengsha Star? More or less. Cooperative ones are like Poison Mist Star and Fire Cluster Star? Exactly. Maintaining exchanges is like Black River Star? Precisely. Dimensional Cat took a deep breath before continuing. How many dimensional rifts are there on Huanling continent now? Qingyi replied calmly, there are 1,835 officially, but there are probably more. So many. Dimensional Cat was stunned. Qingyi explained, our Huanling Federation has 1,500 cities, so having 1,835 dimensional rifts is quite normal. Dimensional Cat suddenly understood. So, basically, each city has a dimensional rift? That's right. Qingyi added with a smile. If a dimensional rift appears too far from a city, our Huanling Federation will establish a new city nearby. Although Dimensional Cat knew that the Huanling Federation was powerful, ranking 5th among all human forces in the Phantom Ling Star region, learning about the number of dimensional rifts from Qingyi gave her a new appreciation for their strength. Upon successfully entering Yubing Star, Qingyi immediately headed to the official ticket office to purchase a ticket to Demon City, the nearest port city to the Eerie Mist Sea. There are tickets to Demon City for tomorrow, the staff informed him. How much? Qingyi asked. 1 million Ling coins. So expensive. Qingyi exclaimed. The staff explained, Demon City is very far from here, so we have master-level Huanling practitioners leading the way. Qingyi nodded in understanding and asked, how long does it take? 5 hours. So far. Qingyi remarked, then decided, I'll take one. All right. The staff processed the transaction and reminded him, the departure time is 1 p.m. tomorrow. Please be on time. Thank you. Qingyi paid and received his ticket. The staff, seeing Qingyi put away the ticket, asked, do you have any illusion-type items? Qingyi looked at the staff in confusion. The staff explained, although Yubing Star has a cooperative relationship with our Huanling Federation, Demon City is very far, and there is no official military presence there. Therefore, the locals don't have much respect for humans. I suggest you buy an item that can disguise you as a Yubing Star native. Qingyi realized. Thanks for the reminder. The staff continued with a smile. We have blue-quality illusion items here. You can buy or rent them. Rent? Qingyi was surprised. You can rent these? Yes, the staff explained. Buying costs 5 million Ling coins. Renting is 1 million Ling coins per month, or 100,000 Ling coins per day. Qingyi nodded. So renting for a month only requires 1 million? The staff clarified. Renting for a month requires a 2 million deposit. You'll get 1 million back when you return. If you exceed the rental period by a day, we charge an extra 100,000. If you exceed by 10 days, the deposit is forfeited, and your rental period extends to 2 months. Fair enough. Qingyi nodded, then asked, what if I exceed 2 months? Then you need to pay the difference when you return, the staff laughed. If you exceed 5 months, you only need to pay an additional 3 million, and the item will be yours permanently. Very reasonable. Qingyi couldn't help but lick his lips. I'll take one and rent it for a month. All right. The staff began processing the rental. At such a reasonable price, Qingyi couldn't think of any reason not to rent it here. Qingyi carefully examined the attributes of the illusion mask in his hand. Blue quality, illusion skill, meticulously crafted by Master Blacksmith Owen. It has a magical effect of deceiving beings. While wearing the mask, the wearer remains unchanged, but to others, they will appear as the image the wearer has in mind. Qingyi looked up and asked the staff, what's the highest level this mask can deceive? The staff explained, Emperor level, and illusion attribute, king level experts can see through it at a glance. Lord level experts need to be proficient in illusion attributes to detect it, while those below Lord level will find it hard to see through. It's mainly used to guard against experts below king level. Higher level experts, even if they notice, generally won't interfere. Qingyi nodded slightly, understanding. He knew that the Emperor level, King level, and Lord level mentioned by the staff corresponded to level 70, 60, and 40 experts, respectively. The staff handed over a tablet displaying various illusion templates. These are some illusion templates for reference. Thanks, Qingyi said, taking the tablet and browsing through it carefully. The staff continued, the spirit beasts on Yubing Star are mainly divided into 3 types. The Yubing clan, whose bodies are various weapons, the Skeleton clan, with a primary attribute of undead, and the Soul clan, which has no physical form. I suggest you transform into a member of the Skeleton clan. They have humanoid spirit beasts, which won't attract attention when you move around. Qingyi silently flipped to the Skeleton clan options and quickly browsed. Skeleton Axeman, Skeleton Swordsman, Skeleton Archer, Skeleton Knight, Skeleton King, Bone Emperor, Undead Bone Dragon. He finally chose the image of the Skeleton Blade King, which matched his proficiency with blades. Thanks for the guidance, Qingyi said, returning the tablet to the staff. The staff took the tablet and advised, stay safe and don't cause trouble. The Summoning Federation is not to be trifled with. Qingyi nodded again and stood up to leave. Thanks, I'm off. After leaving, Qingyi found a nearby inn and settled in. Once in his room, he eagerly put on the illusion mask and activated the skill in front of the mirror. Moments later, a white skeleton with blue ghost flames flickering in its eye sockets appeared in the mirror. Not bad, Qingyi nodded in satisfaction, then drew a blade and hung it at his waist. Now it's perfect, the dimensional cat suggested. A set of clothes would make it even better. I've got that covered. Qingyi smiled as a stylish black coat appeared on him out of thin air. He added a few accessories and admired himself in the mirror for a moment before deactivating the illusion. With everything ready, Qingyi and the cat's sister headed out for some shopping. Yubing Star is rich in ghost attribute natural treasures, and he had already exchanged the captured spirit beasts for star coins in preparation. Soon, Qingyi purchased a yellow quality ghost stone, a yellow quality ghost flower, and a blue quality ghost bamboo. Back at his lodging, he summoned Luaya, preparing to feed it these treasures. After eating these 3, your ghost attribute should exceed 50, Qingyi estimated. Luaya, currently at level 46, had a ghost attribute proportion of 45. With 2 yellow quality items, it should be enough to boost it to around 60. Luaya nodded excitedly, eyeing the treasures on the coffee table and swallowing its saliva. Start with the ghost bamboo, and save the other 2 for later, Qingyi said, putting the other 2 items into the summoning space. Luaya quickly swallowed the dark blue bamboo, and was then put into the summoning space to digest it. The next afternoon, after lunch, Qingyi arrived at the waiting area for the convoy. The dimensional cat was surprised to find it almost full. Qingyi was also a bit taken aback, but found a vacant seat and sat down. At that moment, a voice came from beside him. Hey man, you don't need to wear the mask right now. Qingyi turned in confusion to see a man smiling and explaining, it's your first time on Yubing Star, right? To get a city passport, you need to show your eyes. You can't do that in illusion form. You can transform after entering the city. Of course, if you already have a passport, then forget what I said. Thanks for the heads up, Qingyi said, immediately removing the illusion mask. Wang Eugene scrutinized Qingyi's face, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then burst into hearty laughter. Kid, you're quite handsome. Haha. Qingyi, hearing this, smiled shyly and blushed a little. Seeing this, Wang Eugene continued to laugh and asked, are you heading to Devil City for the annual auction? What? Qingyi looked up abruptly, his eyes filled with confusion. There's going to be an auction in Devil City soon? Wang Eugene was taken aback for a moment, then realized Qingyi knew nothing about it. He patiently explained, every year on November 11th, Devil City hosts a grand auction. You might not know this, but Yubing Star uses the same calendar as we do. This is one of the pieces of knowledge they adopted after interacting with the Huanling Federation. Not just Yubing Star, but many other planets, like the one you just visited, Juanhua Star, also use the Ling Star calendar. However, Duwu Star uses the Fengyuan calendar due to its early contact with Fengyuan Star. Qingyi nodded gently and then asked, are there many high-quality ghost attribute treasures at the auction? Wang Eugene laughed and replied, of course. This is Yubing Star. After all, ghost attribute treasures are abundant here. I'm heading to Devil City specifically for those ghost attribute items at the auction. Not just me. I'd say 80 of the people sitting here are going for that auction. Qingyi laughed awkwardly and continued to ask, are there any requirements to participate in the auction in Devil City? You need to have 10 million Huanling coins or 5 million star coins, Wang Eugene explained. Besides that, you need a ticket. The cheapest ones are 100,000 each, and the most expensive ones are Well, let's not even go there. If you want to go, just buy the cheapest one. The difference is that the expensive ones let you bid from a private box, while the cheap ones have you sitting in the auction hall. Got it, thanks. Cheney said gratefully. Wang Eugene waved his hand and added, besides the auction, Devil City's Devil Street will have a lot of good stuff around this time. From November 5th to the 20th, it's the busiest, with the most humans around. You don't need to disguise yourself when going out because the security is the best during this time, and the official authorities will also be present. Cheney asked curiously, do all cities have such annual auctions? As he spoke, he took out a bottle of drink from his Huanling space and handed it to Wang Eugene. Wang Eugene took the drink, had a sip, and replied, of course not. Only a few top-tier cities like Yubing City, Soul City, Skeleton City, and Devil City do this. And it's not every year. Some hold it every 2 or 3 years, and some haven't held one in 5 years. Cheney pondered, thinking that this was probably because there weren't enough good items to hold an auction every year. If there's an auction, it at least means there are several top-quality items. After hearing Wang Eugene's explanation, he decided to participate in this auction. As for the required 10 million, Cheney wasn't worried. The high-quality spirit beasts he captured were worth a lot, with each one selling for hundreds of thousands. Moreover, he recently caught a level 50 subdragon type poison fire dragon lizard. Although it hasn't been sold yet, his parents are handling its sale. His mother even gave him 30 million for emergencies. Even after recently buying 2 yellow quality and 1 blue quality treasure, Cheney still had nearly 30 million Huanling coins and 5 million star coins. This was all thanks to his Huanling soul eyes. With this ability, finding high-quality spirit beasts became a breeze. As long as he was willing to put in the effort, catching 7 or 8 high-quality spirit beasts in a few days was not a difficult task. The price of a high-quality spirit beast can reach 3 or 4 million, even 4 or 5 million spirit coins. Cheney calculated in his mind that selling 7 or 8 of them could bring in 30 to 40 million. For him, earning small amounts with his spirit summoning eyes was not difficult. However, obtaining truly substantial profits was not so easy. Rare spirit beasts like the venomous fire dragon lizard could sell for tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, but they were few and far between. Just as Cheney was deep in thought, Wang Eugene suddenly interrupted. You're not thinking of going to the mysterious Fog Sea, are you? Cheney snapped back to reality, looked at Wang Eugene, and nodded lightly. Yes, I am planning to go to the mysterious Fog Sea. What the heck? You're really planning to go to that place? Wang Eugene exclaimed, his face full of shock. Cheney looked at Wang Eugene's expression with confusion. What's the matter? Is there a problem? Wang Eugene took a deep breath and shook his head. Nothing, just surprised at your courage. Is it very dangerous there? Cheney asked further. Wang Eugene pondered for a moment before answering. It's indeed dangerous for someone like me, but for you, it should be manageable unless you're a master-level spirit summoner. Why do you say that? Cheney was even more puzzled. Wang Eugene explained, the mysterious Fog Sea is relatively safe for those with average strength, but it's not very friendly to king level and above powerhouses. In other words, spirit beasts at level 60 and above, as well as master level spirit summoners, will encounter trouble there. Qin Ye's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, are you a master level spirit summoner? Wang Eugene laughed at Qin Ye's reaction. I don't look like one, do I? Well, actually, I was just kidding. I'm not a master yet, but I'm halfway there. Wow, you're amazing. Qin Yi immediately said with respect. Wang Eugene quickly waved his hand. Don't say that, I'm not that impressive. Qin Yi smiled and continued to ask. So, why is the mysterious Fog Sea unfriendly to those above super level? Wang Eugene frowned and thought for a while before answering. The exact reason is unknown, but it's said that the stronger you are, the more likely you are to trigger terrifying phenomena there. So, they came up with a rule. Those at level 60 and above should avoid going there or be extremely cautious if they do. Those between level 50 and 59 can venture during the calm period, when the effects are similar to those below level 50. He paused and added, you're in luck. As far as I know, the calm period of the mysterious Fog Sea is approaching. Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully, absorbing the information. Author's note. I hadn't calculated the money before, but now I have. From now on, 1 school point equals 10,000 spirit coins, roughly. Not a big issue, I hope. 1 chapter for today. Also, it's Lingxing, not Huanlingxing, as previously written. It's been corrected now. The so-called calm period is when the dangers decrease, and it's easier to find treasures, explained Wang Eugene, taking a sip of his drink. His eyes sparkled as if he had thought of something amusing. If you're lucky, you might even see the ghost ship wandering in the eerie misty sea. Qin Yi seized the moment to ask, is there really a ghost ship in the eerie misty sea? Wang Eugene put down his drink, his expression suddenly turning peculiar as he stared at Qin Yi. Of course. Your goal isn't the ghost ship, is it? Caught off guard. Qin Yi laughed and admitted, haha, I need a ship. Wang Eugene was silent for a moment, then shook his head slightly and sighed. I had a feeling you were special, but I didn't expect your target to be the ghost ship. Qingyi blinked and asked curiously, is it difficult to get the ghost ship? Very difficult. I advise you to give up, Wang Yujin said seriously. That ghost ship has been around for years and hasn't been claimed. Its difficulty is unimaginable. It's been around for years? Qingyi exclaimed in surprise. If Wang Yujin hadn't mentioned it, he would have thought it was a recent phenomenon. Wang Yujin nodded in confirmation. Yes, it's been 5 years. 4 years ago, even an emperor-level expert tried to forcibly capture it, but nearly got killed by the eerie misty sea. 3 years ago, a totem-level expert made an attempt but didn't succeed either. A totem-level expert couldn't handle it? Not exactly. It's said that they didn't even see the ghost ship, Wang Yujin explained. After that, the ship became a target for those below level 60, and the higher-level experts stopped trying. Qingyi pondered. Was the rule discovered from this ship? Not really. Wang Yujin shook his head. The rule existed before. It was just reinforced when multiple powerful experts failed to capture the ghost ship. Hearing this, Qingyi gained a new understanding of the eerie misty sea and felt a bit more confident about obtaining the ghost ship. Wang Yujin continued to warn, if you really plan to go, be prepared to fight against forces like the Zhang family from Devil City, the Jiao family, the Ghostfire pirate crew, and the Serpent pirate crew. These groups send people to explore the misty sea during the calm period, seeking the right opportunity. Seeing Qingyi frown slightly, Wang Yujin added, those above level 60 can't act, but those below can. Some groups have organized attacks on the ghost ship but failed. So, to get the ghost ship, you need both luck and strong abilities. Last year, the Jiao family from Devil City sent 500 people and still couldn't capture it. Wang Yujin took a sip of his drink and continued. This shows how difficult it is to obtain the ghost ship. Qingyi smacked his lips and asked, how strong were they? And how many died? Their average strength was around level 45, and about a third of them, nearly 200 people, died. Wang Yujin replied without hesitation. The event had been quite sensational, leaving a lasting impression on him. Qingyi took a deep breath, thinking to himself, terrifying. A team of 500 with an average strength of level 45 couldn't capture the ghost ship. Its power is unfathomable. Wang Yujin sternly reminded, so it's best not to go to the eerie misty sea, and certainly not to target the ghost ship. Too many forces are eyeing it. Even if you capture it, bringing it back will be extremely difficult. Just think about this. Those above level 60 can't act in the misty sea, but once you have the ghost ship and leave, do you think they won't act? Qingyi was stunned by Wang Yujin's words. Wang Yujin patted his shoulder and said, if the ghost ship were just a purple grade treasure, it wouldn't be so bad. But from what it's shown, it's at least an orange grade, likely a red grade treasure. Bringing such a high grade treasure back to the Summoning Federation won't be easy. If you want the ghost ship, be prepared to wander endlessly and deal with various challenges. After saying this, Wang Yujin stopped talking about the ghost ship and instead raised his empty drink bottle, asking Qingyi, got any more of these drinks? They're pretty good. Yes, Qingyi snapped back to reality and quickly pulled out a few bottles from his summoning space, handing them to Wang Yujin. Thanks for the advice, brother. I'm Qingyi. Haha, no problem. Wang Yujin accepted the drinks with a smile. I'm Wang Yujin, but you can call me Brother Wang. Qingyi took out his phone and said, Brother Wang, let's exchange contact info. Wang Yujin's insights were invaluable, saving him a lot of time in gathering information. Sure, Wang Yujin took out his phone and exchanged contact details with Qingyi. Afterward, Qingyi and Wang Yujin continued to chat casually. Their conversation was soon interrupted by a master-level expert who entered the waiting area to escort them to Devil City. Bing Yao looked at the passengers with their transformation effects activated and said, if you don't have a passport, you can turn off your transformation. It won't help you buy a passport in Devil City. Qingyi curiously glanced at those with their transformations still active. Soon, a few of them turned off their transformation effects. Bing Yao didn't say anything to those who didn't comply, instead confirming the head count before leading them outside. Bing Yao then took out a dark blue summoning orb, causing Qingyi to wonder, isn't it supposed to be a contract beast? He watched as Bing Yao threw the orb onto the ground. In the next moment, a large black bird appeared. Qingyi whispered to Wang Yujin, Brother Wang, do you know what kind of bird this is? It's a ghost-type black phantom bird, Wang Yujin replied in a low voice. Don't underestimate it. It's a king-level creature. Oh, I see. Qingyi realized. While they were talking, Bing Yao had already set up seats on the bird's back, similar to the giant eagle Qingyi had ridden on the poison mist star. Under Bing Yao's direction, they boarded the bird and took their seats. After checking the head count, Bing Yao shouted to everyone, hold on tight to the handrails, we're taking off. 4.5 hours later, the team led by Bing Yao finally reached the outskirts of Demon City. Qingyi leaped off the dark-winged bird, landing steadily on his feet. He looked up at the pitch-black city in the distance and couldn't help but be taken aback. What are you thinking about? Wang Yujin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Qin shook his head. Nothing, just feeling a bit emotional. Wang Yujin followed Qin Yi's gaze, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Are you suddenly feeling the strength of our spirit summoning federation? Yeah. Qin Yi nodded lightly. Haha. Wang Yujin laughed heartily. I felt the same way back then. You'll get used to it. Mm. Qin Yi turned to Wang Yujin. Wang Yujin waved his hand. Alright, I'm off. Contact me if you need anything. Okay. Qin Yi watched as Wang Yujin walked toward the city gates, feeling nothing unusual. From Wang Yujin's words, it was clear he often came to Ghost Soldier Star, so having a Demon City passport was normal. After Wang Yujin left, Qin Yi headed to the registration office nearby. He spent 20,000 star coins to get a 2-month passport. Originally, he only planned for 1 month, but after hearing from Wang that the mysterious Mist Sea would soon enter a calm period, he opted for 2 months. After a thorough check, Qin Yi successfully entered Demon City. He immediately found a secluded spot to put on his disguise mask, then hailed a taxi to a hotel near the Demon Auction House. An hour later, Qin Yi stood before a grand black skyscraper. He paused for a moment, but decided not to go in. Instead, he found a small inn nearby. Staying in a high-end hotel for 1 night was fine, but considering he might stay for over half a month, he chose the more cost-effective inn. It wasn't about the money. It just didn't feel worth it. Once in his room, Qin Yi summoned the cat sister who had been cooped up the entire journey. The dimensional cat immediately jumped to the window, curiously looking outside. Qin Yi then summoned Zhuge and the others, took out some food from the summoning space, and they all ate together. He was quite hungry after nearly 7 hours without food. After dinner, the dimensional cat looked at Qin Yi. Are we going to the mysterious Mist Sea tomorrow? No, we'll wait a few days. Qin Yi shook his head and explained to the puzzled cat sister what Wang had told him. So, we'll wait until the mysterious Mist Sea enters its calm period? The dimensional cat asked. No, we'll wait until the auction is over first. Knowing the power of the mysterious Mist Sea, Qin Yi wasn't in a hurry. The ghost ship had been there for years. He doubted anyone would risk retrieving it outside the calm period. If someone did succeed, he'd just have to accept his bad luck. What will we do for the next few days until the auction? The dimensional cat asked again. First, we'll buy the tickets. Qin Yi cleaned up the trash, put Zhuge and the others back into the summoning space, donned his disguise mask, and headed out with the cat sister. At the entrance of the demon auction house, Qin Yi looked up at the imposing, brightly lit black and gold building and walked in. Welcome to the demon auction house. Good evening, sir. How can I assist you? A skeleton man in a black suit approached. I need to purchase a ticket for the November 11th auction. Qin Yi said directly. Of course, please follow me, the skeleton man said, explaining as they walked. Purchasing a ticket for our annual auction requires meeting certain criteria. Yes, I know. Haha, my apologies. No problem. At the ticket counter, Qin Yi followed the instructions to purchase a black card worth 10 million spirit coins, which allowed him to buy a ticket for the auction at the cost of 100,000 spirit coins. The black card was a limited time card, and the balance would be refunded after the 11th. During this process, he inadvertently revealed his human identity, but the staff seemed accustomed to it and showed no special reaction. Leaving the auction house, Qin Yi took a taxi to Demon Street. Why are we going to Demon Street? The dimensional cat asked, puzzled. To see if there's anything good, Qin Yi replied telepathically. If you buy something good, will you still have money for the auction items? The dimensional cat asked, even more confused. Qin Yi fell silent. Seeing this, the dimensional cat suggested, I think it's better to go out and catch spirit beasts to make money. Who do you think I can sell the spirit beasts to right now? Qin Yi countered. This time, the dimensional cat fell silent. Suddenly, she had an idea. We could go back and sell them. It's only the first today, so we have 9 more days, plenty of time to make a lot of money. Qin Yi acknowledged that it was an option but felt it wasn't practical. The distance to the Spirit Summoning Federation's main base was too far, and even a king-level spirit beast would take nearly 5 hours to fly there. The journey was full of unknown risks, so he preferred to play it safe and ultimately rejected the idea. Then you need to be more frugal, the dimensional cat reminded. Don't forget, we still need to hire sailors. You don't expect one duck to sail a ship, do you? Even if it's a sailor duck. Qin Yi was at a loss for words. The dimensional cat continued, meow if possible. I suggest hiring some fearless fighters to join us in the mysterious Mist Sea. That way, if we encounter a group of dozens, we'll have some help to share the burden. Stop. Qin Yi quickly interrupted the cat sister. I get it. On the evening of November 11th, Qin Yi walked out of the Devil's Trading House with a puzzled look on his face, letting out a long sigh. He glanced around and silently vowed never to set foot in such a place again when he was short on money. During the entire day of the auction, Qin Yi could only sit in his seat and watch as one rare treasure after another slipped through his fingers, feeling incredibly frustrated. Although there were items he could afford, he restrained himself from purchasing anything. knowing that he needed to save for the ghost ship for his upcoming sea voyage. Dimension Cat patted Cheney on the shoulder, trying to comfort him. Cheney sighed again, feeling regretful. If it weren't for Cat's sister's earlier advice, he wouldn't have felt so constrained and unable to buy anything. He didn't blame Cat's sister, though. He was just frustrated that he hadn't known about the auction in Devil City on the 11th beforehand. By the time he found out, most of his funds had already been spent on 2 yellow quality and 1 blue quality celestial treasures. If he had known earlier, he would have saved his money for the auction, hoping for better treasures. Unfortunately, reality doesn't work that way. Suddenly, with a determined look, Cheney said, "I've made up my mind." Startled, Dimension Cat looked at him in confusion. "Made up your mind about what?" Cheney replied, "I've decided to always keep 1,000,000,000 spirit coins on me. That way, I won't be short on money at critical moments." Dimension Cat was silent for a moment, then encouraged him. "Sure, go for it." Cheney smiled and explained that making money wasn't difficult. Over the past few days in Devil City, aside from the first day when he strolled around Devil Street, he had been gathering information about the eerie sea of fog and catching wild spirit beasts outside the city to earn money. Cheney also discovered that the quality of wild spirit beasts here was lower than on other planets. He speculated that the forces in Devil City might regularly go out to capture high-quality spirit beasts and use celestial treasures like spirit grass to enhance their intelligence, enabling them to communicate with outsiders. It was the presence of these celestial treasures that allowed various spirit beast races to overcome language barriers, establish cities and federations, and jointly resist external invaders. Dimension Cat acknowledged Cheney's money-making speed, although she thought she might be even faster. Cheney suggested they find a restaurant to eat at, and then head to the talent market tomorrow to look for sailors and bodyguards. Over the past few days, he had gathered plenty of information, learning that the eerie sea of fog would enter a calm period around the 25th, lasting about 15 days. He also obtained a rough map and time estimates. Meanwhile, Zhuge and the others had not lagged in their strength improvement. Especially Luoya, whose level had reached 48 with the help of celestial treasures, just one step away from level 50. Luoya's ghost attribute percentage had also successfully surpassed the water attribute, reaching 55. Although it hadn't reached Cheney's expected 60, it was enough to meet the evolution criteria. At 10 a.m. the next morning, Cheney got out of a taxi and, after gazing at the endless sea and the dense array of ships in the distance, turned toward the talent market. As soon as he entered the market, various shouts reached his ears. New breed cat people for only 500,000 star coins. Fox people on sale, 1,000,000 star coins. Take away bull people and pig people for just 200,000 star coins. Cheney was stunned, looking at the various races caged in iron bars around him, and quietly exited the market. Standing outside, he stared at the large sign reading, Talent Market, his mouth twitching involuntarily. "Cat sister, did I hear wrong? Is this talent market actually selling people?" Cheney asked in disbelief. Dimension Cat calmly replied, "Don't be surprised. Most talent markets on different planets operate this way." "You knew?" Cheney was somewhat annoyed. "Then why didn't you tell me earlier?" "You didn't ask," Dimension Cat responded matter-of-factly. Cheney was left speechless, standing there thinking about what to do next. Cheney stepped into the bustling talent market, the noise hitting him like a wave. Various spirit beasts transported from different planets were on display, a dazzling array. His gaze was drawn to a feline humanoid, standing only 1.5 meters tall, priced at a whopping 500,000 star coins. Cheney discreetly activated his soul-summoning eye to gauge the cat person's potential. The panel information appeared before him. Race red-tailed cat person, level 32. Attributes average, potential high. Cheney fell into deep thought, silently questioning himself. Is making money really this easy? He shared this information with the Dimension Cat beside him. Cat sister wasn't surprised and patted Cheney's shoulder, suggesting, in the future, if you come across attractive spirit beasts, consider capturing them first and selling them in alien cities. It's indeed a lucrative path. Cheney nodded in agreement but added, "But I don't have the time to sell them slowly." Dimension Cat pointed to the surrounding merchants and explained, "You dummy, you can sell them directly to these traders. You'll just earn a bit less." Cheney had a sudden realization and, together with Cat sister, began looking for suitable sailors and fighters. They arrived at an employment agency, where Cheney inquired, "Do you have any sailors?" "One's familiar with ships." A skeleton woman, who was reading a newspaper, looked up and responded, "Where to?" "The mysterious Fog Sea." "Going to the mysterious Fog Sea costs 50 more. It's a dangerous place," the skeleton woman said nonchalantly. Cheney was a bit surprised. "That expensive? Can I see the sailor's information?" he asked. The skeleton woman pulled out a tablet, operated it skillfully, and handed it to Cheney. "Prices already include the 50 increase." Browsing the tablet, Cheney was taken aback by the hiring prices, which ranged from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of star coins. He set the filters, minimum level 40, sorted by price from low to high. The lowest price was still 50,000 star coins per day. Cheney looked at the skeleton woman again. She explained, quality costs money. Of course, if you're lucky, you might hire a skilled person in urgent need of cash. Cheney asked if he could post job requirements for them to accept offers. The skeleton woman agreed but mentioned a 5 service fee. She had Cheney download an app to make his selections. As he was leaving, the skeleton woman suddenly grabbed Cheney's hand, slipped him a small card, and smiled, "Handsome, remember to contact me if you're interested. I can give you a discount." Cheney walked away quickly, feeling a bit awkward, while the Dimension Cat burst into laughter behind him. "Ha ha ha, a skeleton woman has a crush on you. That's hilarious." Cheney's face darkened. "I look pretty handsome in this form, okay?" Over the next few days, Cheney visited various agencies and downloaded multiple apps. During this time, he received contact cards from women of different races, including a succubus from the skeleton clan, which kept Dimension Cat laughing non-stop. Finally, Cheney filtered out 5 suitable sailors on his phone. As for the fighters, he decided to choose them in person, using his soul summoning eye to ensure he got the best value for his money. The sailors would mainly assist Luoya in handling the ship, while the fighters needed to battle alongside him, thus requiring higher combat skills. With a plan in mind, Cheney prepared to complete his recruitment in the coming days, gearing up for the adventure ahead. Cheney stood outside the auction house, listening to the prices being discussed around him. He couldn't help but frown. "Everything's so expensive," he muttered. The prices, often reaching hundreds of thousands of star coins, seemed unreasonable to him. It's not that he couldn't afford it, but he felt the cost-benefit ratio was too low. He recalled his experiences at the #1 base of the Spirit Summoner Federation, where the same amount could hire a highly skilled Super Spirit Summoner. Previously, at the Adventurers Guild, he saw that hiring a Super Spirit Summoner cost around 3 to 400,000 Spirit Coins, which translated to roughly 200,000 Star Coins. A Super Spirit Summoner's strength was at least equivalent to a level 50 Quasiking potential Spirit Beast, so using that money to hire a Spirit Beast with less potential seemed unwise to him. Dimensional Cat noticed Cheney's expression and asked, "Isn't this price reasonable?" Cheney explained, "For the same price, I could hire a Super Spirit Summoner elsewhere." Dimensional Cat rolled her eyes, a hint of exasperation in her voice. "You're too naive. You can't hire a Super Spirit Summoner for that price in the mysterious Miss Sea. Haven't you adjusted to the new pricing here?" Cheney was taken aback, then gave an embarrassed smile. "Haha, I guess I wasn't thinking it through." Dimensional Cat pointed to a man conversing with a black sword nearby and suggested, "You could ask that human spirit summoner over there. There are some around here." Cheney nodded in agreement and walked towards the man. The man noticed the approaching skeletal figure and looked curious. "Are you in the hiring business?" Cheney asked directly. The man nodded. "Yes. Where do you need to go?" "To the mysterious Miss Sea." "How much per day?" The man answered straightforwardly, "Buddy, I'm being honest with you. Before entering the mysterious Miss Sea, it's 300,000 star coins a day. Once inside, it's 700,000 star coins a day." Cheney frowned slightly. "A Super Spirit Summoner?" "Of course," the man said proudly. "I have a level 50 Quasiking potential contract beast and 2 level 50 Lord potential contract beasts. Hiring me is like hiring 3 people." Cheney nodded slightly, thinking the price wasn't too unreasonable. After all, getting a Quasiking level and 2 Lord level potential spirit beasts, plus the summoner's own combat power, seemed fairly cost-effective. Seeing Cheney deep in thought, the man added, "There aren't many spirit summoners as fair as me around here. Are all your contract beasts combat types?" Cheney asked. "Naturally. Can I see them?" "Of course." The man pointed to the black sword beside him. "This is my Quasiking potential contract beast." Cheney turned to look at Black Sword, somewhat surprised. Black Sword moved slightly and confirmed, "I am indeed his partner." Cheney nodded, sensing the aura from Black Sword, and then used his spirit summoning eye to check. Species, Black Phantom Sword. Level, 57. Attribute, Dark. Potential, Quasi-King. It really is a Quasiking potential, Cheney thought to himself, then turned his attention to the Black Tiger and the scythe-wielding scarecrow the man summoned. A level 53 Nether Black Tiger and a level 55 Black Scythe Scarecrow, both with Lord-level potential. After checking, Cheney asked, "Are you available soon?" The man immediately replied, "Yes. Let's meet at 10 a.m. on the 18th. I'll send you the address tonight." "How many days are you planning to hire me for?" "Not sure yet." "All right, then the deposit will follow the usual rule of 10 days. You need to pay 10 of the total for 10 days upfront. Let's calculate it at the non-mysterious Miss Sea rate of 300,000 star coins per day. That's 3 million star coins for 10 days. So you pay 300,000 star coins now." "Agreed." Cheney took out his phone. "Shall we use the platform?" "Of course," the man smiled. I'm he who. Alright, you can call me boss. No problem. Which platform? The Ghost Hunter hiring platform, the biggest one here. Got it. Qin Yi and he who began the platform operations. Seeing the stats of he who's 3 contract beasts, Qin Yi didn't hesitate to hire him. Finding someone this skilled and affordable was rare. After completing the transaction, they went to the Ghost Hunter hiring platform store, where they signed a contract under the staff's watchful eyes. While the contract mainly ensured mutual safety, its actual effectiveness wasn't very strong. If it were, the platform wouldn't offer it for free. The primary function was to inform the platform if either party attacked the other. If someone was killed, the platform would know and could issue a bounty to avenge the victim. This bounty would be platform-wide, meaning if you killed your contract partner, you would be hunted by all platforms. Pleasure doing business. He who extended his hand to Qin Yi. Qin Yi shook his hand and smiled. Pleasure doing business. He who then bid farewell to Qin Yi, saying he wanted to enjoy himself before leaving. Dimensional Cat's voice came from the side. You got lucky. Qin Yi laughed. Haha, it's your luck. He hadn't expected the person Cat randomly pointed out to have such high cost effectiveness. Hiring he who for 700,000 star coins seemed like a great deal to him. Dimensional Cat realized and proudly said, Yes, I found him. I'm awesome. Meow. Haha, let's go, let's continue. Qin Yi laughed as they left the Ghost Hunter hiring platform store. After seeing he whose high cost effectiveness, Qin Yi turned his attention to other spirit summoners. He asked a few more people about their prices and became increasingly impressed with he whose value. The cheapest super spirit summoner he found, aside from he who, charged at least 1 million star coins a day, even with discounts for the days before entering the mysterious Miss Sea. Hearing these prices, Dimensional Cat also marveled at the high cost of super spirit summoners. She felt even more proud of her luck in finding such a cost-effective super spirit summoner on the first try. Maybe we should look for level 4050 spirit beasts with commander or lord potential, or high-level spirit summoners, Qin Yi suggested. Yeah, that might be our best option, Dimensional Cat agreed with a nod. Qin Yi was strolling down the street when he suddenly heard a shout, brother. We've got high-quality blade-type spirit beasts over here. Interested? He turned to see a foxman enthusiastically waving at him. Qin Yi frowned slightly and asked, puzzled, You dare to sell beasts from the Yubing clan? The foxman's face changed dramatically at the question, and he quickly waved his hands in denial, brother. Don't say that. We wouldn't dare sell anything from the Yubing clan. What we have are top-quality blade-type spirit beasts captured from other planets. As he spoke, he hastily pulled out a stack of certificates from his pocket. If you don't believe me, I can show you the authentication certificates from the Yubing clan. The foxman explained that although the security here wasn't great, they absolutely wouldn't dare mess with powerful clans like the Yubing clan, the Skeleton clan, or the Soul clan. Even for similar clans from other planets, they must have official authentication certificates to trade. Otherwise, they could face heavy fines or even ruin. Looking at the thick stack of certificates in the foxman's hands, Qin Yi couldn't help but ask in surprise, How many have you caught? The foxman quickly shook his head. No, these are from before. Currently, we only have 10 blade-type spirit beasts, and only 3 of them are knife-type. Do you want to take a look? Qin Yi nodded, thinking it wouldn't hurt to check the potential of these 3 knife-type spirit beasts. If they were good, he might as well buy one as a weapon. Seeing Qin Yi's interest, the foxman immediately led him inside the store to a small room. Please wait a moment. The foxman placed a bottle of water on the coffee table and then left. Qin Yi didn't touch the water. Instead, he stood up and curiously looked around the room. Before long, the foxman knocked and entered. Sir, I'm ready to start. Qin Yi nodded slightly, his eyes showing a hint of anticipation. The foxman took out a spirit summoning orb and pressed a button. A blue light shot out, instantly forming into a large red machete on the ground. Level 37, Fire Attribute Qi-Yin Great Knife, Low-Level Commander Potential, captured on Blazing Fire Star, 3 million star coins, the foxman introduced. Qin Yi silently activated his spirit summoning eye to verify the information. Confirming it was accurate, he shook his head. Next, the foxman quickly retracted the Qi-Yin Great Knife and released the second spirit Biasta Black Knife, emitting a dark aura. Level 40, Dark Attribute Black Flame Knife Spirit, Mid-Level Commander Potential, captured on Black Soul Star, 5 million star coins. Sir, this black knife would suit you well. Qin Yi once again used his spirit summoning eye to verify the information and signaled to continue. The last spirit summoning orb revealed a long black knife. Level 38, Ghost Attribute Black Soul Spirit Knife, Low-Level Commander Potential, captured on Black Soul Star, 10 million star coins. Seeing Qin Yi's puzzled expression, the foxman added, The Black Soul Spirit Knife is unique to Black Soul Star. Though its potential is low, with some training, it has the highest future potential among these 3. It has a chance to evolve into the top-tier spirit beast, the Black Soul Demon Knife. Hearing the words Black Soul Demon Knife, Cheney discreetly used his spirit summoning eye on the immobile black long knife on the ground. The information on the panel shocked him. Species Myriad Soul Spirit, level 42, Ghost Attribute, High Level Lord Potential, and it possessed talents and skills like Elementalization, Myriad Transformation, and Soul Change. The description indicated that the knife had been disguising itself as a black soul spirit knife to blend in but was attacked by an unknown creature and ended up here after waking up. Suppressing his surprise, Cheney calmly asked, "This knife looks cool. Can you give me a discount?" The Foxman was overjoyed. The Black Soul Spirit Knife took us a lot of effort to capture. It has a chance to evolve into the Emperor-level Black Soul Demon Knife. So, 5 million star coins. Cheney feigned disdain. With this potential, evolving into the Black Soul Demon Knife is too difficult. After some haggling, they finally settled on a price of 8 million star coins. Cheney readily agreed, secretly delighted to get a high-level Lord Potential Elemental Spirit Beast at such a price. It was a steal. Just as Cheney was about to sign the contract, the Black Long Knife suddenly spoke. "Let me go, and I will help you 10 times for free in the future." Cheney merely glanced at it and continued reading the contract. However, just as Cheney was about to sign, hurried footsteps came from outside. With a bang, the door was flung open, and 3 figures rushed in: a panting female fox, a fierce-looking werewolf, and an expressionless skeleton man. The female fox anxiously called out, "Black Fox, the Black Soul Spirit Knife hasn't been sold yet, has it?" Cheney looked up at the newcomers, then quickly lowered his head and signed his name on the contract. The werewolf glared at Cheney's actions and roared, "What are you doing?" Cheney ignored him, quickly signing his name on the contract. He then took out a black card and swiped it through the card reader that Black Fox had prepared in advance. Thanking the still-dazed Black Fox, he picked up the summoning orb from the coffee table and stood up to leave. The werewolf finally realized what was happening and bellowed, "Hand over the summoning orb." Cheney looked at him coldly and spat out one word, "Scram. You're courting death." The werewolf's aura exploded as he lunged at Cheney. Moving like lightning, Cheney drew his blade, and a black slash shot out, striking the werewolf hard. With a scream, the werewolf crashed into the wall. Holding his black blade, Cheney turned his gaze to the skeleton man on the other side. "Move aside." The skeleton man spoke in a deep voice, "We are from the Viper pirate crew. Do you know what happens if you mess with us? No wonder you're so reckless." Cheney suddenly understood. The Viper pirate crew was one of the top 5 pirate crews in the Devil Sea, and the Eerie Fog Sea was located within the Devil Sea. Cheney smirked, releasing his aura sharply and shouted, "Move. You'll regret this." Despite his bluster, the skeleton man stepped aside, clearing a path for Cheney. Cheney glanced at him and then turned to Black Fox, who had finally snapped out of his daze. "Receive the money?" Black Fox swallowed hard and nodded quickly. "Yes, received." "Good," Cheney said, striding forward. As he passed by the werewolf suddenly got up and, along with the skeleton man, attacked Cheney. Cheney calmly swung his blade, and 2 slashes vanished instantly, striking both of them with an elusive energy. With 2 resounding crashes, Cheney walked out of the room without looking back. "What kind of power is this?" The female fox screamed in terror. Black Fox hesitated and said, "It seems like spatial power." "Yes, spatial. Only spatial attributes have this kind of power," the female fox exclaimed in shock, standing there in a daze. Black Fox looked at the 2 lying on the ground, shook his head and sighed. He collected the items on the coffee table and said to the female fox, "I'm leaving. Prepare to be punished." Allowing people to break into the transaction room and causing damage is not something easily resolved. As Black Fox passed by the female fox, she suddenly knelt on the ground, her eyes filled with fear and despair. Black Fox sighed again and then left the room. Elsewhere, Cheney quickly left the shop and blended into the crowd. After walking a few hundred meters, Dimensional Cat spoke up, "Good stuff." "Yeah." Cheney's lips curled up. "That spirit beast isn't a black soul spirit blade but an elemental spirit beast, the myriad transformation spirit." Dimensional Cat fell silent for a moment before appearing in front of Cheney, inspecting him closely. "Really? Why would I lie to you?" Cheney rolled his eyes at her and smiled. "The myriad transformation spirit has the potential to become a high-level lord." "Holy crap! What kind of luck do you have?" Dimensional Cat exclaimed in shock. 8 million star coins for a high-potential elemental spirit beast? How could they miss something like this? Even for 80 million star coins, someone would buy it. With the spirit summoning eye, I'm just lucky enough to find these treasures. Cheney laughed. "Let's go back and check out this myriad transformation spirit. How did this dumb spirit beast get caught?" Dimensional Cat asked curiously. "The description says..." Cheney started explaining as he led the way back to his lodging. To prepare for his upcoming trip to the Eerie Fog Sea and to find some muscle, he had been staying at a nearby inn for the past few days. Back at his place, Chini placed the food he had bought on the table and then summoned Juga and the others. As soon as Luoya appeared, he asked, "Boss, did you find any suitable underlings?" Chini took out the summoning orb and smiled at Luoya. "I found 3, and I got you a blade." "A blade?" Luoya's eyes lit up as he looked at Chini. "Really?" "Actually, it's not a real blade but a spirit beast that can transform into one," Chini said, releasing the myriad transformation spirit. Luoya curiously looked at the black long blade that appeared on the ground and exclaimed, "This blade is cool." "It is pretty cool." Chini smiled and said to the myriad transformation spirit, "Stop playing dead. Show me your true form." The myriad transformation spirit looked at Chini in shock. "How did you know?" "If I didn't know, why would I buy you? You didn't actually think I would be interested in your fake black soul spirit blade, did you?" Chini sat down and continued, "If you had the potential of a lord-level black soul spirit blade, I might be interested. But a non-lord level black soul spirit blade? No way. Wait, you're human." The myriad transformation spirit suddenly realized, looking at the 4 spirit beasts around Qin Yi. "Don't worry, I don't plan to contract you. I bought you to be his weapon." Qin Yi pointed at Luoya. "My pirate king needs a blade." Luoya stepped forward, picked up the myriad transformation spirit, and began swinging it. "Don't swing me, I get dizzy." The myriad transformation spirit shouted quickly. "You'll get used to it," Qin Yi said. Though he knew the myriad transformation spirit was an elemental spirit beast and not a real blade, as long as it could transform into a weapon for Luoya to use, that was enough. Listening to Qin Yi, the myriad transformation spirit felt a deep sense of despair about its future. Luoya stopped swinging and said to Qin Yi, "Boss, this weapon is pretty good. I'll take it." The Wan Hua soul spirit felt utterly despondent, filled with hopelessness about life. It even thought that being contracted by a spirit summoner or sold to another race would be better than its current situation. At least that way, it could assist the summoner in becoming powerful or gain some freedom, with the only cost being servitude. But now, it had become a weapon for a duck, leaving it bewildered about its future. Qin Yi noticed the expression on the Wan Hua soul spirit's face and laughed, saying, "Don't look so aggrieved. My pirate king here has the potential to become a quasi-monarch. After evolving to level 50, he will at least be an emperor-level existence. Becoming his weapon is a privilege that not every spirit beast gets." Luoya looked at the Wan Hua soul spirit in his hand with pride, quacking, "Becoming my weapon. I won't treat you poorly. Once I evolve, you'll be second only to the ship spirit. If there's no ship spirit, you'll be number 1. Luoya swung the Wan Hua soul spirit a few times, clearly satisfied with the ghostly weapon. The Wan Hua soul spirit listened to their words in silence. A duck with emperor-level potential and a promising spirit summoner thought the summoner didn't intend to contract it made its situation seem slightly more bearable. Qin Yi noticed the contemplative eyes on the black blade and said, "Transform into your true form. Let's have a proper talk." The Wan Hua soul spirit looked at Luoya and said, "I'll change shape first." Then, the black blade turned into a wisp of blue mist, flying to the side and condensing into a small paper figure wrapped in ghostly blue flames. "This is my original form," the paper figure said, floating in the air. Suddenly, a dimensional cat appeared on Qin Ye's shoulder, exclaiming, "Meow, quite cute." The Wan Hua soul spirit was surprised to see the cat, exclaiming, "A spatial type." The dimensional cat examined the paper figure closely, commenting, "Meow, good potential. Just lacking some rare materials, otherwise, it wouldn't have only high lord level talent." Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully and asked, "How many times have you evolved?" Feeling the unusual atmosphere, the Wan Hua soul spirit softly replied, "Twice." Qin Yi continued to ask, "What were you originally? What did you evolve into? Tell me everything." The Wan Hua soul spirit answered truthfully, "I was originally a Wan Hun banner, then evolved into a Wan Hun spirit, and now I've become the Wan Hua soul spirit." Hearing the name Wan Hun banner, Qin Yi frowned slightly and took out his newly purchased star-level smartphone to search for information. This high-end phone, worth 100,000 star coins, could be used on any signal-covered planet within the Phantom Star domain, boasting powerful functions but a hefty price tag. After searching for a while with no relevant information found, Qin Yi looked up and asked, "Are you a mutant species?" The Wan Hua soul spirit replied with a hint of pride, "That's right. My species is the Hun Banner clan. The most common ones are Hun Banners, slightly uncommon are Bai Hun Banners, rare are Qin Hun Banners, and I'm the 9,000,001 Hun Banner." Qin Yi nodded and continued to search for information. He soon learned that the Hun Banner clan was a powerful race capable of absorbing souls and summoning stored souls to fight for them. The differences among Hun Banners, Bai Hun Banners, and Qin Hun Banners mainly lay in the number of souls they could absorb. Looking at the information on his phone, Qin Yi asked, "Can you store 10,000 souls?" The Wan Hua soul spirit fell silent. Seeing this, Qin Yi also fell silent. After a moment, Qin Yi asked, Did your evolution go wrong? The Wan Hua soul spirit suddenly burst into tears. I, I, I didn't want it to go wrong either. But this damned fate evolved me into a Wan Hun spirit. I wanted to evolve into a Wan Hunling banner or a Wan Hunbing banner, but it made me a Wan Hun spirit. Just because I don't have the soul-absorbing talent, does it have to be this strict? Why heaven is so unfair to me. Chinyi, the dimensional cat, and everyone else watched this scene, collectively falling into silence. Stop crying. I understand how you feel, said Dimension Cat as it gracefully leaped next to Wan Hua Hunling. Its eyes filled with deep sympathy. It raised a furry paw and gently patted Wan Hua Hunling, then began to share its own story. I was born with legendary potential and spent half my life reaching quasi-mythical level. Just when I was about to break through to mythical level, the rare and precious seven-colored treasure I had finally obtained was swallowed by a turtle with not even elite potential. Dimension Cat's tone was full of helplessness and bitterness. Can you imagine that feeling? Wan Hua Hunling shook its head in confusion, eyes full of bewilderment. Legendary level? Quasi-mythical level? Mythical level? What are those? Are you making this up? Dimension Cat didn't stop despite Wan Hua Hunling's skepticism and continued. The worst part is, I ended up becoming someone's contracted beast. Is being my contracted beast that bad? Chinyi interjected with a hint of helplessness. I'm not finished yet. Dimension Cat glared at Chinyi before continuing. Although it was tough, I was also the luckiest. My spirit summoner has an unrivaled talent, giving me hope of becoming a phantom beast. This hope is far stronger than the seven-colored treasure. It turned to Wan Hua Hunling and said earnestly, so, look forward. Becoming the weapon of a duck isn't a loss. It's certainly better than transforming into a black soul spirit blade to deceive others, and then getting knocked out and sold here. Hearing this, Chinyi couldn't help but smile slightly. This cat was indeed worth raising, as the words the luckiest struck a chord with him. How do you know I transformed? No, that my soul turned into a black soul spirit blade and got knocked out? Wan Hua Hunling looked at Dimension Cat in shock. Dimension Cat calmly replied, that's why I said my spirit summoner has unrivaled talent. Chinyi then activated his spirit summoning eye to carefully examine Wan Hua Hunling's talents. Wan Hua, transform into anything seen, mimicking its aura. Soul change, naturally transform into anything seen, achieving up to 80 of its power at the same level. The more detailed the observation, the more power is gained. Chinyi exclaimed, your Wan Hua and soul change talents are quite impressive. Wan Hua Hunling asked in confusion, what's so good about them? Aren't the two effects similar? Chinyi shook his head and explained, no, they are very different. While they seem similar, the energy consumption should be quite different, right? Wan Hua Hunling nodded in agreement. The difference is indeed significant. Exactly, Chinyi smiled. One uses minimal energy to deceive, while the other uses more energy to gain power, catching others off guard. He then asked, can these two talents be used together? Yes, Wan Hua Hunling replied. After using Wan Hua, I can still use soul change, but it will consume more energy. Just as I thought. Chinyi nodded in satisfaction. Listening to their conversation, Dimension Cat pondered but couldn't help asking, Chinyi, can you explain its talents in detail? Realizing his oversight, Chinyi smiled and elaborated on Wan Hua Hunling's talents. He then added, it also has an elementalization talent, but I don't need to explain that, do I? No wonder you said it's an elemental spirit beast, Dimension Cat realized, then asked Wan Hua Hunling, how did you mutate into an elemental spirit beast? Your clan should be weapon-type spirit beasts. I'm not sure. Wan Hua Hunling looked puzzled. Chinyi pressed on. Did you have elementalization from the start? No. Wan Hua Hunling shook its head. I only had soul change at first. Elementalization appeared when I evolved into Wan Soul Spirit, and Wan Hua appeared when I evolved into Wan Hua Hunling. Chinyi nodded with a smile. That makes sense. If you had only soul change, reaching level 40 wouldn't be so easy. Wan Hua Hunling hesitated for a moment and then asked softly, can you let me go? I won't tell anyone, and I didn't understand any secrets. Chinyi shook his head with a smile, no? If you hadn't heard our secrets, maybe there was a chance. But now, he turned to Dimension Cat. Cat, would you like to explain the meaning of mythical level and phantom beasts? Meow, leave it to me. Dimension Cat immediately took on the task, explaining the potential levels of spirit beasts and the quality of items in detail. As Dimension Cat explained, Wan Hua Hunling's face gradually turned pale, and its body began to tremble. What have I heard? It exclaimed in terror. Do you understand now? Dimension Cat asked smugly. Wan Hua Hunling looked at Chinyi in despair. I'm ready. Chinyi, while saying, you look like I'm bullying you, began to cast the servant contract on Wan Hua Hunling. The contract array appeared, and Chinyi dropped a bit of his blood into it, pushing the array into Wan Hua Hunling's body. Don't resist. Qin reminded. Wan Hua Hunling quickly calmed down as a wisp of its soul flew into Qin Ye's mind. Qin Ye's consciousness formed a large hand and gently flicked the wisp of soul. Ah! A scream echoed in the room. Seeing Wan Hua Hunling's energy hand immediately rubbing its forehead, Qin Yi couldn't help but laugh. This contract is quite interesting. The dimensional cat noticed that the Wan Hua soul was silent, so it curiously circled around it and asked, "How do you feel?" The Wan Hua soul lay flat in the air, staring blankly at the white ceiling, and answered in a low voice, "Not good." The dimensional cat's eyes darted around, and it grinned. "How about I give you a name? From now on, you'll be called Silly Soul." "I'm not silly." The Wan Hua soul suddenly sat up and shouted, with a hint of anger in its voice. Qin Yi watched the scene calmly and said, "Let's just call it Soul. Simple and clear." The Wan Hua soul murmured softly, "Can it be called Wan Soul?" Qin Yi shook his head. "Wan Soul sounds too ostentatious. Soul is fine." He turned to Luo Ya and asked, "Pirate King, what do you think?" Luo Ya nodded slightly. "Yeah, Soul is good. Wan Soul sounds a bit silly." "Then it's decided," Qin Yi concluded decisively. The dimensional cat muttered to itself, "Meow, you call it Soul, and I'll call it Silly Soul." Hearing this, Soul showed a look of utter resignation. After settling the matter of Soul's name, the dimensional cat looked at Qin Yi and asked, "What do we do now?" Qin Yi replied, "Eat. After we eat, we'll go out and test the Pirate King's combat power using Soul." Hearing the word eat, Zhuge, who had been sleeping, instantly woke up and excitedly said, Finally, we can eat." On the other side, Sword Dog became interested upon hearing about testing Luo Ya's combat power, and its eyes sparkled with anticipation. After eating, Qin Yi found a nearby training ground and summoned everyone. He put away the soul summoning ball, looked at the floating soul, and said, "Transform into the black sword from before. Let me try it first." Obediently, Soul transformed into a black sword and flew towards Qin Yi. He grasped the hilt and swung it a few times, nodding in satisfaction. "Not bad at all." He looked at Soul in his hand and asked, "Do you feel dizzy?" Soul honestly replied, "Actually, I'm not that dizzy. I said I was dizzy before because I wasn't prepared and was a bit scared." Qin Yi wasn't surprised, considering the effects of the transformation. He explained, "You now possess some of the Black Soul Sword's power, so naturally, you also inherit its combat style. That's why a few swings wouldn't make you dizzy." He figured Soul might still get a bit dizzy after prolonged use, but that could be mitigated with training. After a few more swings, Qin Yi tossed Soul to Luo Ya. "You give it a try." Quack! Luo Ya excitedly caught Soul and started releasing various skills on the spot. When Qin Yi saw Soul being flung away during Luo Ya's Ghost Impact move, he frowned slightly. No, this won't do." Perched on Qin Ye's shoulder, the dimensional cat suggested, "You need fusion-type skills." Qin Yi suddenly realized, right? Fusion-type skills. With those, everything will be solved. He immediately took out his phone to contact his parents, informing them about acquiring Soul and his ideas. Qin Ming and Baiya sprang into action. The dimensional cat proposed, "We can go to Devil Street now. There might be something there." It was only 7 p.m., still early. "Let's go." Qin Yi promptly instructed Luo Ya to stop and put everyone back into the soul summoning space. The dimensional cat continued, "Most of the skeleton clan on Ghost Star are skilled with weapons. They likely collaborate with the ghost soldiers." Qin Yi asked, "So, you're saying they have plenty of fusion-type skills?" "Exactly, meow," the dimensional cat explained. "Fusion-type skills are highly valued among the ghost soldiers, so they should have a good supply of them here." As they walked, Qin Yi said, "Then these fusion-type skills must be expensive." The dimensional cat fell silent. Qin Yi laughed, "Haha, no matter how expensive, we need to buy them. We're about to enter the Devil Sea and head to the mysterious Fog Sea, so we must enhance Luo Ya's strength." The dimensional cat thought for a moment and said, "I think even though fusion-type skills are valuable, not all ghost soldiers would want to become weapons for the skeleton clan. You might find some in large stores, but they will be expensive." An hour later, they arrived at Devil Street. Qin Yi got out of the taxi and headed straight for the nearby shops, prepared to inquire one by one. Surprisingly, the first shop provided the answer he was looking for. The octopus shopkeeper put down his newspaper and asked, "You're looking to buy fusion-type skills?" Qin Yi nodded. "Do you have any? Talent fruits would work too." The shopkeeper replied, "I don't have any here, but if you're serious, you can go to the Devil Bookstore. We sell all our fusion-type skills to them." Qin Yi was momentarily confused. "Huh?" The shopkeeper sighed. "I can tell you're an outsider." Qin Yi remained silent. The shopkeeper waved his hand. "When you buy the skills, mention that our shop referred you. We get a commission." "Got it? Thanks a lot." Qin Yi thanked the shopkeeper and left. The dimensional cat speculated, probably to fetch a better price. Maybe. Qin Yi didn't dwell on it. As long as they had what he needed, he was willing to pay, provided it wasn't exorbitantly expensive. 10 minutes later, Qingyi walked into the devil bookstore and asked the staff, "Do you have any fusion-type skills or related talents here?" The skeleton woman led Qingyi through the dimly lit aisles of the devil's bookstore, arriving at a shelf displaying various rare treasures. "All our skills and talents related to fusion are here," she said, pointing to the shelf. Qingyi's eyes scanned the nearly 10 different rare treasures on the shelf, momentarily stunned. The presence of these rare items undoubtedly highlighted the uniqueness of this bookstore. The dimensional cat also looked surprised. Despite their days in Devil City, it was their first time seeing such a real and rich bookstore. "Aren't you afraid of theft?" Qingyi asked, turning to the skeleton woman. She merely smiled mysteriously without answering. Seeing this, Qingyi didn't press further. He politely thanked her and began to carefully examine the items on the shelf. The skeleton woman added, "If you wish to purchase anything, you can scan the QR code and pay by card at the machine in front of each item. If you prefer cash, just notify me." "All right," Qingyi nodded, then approached the first treasure and read its description. Fusion fruit. Grants the fusion skill, allowing you to merge with others. Price: 10 million star coins. He continued browsing other items. Merge fruit. Grants the merging skill, allowing you to merge with others. Price: 10 million star coins. Possession fruit. Grants the possession skill, allowing you to possess others. Price: 10 million star coins. After reviewing the skill section, Qingyi moved to the talent section. Fusion fruit. Grants the fusion talent. Price: 30 million star coins. Qingyi paused, quickly returning to the fusion fruit in the skill section to confirm its description. Noticing the price difference, he turned to the skeleton woman. "Are these two fusion fruits the same?" "No." The skeleton woman shook her head, explaining, "One grants a skill, the other a talent. Talents are stronger than skills." Qingyi was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. "I see. Can you explain the differences between these fruits?" He decided not to rely solely on the descriptions, as the similar wording made them confusing without using his soul eye. The skeleton woman agreed, pointing to the fusion fruit as she began. The fusion fruit allows partial fusion, like additional weapons or armor. The merge fruit allows complete fusion, like if you and I had a child that combined both our genes. Qingyi was speechless at this analogy, while the dimensional cat burst out laughing. Seeing Qingyi's silence, the skeleton woman continued smugly. The possession fruit grants partial power, allowing you to use some of its abilities. After she finished, Qingyi asked, "I have a soldier-type spirit beast. What fusion skill should I get for it?" "The fusion fruit," the skeleton woman answered without hesitation. "For soldier-type spirit beasts, the fusion fruit is sufficient. They use the fusion fruit to transform into weapons." Qingyi nodded in understanding. The dimensional cat reminded him, the soul spirit is an elemental-type spirit beast. It can soul transform. Qingyi noted this information and continued questioning the skeleton woman. "After fusion, can I use its abilities?" "Of course," the skeleton woman replied with a smile. "Not only can you use its abilities, but it can also fight independently, though it will use your energy." "Will my strength and energy increase after fusion?"
Yes.
"That's good." Qingyi, now having a general understanding, approached the fusion talent fruit and used his soul eye to examine its effects. Fusion fruit effect. Grants the talent fusion. Can merge with a target, becoming a part of them like a weapon, clothing, or hat. The target will gain some of your strength, and the effect is better if your attributes are compatible. After reading the description, Qingyi decisively swiped his black card on the machine. The skeleton woman was surprised. Actually, the skill version of the fusion fruit is enough. There's no need to spend so much on the talent version. "I have money," Qingyi replied indifferently. The skeleton woman was momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. Qingyi then summoned his soul spirit and handed it the fusion fruit. "Eat this." The soul spirit looked at him in confusion, and Qingyi explained, "It's a fusion fruit. Once you eat it, you'll gain the fusion talent." "Oh, all right." The soul spirit eagerly took the fruit and swallowed it. Under Qingyi's watchful eyes, the fusion fruit, enveloped in ghostly blue flames, gradually shrank and eventually disappeared. "Is it done?" Qingyi asked. "Not yet, it needs to digest," the soul spirit replied. "Okay, go back to the soul ball to digest it." "All right." Qingyi returned the soul spirit to the soul ball and turned to the skeleton woman. "Thank you. By the way, I was recommended by Octopus Treasure Shop." The skeleton woman was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, "Got it? All right, I'm leaving now." Qingyi smiled and turned to leave. The skeleton woman watched Qingyi's departing figure, momentarily lost in thought. As he was about to disappear from sight, she suddenly snapped back and shouted, "Wait!" Hearing the call, Qingyi quickened his pace, swiftly leaving the bookstore. The skeleton woman rushed outside but found no trace of him. In reality, Qingyi's talent had activated, causing her to unintentionally overlook his presence. "Ah, why did he just leave like that?" The skeleton woman stomped her foot in frustration and returned to the bookstore. Not far away, the dimensional cat watched the scene and teased, "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? She's the prettiest skeleton woman I've seen in days." Qin Ye's face darkened, and he retorted, "Shut up." After leaving the Devil's Bookstore, Qin Yi eagerly searched for a nearby training facility to test his newly acquired fusion ability, the Myriad Soul Spirit. Upon entering the spacious training room, he took a deep breath and began the fusion process with the spirit. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy coursed through his body, causing Qin Yi to widen his eyes in disbelief. He glanced down at himself and noticed that aside from his skin turning slightly darker and the appearance of paper figure symbols on the backs of his hands, there were no other noticeable changes. "How does it feel?" Dimension Cat asked curiously. "Very strong," Qin Yi replied, quickly realizing the difference between this possession-type spirit and weapon-type or armor-type spirits. He looked at the back of his right hand and tentatively asked, "Can you speak?" "Yes," the paper figures on both hands answered simultaneously. Qin Yi nodded slightly and then commanded, "Transform into a black blade." "Understood." The soul spirit responded and immediately began the transformation. In an instant, Qin Ye's skin returned to its original color, and a pitch-black long blade appeared in his right hand. He gripped the handle tightly and swung it fiercely toward the white wall not far away. A ghostly blue slash formed and smoothly slid toward the target. The training room echoed with a booming sound as Qin Yi looked at the deep slash mark on the wall with satisfaction. No wonder fusion-type spirits are so popular. The enhancement is truly remarkable, he thought to himself, feeling confident that he could even take on Jianquan in a fight. With this in mind, Qin Yi turned to Jianquan, who was standing nearby, and suggested, "Let's have a match without using Tianyu 8 forms." Jianquan tilted its head in confusion, as if thinking, has the boss lost his mind? "Come on," Qin Yi urged again. Jianquan hesitated no longer, moving to stand opposite Qin Yi and adopting a combat stance. The next moment, they engaged in an intense battle. Luoya watched with growing excitement, increasingly eager to wield the soul spirit in Qin Ye's hand. After dozens of rounds, Luoya could no longer contain itself and shouted, "Quack! Stop fighting, let me try." "All right, your turn." Qin Yi laughed as he disengaged from the fusion with the soul spirit and asked, "Feeling dizzy?" The soul spirit shook its head. "No dizziness, just a bit sore from the hits. Pain is normal, you'll get used to it," Qin Yi reassured. "Now, fuse with Luoya." The soul spirit sighed inwardly at the tough future ahead and began the fusion with Luoya. Qin Yi noticed Luoya instinctively resisting and quickly reminded, "Pirate King, don't resist, accept its energy." Luoya nodded and relaxed. Soon, its skin darkened, and paper figure symbols appeared on its hands. Feeling the surge of power within, Luoya excitedly exclaimed, "Quack! This is different, completely different from before. I feel so strong now." Qin Yi instructed, "Have the soul spirit transform into a black blade, then unleash a ghostly strike." Luoya followed the instructions, and a black blade appeared in its hand. It turned into a shadow and attacked the open space. Qin Yi watched with satisfaction as the soul spirit clung tightly to Luoya, saying, "Fusion really is the key." After Luoya returned, it swung the black blade excitedly, "Boss, I'm so strong now." "No kidding, with the soul spirit's boost, how could you not be?" Qin Yi laughed. "All right, now have a match with Jianquan to see how much your strength has increased." He turned to Jianquan, "Jianquan, you can use the first 3 forms of Tianyu." Jianquan nodded, looking at Luoya with a serious expression. "Woof! Fight! Fight!" Luoya shouted and charged at Jianquan like a shadow. Jianquan calmly swung its black mountain sword, blocking Luoya's ghostly strike. Amid the booming sounds, Qin Yi watched the fierce battle between the duck and the dog, a slight smile on his lips. Shortly after, Qin Yi called out, "Stop," and both immediately ceased fighting. "That was awesome," Luoya exclaimed excitedly. Even the usually stoic Jianquan showed a slight smile, enjoying the nearly 100-move duel. Though it was at a disadvantage, it felt confident that it could still put up a fight if it used the later forms of Tianyu. "You had fun, but I'm in so much pain." The soul spirit was almost in tears. "This feeling of dying but not dying is making me despair for the future." Luoya patted the soul spirit, comforting it. "Don't cry. You'll get used to it. Why, I've never suffered like this before." The soul spirit finally couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Qin Yi shook his head with a smile and turned his gaze to Zhuge Dao, who was lying nearby. He cast the DY hexagram on Zhuge, and a beam of light instantly enveloped Luoya and the soul spirit. As the effects of the DY hexagram permeated, the previously suffering soul spirit suddenly froze. "Does it still hurt?" Qin Yi asked softly. The soul spirit was silent for a moment before bursting into tears again. It said, aggrieved, "I feel so miserable." The dimensional cat appeared next to the soul spirit, tilting its head in confusion. Meow, why are you crying again? At this moment, the soul spirit was still in the form of the black blade, fused with Luoya. The soul spirit stopped crying and explained with a grievance. If I don't get used to the pain now, what will happen in a big battle when that turtle can't focus? I'll be in agony. Qinyi, the dimensional cat, and Zhuge Dao fell into silence upon hearing this. After a moment, Qinyi comforted, don't worry. The Pirate King isn't stupid. If he can't handle the opponent, he'll use elementalization. And don't forget, you're an elemental spirit beast. You're not that easy to kill. But you're right, it's good to get used to it now. In future battles, I'll try not to let Zhuge cast the DY hexagram on you. Qinyi was impressed by the soul spirit's awareness and couldn't help but praise. That's really impressive. The soul spirit fell silent, surprised that its casual remark had such an impact. Seeing the soul spirit quiet, Qinyi asked, what's wrong? Nothing, the soul spirit replied, fearing it might say too much. Qinyi then turned to Luoya and said, Pirate King, try its soul transformation. Luoya nodded and began to release the soul spirit's transformation. 5 seconds later, he looked at Qinyi in confusion. What's the matter? Qinyi asked. What did it transform into? A sword dog, Luoya answered. All right. In the next moment, the soul spirit in Luoya's hand transformed into a sword dog in a flash of blue light. Luoya held the sword dog and fell silent. He himself didn't turn into the sword dog. Instead, the soul spirit in his hand took on the form of the sword dog. Everyone watched in silence. After a few seconds, the dimensional cat suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. What is this? Qinye's mouth twitched slightly. Can you let go? Yes, Luoya said, releasing his grip. The soul spirit didn't fall but flipped in the air and landed steadily on the ground. The sword dog looked at the soul spirit, which had taken its form, and took a deep breath, recalling being held by Luoya. Can you change into something else? The soul spirit looked at the sword dog and then turned to Qinyi. Qinyi smiled and said, transform back to your original form. In an instant, the soul spirit returned to its original shape. Does transforming consume energy? Qinyi asked. The soul spirit nodded. Yes. Qinyi nodded thoughtfully, gaining a preliminary understanding of the soul spirit's fusion mechanism. He then said, cancel the transformation, enter Luoya's body, and then transform into the sword dog again. The soul spirit immediately canceled the transformation and returned to Luoya's body. Luoya then released the soul transformation again and successfully turned into the sword dog. Just as I thought. Qinye's smile widened, gaining a deeper understanding of the soul transformation after fusion. However, he soon frowned and asked the transformed sword dog Luoya, soul spirit, did you leave the Pirate King's body when you became the Black Blade? Yes, the soul spirit's voice echoed around them. All right, then there's no problem. Qinyi nodded lightly. The soul spirit continued, I can't release the soul transformation while inside you. So I leave your body, then release it. It's the same with the Pirate King. Got it. Qinyi finally understood how the soul spirit operated and was impressed by its intelligence. He turned to Luoya and asked, got it? Got it. Luoya replied loudly, understanding the soul spirit's behavior inside and outside the body. Good. Qinyi continued, practice more with the soul spirit's transformations and variations. Also, try transforming the soul spirit into other types of blade weapons. All right. Luoya nodded eagerly, ready to start new experiments. Soon after, Qinyi took out his phone and opened various platform apps to start searching for high-quality hitmen. His fingers swiped quickly across the screen, his eyes fixed on every potential lead. Meanwhile, He-Hu, lying on a bed in some hotel, kept refreshing the chat interface with Qinyi, checking it dozens of times within just 3 hours. Finally, He-Hu couldn't hold back and sent a brief inquiry. Boss, the address? Qinyi, who was in the training room, paused when he saw the message. He quickly pulled He-Hu and others into a small group chat and explained. Something came up this afternoon. I'll give you the address tomorrow. He-Hu breathed a sigh of relief and replied. Got it. I thought you had forgotten about us. Wanxiang chimed in the group. No worries. We'll give it to you tomorrow. He-Hu simply responded with, okay. Qinyi chatted with him a bit more before closing the chat interface and continuing his search for high-quality, cost-effective hitmen. An hour later, he shook his head in frustration and turned to Luoya and Jian Quan, who were training, saying, let's go. He summoned Zhuge and others back into the summoning space, then looked at the exhausted soul spirit and asked, how are you feeling? The soul spirit weakly replied, very tired, very tough. Qinyi smiled and reassured it, haha, you'll get used to it. Stick with me and you won't lose out. The soul spirit nodded half-heartedly, filled with doubt. While it believed Qinyi wouldn't harm it, it remained skeptical about future training. Qinyi didn't elaborate further and said, we scored a goal. It's time to head back. With that, He took out a summoning ball and recalled the soul spirit. Dimension Cat picked up the dropped summoning ball and gently tossed it to Chenyi. Catching it, Chenyi said, "Let's go." Dimension Cat lazily floated to Chenyi's side and commented, "This little one has great potential and isn't afraid of hard work." Chenyi agreed. Not being afraid of hard work is the most important thing. Potential can be developed, but not everyone has the grit to endure hardship. Suddenly, Dimension Cat asked, "Did you tell Sister Bai not to buy any more fusion skills?" Startled, Chenyi quickly took out his phone to contact his mother. In the call, he hurriedly said, "Mom, I bought the fusion skills. You don't need to buy them anymore." His mother replied, "All right, where did you get them?" Chenyi explained, "There's a devil's bookstore here that has a lot of fusion skills, but they're a bit pricey." The next morning, Chenyi wandered around the port and finally stopped at a secluded spot. He opened his phone and sent the address to the group he had created the previous night. Then, he headed to the talent market to continue his search for high-quality, cost-effective hitmen. After some screening, Chenyi found 4 hitmen at around level 40. In the afternoon, he returned to the location he had chosen in the morning. At the seaside, he took out the storage ball containing the blue sea ship and threw it towards the ocean. In an instant, a colossal vessel, 60 meters long and 40 meters high, appeared before his eyes. Chenyi stood there, awestruck by the magnificent sight. Seeing this, Dimension Cat asked, "What are you thinking about?" Chenyi snapped out of his daze and smiled, shaking his head. "Nothing." He didn't want to admit that he was stunned by the sight of the ship. Chenyi leapt gracefully onto the deck, his gaze fixed on the vast, endless devil's sea in the distance. A hint of bewilderment flickered in his eyes, as if he were lost in thought. Dimension Cat noticed Chenyi's daydreaming again and sighed softly. This young lad was still too inexperienced. However, Chenyi quickly snapped out of it. He immediately summoned Zhuge and the others, smiling as he said, "Welcome aboard the Blue Sea." Zhuge and Sword Dog looked around curiously, while Luo Duck excitedly explored the deck of their new ship. "Take a look around. We depart in 10 minutes. Chenyi instructed briefly before heading towards the cabin. Although the Blue Sea had been his for some time, this was his first real visit aboard. Chenyi quickly toured the cockpit and the living quarters in 10 minutes. Returning to the cockpit, he glanced at the still excited Luo Duck and said, "Pirate King, set sail." "Quack!" Luo Duck exclaimed excitedly, instinctively channeling energy into the large blue orb in his hands. As energy flowed into it, the orb began to glow faintly. This blue orb was the core that powered the Blue Sea. Gradually, the Blue Sea began to move towards the ocean. Chenyi was somewhat surprised, thinking, was it really this simple to set off? He had expected the operation to be more complex. However, he soon realized that this ship was a natural treasure nurtured by the Blue Sea, not a man-made vessel, making its operation straightforward. Chenyi even thought that if the Blue Sea had a ship spirit, it might not need any human control at all, operating autonomously like a ghost ship in the eerie fog sea. "Quack, quack!" Luo Duck called out excitedly again, focusing on controlling the blue orb. After Luo Duck familiarized himself for a while, Chenyi stepped out of the cockpit and onto the deck. He gazed at the gradually receding port, enjoying the sea breeze for a moment before turning back to the cabin to methodically organize the supplies they had purchased over the past few days. After spending an hour arranging the supplies, Chenyi took another hour to familiarize himself with the overall layout and equipment of the Blue Sea. Only then did he instruct Luo Duck to turn back to the port. The main purpose of today's voyage was to let Luo Duck get accustomed to the ship. Other operations were secondary. Standing beside Luo Duck, Chenyi asked, "Can you unleash the Blue Sea's abilities?" "Quack, quack, yes." Luo Duck pointed to the blue orb in his hand and explained, "Boss, this orb not only controls the Blue Sea but also serves as its energy source. See the liquid inside? It's not actually water, it's energy." Chenyi noticed that the orb was nearly half full of energy and nodded slightly. "So, using its abilities will decrease the energy, right?" "Exactly," Luo Duck replied. "When I first came in, the energy was only a third full. After I added some, it's almost half full now." "How much energy did you add?" Chenyi inquired. After a moment of thought, Luo Duck answered, "About a fifth." "Your fifth can only fill it a sixth?" Chenyi muttered in surprise. "This thing has a big appetite." "Yeah." Luo Duck nodded vigorously, clearly understanding. "Let's see the Blue Sea's majesty," Chenyi suggested. With energy available, it was natural to test its consumption. He wanted to see if the energy usage matched the power of the abilities. "Okay." Luo Duck eagerly activated the blue orb, unleashing the Blue Sea's majesty. In an instant, a dazzling blue light enveloped the entire Blue Sea like a brilliant pearl. The sky seemed to be painted dark by an invisible hand, clouds gathering densely. Dozens of water spouts formed rapidly around them. Then, torrential rain poured down from the clouds, with water spouts roaring and churning around, leaving Chenyi and the others in awe. Impressive. Dimension Cat praised. Qin snapped out of his stupor, his gaze falling on the blue orb in front of Luo Duck. He noticed the energy inside was depleting continuously, but the phenomenon showed no signs of stopping. He suddenly understood something. That's enough. Disperse it, Qin said to Luo Duck. Quack, okay. Luo Duck quickly conveyed the command to the blue orb. In the next moment, the wild storm outside gradually subsided under their watchful eyes. Qin looked at the sky returning to normal and explained to Luo Duck and the others. The Blue Sea's majesty is a continuous skill, requiring 10 energy to activate. Once released, it remains active as long as there is energy. Meow Dimension Cat yawned lazily, apparently having figured this out as well. Qin continued to analyze. This skill is quite decent. Judging by its power, it's not weaker than the combined skills of many level 45 spirit beasts. The power of this skill seems to depend on the quality of the input energy. The Dimensional Cat, sensing the gazes from Qin and the others, continued to explain calmly. The energy stored within the blue orb is infused by spirit beasts of over 30 levels. Therefore, its released power should also be at around that level. Hearing this, Qin furrowed his brows and turned to Luoya, saying, "Don't go back yet. Let's test it first." Luoya nodded in agreement and commanded the Blue Sea to halt. Qin then instructed Luoya to activate the Blue Sea's protective skill. To ensure the accuracy of the test results, they needed to deplete the energy within the orb first. Gazing at the blue crystal-like shield enveloping the Blue Sea, Qin couldn't help but smile slightly. The Dimensional Cat appeared beside him at the right moment, excitedly suggesting, "Let's go underwater. Let's check out the seabed." This reminder struck a chord with Qin. He immediately turned to Luoya and ordered, "Dive underwater. Let's see how the energy consumption fares down there." Following the command, Luoya input the instructions into the blue orb. The Blue Sea immediately plunged downward like a giant stone, accelerating towards the deep sea. Qin watched as the water gradually engulfed the vessel, revealing the strange sights of the seabed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Snapping out of his daze, Qin's gaze fell on the blue orb in front of Luoya, observing the slow depletion of energy within. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Not bad. This skill is impressive." The consumption rate. The Dimensional Cat also showed a look of approval, commenting, "This ship is a real treasure. No need to sell it for now." Qin nodded lightly in agreement. Considering the ship's features and uses, he wouldn't consider selling it unless the ghost ship could submerge. Even if the ghost ship could, the potential of this ship as a storage vessel made him inclined to keep it. "Let's go out and take a look," Qin called to the others. On the deck, Qin noticed various spirit beasts isolated outside the shield, particularly a few eager tiger-headed fish. He pointed at the fish and said to Luoya, "Pirate King, give them a slash." Luoya immediately summoned the soul spirit for a fusion. Although the soul spirit seemed somewhat reluctant, it still cooperated to complete the fusion. Luoya explained, "Of course. We need to seize every combat opportunity now to familiarize ourselves with each other for future battles." The soul spirit silently transformed into a black blade, and Luoya wielded it, slashing at the unsuspecting tiger-headed fish outside the shield. The azure blade light pierced through the shield, instantly slicing 3 tiger-headed fish into 2, their bodies slowly sinking to the seabed. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding spirit beasts were terrified, frantically swimming away, fearing they might be the next target. However, Qin paid no heed to them. He was pleased to see the blade light easily pass through the shield and turned to the others, saying, "Feel free to move around. We'll go back up when the energy is nearly depleted." The group responded and dispersed, busying themselves with various tasks. Hours later, a massive waterspout roared in the gale above the sea. Qin stared at the scene, speechless with shock. The Dimensional Cat, brimming with pride, asked, "How's my energy?" "Qin, you're amazing, cat sister." Qin gave a thumbs up, genuinely impressed. After numerous experiments, Qin gained a deeper understanding of the Blue Sea's energy characteristics. Generally, the higher the level and strength of the energy provider, the more powerful the release skill. However, there were special cases, such as the Dimensional Cat, a high-quality energy retrainer. Despite starting over in cultivation, her energy intensity far surpassed that of spirit beasts of the same level, causing the Blue Sea skills to be more potent when using her energy compared to Luoya's. Qin estimated that with this level of skill power, unless the opponent had around 55 levels of strength, it would be difficult to break through the defense. This discovery gave him a newfound appreciation for the Blue Sea's potential. Of course, the standard of power here is set for the average person. After observing the test conducted by Luoya and Jian Quan, Qin concluded that this water tornado is an unbeatable force for anyone below level 50. Even those between levels 50 and 60 would find it challenging to break through this barrier. As for experts above level 60, its effectiveness remains uncertain. Upon reaching this conclusion, Qin Yi turned to Dimensional Cat and solemnly said, I'll leave the energy of the blue sea to you. Leave it to me. Meow. Dimensional Cat readily accepted the task. She has always been serious about enhancing Qin Ye's abilities. Qin Yi was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and said, Thank you. He initially thought Cat Sis would set some conditions, but her straightforward acceptance caught him off guard. You're welcome. Dimensional Cat grinned. All right, then I won't hold back, Qin Yi said, turning to Luoya. Set sail, we're heading back. Quack. Luoya responded and immediately began operating the blue orb in his hand. Shortly after, Dimensional Cat appeared beside him and started channeling energy into the orb. Watching this scene, Qin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. He took out his phone and reopened various platform apps to begin the final round of personnel searches. Although he had already recruited 5 fighters and 5 sailors, he wouldn't miss out on any more suitable candidates available on the platforms. 10 a.m., November 18th, at the gathering point. Facing the 12 individuals from various races, Qin Yi smiled and said, Thank you all for accepting my invitation to come here. In the coming days, we'll be spending time together in the Devil's Sea. So please, he briefly spoke about friendly cooperation and then announced, All right, without further ado, follow me. We're setting off. During the return journey yesterday, Qin Yi had recruited 2 more fighters of over level 40, bringing the team to 12 members. Arriving at the spot where the Blue Sea was parked yesterday, Qin Yi retrieved the storage orb containing the Blue Sea from his summoning space and tossed it towards the nearby sea. Instantly, the Blue Sea appeared before everyone. All aboard, Qin Yi shouted as he leaped onto the deck. Following him closely, River Tiger jumped onto the ship and carefully examined its structure. He silently activated a summoning vision, and upon seeing the purple quality displayed on the panel, he was utterly shocked. He quickly closed the panel and looked at Qin Yi, thinking to himself, no wonder he hired so many people to board the ship. Turns out he's a rich second generation. Scary, enviable, untouchable. Qin Yi stood on the deck, his gaze sweeping over the people who had already boarded. No longer hiding his intentions, he began summoning the spirit beasts, including Zhuge. 3 shimmering summoning circles appeared around him, catching the attention of those nearby. Among the 12 people Qin Yi had hired, he who, the only human, was particularly startled. His pupils contracted in shock. A human? He's actually a human. He who was initially stunned, but then remembered that human spirit callers often came to investigate during the eerie fog seas calm periods. He quickly regained his composure and even felt a sense of relief. A human, that's good. He thought it would be easier to get along with a human employer compared to other races. The reactions of the other 11 varied. Some remained silent, others looked surprised, and a few frowned slightly. A skeleton holding a long spear couldn't help but exclaim, A human. Qin Yi glanced at the skeleton, then turned to the others and said calmly, As you can see, I am a spirit caller from the Lingxing Spirit Calling Federation. The group fell silent, and the skeleton with the spear immediately closed its mouth. Qin Yi continued, If any of you want to back out of this mission, let me know. I can release you from your contract. However, you'll need to return the deposit I paid you. I'll give you 5 minutes to decide. If no one wants to leave after that, we'll set sail. He paused and added, By the way, if you want to stay, you can raise your hand, and I'll take you to choose your rooms first. He who immediately raised his left hand and said with a smile, I'm not backing out. Good. Qin Yi responded with a slight smile, and then looked at the others. After exchanging glances, 6 more people raised their left hands. Among the 12 Qin Yi had hired, besides he who, 10 were humanoid, and 1 was a dark octopus from the octopus clan, possessing dozens of tentacles. The dark octopus, lying not far away, raised one of its tentacles. This dark octopus wasn't a fighter. Qin Yi had hired it as a sailor. Despite its salary being nearly double that of others in the same rank, Qin Yi thought its ability to change its size made it perfect for logistics. Seeing 7 hands raised, Qin Yi said to them, Follow me, I'll show you to your rooms. He who looked at the skeleton with the heavy knife who hadn't raised its hand and said, I'll go first. The skeleton turned to he who and nodded slightly. Seeing the 7 gather around Qin Yi, 3 more people raised their hands, including the skeleton with the heavy knife. Qin Yi looked at the remaining 2 and asked, What about you? After a moment of silence, they agreed to stay, but since they hadn't raised their hands initially, they lost the priority in choosing rooms. There were only 6 rooms on the ship. Besides Qin Yi's, 5 rooms were available for selection. They had to share with 2, 3, or 4 people per room. After spending about 15 minutes to sort out the accommodations, Qin Yi instructed Luoya to set sail. Half an hour later, the Blue Sea entered the Devil's Sea. In the control room, he who curiously observed Luoya operating the ship. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed, until he realized it was an evolved form of a sailor duck, though somewhat different. That's a ghost duck, evolved from a pirate duck. Qin Ye's voice suddenly sounded beside him. He who jumped and then laughed awkwardly. Sorry about that. No problem. Cheney shook his head and casually asked, how long have you been in Devil City? 2 months, he who replied. I haven't been into the eerie fog sea yet. I see. Cheney didn't seem too concerned and continued, are you from the Spirit Calling Federation? Of course. He who smiled. I come from Void University in the Federation. You're from Void University? Cheney was surprised. Yeah. He who noticed the surprise in Chen Ye's voice and asked, are you a junior too? Cheney just smiled without answering. Seeing that Cheney didn't want to talk about it, he who didn't press further and changed the subject to discuss what he had learned over the past 2 months. He thought that building a good relationship with his employer might keep him out of danger later. As night fell, Cheney sat on a sofa outside his room, gazing at the sea under the night sky. He murmured, this Devil's Sea isn't as dangerous as I thought. That's because you haven't dived into the depths, said the Dimension Cat lying nearby. The real treasures are usually underwater. If you don't dive, you won't encounter much danger. True, Cheney muttered. Are you planning to dive tomorrow? The Dimension Cat asked. No, Cheney replied calmly. I won't dive until we secure the ghost ship. He explained that while underwater treasure hunting could be rewarding, the risks were too high. A severe injury could be disastrous. He didn't plan to take that risk before securing the ghost ship. Of course, if he saw any treasures on the surface, he would still go for them. Scared a cat? The Dimension Cat teased. I'm not scared, just cautious, Cheney retorted. You're overly cautious. Not really. If I were, I wouldn't even look at the treasures on the surface. Meow. The Dimension Cat didn't argue further. The next morning, as the Blue Sea headed towards the eerie fog sea, a large fleet arrived at Devil's Port. Dozens of ships, all flying black octopus flags, sailed into the Devil's Sea. The Zhang family has a massive fleet this time, someone on the shore exclaimed. Of course, they have Zhang Yi this year, another person responded. With Zhang Yi, they might actually capture that ghost ship in the eerie fog sea. It's not that simple, someone else interjected. The Zhao family, the Gue family, and various pirate groups won't let them take it easily, just like what happened to the Zhao family a few years ago. The Zhao family was so close. Yeah, just a little more. That's why the Zhang family brought nearly twice as many people this time. Hopefully, they'll succeed. If they do, we might finally see what the ghost ship looks like. As the lively discussions continued, the Zhang family's fleet gradually disappeared over the horizon. On November 23rd, at 3 p.m., Niawu gazed at the layers of mist gradually appearing in the distance. His unique ability made him instantly aware of something significant. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and rushed towards the cockpit. Cheney was standing by the window, admiring the sea view, when he suddenly heard a frantic knock on the door. Come in, he said calmly. Niawu pushed open the door and urgently reported, Boss Wan, layers of mist are appearing in the distance. That must be the mysterious mist sea. Chen Ye's expression shifted from calm to excited. Which direction? Straight ahead. Niawu pointed in front of the blue orb. We should be able to see it in about 3 minutes. Excellent. Chen Yi shouted, turning to Luoya, who was training nearby. Pirate King, full speed ahead. With excitement, Luoya responded immediately, running to the blue orb to start the controls. The speed of the blue sea ship instantly increased noticeably. As the sky gradually darkened, Chen Yi confirmed Niawu's observation. To further verify, they continued sailing forward. 5 minutes later, Chen Yi put down his phone. A slight smile playing on his lips. The misty area in the distance was indeed one of the danger zones of Yubing Star. The mysterious mist sea. Huahu! Chen Yi commanded. Gather everyone on the deck. Huahu quickly took action. Shortly after, Chen Yi stood on the deck and announced to the crew, we'll sail for another 10 minutes, then stop for an hour to rest before entering the mysterious mist sea directly. Someone asked, Boss Wan, is that the mysterious mist sea over there? That's right. Chen Yi nodded and explained. The mysterious mist sea is currently in its calm period, which is the best time to enter. The calm and violent periods are easy to distinguish. The mist is gradient colored during the calm period. It's black with lightning during the violent period. The current mist color clearly indicates a calm period. Any questions? Seeing everyone shake their heads, Chen Yi dismissed them. He sat alone by the edge of the ship, observing the eerie sea in the distance. We're about to enter the mysterious mist sea, Chen Yi murmured. Dimension Cat chimed in. Yeah, meow, I didn't expect the journey to be this smooth. I thought we'd run into pirates or sea creatures. 3 minutes later, Dimension Cat suddenly looked to the left. I feel like I jinxed it. Following its gaze, Chen Yi saw a ship appearing in the distance and was slightly taken aback. Dimension Cat flew into the air, frowning. It looks like a pirate ship. Ignore it, Chen Yi said blandly. If they come, we'll fight. If not, we won't bother. At that moment, Niawu rushed over to report, Boss Wan, it's the Viper pirate flag. Are you sure? Chen Yi asked. Niawu nodded vigorously. I've confirmed it several times. Absolutely sure. Qin Yi was silent for a moment before deciding. No stopping. Head straight into the mysterious mist sea. He then communicated to Luoya. No rest. We're heading directly into the mysterious mist sea. Luoya eagerly began to accelerate towards the mysterious mist sea. Hua Hu noticed something was off and was about to ask when Qin Yi shouted, "The Viper pirate gang is on the left. Change of plans. We're heading into the mysterious mist sea first." Meanwhile, the Viper pirate gang also spotted the Blue Sea ship. Lang Gui stood on the deck, watching as the Blue Sea ship pulled away, and ordered, "Full speed ahead." Soon after, a crew member reported that they couldn't catch up. Lang Gui calmly said, "It's fine, just keep tracking them. We'll meet again in the mysterious mist sea." Half an hour later, the Blue Sea ship plunged into the mysterious mist sea, instantly enveloped by the fog. Qin Yi ordered Luoya to slow down and activated the Blue Sea's protection. However, the calm did not last long. The ship's reflection appeared not far away. "It's the Viper pirate flag," Hua Hu shouted. Qin Yi sighed helplessly. "Looks like we can't avoid this fight." He led the fighters on board to the deck, ready to engage. On the opposing ship, Lang Gui grinned. "You little brats, let's see where you run this time. Hand over your stuff, and I might spare your lives." Just as Qin Yi was about to respond, a voice suddenly echoed from a nearby ship. He turned his head alertly and saw surprised expressions on the faces of the Black Wolf and the skeleton man. Qin Yi frowned slightly, then seemed to realize something, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "It's you guys." Upon hearing Qin Ye's words, Lang Gui immediately turned to Black Wolf and demanded, "You know him?" Black Wolf replied without hesitation, "Boss, he's the one who stole your Black Soul Blade." Lang Gui's fury erupted instantly, his gaze piercing as he stared at Qin Yi. "It's him. Hand over my blade." Qin Yi ignored Lang Gui's roar and quietly activated his spirit eye, scrutinizing the uninvited guest in front of him. Information swiftly appeared on his panel. Species, Dark Soul Wolf. Level, 55. Attribute, Darkness. Potential, Near King. Qin Yi shook his head slightly, evaluating in his mind, "Is that all?" He had expected Lang Gui to have at least king-level potential, but aside from a slightly higher level, there was nothing particularly impressive. Compared to Katsis and Zhuge, this level of strength was hardly noteworthy. Seeing Qin Yi unmoved, Lang Gui roared angrily, "Hand it over, you idiot." Qin Yi chuckled inwardly, thinking how foolish this wolf was. If he handed over things just because someone yelled at him, he wouldn't be standing here now. With a terrifyingly dark expression, Lang Gui shouted to his subordinates, "Speed up, charge at them." As the pirate ship rapidly approached, Qin Yi calmly ordered the sword dog beside him, "Give them a strike, fifth form." Upon hearing the command, the sword dog immediately swung its blade. A sharp slash cut through the air, and at the same time, a bright moon rapidly formed behind him. The chilling aura emanating from the moon caused those around the sword dog, like River Tiger, to instinctively step aside. On the other side, Lang Gui looked at the incoming dark blade aura with a hint of disdain in his eyes. He stood still, while a wolf underling beside him jumped forward, punching to meet the attack. Bang! The wolf underling let out a painful cry, stumbling back. The disdain on Lang Gui's face vanished instantly as he hurried forward to check the injuries on the underling's left hand. Upon seeing the wounds, he glared at Qin Yi and his group. At that moment, the sword dog struck again, sending a moonlit blade aura infused with a chilling force. Lang Gui rushed to the side of the ship, swinging his claws and roaring, "Dark Soul Claw." Two Dark Soul Claw auras collided with the moonlit blade, creating a deafening explosion. Seeing his Dark Soul Claws shatter at a visible speed, Lang Gui panicked, clenching his left fist and striking again. After a fierce exchange, Lang Gui barely managed to dissipate the incoming moonlit blade. Panting heavily, he roared at his subordinates, "What are you doing? Attack!" His underlings immediately took action, launching long-range skills at Qin Yi and his group. Qin Yi remained unfazed, observing the situation. The next moment, the incoming skills struck a shield, causing it to hum with energy. Qin Yi secretly communicated with Katsis. "Is the energy depleting quickly?" Dimensional Cat teleported to the control room, observing the steady energy in the blue sphere, and replied, "The energy isn't depleting at all." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi gained a preliminary understanding of Blue Sea's protection and ordered, "Release Blue Sea's majesty." Following Dimensional Cat's command, a massive energy field suddenly appeared around the Blue Sea. The sky darkened with a terrifying phenomenon. Thunder roared like dragon cries, and dozens of colossal water tornadoes began to form under the terrified gazes of everyone present. Caught between two water tornadoes, Lang Gui desperately tried to stabilize the shaking ship, shouting, "Run! Get out of here!" Before he finished, a bolt of lightning struck their ship, causing it to tilt sharply. Watching the panicked figures of Lang Gui and his men, Qinyi ordered, "Attack!" Luoya, Sword Dog, and Zhuge immediately launched a ferocious assault. Luoya unleashed a ghostly slash with his spirit, Sword Dog executed continuous crescent slashes, and Zhuge cast wave after wave of fireballs. River Tiger, witnessing the powerful combat abilities of Qin Ye's contracted beasts, was momentarily stunned but quickly summoned his own beast to join the battle. Leading his underlings, Lang Gui barely withstood 2 waves of attacks before shouting at Qinyi, "Stop!" Qinyi smiled slightly, not only refusing to stop but personally joining the fight with his water shadow blade. Seeing this, Lang Gui roared in fury, "Just you wait." He was about to activate a paper talisman in his hand when an invisible force shattered it. Lang Gui froze for a moment, then roared, "Who did that?" Dimensional Cat, already aboard their ship, ignored him, casually scratching an itch. Seeing no response, Lang Gui suddenly leaped into the sea. The remaining underlings, following their leader's example, jumped overboard to escape. Watching this scene, Qinyi couldn't help but gape slightly. He thought, well, they certainly know how to act like pirates. Impressive. The maneuver of the wolf ghost jumping ship was flashy but unwise. Qinyi kept a close watch on the sea around the pirate ship, fully aware that the power of the waterspout wasn't limited to the surface. Its destructive force underwater was equally formidable. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the color of the seawater deepened. Wonder how many will survive, Qinyi muttered under his breath, letting the skill's effect linger for a while longer before instructing Luoya to disperse the skill from the control room. As the waterspout dissipated, the blue sea slowly but steadily moved towards the battered pirate ship under Qin Ye's command. A minute and a half later, the blue sea docked steadily beside the pirate ship. Turning to the hired River Tiger and his crew, Qinyi issued a simple order. "Go aboard and bring out any usable supplies." "Yes, sir." They responded promptly, leaping onto the pirate ship without hesitation to begin their search for supplies. Under normal circumstances, a pirate ship wouldn't be able to approach the blue sea with its shield activated. However, with the controller's permission, this restriction could be lifted. Qinyi didn't follow them but stood on his own deck, vigilantly scanning the surroundings for any potential threats. Even though he didn't board the ship, the presence of Cat Sister on the pirate ship reassured him that it was indeed clear of enemies. Half an hour later, River Tiger and his crew had transferred all the usable supplies from the pirate ship to the blue sea. Qinyi then ordered the pirate ship to be destroyed. Watching the pirate ship slowly sink into the sea, he gave a brief command, "Set sail." The crew immediately sprang into action, while Qinyi began searching through the mountain of supplies for anything useful. Dimension Cat lazily floated nearby and communicated telepathically, "No great treasures, but a few decent items." "Where?" Qinyi asked. "Right here." "They didn't take them," Dimension Cat replied. Qinyi quickly found the decent items mentioned by Cat's sister: 5 blue quality and 12 green quality natural treasures, along with numerous white quality ones. He carefully examined each item, then stored the 5 blue, 6 green, and most of the white quality treasures in his summoning space. Next, Qinyi gathered everyone to distribute the rewards. Although he kept the blue quality treasures for himself, the remaining 6 green quality treasures were still highly appealing. Even if they couldn't use them, selling them would fetch a considerable price. The white quality treasures, though less valuable, could still sell for thousands. After distributing the rewards, Qinyi turned his attention to the surrounding mist. He noticed the ship seemed to be going in circles, as the wreckage of what appeared to be the Wolf Ghost ship came into view not far away. "How many times have we encountered this?" Qinyi asked Dimension Cat, telepathically. Dimension Cat appeared on his shoulder and answered, "This is the 2nd time, not counting our earlier movements. Can you intervene?" Qinyi asked. "Yes," Dimension Cat replied with a smile. "The mist here is thick, but the spatial changes are not too complicated. I can navigate through it easily." "Then why haven't you done so?" Qinyi asked, exasperated. "I wanted you to experience the power of the maze," Dimension Cat explained. Qinyi was momentarily speechless. "Do you need me to intervene now?" Dimension Cat asked. "Yes, please," Qinyi sighed. "The sooner we get out, the better. I'm worried the ghost ship might be discovered before we find it." Though he wasn't sure if he had the strength to claim the ghost ship, he needed to find it quickly to prevent others from getting it first. "All right," Dimension Cat nodded. "I'll take care of it." She disappeared from Qin Ye's shoulder and appeared next to Luoya, giving instructions. "Duck, steer 100 meters to the left, then 200 meters to the right, and then..." Under Dimension Cat's guidance, Luoya carefully navigated the blue sea through the eerie mist. "Aren't you tired?" Qinyi asked as he entered the control room, watching the peculiar scene unfold. "Not at all," Dimension Cat replied without hesitation. "Good, as long as you're not tired," Qinyi said, taking a seat by the window. 3 days later, deep within the eerie mist, Qinyi was jolted awake by strange, unsettling calls. He sat up abruptly, looked out the mist-filled window, quickly dressed, and left his room. In the hallway, he met River Tiger and the others, who had also been awakened. "Follow me," he said briefly. Leading them to the control room, he asked Luoya and Cat Sister, who was standing on a blue orb, "What's the situation?" "We can't see the way," Luoya replied. If not for Cat Sister's presence, he wouldn't dare to continue steering the blue sea forward. Dimension Cat communicated telepathically, "There are extremely strange fluctuations ahead. It should be the ghost ship." Cheney nodded slightly, asking, "Can we get through?" "Yes, but it will take some time," Dimension Cat responded. The maze effect here was several times stronger than outside, but it would only take her 2 or 3 times more effort to navigate through it. "That'll do," Cheney said, feeling a bit relieved. Containing his excitement, he told Luoya, "Keep moving." "Got it." Luoya nodded firmly. Cheney then turned to River Tiger. "Go out and take a look." River Tiger went to the door connecting the control room to the deck and opened it. Immediately, a thick mist poured in, quickly filling the space. "Close it," Cheney ordered, but River Tiger had already slammed the door shut. The mist invades so quickly, Cheney observed, noting the significantly reduced visibility. He walked over to River Tiger, opened the door, stepped outside, and then came back in, shutting the door behind him. "How's it out there?" River Tiger asked. "Can't see a thing, right?" "Exactly." Cheney nodded slightly. "You can't see anything outside, not even your own clothes or hands." "Scary," River Tiger remarked, clicking his tongue. Looking at the room, where visibility had drastically decreased due to the mist, Cheney said, "Let's go back and rest." Not long after, the Dimension Cat, who was lounging on the blue light sphere, suddenly sat up alertly. Her tail twitched slightly, and a strange light flickered in her eyes. "Xiao Yezi, we're catching up," the Dimension Cat said, her voice tinged with excitement. Cheney looked out the window. The fog was still thick, completely obscuring the sea. He responded calmly, "What do you mean?" "I sensed a fluctuation not far from here." The Dimension Cat's gaze became more focused. She continued, "The spatial disturbance is becoming more pronounced as we speak." "A ghost ship?" Cheney asked. "Almost certainly," the Dimension Cat confirmed. "In about 2 minutes, the fog should start to thin out." "What's the plan?" Cheney pondered for a moment before asking, "Is there a battle going on inside?" The Dimension Cat concentrated for a bit before nodding firmly. "Based on the current spatial waves, there's a 90 chance there's a battle." She actually believed it was a 100 certainty but decided to be cautious. "Then it's definitely happening." Cheney understood immediately. He turned to Luoya, "Captain, dive. We'll proceed underwater." Upon hearing the order, Luoya decisively manipulated the blue light sphere in his hands. Cheney and the Dimension Cat's conversation hadn't been hidden from Zhuge and the others, but he who and his group were unaware. When Cheney suddenly ordered the dive, he who was taken aback. "Dive? Into the sea? That's impossible." He who looked at Cheney in disbelief. Cheney responded calmly, "You heard right. This ship can indeed dive into the ocean." Everyone gasped in shock. A ship capable of diving underwater was incredibly valuable. He who quickly calculated and realized the ship's value was at least 1 or 2 times higher than he had initially thought. As the ship rumbled and began to descend into the sea, the rocking of the blue sea gradually stabilized. He who, staring at the still pitch-black window, asked, "Are we underwater now?" Cheney nodded slightly. "Yes, you'll see the ocean soon." Zhong Dao Skeleton suddenly asked, "Boss, if we can dive, why didn't we search for treasure underwater before?" Cheney smiled and explained, "To conserve our strength. My target is the ghost ship." Zhong Dao Skeleton fell silent. He was aware of the recent news that dozens of ships from the Zhang family of Devil City had entered the sea. Facing the possibility of confronting thousands of high-level experts from the Zhang family, he felt a pang of fear and even considered jumping ship. The others were equally stunned by Qin Ye's ambitious goal. Cheney noticed their hesitation and calmly said, "I know what you're thinking, but I am determined to get the ghost ship. If you're not willing to face the Zhang family, you can leave now. Just remember to return the extra money. I won't be greedy." As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately stood up. "Sorry, I'm out." Cheney nodded and looked around. "Anyone else?" Seeing no response, he instructed Jian Quan, "Inform those who aren't here about our objective." Jian Quan left to carry out the order. Cheney then turned to the person who wanted to leave. "Do you have cash on you?" The person was stunned. Without cash, he couldn't return the money and might be forced to stay. With no cell signal in the eerie fog, transferring money was impossible. Cheney continued, "If you don't, then work for me for free for now. If we encounter the Zhang family, you can just watch or even join them." The person felt a chill down his spine and quickly shook his head. "No, I won't help them. It's fine. I don't mind." Cheney smiled. The person hesitated before agreeing. "I'll accept your terms." "Good. Just remember to return the money later," Cheney said, then turned to the group Jian Quan had brought in. What about you? Do you want to leave? Out of the 6 people brought in, 3 raised their hands. Cheney repeated his terms, and all 3 agreed. Cheney looked around. My offer stands until we face the Zhang family, so take your time to decide. In fact, when he learned that the Zhang family had sent thousands of high-level experts into the sea, Cheney was also shocked. He hadn't expected them to deploy so many strong fighters. If these experts perished in the eerie fog, it would be a massive blow to the Zhang family, possibly causing a power vacuum. As the group pondered, the fog outside the window began to thin. Although it hadn't completely dissipated, visibility had improved significantly. Cheney glanced at the ocean outside the protective barrier and telepathically asked the Dimension Cat, "Are they still fighting?" The Dimension Cat, sensing the intense spatial fluctuations, replied solemnly, "Yes, the battle is fierce." Cheney asked, "Do we need to dive deeper?" "No need. I can use my ability to cloak the ship. They won't detect us," the Dimension Cat said confidently. Cheney was momentarily taken aback and then asked skeptically, "Do you have enough energy?" Upon hearing Cheney's doubts, Dimension Cat fell into a brief silence. She realized she had indeed overlooked the current limitations of her abilities. However, she quickly regained her composure and responded, "With my current energy, I can sustain you in the dimension for half an hour. If I absorb the energy from the blue orb, the time can be extended to an hour." Testing confirmed that the energy from the blue orb could indeed be absorbed, though some loss occurred during the process. "Then lower it a bit more," Cheney decided. "Meow, no need to lower it too much, just a bit will do," Dimension Cat added. Cheney looked at Luoya, who silently took control of the blue sea. As the ship descended, everyone could see the surrounding seawater through the shield. Meanwhile, not far from them on the sea surface, 7 ships were attacking a sinister black ghost ship. The ghost ship was shrouded in mist, exuding a sense of solitude and eeriness. Zhang Yi stood at the bow of one of the attacking ships, greedily eyeing the dilapidated ghost ship. Glancing at the mist-formed enemies battling his subordinates, he asked indifferently, "Are the other ships here yet?" 3 ships will arrive within 5 minutes, 3 are still in the maze, and we haven't detected 5, replied the octopus man beside him, his eyes fixed on the circular instrument in his hand. For this operation to capture the ghost ship, they had dispatched a total of 18 ships and 1131 warriors, each with an average level of 43. Failure was not an option. "Start the attack once those 3 ships arrive," Zhang Yi ordered. "Yes, sir." At the moment, they had only sent a portion of their forces to engage in skirmishes with the ghost ship's guards. On the ghost ship, a black raven perched on the mast, watching Zhang Yi and his men with excitement. A few minutes later, Cheney emerged from the control room and finally saw the scene on the sea. He looked at the bottom of the 3 ships above and transmitted to Dimension Cat, "Can they sense us?" "Don't worry, I'm controlling the ship now," Dimension Cat responded calmly, maneuvering the blue sea to rise a bit and then stop. "Done. They won't discover us here. It's all yours, meow," she called to Luoya before disappearing into the blue orb. Luoya took over the controls and continued to steer the blue sea. Dimension Cat reappeared on Cheney's shoulder, proudly asking, "How did I do?" "Pretty impressive, huh?" "Awesome," Cheney praised, his gaze sweeping over the unresponsive ships above. "There are already 4 ships. There are 8 ships in total here," Dimension Cat added. "You'll soon see the ghost ship." Before long, Cheney saw the grand battle scene in the distance. The surrounding crew members also looked on in awe. 2 of them raised their hands and said, "Boss Juan, can we opt out? We really don't want to die here." "Sure," Cheney agreed with a nod. "Thank you." The 2 expressed their gratitude sincerely but waited for further instructions from Cheney before leaving. "Anyone else want to leave?" Cheney asked, looking around at the remaining crew. "Don't look at me. I'm not running," River Tiger said with a grin. "Running now would make it hard to get jobs in the future." "Exactly," Heavy Blade Skull agreed. "Deserting would ruin our reputation, making it difficult to get work later. But if we survive this with you, our credibility will skyrocket. No mercenary would want to miss this chance." He finished with excitement, the soul fire in his eyes flickering. Listening to their conversation, Cheney couldn't help but smile. Out of the 12 mercenaries, 6 chose to stay. 4 were hired muscle, 2 were sailors, and the dark octopus was among them. Cheney quietly noted their faces and continued observing the situation above. At this point, the outlines of all the ships were clearly visible. "Boss, should we keep moving?" Luoya asked in Cheney's mind. "Keep going. Get us next to the ghost ship and then descend 10 meters, Cheney instructed. "Got it," Luoya responded, steering the blue sea forward and then slowly descending. "That's enough. Hold it here," Cheney transmitted. Luoya stopped and turned towards the deck, curious to see what was happening. "So, what do we do now?" he asked. "Wait," Cheney answered calmly, then turned to the dark octopus and others. "Go make some food. We'll need our strength for the fight." "All right," the dark octopus replied, leading the sailors off the deck. At that moment, Dimension Cat's voice sounded in Qin Ye's mind. 3 more ships have arrived. Qin Ye responded calmly, doesn't matter how many. Just sit back and enjoy the show. The octopus man beside him stared intently at the device in his hand and reported gravely, a ship will arrive in 10 minutes, 2 more in half an hour. Of the remaining 5, 3 are caught in the maze, and 2 are still undetected. Zhang Yi remained silent for a moment, a resolute glint flashing in his eyes. He then commanded in a deep voice, relay the order. Full assault in 5 minutes. Yes, sir. The octopus man immediately pulled out a device resembling a walkie-talkie and began rapidly transmitting the orders. Their ability to accurately locate the ships in the eerie fog was not due to interference-free equipment, but because each of the 18 ships carried a mysterious item that resonated with one another, allowing them to track the fleet's position within a limited range. 5 minutes later, Zhang Yi stood proudly at the bow, raising his long sword high and roaring, full assault. Capture it for me. At his command, the experts aboard the surrounding ships surged toward the ghost ship like a tidal wave. A crow perched on the ghost ship's mast let out a piercing warning cry, and thick fog immediately enveloped the area. Moments later, hundreds of figures began to emerge slowly from the mist. Zhang Yi squinted, carefully scrutinizing the newly appeared figures. His brow furrowed slightly as he thought to himself, so the ghost ship can indeed absorb souls and turn them into its fighting force. Among these figures, nearly half were people from the Jiao family who had perished here previously, some of whom he recognized from photos as team leaders. Just as Zhang Yi was deep in thought, the octopus man beside him exclaimed excitedly, Sir, this ship is indeed a treasure. Zhang Yi's brow relaxed, and a confident smile curled at the corner of his mouth. It's mine. Meanwhile, beneath the sea, Qin Yi sat leisurely in a recliner, sipping orange juice as he observed the fierce battle above. He asked nonchalantly, Do you think they can win? Not sure, replied Heavyblade Skull without hesitation. River Tiger pondered for a moment and said cautiously, Judging by their current strength, it looks doubtful. Hearing this, Qin Yi turned to Cat Sister and asked telepathically, Do they have reinforcements? Yes, Dimension Cat replied calmly. I sense 3 different spatial fluctuations, one of which is nearby, but they haven't moved. Qin Yi was slightly taken aback and then sat up straight, asking, Other factions? Most likely, Dimension Cat said indifferently. They are probably watching the show just like you. Where are they? Directly ahead of you. In the sea? Meow Dimension Cat continued to explain. Their ship's capabilities aren't as strong as ours. They can only stay about 30 meters underwater. Will they discover us? Qin Yi asked, a bit worried. No, their visibility isn't as good as ours, and our ship is protected by me, Dimension Cat said confidently. Thank you. I'll treat you to a big meal later, Qin Yi said gratefully. Meow. Dimension Cat's protection didn't involve pulling the blue sea into a different dimension, but rather cleverly disrupting the surrounding spatial fluctuations, making them hard to detect. Although this anomaly might be noticed, given that they were beneath the ghost ship in the midst of a battle, a bit of irregularity was not surprising. Meanwhile, in another part of the sea, on a 100-meter-long ship, dozens of variously shaped weapons floated on the deck, all focused on the nearby battle. Brother Hong, when do we make our move? An eager weapon asked. Wait a bit longer, no rush. Hong Tian replied steadily. Brother Hong, I can't hold back any longer. Yeah, Brother Hong, I really want to smash them. Hong Tian looked at his eager companions and reassured them, brothers, hold on a bit longer. Now is not the time to rush. A red-black dragon pattern spear suggested, Don't worry, if you really can't wait, you can spar with each other nearby. As soon as the words were spoken, a few of them began to duel on a nearby open space. The black skeletal bow beside Hong Tian watched another group charge out to the battlefield and remarked, Their treasures are really abundant. Indeed, Hong Tian agreed. Just from their gathering speed, they are much stronger than the Jiao family back in the day. Are we really going to join in? The black bow asked. Of course we are, Hong Tian said, looking at the distant battle and smiling. Opportunities like this don't come every year. If I miss this, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. He continued to explain. If we didn't have any combat power, I wouldn't care, but I'm leading 10 brothers over level 50, 31 over level 40, and 18 over level 30. With this kind of strength, which could even change the outcome of the battle, I can't just sit back. Besides, we're not the only ones waiting for an opportunity. Are there other factions? The Black Bow asked. Not sure, Hong Tian admitted. But there probably are. The Jiao family won't give up, and those pirate groups will definitely come too. It's just a matter of time. That makes sense. The Black Bow mused. Just then, the Black Bow looked to the left and exclaimed, Brother Hong, your words are prophetic. Someone really is coming. Who? Hong Tian followed the Black Bow's gaze and saw the flag on a ship 500 meters away. The ghost pirates, impressive, The Ghost Pirates were a pirate group entirely composed of soul beings, while their Ghost Fire Pirates were all ghost soldiers. Meanwhile, the battle on the sea surface grew fiercer. Zhang Yi watched as one subordinate after another fell, and turned to his underling, Zhang Wu, asking, "When will the other 5 ships arrive?" Zhang Wu responded immediately, "Sir, soon. 2 will be here in 10 minutes. And the other 3 have found the right route and are on their way." "Good." Zhang Yi nodded slightly, his gaze shifting to the unknown ships appearing in the distance, his eyes growing increasingly serious. As the first unidentified ship appeared, the sea suddenly became bustling. One by one, hidden ships sailed into view. Zhang Wu squinted, carefully identifying the flags of these vessels. His expression gradually turned grim. 5 ships in total, Zhang Wu muttered. The Scythe Pirates, the Bloodhound Pirates, the Evil Shark Pirates, and 2 from the Jiao family. He had anticipated interference, but the Jiao family's swift emergence from the shadows truly caught him off guard. Zhang Yi's face remained impassive as he stared coldly at the 2 Jiao family ships appearing to the left. "Destroy them," he ordered icily. To him, the ghost ship was fair game for anyone except the Jiao family. This command was not only a response to the current situation, but also a clear signal to those lurking in the shadows. Behave wisely. Yes. Zhang Wu immediately sprang into action, notifying the nearest ship to the Jiao family to launch an attack. Below the sea, Qingyi watched as the elite fighters from the 3 Zhang family ships collectively charged towards the Jiao family vessels. He couldn't help but admire their decisiveness. Impressive. This maneuver has some real substance. Sitting on Qin Ye's shoulder, Dimension Cat focused intently on the sudden battle and asked, "Meow, who do you think will win?" Qin Yi pondered for a moment before replying, "Hard to say. Zhang Yi's decisiveness is commendable, but the outcome is uncertain. Although this unknown faction only has 2 ships, their combat power is formidable. We'll need to observe carefully to see who comes out on top." Even as the battle erupted, Zhang Yi didn't pause. He turned to the ghost ship and continued issuing commands. In 3 minutes, everyone except the logistics personnel on those 3 ships attacked the ghost ship in one go. Zhang Wu was taken aback, almost in disbelief. "Really?" "Yes." Zhang Yi responded firmly. "We'll join the fight too." "Understood." Zhang Wu replied seriously. 3 minutes later, Zhang Yi leapt into the air, raising his sword high and shouting with a thunderous roar, "Attack! Take it down!" Without hesitation, he charged towards the battlefield. Inspired by their leader, the others quickly followed, plunging into the fray. As numerous powerful fighters joined the battle, the ghost ship's side quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Below the sea, Qingyi noticed the sudden increase in numbers above and exclaimed, "Holy crap! They really do have over 1,000 people." He had thought the claim of 1,000 fighters was exaggerated, but now saw it was true. Although not all were yet engaged, considering the 5 ships still absent, a force of over 1,000 was indeed a certainty. "Don't panic, the ghost ship is starting to counterattack," Dimension Cat said just as a thick fog enveloped the area around the ghost ship. Suddenly, hundreds of warriors emerged from the mist, engaging fiercely with Zhang's main force. "Are these mist warriors endless?" the Sharkman shouted in shock. Tiger River calmly analyzed, "Definitely not. These mist warriors are either created by energy or by souls. If it's energy, we just need to wait until it depletes. If it's souls, we wait until their soul reserves are exhausted basically. Kill them all." "It's souls," Qingyi said calmly. "The recently deceased from Zhang's side are now being reconstituted by the ghost ship." "Ah." The Sharkman immediately looked up, searching for familiar faces among the crowd. It wasn't long before he recognized one, shouting in shock, "Holy crap! It really is." As Qingyi listened to the surrounding exclamations, he quietly sent a message to Tiger River, "Can you handle our crew?" Tiger River paused, then replied calmly, "What's up?" "Nothing much. I just need to go up there." Qingyi continued, "Once I'm up, this ship is in your hands. If I don't return, sail back to Devil City, stash it, and deposit it at the Adventurers Guild under my name, Wanxiang." "You're going alone?" Tiger River looked at Qingyi in surprise. "Less chance of exposure that way," Qingyi explained. After carefully observing the battle, he decided to act alone, planning to scout near the ghost ship with Dimension Cat. With Dimension Cat's abilities, observing from nearby shouldn't be an issue. If the ghost ship's spirit didn't detect them, they might even board for a closer look. Tiger River took a deep breath and said solemnly, "All right, leave it to me." Qingyi nodded, stood up, and addressed everyone. "I'll go up alone. You guys just watch. If the battle ends and I'm not back, your leader will be Tiger River. He'll take you back." Without waiting for their reactions, he headed to his room. Moments later, Qingyi reappeared on the deck. He looked at the gathered crew and smiled. "Don't worry, I'll pay you as long as I return alive." With that, he vanished into thin air. In the dimension, Qingyi didn't leave immediately. He curiously observed the crew's reactions on deck. Shocked by his sudden disappearance, they exchanged bewildered glances, silence spreading like a tide. After a long pause, someone couldn't help but ask, "What do we do now?" Tiger River sighed and said, "Just watch. We'll figure it out after the battle." Heh, this is getting interesting. Heavy Blade Skeleton chuckled, leaning against a pillar. "Maybe we should head back now," the young skeleton suggested cautiously. "If you're not afraid of dying, give it a shot," Tiger River replied coldly. "Do you really think Wanxiang has left?" The young skeleton's expression froze, quickly backtracking. "Haha, just kidding. Don't take it seriously." Tiger River sat where Chenyi had been, smiling. "Just watch. Afterward, we'll leave and get paid. Easy money doesn't come often." The crew, after a moment of silence, focused on the battle. They realized Tiger River was right. Getting paid to watch without lifting a finger was a rare opportunity. Those who hadn't quit before would benefit, unlike those who did. In the dimension, Chenyi waited for 10 minutes before disappearing with Dimension Cat. On an ice floe on the sea, Dimension Cat, exhausted from multiple teleports, lay on Chenyi's shoulder. "Meow, I'm exhausted," she murmured. "Once we take control of this ship, we can go back and get some rest," Chenyi said as he glanced down at the ice beneath his feet and then surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, an attack came from the front. He calmly stepped back and remarked lightly, "This place is still dangerous." Turning to Cat's sister, Chenyi suggested, "Let's get on the ship. If we're detected, we can come back down." No sooner had he finished speaking than Dimension Cat rolled her eyes and vanished with Chenyi from the ice, reappearing on the deck of the ghost ship the next moment. Chenyi curiously looked around, his gaze settling on a dense flock of crows. "Why are there so many crows on this ship? When we were underwater, I only saw the ship and the fighting people. This is the first time I've seen these crows." "Ship spirit," Dimension Cat said nonchalantly. "Ah." Chenyi was taken aback. "The ship spirit is a crow?" Dimension Cat stared at a crow perched on a nearby mast. "Pretty much." "Which one?" "The one near the mast on the right." Following her direction, Chenyi saw that the crow in question seemed more animated than its companions. "It does look a bit different," he said, and without hesitation, he activated his spirit summoning eye. A panel appeared before him. Introduction to the Ghostly Mist Ship Spirit. The spirit of the Ghostly Mist can control everything about the ship. "It really is," Chenyi murmured. "See, I don't talk nonsense," Dimension Cat said proudly. "Yes, yes." Chenyi nodded repeatedly, then turned his attention to the battle outside the ship. The fighting around the ghost ship wasn't confined to the surface. Much of it took place underwater. The Octopus Clan and other aquatic races thrived in such an environment. The Zhang family had brought many experts from these water-dwelling races, who naturally preferred underwater combat. Meanwhile, those who couldn't stay underwater for long fought on the ice, formed by powerful ice mages. "When do we make our move?" Dimension Cat asked, sounding a bit bored. "Let's wait a bit longer," Chenyi replied. "Once everyone in the shadows starts fighting, we'll jump in." Dimension Cat yawned, clearly finding the wait somewhat tiresome. Half an hour later, as the last ship from the Zhang family arrived, the battle intensified. The two ships from the Jiao family held their ground, like impenetrable fortresses. The involvement of external forces only added to the chaos, each wary of becoming the next target, leading to a frenzied struggle for the ghost ship. However, some powerful factions like the Ghost Fire Pirates and the Spectre Pirates remained in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment. With the arrival of the Zhang family's last ship, the Ghost Fire Pirates sent 2 ships, and the Spectre Pirates dispatched 1. "Brother Hong, should we move?" Blackbow asked. Hong Tian responded calmly, "No rush, let's wait a bit longer." "Brother Hong, we only brought 3 ships this time." "I know," Hong Tian interrupted. "Wait until the ghost ship uses its ultimate skill, then we'll move. From what I understand, it has a powerful area effect skill it hasn't used yet. I want to see how Zhang Yi handles it." "Brother Hong, is that the skill you're talking about?" Black Bao pointed to the ghost ship emitting a black glow in the distance. "Damn, I really jinxed it." Hong Tian was stunned, then shouted, "Everyone, get ready. If the skill is too powerful, we retreat immediately." "Yes," the crew responded in unison. A minute earlier, the crow had been watching the increasing number of enemies without panic, its eyes growing brighter. "Come on, bring more." It excitedly flew up and circled overhead. The next moment, a terrifying aura emanated from the ghost ship. Black light spread out, winds picked up, and the sea began to churn. In an instant, the breeze turned into a storm, and the swirling water formed a massive vortex, engulfing everything around it. Watching the terrifying phenomenon outside the ship, Chenyi couldn't help but remark, "It's still comfortable here. Impressive power, but all bark and no bite." Dimension Cat commented. "What do you mean?" Chenyi asked, puzzled. Dimension Cat pointed to Zhang Yi and his men, who had noticeably sped up. "They're all running. So, it's a group speed-boosting scroll," Chenyi realized. He had noticed several people taking out and tearing open scrolls when the ghost ship's aura flared up, and now he understood their effect. Seeing the enemies quickly retreating, the crow was dumbfounded. Caw caw, caw caw caw, caw caw. Don't leave. Caw. How are you all so fast? It cried out in frustration. Listening to the crow's cries overhead, Cheney couldn't help but feel a moment of pity for it. The mass exodus of souls infuriated the crow. It let out a long screech. An eerie fog began to spread around them as the ghost ship started to move forward. If you can't play, then neither will I. It decisively chose to retreat. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi, who had just escaped the skill's range, saw the ghost ship gradually disappearing and hesitated for a moment. Then, he shouted, "Don't run. Get on board. Don't let it escape." Without hesitation, he led the charge back into the skill's range. Seeing this, his subordinates quickly followed. Caw-caw. The crow snorted twice, dispersing the fog and halting the ship. Qin Yi and Dimension Cat watched the crow's actions in silence. This ship's spirit is still too young. Qin Yi shook his head. Dimension Cat was more blunt. Stupid. Stupid is good. Qin Yi chuckled and continued to observe the battle. On the other side, Zhang Yi saw the ghost ship stop and fully reappear, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then, with a grim expression, he ordered, "Kill. Charge straight into the storm." He hadn't wanted to charge, but now there was no turning back. At this moment, he could only hope to capture the ghost ship with minimal casualties. Beneath the sea, the Ghostfire pirate crew was poised for action. Hong Tian watched intently as Zhang Yi and his team handled the terrifying skills of the ghost ship, leaving him utterly astonished. He had expected a fierce clash of equally powerful skills or a game-changing, one-time use scroll to obliterate the enemy completely. Instead, he witnessed Zhang Yi's team using a group acceleration skill to dash out of the skill's range with lightning speed. This unexpected strategy earned Hong Tian's silent approval. Running when you can't win seemed reasonable enough. However, their respite was short-lived as the ghost ship soon initiated a high-stakes chase. Hong Tian was left wide-eyed in disbelief. Just when he thought the pursuit would end with the ghost ship's retreat, the situation took another surprising turn. Zhang Yi and his men, undeterred by the powerful skills, resolutely charged back. The ghost ship abruptly halted, ceasing its escape. Watching this dramatic turn of events, Hong Tian fell silent for a moment before decisively ordering, "Brothers, wake up. Get ready for battle." Instantly, a cacophony of responses erupted around him. Someone impatiently asked, "Boss, should we go now?" Another shouted, "Hong, we should have gone already." Yet another exuberantly declared, "My blade is sharpened and ready." Amidst the fervor of his men, Hong Tian commanded loudly, "Hold on. Wait until the ghost ship skill is over before we move." Roger that, they responded in unison, their fighting spirit undiminished. Meanwhile, on the ghost ship, Qin Yi gazed at the raging storm and the bottomless whirlpool around them. He asked Dimension Cat, "How long do you think this skill will last?" Dimension Cat nonchalantly replied, "Same as our blue ocean, as long as it has energy." Qin Yi then asked, "When do you think it will stop using this skill?" Dimension Cat noticed dozens of powerful individuals rising into the air, launching various terrifying skills toward the ghost ship. She said, "Depends on its mood, but I feel it will be soon." Watching the scene, Qin Yi couldn't help but remark, "They sure have a lot of level 50 experts." Dimension Cat couldn't resist a sarcastic comment. To have so many level 50 people find the ghost ship in such a short time. This peaceful period has been a bit too peaceful. She paused and added, "If it were just a few, even a dozen, it would be normal. But now, there are over 40 flying in the sky. If it weren't for my strong sensing abilities, I'd even suspect there are a few level 60 old foxes hidden among them." Qin Yi chuckled and corrected her, "You can't say that. These major forces are regulars in the mysterious fog sea. They are far more familiar with its routes than we first-timers." Dimension Cat nodded slightly, "That's true." Then, she suddenly looked at a phenomenon in the distance and said, "It's over. Not using it anymore?" Qin Yi asked. "Yeah," Dimension Cat confirmed. Qin Yi watched the storm and whirlpool dissipate at a visible speed and muttered, "It's fading so quickly." Dimension Cat turned her gaze toward the Ghostfire pirate crew and said, "And they're appearing quickly too." Moments later, one pirate ship after another burst through the sea, creating waves that surged in all directions. Hong Tian soared into the sky, emitting a red glow, and charged toward the ghost ship, shouting, "Brothers, follow me." Seeing this, Zhang Yi immediately ordered, "Stop them." The remaining strong fighters hidden under the sea responded to the call, unleashing terrifying powers as they broke through the water to attack Hong Tian's group. Not only Zhang Yi's side, but also the Ghostfire pirate crew, the two ships of the Viper pirate crew, and a ship from the Zhao family, were temporarily intercepted by the hidden experts of the Zhang family. However, this interception lasted less than 5 minutes. The various forces quickly repelled the Zhang family experts and broke into the core area of the ghost ship. They were then intercepted by powerful beings formed from mist and souls. Standing on the ship, Qingyi observed the increasing number of strong fighters around them. He turned to Dimension Cat and asked, "When should we make our move?" Dimension Cat looked at Qingyi oddly. "Isn't that your decision to make?" After a moment of silence, Qingyi said, "Let's wait for it to use that skill again." He speculated that the ghost ship wouldn't use the skill just once. Otherwise, there would be no reason for it not to disappear. Therefore, he believed it would likely release the area skill again. Dimension Cat yawned lazily. "And then we run. I'm fine with that." She was getting a bit bored. If the situation weren't so inappropriate for action, she would have asked Qingyi if they should take action already. Meanwhile, a crow flying in the sky observed the increasing number of strong fighters and the escalating chaos, silently perching on a wooden pole. Their target is so unified this time. "I'm outta here," the crow muttered to itself, letting out a series of sharp caws. With the crow's cries, the ghost ship unleashed its terrifying power once again. Familiar lights flared from the ship's hull, and the strong ones immediately grew wary, retreating en masse. However, having learned from their previous experience, they didn't completely withdraw from the skill's range but sought cover within the perimeter. As everyone was taking cover, Qingyi whispered to Sister Cat, "Time to move." "Meow," Dimension Cat responded, instantly taking Qingyi away from the spot. In the next moment, they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. Dimension Cat pointed to a bluish orb not far away and said, "This is it, Mia." Qingyi scrutinized the mysterious orb, cautious not to approach it recklessly. "Why is it always a sphere?" he wondered aloud. Dimension Cat explained, "I don't know. Meow." Shortly after boarding the ship, I sensed the core of the ghost ship, which is its control room. To gain control of the ghost ship, you must first control this bluish orb. The method is simple. Just place your hand on it and inject your energy until it occupies one of the orb's total energy. The method is simple, but first you have to get on the ship, find the control room, and locate this orb. Qingyi mused. "So, what now?" Dimension Cat asked. "Let's just do it," Qingyi said, summoning Luo Duck. As soon as Luo Duck appeared, the crow, watching from a distance on the wooden plank, widened its eyes in shock. "Impossible!" it cried out, then turned into a strange mist and vanished. In the control room, as Luo Duck began to infuse the bluish orb with energy, the crow suddenly appeared above the orb, shouting, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" Qingyi smiled at the transparent crow and said softly, "You can call me Wan Xiang. The one infusing you with energy is my partner, Luoya, who will also be your future companion." As soon as he finished speaking, Luoya let out two caws, as if to confirm Qingyi's words. The crow, upon hearing this, became furious. "Stop! Stop! You guys have no sense of honor," it responded angrily. Simultaneously, the air around them began to distort, and layers of mist started to form. Although the crow itself had no combat power, it could unleash the skills of the ghost ship. Qingyi chuckled. "It might seem dishonorable, but we have no other choice." Before he finished speaking, two beams of light appeared beside him. He summoned Zhuge and Jian Quan, and from his pocket, he took out a pre-prepared soul-summoning orb, releasing the spirit within. The crow, witnessing this, exclaimed in shock, "You're a spirit summoner." Qingyi calmly replied, "Whether I'm a spirit summoner or not doesn't matter. The important thing is, do you want to fight?" As long as the crow didn't command the surrounding mist soldiers to attack, he wouldn't make the first move. After all, Luo Ya's energy infusion was still ongoing. The crow seemed to realize something and said, "Can you have him stop? You wouldn't want an uncontrollable ship, would you?" Without hesitation, Qingyi ordered Luo Ya, "Pirate King, stop for now." Luo Ya stopped immediately, turned to the crow, and cawed before saying, "Stick with us and you won't lose out." By now, his energy had occupied 0.5 of the Azure Energy Orb, just 0.5 away from fully controlling the ghost ship. The crow, seeing them stop, didn't respond immediately. After a moment of silence, it asked, "How did you get in here?" Qingyi smiled and countered, "If I tell you, will you come with us?" "Squawk!" the crow called out angrily. "You guys have no sense of honor." Qingyi shrugged. "I told you we have no choice. Do you think I can take out everyone outside?" The crow carefully sensed Qingyi's aura but found nothing, falling silent. After a moment, it cautiously asked, "Are you a super?" Qingyi shook his head and smiled, "Advanced. But once I have you, I should be able to reach super." "Advanced." The crow screamed in shock, its pupils dilating. A spirit summoner not even at the super level could sneak into the control room unnoticed. What did this mean? It meant that this skeleton in front of it was anything but simple. The crow calmed down a bit, but was still curious about how Qingyi had gotten in. Taking a deep breath, it asked again, "How did you get in?" "If your answer satisfies me, I might consider going with you." This time, Qingyi didn't avoid the question. He called softly, "Sister Cat, Come out. Meow with a soft sound. A dimension cat elegantly stepped out from a dimension. She looked at the crow calmly and explained succinctly, I brought him in. Chinyi pointed to the crow, which was once again in shock and introduced, meet my partner, Sister Cat, who is also your partner. Spatial type. The crow exclaimed. But, that's impossible. How could you conceal your presence from me? The dimension cat simply uttered one word, fool. The crow was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. Seeing this, Chinyi said with a smile, want to know why? Behave and come with us and you'll find out. Squawk. The crow called out twice more, stubbornly looking at Chinyi. Can I feel your combat power? If your strength meets my approval, I'll go with you. Just feel it. Chinyi asked, puzzled. The crow explained, just feel it. There's no need to fight. If you guys are really powerful and kill my warriors, it would be a loss for both you and me. Haha, interesting. Chinyi laughed and then turned to Jian Quan. Unleash the celestial dog transformation. Let our new friend feel the power of the radiant moon. Jian Quan nodded, glanced at the crow in the sky, and immediately began to release the celestial dog transformation. In an instant, terrifying dark energy surged from Jian Quan's body, and a pair of pitch-black wings unfolded behind him. The temperature around them plummeted, and a radiant moon emitting a silvery glow slowly rose, hanging behind Jian Quan. The crow, witnessing this and feeling the powerful aura emanating from Jian Quan, was stunned. After a moment, it hurriedly shouted, enough, enough. Is that enough? Chinyi asked. The crow excitedly circled in the air, being able to enter my control room unnoticed and possessing a companion who can unleash such power at level 40-something. I have no reason to refuse. You're much better than those useless ones outside. Chinyi smiled and pointed to Zhuge and Luoya. Do you want to feel their power too? No need. The crow shook its head. Having them is enough. A spirit summoner at the advanced level with 2 such powerful contract beasts means the other 2 can't be too weak. In truth, after feeling the power unleashed by Jian Quan, the crow knew it couldn't stop them in a short time. Rather than resisting, it was better to join them willingly and become one of them. Good awareness. The dimension cat couldn't help but look at the crow more favorably. This bird may be foolish, but it has some smarts when it counts. Squawk. The crow instantly turned to the dimension cat perched on Chinyi's shoulder, about to say something, when it suddenly felt a hint of the aura emanating from her. It recoiled in shock, looking at the dimension cat, speechless. Calm down. The dimension cat retracted its aura and looked at Luoya. Little duck? How much longer? Almost there, Luoya replied. No wonder you could get in. The crow suddenly understood. It sensed an aura from Sister Cat that far exceeded the current level. Though it couldn't tell exactly what level it was enough to prove that this cat was extraordinary. Chinyi gave the crow a slight smile, and then shifted his attention to Luoya. Caw. Not long after, Luoya let out an excited cry, and Chinyi knew he had succeeded. Chinyi took a fruit from his summoning space and tossed it to Luoya. Eat it. Luoya caught the fruit and took a bite. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from his body, and his level successfully rose to 50. Chinyi silently prayed, evolve, you have to evolve. He watched Luoya intently, his eyes filled with anticipation. Failed? Just when Chinyi thought Luoya hadn't triggered the power of evolution, a sudden burst of golden light enveloped Luoya completely. Chinyi was stunned, but a brilliant smile quickly spread across his face. The power of evolution had finally blessed his little companion. Nearby, a crow felt an irresistible force invading its body and screamed in terror. Wah, what are you doing? Why am I merging into him? The dimensional cat calmly explained. It's the power of evolution. You will become a part of the little duck's body. Don't worry, this doesn't mean you can't separate. Once the little duck dies, you'll be free. Upon hearing this, the crow sighed in relief. Oh, I can separate? Then it's fine. Without further resistance, it turned into a mist and flew into the light of evolution. The dimensional cat chuckled and added, too bad. The little duck isn't going to die that easily. Then it turned to a floating spirit nearby. Do you want to go in too? The spirit looked at the dimensional cat in confusion. Why would I go in? Can I even do that? The dimensional cat patiently explained. Normally, you can't. But you have the fusion skill. In this case, you can use it on Luoya within the light of evolution, and there's a chance you'll become part of Luoya's strength. What's in it for me? The spirit asked. You'll be harder to kill. The dimensional cat continued. Your safety will be significantly enhanced, and you'll also benefit from Chinyi's innate abilities. The catch is you have to merge into the light of evolution and become part of the little duck. If you weren't a ghost type with an elemental attribute and the fusion talent, I wouldn't even suggest it. The spirit's eyes widened with excitement. Really? It then turned to Chinyi and cautiously asked, is it okay? Chinyi smiled and nodded. Go ahead. He had been listening to the conversation between the cat and the spirit, recalling his teacher's lessons on fusion evolution. Fusion evolution involves multiple spirit beasts merging into a new form. While it doesn't always guarantee superiority over normal evolution, it generally results in a stronger being given equal potential. With permission granted, the spirit didn't hesitate to use its fusion skill on Luoya within the light of evolution, turning into a beam of light and joining Luoya. Qinyi, the dimensional cat, Zhuge, and the sword dog watched the scene unfold with a sense of anticipation. It worked! The dimensional cat exclaimed in delight as the spirit successfully entered the light of evolution. Qinyi sighed in relief and asked the dimensional cat, "How much stronger will Luoya be with the spirit's addition?" The dimensional cat shook its head and calmly replied, "I don't know, but rest assured, it will definitely be stronger than before. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suggested it. After all, we're a team, and a weak little duck doesn't benefit me." Qinyi nodded in agreement and continued to observe the evolving Luoya. Perhaps due to the need to merge with the ghost ship and the spirit, the light of evolution around Luoya persisted for a full 3 minutes before gradually fading. As the light dimmed, Qinyi saw Luoya's new form of figure almost as tall and even more robust than before. He silently glanced at the sword dog beside him, who returned his gaze. "Once you evolve, you'll probably be as tall as the Pirate King," Qinyi remarked to the sword dog. The sword dog nodded firmly. Yes, this height was actually quite normal. Qinyi even thought it was a bit short. Typically, after a spirit beast's third evolution, its size would change dramatically, with heights of 2 to 3 meters being common. Those that started out tall could grow to 5 or 6 meters, or even 7 or 8 meters. Of course, height doesn't equate to strength. Power still depends on potential and level. Qinyi didn't immediately check Luoya's attribute panel. Instead, he asked, "Can you put away the ghost ship?" Suppressing his excitement, Luoya responded, "Yes." "Then do it. We're leaving." "They're about to board the ship," Qinyi said as he recalled Zhuge and the sword dog into the summoning space and looked at the dimensional cat. The dimensional cat quickly said, "Don't rush. Let's enter the dimension first." With that, she swiftly took Qinyi and Luoya into the dimensional space. Once inside, Luoya, following Qinyi's instructions, promptly stored the ghost ship. In an instant, Qinyi found himself on the icy sea surface, the ghost ship having vanished. "Let's go." The dimensional cat didn't waste any words and continued to teleport Qinyi and Luoya away from the ice. After several teleports, they finally arrived in a room on the Blue Sea ship. Inside the room, Qinyi immediately summoned Zhuge and the sword dog. Then he sat cross-legged as a surge of energy flooded his body had leveled up, successfully becoming a super summoner. This energy was the feedback from Luoya's successful evolution. While Qinyi stabilized his newfound power, Luoya was also consolidating his strength. Zhuge, the sword dog, and the dimensional cat silently guarded them. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted on the sea surface. Zhang Yi was quickly intercepted by the guards protecting the ghost ship. In the fierce battle, he noticed that the number of guards wasn't increasing, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. Just as he was about to reach the ghost ship, it suddenly vanished before his eyes. "The ship? Where's the ship?" Zhang Yi roared in fury, frantically searching for the ghost ship. Finding nothing, he stood silently on the ice. Not far away, Hong Tian witnessed everything and decisively ordered, "Retreat." As Hong Tian turned and led his men away, Zhang Yi on the ice roared, "No one is allowed to leave." Ignoring him, Hong Tian kept walking towards the pirate ship. Seeing this, Zhang Yi bellowed again, "Anyone who leaves will die. If you've got the guts, come after me." Hong Tian scoffed and muttered under his breath, quickening his pace. As a member of the Ghostfire Pirates, he had no fear of Zhang Yi's threats. When others continued to walk away, Zhang Yi, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Kill them." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Zhang's elite fighters shot forward like arrows, chasing after those who defied him. The ice surface erupted in chaos, with the sounds of battle and cries filling the air. Meanwhile, aboard the Blue Sea beneath the water, Heavy Blade Skull turned to River Tiger and asked, "Should we go?" "Yes." River Tiger replied without hesitation, heading towards the control room. Heavy Blade Skull followed closely, asking, "Which direction?" River Tiger answered while walking, "Let's retrace our steps for now. We'll figure it out if we get lost." Heavy Blade Skull nodded slightly. Though he was intrigued by the battle above, leaving now was the wisest choice to avoid detection by Zhang's fleet. Entering the control room, River Tiger approached a blue orb. Remembering how Luoya had operated it, he placed his hand on the orb, attempting to infuse his thoughts. The Blue Sea began to move slowly, and River Tiger exclaimed in surprise, "This is so simple." At that moment, Dimension Cat, standing by the window, noticed the ship's movement and said to Zhuge and the others, "I'm going to check it out." With Zhuge's quiet approval and Sword Dog's nod, Dimension Cat teleported to the control room. Seeing River Tiger operating the orb and everyone else quietly seated around, Dimension Cat murmured, They're so well behaved. With that, Dimension Cat quickly vanished. In another room, Qin opened his eyes, having solidified his power. He glanced at Luoya, who was still meditating, and refrained from disturbing him. Instead, he silently summoned his own panel to inspect. Thanks to Luoya's support, he had advanced to a super summoner and naturally awakened a new talent. Eager to understand this new ability, he checked if it was related to himself. Qin carefully examined the information on his panel. When he saw the new talent, Elemental Control, his mouth dropped open in surprise, and then he broke into a broad smile. This talent seems pretty strong. The suddenly appearing Dimension Cat overheard Qin's muttering and curiously asked, "What talent?" Qin explained the effects of elemental control in detail. After hearing it, Dimension Cat remarked, "Sounds impressive. I wonder how effective it is." Qin smiled and responded, "If it says twice the result with half the effort, it can't be bad." Dimension Cat nodded in agreement. "Makes sense, meow." Then, turning to look at Luoya, asked, "What's up with Little Duck?" Qin immediately used his Summoner's Soul Eye to check on Luoya's condition. He read through Luoya's attribute panel, including race, level, potential, talents, and skills. Qin marveled at Luoya's growth, from a weak duckling to a powerful being with a companion beast and a mount. He paid special attention to the new ability, Ghostly Stealth, and Summon Strange Mistship, along with the various features of the Strange Mistship. The Veil of Mist is a mysterious and powerful ability that radiates an eerie fog from the ship's core. This fog not only renders the ship and all its crew completely invisible, blending them seamlessly with the mist, but also makes them immune to all visual detection methods for the duration. Meanwhile, the Soul Gathering ability is uniquely wielded by the captain. He can capture complete souls and soul fragments from the surroundings, compelling them to serve him, adding an enigmatic and formidable force to his arsenal. The Mist Guard is a mysterious squad summoned by the captain, surrounding the ship. They obey every command of the captain, whether to attack or defend, and will silently dissipate once their designated time is up. When the maze of mist unfolds, a disorienting labyrinth of fog spreads out from the ship. Enemies who venture into it find their movements slowed and often lose their way, struggling to find an exit and becoming entangled in confusion. The Wrath of the Mist Sea is a devastating force. When activated, a colossal whirlpool or storm erupts from the ship's center, wreaking unimaginable havoc on nearby enemies. The Curse of the Mist Sea adds more dread to this eerie fog. Creatures unfortunate enough to be caught within it may suffer from fear, panic, confusion, and even unknown diseases. The Rebirth of the Mist Sea is a protective mechanism for the ship. When the ship is damaged, it can automatically repair itself. If subjected to a catastrophic blow, the ship transforms into a dense fog, then reconstitutes itself, not only restoring a portion of its health, but also shedding all negative conditions. This powerful ability requires a 1-month cooldown after each use. The Mist Shadow Clone skill provides the captain with more tactical options. It generates several phantom ships, which can confuse the enemy's vision and possess some combat capabilities, offering additional protection for the real ship. The Ever-Changing Soul is a mystical companion beast, a crucial source of the captain's power. It can exist independently or merge with the captain. When united, it doesn't consume energy but significantly boosts the captain's strength. The stronger the Ever-Changing Soul, the more pronounced the enhancement for the captain. This level 45, 22,100 Ghost-type companion beast possesses Nurking level potential, with talents such as Elementalization, Transformation, Soul Shift, and Fusion. Its fusion evolution with the ghostly duck Luoya not only enhances its strength and potential, but also creates a unique symbiotic relationship. Although their levels and potentials are not shared, both entities benefit from each other's strength improvements, forming a positive feedback loop. After spending some time carefully studying Luoya's new panel, Qin fell silent. His gaze lingered on the name Eerie Mist, and he was filled with amazement. Although he had anticipated that this ghost ship would be of red quality, the configuration of 9 powerful skills far exceeded his expectations. Each skill was incredibly potent, truly deserving the title of a divine artifact. Aside from the Eerie Mist, Luoya's no-cost fusion with the Soul Spirit also stunned Qin. As for Luoya's potential to become a totem, after seeing the Soul Spirit successfully enter the light of evolution, Qin was already mentally prepared and thus not particularly surprised. However, Luoya's level up did catch him off guard. He speculated that it might be due to the influence of the Eerie Mist and the Soul Spirit. Dimensional Cat noticed Qin's prolonged silence and curiously asked, "How is it?" Qin snapped back to reality, a smile appearing on his face. He looked at Cat Sister and the equally curious Zhuge and Sword Dog, and briefly summarized what he had just seen. After hearing Qin's description, Zhuge and the others also fell silent. Dimensional Cat couldn't help but exclaim, "The little duck is taking off." Seizing the moment, Zhuge curiously asked, "Where's the Soul Spirit?" Qin pointed to Luoya's hands and said, Look at his hands. Zhuge observed the familiar patterns on Luoya's hands and commented, still here? Huh? The fusion didn't change much. Qingyi chuckled and continued, if you guys are bored, you can check out your own changes and see how much my new talent has boosted you. Sword Dog immediately sat cross-legged and began to focus on sensing his own changes. Under Qingyi's curious gaze, Dimensional Cat started to blink around the area. After a few teleports, Dimensional Cat looked at Qingyi in surprise and said, my energy consumption for teleportation has decreased. Qingyi asked, by how much? Dimensional Cat confidently replied, by 1/5. Qingyi was slightly taken aback and repeated, 1/5? Dimensional Cat nodded vigorously, the surprise on her face undiminished. Qingyi took a sharp breath. The effect of this talent far exceeded his expectations. Although 1/5 might not seem like much, this was just one of the effects, not all of them. Reducing energy consumption by 1/5 under these conditions was already quite significant in Qingyi's eyes. Dimensional Cat excitedly exclaimed, we're one step closer to becoming gods, me. Qingyi shook his head with a smile and advised, calm down, calm down. Becoming gods is still a long way off. While they were chatting, the Blue Sea, piloted by He Who, successfully navigated out of the battle zone and into a completely unknown sea area. When He Who was unsure which direction to sail, Dimensional Cat's voice sounded in his ear. Keep going forward, then turn left. Startled by the sudden voice in his mind, He Who was about to ask a question when Dimensional Cat's voice came again. I'm Wanxiang's partner. Just follow my instructions. Hearing this, He Who was shocked but kept a calm expression. He asked, he's back? Dimensional Cat replied, just returned. But he's a bit injured and is recovering in his room. No wonder. He Who realized. All right, I'll follow your directions. If anything feels off, let me know immediately. Got it. Dimensional Cat responded. He Who then asked, when will you guys make an appearance? In a little while, Dimensional Cat replied. Okay. Knowing that Qingyi was back on the ship, He Who felt a sense of relief. At the same time, he was curious about what Qingyi had experienced on the sea and how he had made it back. In the room, Dimensional Cat looked at Qingyi and said, all set. When are we heading out? Qingyi calmly replied, let's wait until the Pirate King is completely stable. He had no intention of appearing quickly unless someone knocked on the door, in which case they would face his wrath. A few hours later, Luoya suddenly opened his eyes and excitedly looked around. Soon, he saw Qingyi leaning on the sofa. Luoya excitedly exclaimed, big brother, I'm super strong now. Qingyi smiled and responded, I know. How do you feel? Luoya stood up and patted the patterns on the back of his hands, saying, it feels great. Soul Spirit, wake up and come out. The Soul Spirit floated out from the back of Luoya's hand and replied, I wasn't sleeping. I was also consolidating myself. Seeing the smile on the Soul Spirit's face, Qingyi turned to Luoya and asked, what's your current situation? Although the panel described their status, it didn't provide detailed information. Luoya pondered for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed, and then slowly began to describe the changes after their fusion. His voice carried a hint of excitement. We no longer need to consume energy, and my power boost is stronger than before. What's even better is that as our strength increases, it benefits the other, just like the relationship between you and me, big brother. Qingyi listened intently, his gaze focused. He nodded lightly and summarized, it seems to match my observations, not much difference. A brilliant smile spread across Luoya's face, and his eyes shone with confidence. In short, I'm really strong now. Qingyi's lips curled into a slight smile, and he said softly, not bad. Go back and rest. You've been consolidating your power for a long time. It's time to relax in the spirit realm. Luoya hesitated a little and asked, boss, don't you need me to steer the ship? Qingyi shook his head, his tone firm, no, it's not suitable for you to be out right now. Luoya suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. You're right. After putting Luoya away, Qingyi turned to Sister Cat, who was waiting on the side. His voice gentle yet authoritative. Have him stop the ship. It's time to rest. Luoya has been consolidating his power for hours, and it's getting late. Dimensional Cat yawned lazily, her eyes half closed, and telepathically communicated to River Tiger. Meow, stop the ship. Time to rest. In the control room, River Tiger received the command and responded concisely. Got it. The next morning at 8 a.m., Heavy Blade Skeleton stepped into the control room and saw Sword Dog intently operating a blue orb. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and exclaimed, whoa, when did you guys get back? Sword Dog didn't look up and briefly replied, yesterday. Where's Wanxiang? Heavy Blade Skeleton pressed. In his room. And the duck? Injured. Hasn't recovered yet. Heavy Blade Skeleton nodded and stopped asking questions, then inquired, do you need me to inform them? Sword Dog agreed succinctly, sure. Just as Heavy Blade Skeleton turned around, he saw River Tiger walking over. He was about to speak, But River Tiger spoke first. Wanxiang is back? I know, Heavy Blade Skeleton responded. River Tiger was a bit surprised. You know? They came back yesterday. All right, River Tiger replied, slightly exasperated. A few days later, at Devil's Harbor, Cheney skillfully maneuvered the Blue Sea, bringing it slowly into dock. He glanced around at the gathered henchmen and sailors, a slight smile curling on his lips. We've arrived at Devil's Harbor. It was a pleasure working with all of you. Your payments have been processed and should be in your accounts shortly. Thank you, Boss Juan. He who was the first to speak, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Remember to call me next time there's a good job like this. There won't be a next time. Cheney chuckled. You can all go now. The dozen or so people around him thanked Cheney in turn. Except for a few who had quit midway, the rest gradually disembarked from the Blue Sea. As he who stepped off the ship, he turned back and shouted, Boss Juan, I'm leaving. Take care. Cheney waved goodbye, then stored the Blue Sea into his storage ball. He pulled out his phone to call for a ride and said to the dimensional cat on his shoulder, that went smoothly. I thought the Zhang family would stop us for a search. The dimensional cat lazily replied, it was indeed a bit too smooth. She hadn't expected the Zhang family to take no action. Looks like they thought the ghost ship escaped using a skill, Cheney speculated. The dimensional cat showed little interest in the Zhang family's thoughts. Seeing this, Cheney didn't say more and focused on his phone. Before long, the taxi arrived, and he headed straight to a hotel near the official vehicle station of the Spirit Summoning Federation. After acquiring the strange mist, Cheney was eager to return to the Spirit Summoning Federation's base on Yubing Star to contract the two little ones kept at his parents' place. To avoid drawing attention, he took a detour. Although he felt it might not be very useful, with Katsis around, he wasn't worried at all. Upon reaching the vehicle station, Cheney asked the ticket clerk, are there any tickets to the Spirit Summoning Federation's base? The ticket clerk looked at him, puzzled. You want to go to the Spirit Summoning Federation? Realizing his mistake, Cheney immediately summoned Luo Ya. As possibly the only ghost captain in the starfield, he wasn't afraid of being recognized. The ticket clerk's eyes lit up with understanding. Oh, you're one of us. Let me check for you. A moment later, she informed him, there's a bus at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Do you need a ticket? Yes, please, Cheney replied decisively. Would you like to pay by scan or card? Card. Cheney pulled out his black card. After purchasing the ticket, Cheney returned to the hotel for the night. The next morning, he arrived at the vehicle station on time and met the familiar master-level expert, Bing Yao. Boarding the black ghost bird, he safely arrived at the Spirit Summoning Federation's base a few hours later. Cheney breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that the Zhang family truly had no defenses in place. He then went to return the rented morphing mask and got back part of his deposit. Reflecting on the month-long journey, Cheney marveled at how much simpler the mission had been than he had imagined. He knew that without Cat Heng's help, obtaining the strange mist would have been far more challenging. Another reason for their smooth journey was that they had mostly operated on the sea surface, avoiding the dangers of the seabed. Back on Ling Star, Cheney immediately booked a flight back to Yihai City. That evening, he arrived in his hometown. At midnight, Cheney stood in front of the familiar beast shop, excitedly shouting, Mom, I'm back. Why are you yelling in the middle of the night? Teeming appeared in front of his son, exasperated. Your mom said that if you come back without telling us again, don't bother coming back at all. I'm just trying to surprise you. Cheney grinned. It sure is a surprise. Ming rolled his eyes at his son. Come on up, we'll talk inside. Cheney obediently followed his father upstairs. Baya looked at her son and asked, why are you back so late? Mom, Cheney called out, explaining, I became a super spirit summoner a few days ago. After returning from Yubing Star, I came straight back. Super already? Ming looked at his proud son in surprise. Did you get that ship? Yes. Cheney smiled. It's a red quality celestial artifact. That's my boy. Baya beamed with pride as she listened to Cheney recount his recent adventure. Although the dimensional cat played a crucial role, as Chen Ye's contracted beast, its strength was a testament to Chen Ye's own abilities. In just a few short months, her son had become incredibly powerful, filling Baya with immense joy and pride. Cheney scratched his head awkwardly, a faint blush spreading across his face. Baya's gaze shifted between Cheney and the dimensional cat lounging nearby. What would you like to eat? I'll whip something up, she asked gently. Mom, it's already quite late. Just something simple will do, Cheney replied with a smile. The dimensional cat lazily meowed in agreement. All right, I'll get started, Baya said as she stood up and headed to the kitchen. Once Baya left, Ming also stood up and said to Cheney, I'll go get those two little guys. Dad, I'll come with you. Cheney immediately offered. No need, I'll be right back. Ming waved him off. Cheney nodded and pulled out his phone to pass the time. Before long, Ming returned and placed two summoning orbs on the coffee table in front of Cheney. The one on the left is Gigi's, and the one on the right is Shasha's, Ming explained with a smile. Shasha is the name your mom gave to the little sand fox. Shasha sounds good. Yi nodded approvingly. He picked up Gigi's summoning orb and tossed it forward. With a soft pop, the primal spirit Gigi appeared before Yi. Gigi blinked sleepily and looked around. When it saw Yi, it froze for a moment before excitedly leaping towards him, calling out, Gigi, Gigi, Gigi. Yi caught Gigi with a broad smile. Gigi, did you miss me? Gigi nuzzled Ye's cheek energetically, making his smile even brighter. All right, I'm back now, Yi said as he held Gigi up to eye level. Gigi, I'm now a super summoner and can make a contract with you. Would you like to become my contracted beast? Gigi paused at the words, then nodded enthusiastically. Gigi, let's make the contract then. Yi placed Gigi on the coffee table and instructed, stay still. I'm going to cast the contract formation now. Don't resist it. Gigi immediately calmed down, looking at Yi with anticipation. Yi wasted no time and cast the contract formation. The formation quickly took shape beneath Gigi's feet. Though curious, Gigi didn't move and instead embraced the formation's power. In no time, the contract between Yi and Gigi was complete. Energy flowed between them, and Yi quickly stabilized the fluctuations within him, opening his eyes. He saw Gigi adapting to its new power and didn't disturb it. Instead, he activated his summoner's soul eye to check Gigi's status. Level 16, not bad, not much change. Yi nodded in satisfaction. Gigi had been at level 15 before the contract, and given that it had mostly been playing for the past month, the slight change was expected. However, Yi wasn't worried. With his talent, Gigi's strength would soon increase significantly. Gigi opened its eyes and excitedly leaped towards Yi again. Watching this, Ming couldn't help but feel a bit envious. So much for raising it all this time. He sighed in mock frustration. Hearing Ming, Gigi turned to look at him. Gigi? Haha. Ming laughed heartily. Gigi, Gigi. Gigi echoed cheerfully. Yi smiled at the scene and waited until Gigi calmed down before placing it back on the coffee table. He took out a stone from his summoning space and handed it to Gigi. Gigi, eat this. It's an everstone, and it will grant you the skill of constancy. Without hesitation, Gigi wrapped the everstone in its energy and absorbed it. Ming looked at Yi in confusion. Son, isn't the everstone not very useful for it? I got an elemental transformation talent fruit from the Tower of Gods and Demons. The everstone works wonders when paired with elemental transformation, Yi explained. Gigi's normal attribute is dominant. I want to use the everstone to fix its normal attribute. Then, Gigi can use elemental transformation to convert its normal attribute into other elements. This way, it can be a primal spirit and also transform into a fire spirit, wind spirit, and so on. As long as Gigi has other elements within it, it can become various elemental spirits under the effects of elemental transformation and the everstone. That's incredible. Ming was utterly amazed. The idea of using a primal spirit as multiple elemental spirits had never crossed his mind. But after hearing Ye's explanation, it seemed entirely plausible, though he was curious about the final outcome. Ming snapped out of his thoughts and sincerely praised, Son, that's brilliant. Hee. Yi blushed slightly at his father's praise. Gigi opened its eyes and excitedly leapt towards Yi. Yi caught the little sprite in his arms and asked with a smile, Gigi, have you mastered it? Gigi nodded vigorously, as if showing off its new skill. Yi patted Gigi's small head approvingly and said, Gigi, I'm going to form a contract with Shasha now. Stay put and behave. After getting Gigi's obedient nod, Yi set it aside. Gigi watched curiously as Yi held the summoning orb in his hand. Without hesitation, Yi threw the orb, and a small, delicate sand-colored fox appeared before them. The little sand fox had large, bright eyes and perky ears standing on either side of its head, looking utterly adorable. The little sand fox let out a faint cry, clearly not fully awake yet. Yi resisted the urge to hug it immediately and began using the spirit's summoning eye on the little sand fox. Yi carefully examined the sand fox's attribute panel. Species, little sand fox, level 6, 55100. Attribute, sand, potential, low leadership, 21100. Its talents included sand resonance and sand affinity, with skills like sand spirit summon, sand wind ball, and sand escape. The description indicated that this was the last bloodline left by the totem-level strongman of Sand Eagle City, Qinghu, and the last little sand fox on Wind Sandstar. Satisfied with the results, Yi gently said to the gradually awakening sand fox, Little one, do you remember my scent? The little sand fox sniffed Yi warily, showing a puzzled expression. Although it didn't understand why, it couldn't help but approach Yi. Yi patiently explained, Little one, I unsealed you. You have my energy within you. The little sand fox didn't fully understand but was clearly drawn to Qin Ye's aura. Qin Yi proudly glanced at his father, Qin Ming, who snorted and turned towards the kitchen, obviously not wanting to see his son's smug expression. Qin Yi petted the little sand fox lying at his feet, making it squint its eyes in comfort. Suddenly, Gigi jumped into Qin Ye's arms, clearly jealous. Not to be outdone, the little sand fox also leaped into Qin Ye's arms, competing with Gigi. Stop fighting. Qin Yi quickly separated the two little creatures. Seeing their instantly forlorn expressions, Qin Yi felt a headache coming on. The dimension cat nearby couldn't help but laugh, and Qin Yi rolled his eyes at her, then patiently began reasoning with the two little ones. Once Gigi was floating obediently above the coffee table and Shasha was sitting quietly on the table, Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction. He said to Shasha, Shasha, I'm going to release the contract formation on you now. Don't resist. After getting Shasha's happy response, Qin Yi began to cast the contract formation. After the contract was successful, Qin Yi used the spirit summoning eye on Shasha again. He found that Shasha's level had increased to 10,100, and its potential value had risen to 45,100. Qin Yi carefully examined Shasha's abilities and analyzed its talents and skills in detail. Finally, Qin Yi looked at the two little ones in front of him and said with a smile, Little ones, please take care of me from now on. After receiving their enthusiastic responses, Qin Yi cheerfully said, Let's go eat. When the percentage of the metal attribute reaches 50, the metal child of the Midir Lord can meet the evolution conditions. The wood child of the Midir Lord, wood attribute percentage. The thunder child of the Height Ear Lord, thunder attribute percentage. The wind child of the Height Ear Lord, wind attribute percentage. The dark child of the Height Ear Lord, dark attribute percentage. The space child of the Height Ear Lord, space attribute percentage. The time child of the Height Ear Lord, time attribute percentage. The primordial child of the Quasiking, general attribute percentage reaches 50. Evolution conditions met. Qin Yi sat on a soft bed, his brows slightly furrowed, his gaze sweeping over the chirping fate panel. He had just taken a shower and still carried a faint scent of body wash. The room was so quiet that the only sound was the subtle noise of a phone screen being touched. It was Kat's sister playing on her phone beside him. Why does Gigi have higher potential evolving into a primordial child than a time child? Qin Yi asked, perplexed, his gaze shifting from the fate panel to Kat's sister. Kat's sister looked up, a hint of impatience flashing in her green eyes. Be clear. Meow Gigi evolving into a metal child. Qin Yi took a deep breath and recited all of Gigi's evolution branches. Before he finished, Kat's sister interrupted him disdainfully. Stupid. It's obvious that its general attribute percentage is too high. She lowered her head and continued playing on her phone, clearly not wanting to deal with Qin Yi's foolishness anymore. Oh right. Qin Yi suddenly realized, smacking his forehead in frustration. He recalled the complex mechanisms of spirit beast evolution. The potential after evolution is determined by factors such as pre-evolution strength, potential, post-evolution attributes, and suitability. Gigi was born with a 90 general attribute percentage, practically tailor-made to evolve into a primordial child. In contrast, if Gigi's general attribute percentage was only 50, its potential as a primordial child might just be that of a Midir Lord, barely stepping into that level. With his thoughts clear, Qin Yi's gaze turned to Sha lying on his right side. At this moment, Gigi was on his left, and Kat's sister was lazily nestled in his arms. The three spirit beasts surrounded Qin Yi, forming a heartwarming scene. Qin Yi carefully examined Sha's fate panel. Fate, Wind Spirit Sandfox, Lodear Lord, Dual Wind and Sand Attribute, Evolution Type. Evolution conditions met when the two attributes are roughly balanced. Sand Spirit Desert Fox, Lodear Lord, Sand Attribute, Evolution Type. Evolution conditions met through normal leveling. Illusion Spirit Sandfox, Midir Lord, Summoning Type Evolution, requires mastery of a summoning skill to an extraordinary level. Not bad, not difficult. Qin Yi muttered to himself. Kat's sister's ears twitched, curious. How many fates does Shasha have? Qin Yi answered succinctly, 3. Wind Spirit Sand Fox with dual wind and sand attributes, Sand Spirit Desert Fox with sand attribute, and Illusion Spirit Sand Fox, which is summoning type. When you say not difficult, you mean the Illusion Spirit Sand Fox? Kat's sister asked. Yeah, as long as Shasha masters the Sand Spirit Summon to an extraordinary level. That indeed isn't difficult. Kat's sister nodded, continuing, what potential? Midir Lord, Qin Yi replied. That's all right, Kat's sister said while looking at her phone. Upon evolving, it should be Height Ear Lord, with a chance to become a Quasiking. Qin Yi silently pondered. Shasha is only level 8 now, with 12 levels of growth space until level 20, where there's a chance to trigger evolution. Given Shasha's high potential, the chance to trigger evolution at level 10 is almost zero, and even at level 20, it's quite difficult. The same goes for Gigi. Their initial potential is so high that the higher the potential, the harder it is to trigger the evolution light in the first few levels. Some might ask, if high potential makes evolution difficult, why not contract low potential spirit beasts to let them evolve multiple times to surpass high potential spirit beasts? The problem is, you can't guarantee that low potential spirit beasts will gain high potential with each evolution. In contrast, although Shasha's early evolution chances are low, once evolution is triggered, its potential will significantly increase. Even if it only evolves into a wind spirit sandfox, Shasha will become a low-tier lord. Qingyi remembered Zhuge's example. When Zhuge underwent his second evolution at level 30, his potential only increased to Height Earlord, thanks to the 8 trigrams tablet. Without the tablet, following the normal evolution route of the rock turtle, it was uncertain whether his potential would even reach the lord level after the second evolution. Qingyi recalled Zhuge's evolution path. The rock turtle's normal evolution route is to become a earth spirit turtle, then a great earth turtle. When Zhuge first evolved into an earth spirit turtle, the fate panel showed that his potential after the second evolution into a great earth turtle was only low-tier commander, not even mid-tier commander. This clearly demonstrated how difficult it is for ordinary low-potential spirit beasts to evolve into those with lord-level potential. Qingyi stood in the backyard, his gaze fixed on Zhuge's fate panel, his brow slightly furrowed. He carefully analyzed the evolution conditions. Evolving at level 40 seemed rushed, level 30 was the optimal time, and evolving at level 20 was a rare opportunity. He couldn't help but think of Luoya, who triggered the light of evolution at level 50, transforming from a ghostly duck to a ghost captain, a transformation truly worth envying. Shifting his thoughts to Jianquan, Qingyi was filled with anticipation about whether it could trigger the light of evolution at level 50. However, Zhuge's situation worried him. The fate panel clearly indicated that the Bagua turtle needed to master 5 Bagua skills to have a chance of evolving, while mastering all 8 would guarantee immediate evolution. At present, Zhuge was at level 47, just 3 levels away from 50. Based on the current growth rate, Qingyi estimated it would take about 40 days. If Zhuge wore the brown cowboy hat, it might delay the process by another 10 days or so, giving Zhuge nearly 2 months. 2 months? Qingyi murmured to himself, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before a slight smile appeared on his lips. That should be enough. This period would allow Zhuge to master the 5th Bagua skill before reaching level 50, creating the conditions to trigger the light of evolution. If Zhuge failed to master the skill in time, he would miss the chance to trigger the light of evolution at level 50 and would have to wait until level 60 for the next opportunity. Qingyi knew well that mastering the 5th Bagua skill between levels 50 and 59 would not trigger the light of evolution. Therefore, his goal was clear. He would spare no effort to ensure Zhuge mastered the 5th Bagua skill within these crucial 2 months, preparing thoroughly for the potential evolution at level 50. Qingyi initially thought that Zhuge only had about a month left to reach level 50, but after careful calculations, he was pleasantly surprised to find out there were actually 2 full months remaining. This discovery brought him a great sense of relief, easing much of his tension. Zhuge needed 2 months to go from level 47 to level 50 mainly because Qingyi decided not to use any rare resources during this period. Without these precious materials, Zhuge's and other spirit beasts like Jianquan's leveling speed naturally slowed down. Additionally, Qingyi had just bonded with 2 new little ones, and his attention was inevitably diverted to nurturing these new members, indirectly affecting Zhuge's progress. Despite this, leveling up from 47 to 50 in 2 months without the aid of rare resources was still quite fast. Typical spirit beasts might take 3 months to achieve such progress. Zhuge's faster growth was due to the remnants of the Bagua stone tablet within it, which provided an extra boost to its growth, enabling it to surpass most of its peers. Qingyi knew that the energy of the Bagua stone tablet was nearly depleted. It was almost exhausted before, but thanks to the peace provided by Cat Sister, it lasted until now. Even so, Qingyi sensed that once Zhuge reached level 50 and underwent the associated trial, the Bagua stone tablet would be completely consumed. At that point, Zhuge's leveling speed would significantly slow down, likely to the level of Luoya and Jianquan. Reflecting on the nearly 2-month training journey, from the initial search for the attribute fruits to now, Zhuge had reached level 47. Although Luoya evolved, it remained at level 51. Jianquan had advanced to level 46, and Cat Sister had reached level 44. Jianquan's progress was in line with the normal pace for a spirit beast with king-level potential, while Cat Sister's rapid advancement was due to her being a rebuilder, whose growth speed naturally surpassed ordinary spirit beasts. Of course, another crucial reason these spirit beasts could progress faster than normal was their high potential. The higher the potential, the faster the growth and strength, a common knowledge in the spirit beast world. Qingyi carefully considered Jianquan's evolution path. As a quasi-emperor level option, Detiango only required normal evolution. Yet, for the emperor level option, Yitiango, an 70 dark attribute ratio was needed. Currently, Jianquan's dark attribute ratio was 67, just 3 short of the requirement. Given that a 4-level increase could boost the attribute ratio by about 3, this goal seemed achievable. However, The last evolution optioned the Quasitotem level Tainugawad conditions that made Qin sigh. Fully mastering the 8 Tianyue forms was an extremely high requirement. Qin estimated that Jiangquan's dark attribute ratio would need to be at least 90, possibly even 95. It's important to note that even elemental spirit beasts couldn't reach a 100 single attribute ratio, at best coming close to 99.999. With a 90 dark attribute ratio as the standard, Jiangquan still lacked 23, a gap not easily bridged. Qin thought that if he had a 7-colored dark attribute rare resource, it might directly boost Jiangquan's dark attribute ratio to 90. But such rare treasures were beyond his current capabilities, a mere beautiful fantasy. After hearing Qin's explanation, Cat's sister curiously asked about the final evolution condition. Jiangquan also looked on with a puzzled expression. Qin patiently explained, Jiangquan currently has 3 evolution paths: the Quasi-Emperor potential De Tiango, the Emperor potential Yi Tiango, and the Quasitotem potential Tien Yugu. The Tiango has the lowest potential, so we won't consider it. Yi Tiango only requires a 70 dark attribute ratio, and Jiangquan is just 3 short. It should meet this requirement after advancing 4 levels, so it's not a big issue. Cat's sister nodded thoughtfully and asked, what about Tien Yuga's condition? Does it have to fully master the 8 Tianyue forms? Qin sighed and confirmed her guess. Upon hearing this, Cat's sister was silent for a moment before shaking her head and saying, then let's choose Yi Tiango. Even the 6th form requires a 70 dark attribute ratio to master. Without a 90 dark attribute ratio, mastering the 8th form is impossible. Jiangquan, hearing this discussion, showed a confused expression, seemingly realizing the difficulty of this evolution condition. Qin, seeing Jiangquan's puzzled look, reassured it, actually, evolving into Tien Yugu later isn't a bad thing. You may not meet the conditions for Tien Yugu now, but you can in the future. After evolving into Yi Tiango first, you can then evolve into Tien Yugu. At that time, Tien Yuga's potential will not just be Quasitotem. Its potential will at least be totem level, and if your inherent potential is higher, it might even reach Quasi legendary level. Hearing this, Jiangquan's confusion vanished, and it nodded vigorously, seemingly filled with anticipation for this future. Not only is it difficult to increase the dark attribute ratio to 90 at level 50, but even at level 60 it's a challenge. However, when the Swordhound evolves into the Night Tengu at level 60, its dark attribute ratio will significantly increase. By level 80, there's a high chance it will evolve into the Heavenly Moondog. Although this seems like one less evolution stage, he believes that the Heavenly Moondog might be its ultimate form, making it worthwhile. He weighed the pros and cons of evolving into the Heavenly Moondog at levels 60 and 80. Evolving at level 60 would mean entering a strong phase immediately, but it comes at the cost of potentially stalling future evolutions, similar to Cat's sister, and greatly reducing the speed of potential growth. In contrast, evolving into the Night Tengu at level 60, while temporarily weaker compared to Luo Duck evolving into the Ghost Captain, offers the chance for a significant potential boost upon final evolution at level 80. In his view, sacrificing 20 levels of relative weakness for a chance at a major potential boost is worth it. Even during this period, as a spirit beast with Emperor-level potential, it remains rare in the entire Phantom Star region and still powerful compared to ordinary spirit beasts. Of course, evolving into the Heavenly Moondog at level 50 or 60 would be ideal. Although it would miss out on a significant potential boost opportunity, their strength would likely allow them to acquire top-tier dark attribute treasures in the future. However, this is a possibility for the future, and they currently lack the capability to obtain such precious resources. Therefore, the likelihood of directly evolving into the Heavenly Moondog at level 60 is very low, unless the evolution light isn't triggered at level 60 but at level 70. After all, reaching level 70 from level 46 takes a considerable amount of time, typically at least a year or 2. During this time, Qin is confident he can increase the Swordhound's dark attribute ratio to 90. Fate. It seems that the Pirate King can't evolve anymore. Qin stared at Luo Yu's fate panel with a calm expression. He had expected this. Most spirit beasts reach their final form after 3 to 4 evolutions, unless they encounter top-tier natural treasures or extraordinary opportunities. Qin's gaze swept over Luo Yu's Ghost Captain form, calculating silently. Although further evolution was impossible, Luo Yu already possessed near-totemic potential at level 50, which was quite rare. Qin's lips curved into a slight smile, thinking that at this stage, Luo Yu could almost be considered invincible among peers. His thoughts drifted toward the future, realizing that Luo Yu's strength still had room to grow. Though the ghost ship couldn't be replaced, its quality could be improved. Upgrading from red to rainbow quality, while challenging, was not impossible. With the increase in levels and Qin's abilities, Luo Yu's potential might reach totem level or even higher. Just as Qin was lost in his visions of the future, Cat's sister, lounging on Zhuge's back, spoke with a tone of envy. It's normal not to evolve anymore. If he could keep evolving, it would be unfair to the rest of us. Meow. Qin chuckled softly and turned his gaze to the soul floating beside Luoya, suddenly struck by inspiration. Right. There's still the soul, he exclaimed excitedly, immediately activating his fate ability to check the soul's information. The fate panel showed that the soul had 3 evolution paths: Myriad Transformation Soul King, Myriad Transformation Soul Emperor, and Myriad Transformation Soul Sovereign. Each path required mastering numerous soul transformation skills, with the Myriad Transformation Soul Sovereign being particularly demanding, requiring the mastery of 1,000,000 soul transformations. 1,000,000? Why don't they just kill me now? The soul cried out in shock. Qin Yi and Cat Sister exchanged a meaningful glance. Although the soul's evolution path was arduous, it undoubtedly opened a new avenue for enhancing Luo Ya's potential. Qin Yi felt a surge of joy, realizing that Cat Sister's decision to have the soul merge with Luo Ya for evolution was nothing short of a stroke of genius. The spirit's eyes widened in disbelief. It muttered to itself, what kind of evolution requirement is this? Mastering one type each day for 365 days a year would take nearly 274 years. Even mastering 10 types a day would take almost 28 years. As for mastering 100 types a day, that's simply impossible, at least for me right now. Qin Yi watched the spirit's shocked expression, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He explained, the requirements are indeed high, but the potential after evolution is near legendary, and the evolution is immediate. As long as you meet the conditions before the end of your lifespan, you can evolve into the Wan Hua Soul Emperor. Upon hearing this, the spirit was initially stunned, then burst into laughter. Its laughter echoed in the air, filled with anticipation and excitement for the future. Sister Cat, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh as she listened to the spirit's laughter. If it weren't for your destiny, who could have discovered these evolution requirements? Her tone was a mix of envy and resignation. Why don't I have such a destiny? Qin Yi chuckled and nodded. The conditions are indeed harsh. His gaze grew deep as if pondering something profound. 1,000 types at 80 strength, 1,000,000 types at 60 strength without destiny to know the conditions in advance. It's not something just anyone can persist through, he continued. Over the long years, mastering 1,000 soul transformations isn't difficult. The challenge lies in mastering 1,000,000 without a clear goal. Some might attempt 10,000, but 1,000,000 is just too daunting. Qin Ye's voice was low and insightful. Moreover, evolving from Wan Hua Soul King to Wan Hua Soul Emperor represents the 4th evolution. Most spirit beasts peak at 3 to 4 evolutions, so many would assume Wan Hua Soul Emperor is the final form. Even if they don't think so initially, after mastering 10,000 soul transformations without triggering an evolution, they'd likely give up, he concluded, and with a name like Wan Hua Soul Emperor, it sounds like the final form. So, without destiny to reveal the conditions in advance, evolving into the Wan Hua Soul Emperor is almost a pipe dream. It's just too difficult. Qin Yi stared at the spirit in front of him and said calmly, you're currently at level 45, just 5 levels short of 50. At your current leveling speed, it will take you about 80 to 90 days to reach level 50. The spirit's excited expression froze instantly. Qin Yi continued, you need to master 10,000 soul transformations in these 90 days. So far, you've only mastered 221, which means you still need to master 9,779 more, including 82 that can unleash 80 of your potential. Dimension Cat suddenly interrupted. Just say 10,000. Qin Yi shook his head and smiled. No, there's a difference between 10,000 and 9,779. It amounts to several days less. If we calculate based on 90 days, you need to master 109 transformations daily to meet the target. After speaking, Qin Yi fell silent. A moment later, he sighed. Forget it. Mastering 109 transformations a day is unrealistic. Let's consider level 60 instead. At level 50, you're unlikely to trigger the light of evolution. The spirit nodded frantically. Mastering 109 transformations in a day would be impossible for it. Qin Yi continued analyzing. Based on various platform summaries, it takes roughly 250 days to level up from 45 to 60. A slower pace would be 270 days. If we go with 250 days, you need to master 40 transformations daily. After calculating, Qin Yi fell silent again and sighed once more. Forget it. Just evolve into the 10,000 transformation Soul King first. Becoming the 10,000 transformation Soul Emperor is not realistic. Upon hearing this, everyone except the sleeping Zhuge fell silent. The spirit spoke softly, Boss, aren't you going to ask how long it takes me to master one transformation? Qin Yi asked, how long? The spirit replied, with unknown guidance, it only takes 5 minutes. If I observe battles and learn by myself, it takes 10 minutes to master 80 of the potential. Mastering 60 takes half the time required for 80. Qin Yi was surprised. That fast? The spirit nodded and added, but that's within a 5-level range of my current level. Beyond that, I need to simulate on my own, which takes more time. The greater the level difference, the more time it takes. Qingyi thought for a moment and then concluded, understood. But let's still aim for you to evolve into the 10,000 transformations Soul King first. By then, your transformation speed should be faster and easier. He explained that even under ideal conditions, it would take 3 to 4 hours daily to meet the goal, not accounting for time spent on field practice. Thus, mastering 9,779 transformations in 250 days was unrealistic. Qingyi suggested, at level 50, you need 779 more transformations to evolve into the 10,000 transformation Soul King. That means you only need to master 9 transformations daily over 90 days. That's much more manageable. The spirit nodded again, feeling relieved. Mastering 40 transformations a day would have been overwhelming. Qingyi then turned his attention to the crow perched on Luo Ya's shoulder and asked, how do you like our world? The crow raised its head proudly and replied, wow, it's not bad. Although becoming part of Luo Ya's power was a bit displeasing, seeing Qin Ye's world lifted its spirits. After years on the eerie mist ship, it finally had a chance to see the outside world, the bright sunshine, and an infinitely beautiful future. Qingyi smiled and said, glad you like it. Enjoy yourself. Then he looked at Zhuge and said, Zhuge, come with me. The rest of you can move around freely. I'm taking Zhuge to see Dad. 10 minutes later, Qingyi found his father, Qin Ming. He grinned and said, Dad. Qin Ming noticed something off about his son and asked, what's up? Qingyi rubbed his hands and said, Zhuge has a healing ability. I want to try it on you. Qin Ming was momentarily stunned but then smiled and said, all right, go ahead. Qin Ye's expression turned serious. He looked at Zhuge and commanded, release Dui Gua. Zhuge responded softly, okay. As the effects of the DUI hexagram seeped into Qin Ming's body, he couldn't help but close his eyes. Beside him, Qingyi clenched his fists tightly, watching his father intently. Moments later, Qin Ming opened his eyes, and Qingyi eagerly asked, how is it, Dad? Does it work? Qin Ming took a deep breath and nodded firmly at his son. Qingyi immediately shouted in excitement, does it work? Qin Ming nodded slightly but then shook his head, explaining, the skill did reach the injured part, but... He trailed off, and Qingyi understood there wasn't enough energy. Qingyi grinned and reassured, Dad, don't worry. Once Zhuge's strength improves, I'll bring him back. Qin Ming sincerely thanked him and remarked, all these years, there have been legendary figures who tried to help, but this is the first time I felt any healing energy in the injured area. Qingyi was stunned. He had never imagined a legendary figure would attempt to heal his father. Qin Ming explained, that legendary figure had treated several people with similar injuries, but perhaps because the injured areas were different. He paused and continued, my soul was injured when my contracted beast died, and the soul is the hardest to heal. Not all healing skills can cover the entire soul. Qingyi suddenly understood that his father's soul injury was not within the legendary figure's healing range, but Zhuge's DUI hexagram was effective. Qin Ming smiled and advised his son not to disrupt his routine for his sake, and Qingyi understood. As they were laughing, Bai Ye's voice came from the side. What are you two laughing about? Did something good happen? Qingyi immediately recounted the recent events to his mother. Bai Ye was initially stunned, then excitedly looked at the father and son for confirmation. After receiving a positive response, she joyfully patted Qin Ming's shoulder and asked, son, what do you want to eat? I'll make it now. She then turned to Zhuge, and you, little turtle? Just name it. Zhuge fell into contemplation at her words. On November 10th, after staying home for a few days, Qingyi took his father's car to Yihai Airport. After a brief farewell, Qingyi walked into the airport, and Qin Ming, feeling content, drove away while watching his son's back. In the afternoon, Qingyi arrived in Huanling City and headed straight to Huanling University to start a new phase of training. With Grandpa Mingshan away, he went to the skill power testing area. Seeing an available private room, Qingyi swiped his card and entered. Once inside, Qingyi summoned 5 magic arrays and woke the cat on his shoulder, asking her to take the soul spirits out for training. He then began guiding his other contracted beasts through tests. Approaching a rectangular device, Qingyi set the parameters and had Gigi release the primeval orb. A pure white orb formed in front of Gigi, then shot towards the black screen with a swift whoosh. Bang! A loud explosion shattered the silence of the training ground. Qingyi looked towards the source of the noise, and the numbers displayed on the black screen made the corners of his mouth curl up in a smile. 99. This number indicated that Gigi's attack power exceeded that of 99 of level 17 spirit beasts. A single primordial orb can defeat 99 of level 17 spirit beasts. Qingyi thought to himself. Although it's a bit surprising, it makes sense. After all, Gigi has the potential to be a high-ranking leader. There aren't many spirit beasts in the entire Phantom Star region with such potential at level 17. Great job, Gigi. Qingyi praised sincerely. Hearing his master's compliment, Gigi excitedly spun around in circles. its joyful demeanor bringing a smile to Qin Ye's face. Just then, a slightly jealous voice came from not far away. Ying. Shasha also wanted to give it a try, her face full of anticipation. Qin Yi quickly reassured her. Shasha, wait a moment. I'll test you after I'm done with Gigi. Though a bit disappointed, Shasha nodded understandingly and turned to play with Luaya and the others. Qin Yi approached the equipment and started a new round of testing. He set Gigi's previous attack as the baseline and said to Gigi, release another primordial orb. Gigi nodded and shot another primordial orb at the black screen. With a bang, the number changed to 105. Let's do a few more, Qin Yi instructed. After several more tests, the values fluctuated between 95 and 108. Feeling it was sufficient, Qin Yi decided to have Gigi try other skills. Release a fireball. Gigi immediately conjured a blazing fireball and hurled it at the screen. With a bang, 50 appeared on the display. 2 more. 62, 54. Try the others. Spatial Ball 81, Dark Ball 75, Lightning Ball 67. After continuously releasing multiple skills, Gigi began to show signs of fatigue. Noticing this, Qin Yi immediately called a halt. Gigi, that's enough. He walked over to Gigi and gently patted its body. Gigi let out a contented chirp, enjoying its master's affection. This scene did not go unnoticed by Shasha, who was watching from a distance. Overcome with jealousy, she quickly ran to Qin Ye's side and started rubbing against his leg. Qin Yi laughed heartily and patted Shasha's head. You'll get your turn too. Only then did Shasha show a satisfied smile. Qin Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of warmth. These newborn creatures sure are clingy, but he didn't mind. In fact, he rather enjoyed being needed. After a short break, Qin Yi retrieved a sound fruit from the spirit summoning space and handed it to Gigi. Eat this, and we'll do another round of tests. Gigi flew to Qin Ye's hand, absorbed the sound fruit, and then flew to the side to digest it. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Yi turned to Shasha. Shasha, let's do your test now. Shasha eagerly positioned herself opposite the testing equipment. Qin Yi reset the parameters and instructed, release a sandstorm orb. A sphere formed of swirling sand shot towards the screen. With a bang, 99 appeared on the display. Just as expected, Qin Yi thought, their skills might not be at a transcendental level, but their inherent potential still makes them stronger than most spirit beasts. Seeing the number, Shasha happily jumped up and down. Qin Yi smiled and praised, well done, Shasha. Next, they tested the power of shaling. Shasha commanded a sand-formed spirit to attack with a spear. With a thud, 75 appeared on the screen. Not bad. Qin Yi nodded with satisfaction. A proficient shaling can achieve this. It should reach over 90 when it becomes masterful. However, Shasha seemed a little dissatisfied, her face slightly scrunched up. Qin Yi crouched down and gently stroked her head, patiently explaining the relationship between skill power and proficiency. Just then, Gigi's voice rang out, and Qin Yi felt the feedback energy. It turned out that after consuming the sound fruit, Gigi's level had directly risen to 19. Qin Yi quickly adjusted the testing equipment, preparing for a new round of tests for the upgraded Gigi. Gigi, release a primordial orb. Gigi focused and gathered energy. With a bang, the primordial orb hit the screen. 120. Do a few more. 118, 123, 117. The numbers kept fluctuating, showcasing Gigi's new level of strength. The skill power testing device at the school is the latest model, equipped with a calculation function that can predict the power of upgraded skills. While it can't claim to be 100 accurate, it can achieve about 8090 accuracy. Qin Yi stared at the numbers displayed on the screen in front of him, which showed the power value of a level 19 primordial orb as calculated by the device. Gigi's power increased by 10 to 25 after consuming the attribute fruit? That's a bit exaggerated, Qin Yi muttered, then activated his summoning soul eye towards Gigi. He wanted to see if his summoning soul eye had improved after becoming a super summoner, and if it could now display the specific values of the periodic table. The periodic table is a spirit beast that encompasses countless elements, possessing the most elements of any spirit beast. Each additional attribute boosts its power by 10. These attributes are retained permanently, though their proportion can be reduced but never entirely eliminated. 10, that's more like it. Qin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile, confirming that his summoning soul eye had indeed improved. He now understood how much Gigi's power would increase with each new attribute, and realized that Gigi's actual power gain per level was even greater than what the testing device predicted. Seeing Qin Yi lost in thought, Gigi called out, do you still want to test? No, you go ahead and play. I'm going to check on the Pirate Kings. Qin Yi smiled slightly and walked towards Luaya and the others. Since he was here, he naturally wanted to see their tests. Meanwhile, outside the door, Sister Mao sat with her soul spirit, observing various tests from a distance. You keep watching, I'm going to sleep, Sister Mao said after a while, feeling bored, and then lay down on her seat to sleep. The floating soul spirit looked on enviously. It also wanted to sleep but knew it had to stay alert to observe and understand their powers as much as possible to quickly master their soul transformations. A couple who came to test their skills noticed Sister Mao and the soul spirit. "Wow, that little cat is so cute," the woman whispered. "Just average. But that floating paper figure, do you know what kind of spirit beast it is?" the man asked. "Never seen it." The woman shook her head slightly. "Why don't you use your summoning eye to check?" "I already did," the man replied. "What did it say?" The man shrugged. "Nothing showed up. Are you even trying?" The woman glanced at the man skeptically, then activated her summoning eye towards the little cat. "I'll do it. I refuse to believe that with my super summoner skills, I can't see anything." "It's useless," the man muttered. "Really can't see anything." The woman frowned as the screen remained blank. "Wait, let me ask around to see if anyone else can see it." The man quickly walked towards others nearby. Just because they couldn't see it didn't mean others couldn't, especially someone with a reconnaissance talent he knew. "Brother Yu, He-Chin, what do you want?" "Brother Yu, can you help me check the information on that cat and paper figure?" "You can't see through them?" Yubai asked, slightly surprised. "Nope," He-Chin sighed. "All right, let me give it a try," Yubai said, intrigued, and activated his reconnaissance talent towards the floating paper figure. After a moment, Yubai said, "That paper figure is called a Wan Hua Soul Spirit. What about the cat?" He-Chin asked immediately. "Hold on," Yubai frowned. He could see the soul spirit species but nothing else. Still, this was enough to indicate that their power levels were comparable. If the gap were too large, he wouldn't even see the species name. "Can't see anything," Yubai sighed. Looking at the blank screen, the cat is entirely protected. "I can't see any information." Just then, Sister Mao opened her eyes, glanced at him, and then closed them again. "We've been spotted." Yubai froze for a moment. "Are you okay?" He-Chin asked concernedly. "Should be fine." Yubai looked at the little white cat, which had resumed sleeping, and continued. "Their summoner's power should be about the same as ours. If you want to know the cat's name, wait for its summoner to come over." "Okay, thanks a lot, Brother Yu." He-Chin expressed his gratitude. "No problem," Yubai smiled. "If there's nothing else, I'll continue my tests." "That's all, Brother Yu. You go ahead. I'll head back." He-Chin thanked him again before returning to his girlfriend. "Did Yubai see anything?" He couldn't see the cat, but he saw the paper figure. "What is it?" "Wan Hua Soul Spirit." As they discussed, others nearby also noticed Sister Mao and the Soul Spirit, curiously using their summoning eyes on them. Except for Yubai, who had a special reconnaissance talent, everyone else saw nothing but a blank screen. This only fueled their curiosity and discussions about Sister Mao and the Soul Spirit. "Sister Mao, their gazes are intense and scary," the Soul Spirit whispered to her. "Ignore them and focus on your own tasks," Sister Mao replied lazily. "But I feel uncomfortable," the Soul Spirit said, feeling uneasy under so many scrutinizing eyes. "You'll get used to it," Sister Mao said nonchalantly. "Besides, I can't chase them away, Mia." "All right." The Soul Spirit took a deep breath and tried to ignore the stares, focusing on observing the skill power tests of the spirit beasts. After about an hour, Chinyi walked out alone, curious about the continuous discussions around him. Soon, he spotted Sister Mao and the Soul Spirit. Seeing them being the center of attention, Chinyi smiled slightly and sent them a telepathic message. "I'm leaving now. You two come back in an hour." "Meow, is it like this every day?" "As long as there's nothing else to do, bring the Soul Spirit here for 2 hours. Can someone else do it?" "Sister Mao, we have to work hard for our future." "Meow, meow, meow. Stop talking." "I get it." "Meow. Yes, just hang in there for a while. Once the Soul Spirit evolves, it can come by itself." "Meow." Chinyi left. Sister Mao went back to sleep, leaving the Soul Spirit feeling dejected. Having not said a word, it felt dumbfounded and silent after hearing it had to come here for 2 hours every day. "Stop dawdling and get to work. The sooner you observe 1,000 types, the sooner we're both free." "I'm on it." The Soul Spirit shuddered and focused intently on observing the surrounding spirit beasts' skill power tests. After merging with the Duck Soul, Hunling naturally became one of Qin Ye's contracted beasts, benefiting from Qin Ye's innate abilities. However, since the Duck Soul was the dominant entity, Qin Yi couldn't summon Hunling directly. He had to first summon the Duck Soul, which would then release Hunling. Once released, Hunling could act independently, even if the Duck Soul was recalled to the summoning space. Standing in the central plaza of the Summoning University, Qin Yi pondered the range of Hunling's activities. Like his other contracted beasts, such as Zhuge and the Duck Soul, Hunling could only operate within Qin Ye's power range. However, now that Qin Yi had advanced to a super summoner, this range had expanded to cover the entire university. He smiled slightly, imagining Hunling freely roaming around the campus. After leaving the skill power testing area, Qin Yi went to the treasure pavilion alone. He stood at the counter and laid out the spoils he had obtained from Yu Bingxing. However, when his points totaled only 2,762, far short of his expectation of 3,000, he couldn't help but frown. Exiting the treasure pavilion, Qin Yi sighed deeply. Looks like it's time to seriously earn some points, he muttered to himself, recalling his days on Yu Bingxing. During that time, he spent a lot but earned little and captured few high-quality spirit beasts, resulting in a meager exchangeable haul. As he walked, Qin Yi calculated the use of his points. As a super summoner who could have 6 contracted beasts, he needed to set up multiple training areas for beasts of different attributes. Excluding the unneeded cat sister, he still needed to prepare training rooms for Zhuge, the duck soul, swordhound, Gigi, and Sha Sha. He quickly did the math in his head. With advanced training rooms costing 3 points per hour, Zhuge, the duck soul, and swordhound each occupying 1 room, it would cost 9 points per hour. Gigi and Sha Sha would temporarily use standard training rooms at 1 point per hour each, adding another 2 points. Thus, his 5 contracted beasts would cost 11 points per hour. Qin Yi stopped and leaned against a tree, continuing to think. If they train for 5 hours a day, that's 55 points. Over a month, he quickly calculated, 1650 points. This number gave him some comfort. It's manageable. He resolved that unless there were important matters, all his contracted beasts, except Cat Sister, would spend 5 hours each day in their respective training areas. Additionally, he planned to take them to the gravity training room and other facilities for extra training. He also intended to use his status as a sparring trainer at the Spirit Beast Hunting Park to let the Duck Soul and Swordhound earn some money. As for Gigi and Sha Sha, Qin Yi decided to keep a low profile and not let them be sparring partners. He planned to have Hunling transform into various spirit beasts to train with them or take them to the Spirit Beast Park for experience to improve their combat skills and knowledge. Looking at the distant teaching building, Qin Yi reflected on his journey. Awakening in early May and becoming a super summoner by the end of November, he had achieved this in just 7 months. This speed was astonishing even to him. He had heard the fastest record was 8 months, and he had surpassed it. In fact, Qin Yi had accumulated enough energy to become a super summoner earlier, but he was held back by a requirement: having a level 50 contracted beast with near king potential. If not for this condition, he could have advanced 10 to 20 days sooner. Qin Yi shook his head gently and continued walking. He knew that each level beyond super summoner had similar requirements. This made him both look forward to and feel challenged by the path ahead. From what he understands, the path to becoming a spirit summoner is fraught with challenges. To reach the master level, one must have 2 contracted beasts at level 60, with one of them possessing king level potential. The threshold for ascending to the heavenly king level is even higher, requiring 3 contracted beasts at level 70, one of which must have emperor potential, and the other 2 with king potential. As for the legendary level, the conditions are even more stringent. 4 contracted beasts must reach level 80, with 1 having totem level potential, 2 with emperor potential, and 1 with king potential. He pondered for a moment, speculating that the requirements for the mythic level and above might follow a similar pattern, merely demanding more high-level contracted beasts and higher potential requirements. Given the potential of his current contracted beasts, he should not face significant obstacles on the path to legendary status. However, he is well aware that even having highly potential contracted beasts cannot help a spirit summoner bypass the necessary advancement conditions. Even if you possess a contracted beast with mythic level potential, you still cannot advance if you do not meet the other essential criteria. Nevertheless, this does not mean that the strength of high potential contracted beasts is limited. The growth of contracted beasts is independent of the summoner's level. Whether the summoner is at the beginner, advanced, or master level, the contracted beasts can continuously improve their own levels. Therefore, in the Spirit Summoner Federation, it is quite common to see summoners who have remained at the advanced level for a long time owning contracted beasts at levels 70 or 80. He thought of the older predecessors who were still advanced level summoners and couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Although their summoner levels were not high, their strength was undeniable. Their contracted beasts were often of very high levels and quite powerful. Of course, due to potential limitations, these high-level contracted beasts often did not fare well against beasts of the same level, but with higher potential. He sighed softly, understanding deeply that in this world, both potential and strength are equally important. Even an experienced advanced level summoner would be at a disadvantage in certain situations without high potential contracted beasts. This is the harsh reality of the Spirit Summoner world. On December 23rd, at the Sand Attribute Training Ground, Qin Yi gazed at Sha Sha, who was enveloped in the light of evolution not far away, his eyes sparkling with delight. He turned to the anxious Gigi beside him, a hint of pride in his voice. Look at Sha Sha, she's doing great. She triggered the light of evolution at level 20. Gigi immediately flew to Qin Yi's shoulder, chirping defiantly, Gigi will evolve too. Qin Yi chuckled, gently stroking Gigi's feathers without further explanation. After days of intensive training, Shasha finally reached level 20 today and successfully triggered the Light of Evolution, far exceeding Qin Ye's initial expectation of evolving at level 30. To prepare for this moment, Qin Yi had planned ahead. He didn't send other members like Zhuge out for training but gathered everyone around him. Now, they were all standing guard around Shasha, ensuring her evolution process went smoothly. The Light of Evolution came quickly and faded just as fast. Soon, the figure within the light began to change. Qin Yi watched intently as the small fox, Shasha, suddenly grew taller, her form gradually resembling that of a human. As the light dissipated, a small fox girl, less than a meter tall, appeared before everyone. Shasha retained her signature large eyes and pointed ears, but her features were now more refined, as if intricately carved. Her hair bore a gradient resembling sand dunes, shimmering warmly under the sunlight. Qin Yi nearly couldn't resist pinching that soft-looking little face, but he quickly regained his composure. He retrieved a stylish outfit he had prepared from the summoning space and approached Shasha. Sensing the familiar presence, Shasha, who had her eyes closed, suddenly opened them and excitedly called out, "Brother." This was the term she had learned to use for Qin Yi, following his insistence. "Put this on first." Qin Yi handed over the clothes. Shasha obediently took them and quickly dressed. Not bad at all." Qin Yi nodded in satisfaction. Hee. Shasha giggled happily at the praise. "Get used to your new strength first, and let me check your abilities," Qin Yi said, using his summoning soul eye on Shasha. A string of information appeared before him. Species: Phantom Sandfox. Level: 201100. Attribute: Sand. Potential: Mitter Lord 57100. Talents: Sand Resonance, Sand Affinity, Phantom Summoning. Skills: Sand Spirit Summoning Mastery, Sandstorm Ball Mastery, Sand Shield Beginner, Sand Giant Summoning Beginner, Sand Eagle Summoning Beginner. Qin Yi particularly noted the description of Phantom Summoning. It allows the user to condense any seen creature using their own energy. The strength depends on comprehension and what has been seen. There is no limit as long as the energy is sufficient. Midir Lord. 1 summoning talent, 2 summoning skills, 1 defensive skill. Not bad, Qin Yi murmured. This talent seems quite interesting. As soon as he finished speaking, Cat's sister appeared on his shoulder. What talent? Qin Yi briefly explained the effect of phantom summoning. That does sound interesting, Cat's sister remarked, looking at the wide-eyed Shasha. Little Shasha, can you use phantom summoning now? Yes. Shasha nodded vigorously. Then show us. Cat's sister, what should I summon? What can you summon? I can summon Cat's sister, brother, duck brother, and... Cat's sister quickly interrupted. Summon a sword dog. Okay. Shasha nodded and began to use phantom summoning. As the sand swirled, a figure gradually formed within. Noticing Shasha's face turning pale, Qin Yi quickly said, "It doesn't have to be too strong, just enough." Shasha adjusted the strength of the sword dog accordingly. Soon, a sword dog, condensed from sand attribute energy and glowing with a golden light, appeared before everyone. Can it use the 8 moon slash? Qin Yi asked curiously. Yes, Shasha replied. Really? Qin Yi's interest was piqued. Shasha commanded the sword dog, use the 8 moon slash for brother. The sword dog immediately began to execute the 8 moon slash, with a sand energy moon rising behind it. Qin Yi was stunned, feeling the aura emanating from the sword dog. It really can. Wow, Shasha is amazing. Duck brother exclaimed in shock. The sword dog beside him also froze in place. Cat's sister watched the first move of the 8 moon slash being executed, then came back to her senses and praised. Meow Shasha, that's enough. You did great. Hee. Shasha shyly twisted her body. Impressive. Qin Yi took a deep breath, calming his inner shock before evaluating the sword dog's strength. This has at least 80 of the sword dog's original power. More, Cat's sister said flatly. It's about 90. The sword dog agreed. Indeed, it's only slightly weaker than I was. Strong, but the cost is high. Qin Yi turned to Shasha. How much energy did it take? 75. Shasha admitted. I was actually planning to use 90 of my energy to condense it, but you stopped me? Qin Yi was surprised. You used up 75 of your energy that quickly? Yes. Shasha nodded. It was very fast. With just 75 of the energy, you can summon such a powerful sword hound. It's actually quite a bargain, Sister Cat commented calmly, her eyes reflecting a hint of approval. Qin Yi smiled and nodded, then added, it is indeed a good deal, but summoning such a powerful spirit beast requires very high conditions. Shasha managed it mainly because she spends so much time with the sword hound. These past 10 days of close interaction have given her a deep understanding of the sword hound's strength, allowing her to summon such a powerful version. If it were another spirit beast, the results might be very different. He fell into deep thought, his gaze shifting to the floating soul spirit beside him. Shasha's talent is somewhat similar to your soul transformation. The soul spirit immediately responded, Master is right. There are indeed similarities. We both need to observe the spirit beast's strength, but Sha Sha can summon multiple beasts, whereas I can only transform myself. Qingyi was taken aback by the response and turned to Sha Sha. Sha Sha, can you summon only one spirit at a time? Or can you summon multiple? Sha Sha shook her head honestly. I'm not really sure. Then let's give it a try, Sister Cat suggested. Sha Sha nodded in agreement and began attempting to summon a second spirit. As the wind and sand started to coalesce again, Qingyi knew the answer was about to reveal itself. Luoya blinked in surprise at the new figure that appeared. Quack? Sha Sha, you're amazing. You even managed to summon me looking this handsome. Sha Sha grinned proudly. Sister Cat scrutinized Luoya's apparition before turning back to Sha Sha. How much energy did you use this time? 10, Sha Sha replied. Sister Cat followed up. Is it always 10 for each summon? Or can you control it? Sha Sha thought for a moment and explained. Summoning Brother Duck requires at least 10 of my energy, but summoning weaker spirit beast should require less. Then summon a weaker spirit beast to see, and also try summoning multiple at the same time, Sister Cat suggested. Sha Sha nodded, her brow furrowing in concentration. Moments later, a large amount of wind and sand gathered in front of her, quickly forming into two small pink piglets. Qingyi observed the newly summoned piglets, his smile broadening. Little pink pigs, average attributes, low extraordinary potential. Nice. Meow, not bad, Sister Cat nodded slightly, showing her approval. Sha Sha beamed with joy at the praise. Afterward, Qingyi took out a bottle of energy replenishing potion for Sha Sha to drink, letting her rest for a while. Once rested, he had her test other functions of her spirit summoning and 2 additional summoning skills, concluding the day's tests. The next day at 2 p.m., in the skill power testing area, staff member Zhang Xiaoyuan heard some noise at the entrance and looked up immediately. Seeing a man walk in, a hint of disappointment flashed across her face. Why aren't they here yet? Could it be they won't come? She muttered to herself. Her colleague, Qing, overheard and asked, Are you waiting for the cat and the paper person? Yes. Zhang Xiaoyuan propped her chin up. They should have arrived by now. Maybe their summoner had something to do today, Qing speculated. Maybe. Zhang Xiaoyuan turned to Qing, curiosity in her eyes. Qing, who do you think their summoner is? Qing shook his head. Hard to say. Most of the third-year seniors are super summoners, and very few are still advanced summoners. Given that senior Yubai couldn't gauge their strength, it's unlikely the remaining seniors could either. So, they might be the contracted beasts of a hidden prodigy from our year. Zhang Xiaoyuan exclaimed. That makes a lot of sense. Qing smiled and explained, You can check the school forum. There's been analysis going on, and several seniors have already denied being their summoner. They're already a hot topic on the forum. Zhang Xiaoyuan gasped. Qing continued, They come here every day, for over 10 days now. It's normal for them to be popular. If it weren't for the fact that we can't see their information, and only sense the paper person's strength range, people might think they're newly trained pets of some big shot. As they continued discussing the topic, Zhang Xiaoyuan suddenly asked, Qing, do you think they could be the contracted beasts of a freshman? Qing thought seriously before replying, I've considered it, but it seems unlikely. Note. The original text mention of Gigi's potential modification and fate potential correction has been omitted in this passage since it does not pertain to the current scene's direct dialogue or description. Not only had she thought about it, but the school forum had already sparked a heated discussion. Through collective deduction, the conclusion was that only those ranked within the top 100 had a chance to advance to Super Summoner in such a short time, with the top 10 having the highest probability. Currently, there are only 4 top 10 individuals on campus, with the other 6 out on missions. Of these 4, 1 returned just 2 days ago, leaving only 3 suspects. Among these 3, the most likely candidate is the top freshman, Qingyi. Given his demonstrated strength and potential, it's plausible that he could achieve such a breakthrough in a short period. However, despite this possibility, most people find it hard to believe that Qingyi could become a super summoner in just 7 months. After all, the fastest record on Lingxing is 8 months. Therefore, they are more inclined to believe that it's a hidden contract beast of some sophomore expert. Just as Zhang Xiaoyuan was about to respond to Qing, a little girl walked in holding a cat, with a paper figure surrounded by ghostly blue flames floating beside her. Zhang Xiaoyuan immediately perked up, recognizing the white cat and the paper figure. But soon, she noticed something unusual. The little girl was not human but an adorable little fox girl. Qing also exclaimed in surprise, and Zhang Xiaoyuan nodded in agreement. Yeah, this fox girl is so cute. I now believe they are Qin Ye's contract beasts. Qing said confidently. Why? Zhang Xiaoyuan asked curiously. Qing explained. Because no one in our year could have 3 new contract beasts by now. It's unlikely anyone has been hiding 3 contract beasts all this time. None. Zhang Xiaoyuan answered decisively. Exactly, Qing said with a smile. As far as I know, Qin Yi has only revealed 3 contract beasts. If he's now a super summoner, that means he has 3 contract beasts that haven't been exposed yet. Their number matches perfectly. So Qin Yi fits the criteria, becoming a super summoner in less than 8 months. No wonder he's the top freshman. Qing couldn't help but marvel. If these truly are Qin Ye's contract beasts, his achievement of becoming a super summoner in less than 8 months would break a 28-year-old record. We should keep this to ourselves and not post it on the forum, Zhang Xiaoyuan quickly reminded. Qing smiled and responded, of course, I'm not stupid. Although she might casually post about other people, she would be cautious when it came to the top freshman. Zhang Xiaoyuan continued to eye the little fox girl and suddenly had an idea. She's so cute. Let's take a picture with her. Are you coming? That might not be a good idea. Qing hesitated. Are you coming or not? Coming. The two stood up and walked towards the well-behaved little fox girl. Hello, little sister. Can we take a picture with you? Qing asked gently. Sha Sha was momentarily puzzled. It was her first time encountering such a situation and didn't know how to respond. Meow the cat raised its head and said to Qing, you can take a picture, but you can't post it? Qing was taken aback, but quickly understood. Okay, I promise not to post it. The cat turned to Sha Sha and explained. Meow taking a picture means 2 people taking a photo together. After listening, Sha Sha looked at Qing and Zhang Xiaoyuan and smiled sweetly. Sisters, you can take a picture, but don't post it, okay? Wow, so cute. Qing's heart melted, and she quickly raised her phone. Don't worry, little sister. I promise not to post it. Okay, Sha Sha nodded slightly. After taking a few pictures, Qing and Zhang Xiaoyuan sensibly left. The spirit watched this scene and muttered puzzledly, it's been over 10 days. Why hasn't anyone asked to take a picture with me? Because you're not cute enough? The cat bluntly stated the truth. The spirit was instantly embarrassed. Seeing this, Sha Sha took out her phone from her pocket and comforted. Paper brother, don't be sad. Sha Sha will take pictures with you. Thank you. Sha Sha, you're the best. The spirit immediately flew to Sha Sha's side with a big smile, ready for pictures. Sha Sha happily selected a few photos and posted them in a small group called Qin Ye's Happy Family. The group had 9 members, not just Qin Yi and his 6 contract beasts, but also the spirit and the ship's spirit crow from the mysterious fog ship. After posting the photos, Sha Sha put away her phone and continued observing the surrounding spirit beasts. The owners of those spirit beasts also quietly observed Sha Sha. As soon as Sha Sha entered, someone had taken a photo and posted it on the forum. Now the forum was abuzz, and some people, upon hearing that someone had taken a picture with Sha Sha, immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed over. The cat noticed 3 people approaching from different directions and said to Sha Sha, someone's coming to take pictures with you. Just agree. Okay. Sha Sha responded obediently. Meow, if they want to post, let them post, the cat explained. We didn't allow it earlier because we didn't consider the people nearby. Now in a public place, it's unavoidable, so just let it be. After all, who can resist our cute Sha Sha? Yes, yes. Sha Sha nodded sweetly. 2 hours later, Qin Yi listened to Sha Sha recounting the recent events, stroked her little head, and looked at the cat with a smile. Let them take pictures, consider it the tuition fee. Meow, the cat responded indifferently. That's what I thought too. Previously, she felt a bit embarrassed about taking the spirit to learn for free every day. But after today's events, she suddenly felt confident and no longer uneasy. We take pictures, you let us learn. It's mutually beneficial, a win-win. The cat thought smugly. 2 days later, Huanling International Airport was bustling with activity. Qin Yi stood at the exit, his eyes scanning the crowd. When he spotted the familiar figure, a smile spread across his face, and he waved enthusiastically. The girl's initially expressionless face lit up upon seeing Qin Yi, and she walked briskly towards him. Long time no see, Qin Yi greeted with a smile. Yi Cece nodded seriously. It really has been a while this time. Her gaze then fell on the little girl standing beside Qin Yi. Sha Sha was curiously eyeing Yi Cece, her eyes sparkling with interest. Sha Sha, Yi Cece greeted with a smile. Cece Jia, Sha Sha responded softly, her curiosity undiminished. Although it was her first time meeting Yi Cece in person, she had seen her a few times on the phone, so she didn't feel too unfamiliar. Wow, Sha Sha is so cute. Yi Cece couldn't resist reaching out to touch Sha Sha, but the little girl deftly dodged to the side. Yi Cece was momentarily stunned, then blinked her bright eyes and said softly, Sha Sha, let Jia touch you, okay? Sha Sha thought for a moment but shook her head, counting on her fingers. Sha Sha only lets Gidge, Cat Jia, Zhu Gidge, Duck Gidge, Sword Dog Gidge, Soul Gidge, Crow Gidge, and Gigi touch. Oh, and Qin Ming Shu Shu and Bai Jia. After finishing, she looked up at the dumbfounded Yi Cece. Yi Cece snapped out of it and looked accusingly at Qin Yi, who was stifling his laughter. Qin Yi couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter. You're laughing. Yi widened her eyes. Haha, sorry, couldn't help it, Qingyi said, stifling his laughter as he patted Shasha's head. Shasha, let Jie touch you. Jie is one of us. Who's one of yours? Yi glared at Qingyi again. Qingyi just smiled and gently patted Shasha's head. The clever Shasha immediately understood and extended her small hand towards Yi Cixi. Yi took it without hesitation. Let's go. Jie is treating today. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Yi said excitedly. Thank you, Jie. Shasha responded obediently. How are you going to take her? Qingyi asked, puzzled. Jie has a car. You bought a car? Bought it a while ago. Parked outside. Yi stopped and looked at the confused Qingyi. I realized Cat Jie was right. You can be quite dense sometimes. Huanling space is so big, it should be no problem to store a car there. Even if your Huanling space is full, you can use a storage orb. Just buy a storage orb and problem solved. Qingyi was speechless, feeling a bit foolish. Silly, let's go, we're going to eat. Yi continued walking, holding Shasha's hand, and Qingyi hurried to catch up. He silently resolved to buy a car the next day. The next morning, Qingyi arrived early at Yi dormitory door. Yi came out, surprised. So eager? Aren't you coming in to sit for a while? It's getting late, and I still have training this afternoon, Qingyi explained with a smile. Didn't see that coming. So serious now? Yi gave him a strange look, then took out a storage orb from her Huanling space and tossed it lightly. In an instant, a red sedan appeared out of nowhere on the open ground. Of course, I'm very serious now, Qingyi responded earnestly. I don't believe you. Yi rolled her eyes and walked to the driver's seat. Qingyi got into the passenger seat, and Yi asked, Mr. Qin, where to? Wenyu, Qingyi replied. He had researched all night and finally decided on the Wenyu M11. Yi set the navigation and said, Wenyu M11? Yeah, an energy car. Seems pretty good, Qingyi explained. Energy cars could be recharged with energy, solving the issue of running out of fuel. That car is indeed nice. I wanted to buy it too, but it wasn't out then, Yi chatted while driving. The Wenyu M11 was a new model released in October, and she had bought her car in August. You can buy it now, Qingyi suggested. No money, Yi declined directly. The Wenyu M11 is nearly $1 million. With that money, I could do something else. Besides, one car is enough. Outside the city, we don't even need cars. That's true, Qingyi agreed. Cars were mainly used within the city, as flying was prohibited there. Outside the city, they were mostly unnecessary. The car buying process went surprisingly smoothly. Qingyi found a salesperson at the dealership and paid on the spot. Since the new car had just been released, they had to wait a while before it could be delivered. On the way back, Yi parked the car at the entrance of Qin Ye's dormitory. Qingyi thanked her. Thanks a lot for today. Yi smiled. Aren't you going to invite me in? Sure. Qingyi nodded. How about a spar? No way, I don't want to get beaten up by you. Yi refused decisively. Ever since she learned that Qingyi had advanced to a super summoner, she had given up on competing for first place. How about some practice? What's the difference? We can stop anytime during practice. Alright, let's give it a try. Half an hour later, in the underground training room, Yi watched her minions get mercilessly crushed by Sword Dog. She couldn't bear to watch any longer and shouted, Enough, enough, this is too much. Why stop? If you can't win, that's all the more reason to practice. Qingyi laughed. Yi was taken aback, then nodded while stroking her chin. You make a good point. Shall we continue? Qingyi asked. Continue. Yi immediately looked at Sword Dog. Please, give him a good beating. Hearing their boss's words, the minions didn't lose heart. Instead, they roared at Sword Dog with renewed fighting spirit. Bring it on. Not bad. Sword Dog said calmly, gripping its long blade and charging forward. And so, Qingyi continued to give Yi extra training sessions every now and then. Time has quietly passed, and now it's January 12, 2225. A few days ago, Fei Hong, who had just returned from Lu'in Star, eagerly sought out Qingyi, challenging him to a duel today. After months of intense training, Fei Hong was eager to test Qingyi's strength and see if he truly deserved the top spot on the leaderboard. The Sky Stadium was packed, with no seats left unoccupied. Word of this showdown had spread like wildfire after Fei Hong mentioned it to their homeroom teacher, Zhao Xian. Eager to witness the ultimate battle between the two strongest contenders, spectators rushed to the stadium, with some even lining up as early as 6 a.m. Qingyi strolled through the bustling crowd, hands in his pockets, occasionally catching snippets of fervent discussions. Soon, he spotted Zhao Xian. Hey, Zhao, Qingyi called out. Zhao Xian turned at the sound, seeing Qingyi approach. He couldn't resist a quip. You finally made it. I was starting to think you'd chickened out. Qingyi chuckled. You're joking, Zhao. I wouldn't miss this for the world. Zhao Xian sighed. You're getting scary, kid. You were so quiet just now I didn't even notice you. Your freakish talent has grown even stronger. Qingyi smiled without responding, then asked, Where's Fei Hong? I don't see him. Zhao Xian pointed to the opposite side of the arena. He's over there, chatting. Following Zhao Xian's direction, Qingyi spotted Fei Hong. Their eyes met, and Qingyi smiled slightly. Seeing this, Fei Hong started walking over. Meanwhile, the crowd in the stands finally noticed Qingyi, and the chatter grew louder. Is that Qingyi? Who else could it be? Where's his little fox? Didn't he have a little fox? How should I know? Just then, Yi Sisi entered the stadium holding Sha Sha's hand, with Cat Sister lazily napping on Sha Sha's head. Sisi, there's so many people here. Sha Sha exclaimed. Ignore them. Follow me, Yi Sisi said, leading Sha Sha to the temporary seating area near the ring. The discussions in the stands became even more animated. I'm starting to think Qingyi has already become a super summoner. Why? If Sha Sha can be with Yi Sisi, doesn't that mean it's Qin Ye's contracted beast? Could it be Yi Sisi's contracted beast? It's more likely to be Qin Ye's. Following Qin Yi means a brighter future. Hearing these discussions, Zhao Xian turned to Qin Yi and asked, Have you become a super summoner? Qin Yi looked puzzled. Didn't I tell you? Fei Hong, overhearing this, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Zhao Xian, exasperated, said, When did you ever say that? Ha, I thought I mentioned it. Qin Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Zhao Xian then looked at Fei Hong. What about you? Have you reached super level? Fei Hong shook his head. Not quite there yet. Good luck. Zhao Xian patted Fei Hong's shoulder, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him. Watching this, Qingyi opened his mouth, wanting to say he wouldn't use Luoya, but felt it would be disrespectful to Fei Hong, so he stayed silent. Zhao Xian then asked, Why reveal it today then? Qingyi explained, I just want everyone to gradually accept that I've become a super summoner. This way, when I officially bring Sha Sha out, they won't be too shocked. They'll just think as expected. I believe this approach is less impactful than hiding Sha Sha and then suddenly revealing her. After a moment of silence, Zhao Xian nodded in agreement. Your approach does make sense. I can definitely say that this way will have a much smaller impact than a sudden reveal. Welcome, everyone, to the Sky Arena for the 45th ranking Matchon Epic Showdown between Qin Yi and Fei Hong. The arena is packed to the brim, and the anticipation in the air is almost palpable. Zhao Xian stands in the center of the ring, succinctly explaining the 1v1 combat rules. Each participant can only use 2 contracted beasts in the battle. He scans the crowd and then raises his voice announcing, Without further ado, let's welcome our contestants. As Zhao Xian's words echo through the arena, the crowd erupts into thunderous applause and cheers. Amidst the electrifying atmosphere, Qin Yi and Fei Hong slowly make their way to the ring. Qin Yi couldn't help but think to himself, this is way over the top. He regretted agreeing to Zhao's request. Fei Hong, too, seemed taken aback by the sheer number of spectators, not just their peers from the same year, but also many seniors from the second and third years. The Sky Arena was completely filled. Both competitors realized they had underestimated the appeal of this match. The buzz surrounding the event was mainly because it was the first head-to-head clash between Qin Yi and Fei Hong since they enrolled, and everyone was curious about their abilities, particularly Qin Ye's. Once in position, Qin Yi looked at Fei Hong and said casually, Let's do this. Fei Hong smiled back, Bring it on. With a thought, a summoning circle appeared in front of him. Without any further introductions, the two immediately entered battle mode. Qin Yi watched Fei Hong's summoning circle, choosing not to summon his own contracted beast right away. He waited until Fei Hong's beast fully materialized before calling forth Luoya. At the same time, he used his spirit eye to appraise the scholarly-looking beast before him. Species: Wood Spirit Scholar, Level 51, Element: Wood, Potential. Monarch, Qin Yi thought to himself. A monarch potential, no wonder it's Fei Hong. This potential clearly indicates it hasn't triggered the light of evolution at level 50, having only evolved twice from a woodling. Luoya's voice echoed in Qin Ye's mind, Boss, have you finally seen the light? He had been eager to fight ever since learning about the match, but didn't hold out much hope. Seeing himself summoned now, Luoya was taken aback. This wasn't typical of his boss. Qin Yi replied briefly, Opponent's level is 51. Luoya understood immediately, no wonder. Is he a super as well? Not quite, Qin Yi explained. Although Fei Hong had met the conditions to advance to a super spirit summoner, he lacked the energy to complete the upgrade. This reaffirmed to Qin Yi the immense power of his innate growth talent, omnipotence. Boss, what's the strategy? Quick finish or prolonged battle? Luoya inquired. Qin Yi answered without hesitation, prolonged battle. Though slightly disappointed, Luoya understood his boss's decision. His spirit transformed into a black blade that appeared in his right hand, and he charged at the Wood Spirit Scholar, who was gathering energy for an attack. The Wood Spirit Scholar cast crossing lines, causing its wooden tome to emit a dazzling green light. Various sizes of wooden branches materialized out of thin air, attacking Luoya. Instead of retreating, Luoya accelerated. Wielding the black blade, he unleashed a series of ghostly blue slashes, clashing with the oncoming branches. Amid the cacophony of bangs, Luoya became a blur of black, weaving through the branches. In the blink of an eye, he was beside the wood spirit scholar, ready to strike. The wood spirit scholar looked at the suddenly appearing figure without changing his expression, and instead, a faint smile appeared on his face. At that moment, Luoya slashed through the wood spirit scholar's body, revealing a dark shadow separating from the fractured part. A clone, Luoya thought to himself, but you're not the only one with that trick. Before he finished his thought, Luoya's own clone had already manifested, swiftly dealing with the surrounding wooden branches. Meanwhile, Luoya's original form transformed into a dark shadow, speeding towards the reappearing wood spirit scholar in the distance. The wood spirit scholar immediately felt the pressure mounting. He had initially thought Luoya's clone was of average strength, but after experiencing it firsthand, an ominous feeling arose within him. The clone's power was absurdly strong, far exceeding his expectations. Fei Hong, the wood spirit scholar's summoner, also keenly sensed the change on the battlefield. He watched as his wood spirit scholar was chased around in a disheveled state by Luoya. Even with a delayed reaction, he understood that the strength Luoya displayed was far beyond what the wood spirit scholar could handle. The gap is too big. Fei Hong marveled silently, then turned to Qin Yi and asked, "Is this a third stage evolution?" Qin Yi responded with a smile, "Just a bit of luck." "No wonder." Fei Hong sighed. With equivalent levels and similar potential, a second stage evolution indeed pales in comparison to a third stage evolution. Moreover, the strength of this Luoya clearly surpassed that of a mere king-tier potential, likely reaching at least the quasi-emperor tier. A quasi-emperor potential spirit beast with 3 evolutions facing off against the wood spirit scholar, who had only evolved twice, was like smashing an egg against a rock. Fei Hong watched the increasingly struggling wood spirit scholar and sighed again. Despite the slim chances of victory, he did not instruct the wood spirit scholar to give up. Instead, he began to actively direct the battle. After all, the opportunity to fight against a high-potential spirit beast of equivalent level and third-stage evolution was rare. He hoped the wood spirit scholar could use this chance to experience the disparity in strength firsthand and accumulate valuable combat experience. What a pity, it was so close. The match between Fei Hong and Qin Yi ended amidst the audience's sighs of regret. Qin Ye's sailor duck Luoya, with its formidable strength after 3 evolutions, ultimately defeated Fei Hong's wood spirit scholar. The spectators and teachers around the arena started discussing Luoya's species. "It's hard to decipher. It must be a new evolutionary form of the sailor duck," someone speculated. The teacher sitting by the arena had seen some information, but it was limited to the species name, level, and attributes. Zhao Xin looked at Qin Yi in amazement. This kid still has some tricks up his sleeve. Ghost Captain. A captain-type spirit beast? I wonder what quality his ship is. People began to discuss the potential of the Ghost Captain, but everyone shook their heads, indicating they couldn't see through it. Someone suggested that this might be Qin Ye's hidden information talent, or perhaps an ability of the Ghost Captain itself. To verify this hypothesis, a master-level spirit summoner used Soul Eye on Qin Ye's other contracted beast Shasha. The result left him astonished. Wow, Qin Ye's talent is incredible. I can't even see Shasha's information. This discovery sparked even more discussion. Some believe that the Ghost Captain's information might have been intentionally revealed by Qin Yi. Meanwhile, Zhao Xin and 2 top-tier experts were discussing Luoya's potential. "I see it as nearing emperor level. What about you?" Zhao Xin asked. The 2 gave the same answer but felt something was off about this potential. Zhao Xin temporarily set aside the topic and went to the arena to announce the match results. Although Fei Hong lost, he understood that Qin Yi had held back during the match. The 2 exchanged smiles and nodded to each other in acknowledgement. The second match soon began, with Fei Hong summoning his second contracted beast, the Cloud Spirit Crane. Qin Yi quickly used Soul Eye to check the Cloud Spirit Crane's information and then conveyed new battle instructions to Luoya. After Zhao Xin announced the start of the match, he returned to his seat to continue the previous discussion. They talked about Qin Ye's other contracted beasts, including Shasha and the one known as Sister Cat, the Phantom Cat. As they were discussing, Sister Cat lazily opened her eyes and softly meowed at them, as if responding to their attention. 5 minutes later, the Yunling crane collapsed heavily to the ground, and Zhao Xin instantly appeared on the stage, announcing Qin Yi as the winner of this ranking competition. The crowd erupted in shock. With 2 consecutive victories, Qin Yi had demonstrated his strength to everyone present. Fei Hong summoned the Yunling crane back to the summoning space and quickly approached Qin Yi. Qin Yi smiled and gently shook his head, asking, "Want to grab a bite?" Fei Hong was momentarily stunned but then smiled and nodded. "Sure, I have something to discuss with you." A hint of curiosity flashed in Qin Ye's eyes. "What is it?" Fei Hong looked around and whispered, "There are too many people here. Let's talk over dinner." "All right," Qingyi agreed. He then turned to Zhao Xian and asked, "Brother Zhao, want to join us?" Zhao Xian waved his hand with a smile. "You guys go ahead. The battles here aren't over yet." Qingyi looked surprised. "There are more fights?" Zhao Xian looked at the two of them and asked, "There are 5 more matches. Do you want to watch?" Qingyi turned to Fei Hong. "Do you want to watch?" "I'm okay with anything." "Then let's watch," Qingyi decided. "Since we're here, we might as well see how the others perform." The two of them stepped down from the stage and walked towards Yixici. Sha Sha saw Qingyi from afar and excitedly waved, shouting, "Brother." Qingyi squatted down in front of Yixici and asked Sha Sha, "Did you eat well today?" "Yes. Sister gave me lots of food." Sha Sha nodded vigorously. Yixici had a strange expression on her face and transmitted her voice, "Aren't you even going to pretend? Why bother pretending?" Qingyi replied briefly and continued to Sha Sha, "As long as you're full." He sat down next to Yixici, with Fei Hong following closely behind. These 2 seats were reserved specifically for them. Yixici whispered, "Aren't you afraid they'll suspect you?" As soon as she finished speaking, an invisible energy enveloped them. "Yes, it's a soundproof barrier," Qingyi explained with a smile. "Let them suspect. As long as I don't summon Sha Sha in front of them." Sha Sha could be a princess from some super family brought back by Grandpa Mingshan. She could be your sister here to visit you at the Summoning University, or she could be my sister. Fei Hong and Yixici were dumbfounded. Yixici said helplessly, "You don't even blush when you say that, do you?" "Haha, stay calm," Qingyi replied nonchalantly. "I've already shown my hand. They're just missing a piece of conclusive evidence." Yixici rolled her eyes and ignored him, turning instead to watch the next battle with Sha Sha. The audience in the Sky Sports Arena, who initially thought there was only one fight today, mostly sat back down upon hearing there were 5 more matches. Only a few continued to head towards the exit. Qingyi watched the departing audience and asked Fei Hong, "What were you going to tell me earlier?" "Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you're interested in composing music," Fei Hong said directly. "I met the Music King, Song Xinyu, while training on Music Star. She wants to release a single EP next month and is looking for songs. Interested in giving it a shot?" Qingyi looked at Fei Hong in shock. "What? Composing music?" "That's right," Fei Hong continued. "Are you interested?" After a moment of silence, Qingyi said, "Do you think I know how to write songs?" "You can learn if you don't know how." Fei Hong laughed. "With our abilities, learning should be quick." Qingyi asked, "Is there a reward?" "An essence of sound," Fei Hong replied, "provided she accepts your song." "What if it ranks first?" Qingyi asked, wondering why the reward was an essence of sound. Fei Hong explained, "As long as it makes the top 10, the song's profit share will increase to 50%. "That much?" Qingyi exclaimed. Fei Hong continued explaining the music industry, and Qingyi nodded thoughtfully. He then turned to Yixici and asked, "Are you interested?" "I'm not like you. I know my limits," Yixici said, looking at Qingyi with exasperation. "Just for fun." Qingyi laughed and then asked Fei Hong, "Any requirements?" Fei Hong took out his phone. "I'll give you a website. Check it yourself. You can send me your work once it's done, and I'll forward it to the Music King." "No problem." Qingyi took out his phone and opened the link Fei Hong sent. Yixici looked at the slight smile on Qingyi's face and asked, "What are you thinking?" "Nothing, just thought of some songs," Qingyi said as he put on his headphones to listen to the Music King's songs. Yixici watched Qingyi seriously listening to the music and murmured, "You're really going for it." After 5 ranking matches, Qingyi, Fei Hong, and Yixici had lunch together. After their meal, they headed straight to the attribute training grounds. Qingyi first assigned Zhuge and the others to their respective training locations, then headed alone to the library of Summoning Spirits University to search for books on music composition and songwriting. As Fei Hong had mentioned, learning composition was indeed simple for super summoners like them. With his photographic memory, Qingyi easily mastered a wealth of music knowledge. However, creating beautiful songs required a certain level of insight, which was not a problem for Qingyi. As his power grew, he began to vividly recall memories from his past life, including songs he had heard. His current task was to faithfully recreate the lyrics and melodies of those songs. Qingyi buried himself in music books all afternoon. By evening, he had gathered Zhuge and the others and bought a guitar from the campus music store before heading back to the dormitory. "You guys can do your own thing. I'm going to study this," Qingyi said, excitedly picking up the guitar to practice. Curious, Zhuge and the others gathered around to see what kind of music their leader could produce after an afternoon of study. Qingyi didn't mind their presence and confidently began to play and sing. To keep things believable, he chose a song from this world to perform. After finishing the song, Cat's sister exclaimed, "Not bad. It's actually pretty good." Sha Sha clapped and cheered, "Brother. It sounds great." "Great, great." Gigi echoed her praise. Luoya asked curiously, "Boss, what does the original song sound like?" Chinyi smiled and played the original track. After listening, Cat's sister remarked, "Nice, it's about half as good as the original. With some more practice, you'll get there." Luoya nodded in agreement. Encouraged, Chinyi adjusted his guitar and continued to practice. 2 days later, Chinyi's guitar skills had become quite proficient, comparable to those who had been practicing for 3 or 4 years. Another day passed, and in the underground training room, Chinyi watched with delight as Gigi was enveloped in the light of evolution. Despite his focus on music practice these past few days, Chinyi hadn't neglected the training of Zhuge and the others, especially Gigi and Sha Sha. Over the past month and more, Gigi had consumed 3 purple-quality celestial treasures: the Fruit of Sound, the Fruit of Sand, and the Fruit of Poison, finally reaching level 30 today and triggering evolution. Chinyi still had a lava fruit left for Gigi. He believed that allowing Gigi to absorb the fruits one at a time would be more beneficial for growth, so he spaced them out by 10 days or so. This method had enabled Gigi to reach level 30 in just over a month. Moments later, a pure white energy being about 1.2 meters tall, the primordial child appeared before Chinyi. As expected, it looked similar to the Dark Child and Light Child, just a bit shorter, Chinyi observed, then used his summoning soul eye to check Gigi's attributes. Species: Primordial Child. Level: 30, level 2100. Attributes: General 90, Time 3.9, Space 1.8. Potential: Quasi-King 9, 1100. Talents: Elemental Mastery, Periodic Table of Elements, Elementalization, Elemental Conversion, Elemental Awakening. Skills: Mastery of Time Ball, Mastery of Space Ball, Mastery of Dark Ball, Mastery of Constancy. Description: a terrifying spirit beast fused from the evolved remains of numerous primordial spirits by the Tower Spirit of the Divine Demon Tower. It possesses boundless potential and has now become your contracted beast, having evolved into the primordial child. Elemental Awakening. The description of this new talent made Chinyi raise his eyebrows slightly. He carefully examined Gigi's ability panel, and after confirming he hadn't misread it, he took a deep breath. This talent allows the user to consume 20 of their current energy to enter an awakened state. Although skill consumption increases by 20, all skills that require preparation time become instant casts, with their power unchanged. Awesome! Chinyi couldn't help but exclaim. Cat's sister immediately perked up with interest. "What talent is it?" she asked eagerly. Chinyi chose his words carefully and replied, "I'd classify it as a burst talent. In burst mode, all skills become instant casts with no reduction in power." Wow! Cat's sister gasped, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. "What an incredible talent!" She then asked, "Is the energy cost high?" "It's manageable," Chinyi said, and he proceeded to explain the full effects of Elemental Awakening in detail. After listening, Cat's sister excitedly exclaimed, "That's totally acceptable." She looked at Gigi with envy in her eyes. "I wish I had that." Not just Cat's sister, but Luo Duck and Sword Dog also showed envious expressions. Even Zhuge, who had been drowsy, perked up instantly when he heard the talent's effects, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes. Gigi, who had just woken up, heard Cat's sister's words and proudly put its hands on its hips. As a newly evolved primordial child, it could finally shed the embarrassment of just running in circles. Chinyi noticed Gigi's action and glanced at Zhuge and the others, suddenly realizing something. He chuckled and said, "I think I have quite a few humanoid spirit beasts." Upon reflection, aside from Zhuge and Cat's sister, the others were all humanoid spirit beasts. Including soul spirits, he only had 3 non-humanoid spirit beasts. This meant he had 4 humanoid spirit beasts, which was extremely rare among spirit summoners. Chinyi couldn't help but marvel at the uniqueness of his spirit beast lineup, while also feeling delighted about Gigi's powerful new talent. The Elemental Awakening talent would undoubtedly greatly enhance their combat capabilities, providing more possibilities for future challenges. The power of Elemental Awakening is not only reflected in its instant cast abilities, but also in its energy consumption. Each activation requires only 20 of the current energy, which means even with just 10 energy remaining, Gigi can still activate this ability. While 1/5 of 10 energy is still significant, it's much better than not being able to activate it at all, offering a glimmer of hope. Chinyi envisioned a scenario. When being chased by enemies, he could only use an escape skill once in a normal state, but with Elemental Awakening, he could continuously use it until his energy was depleted or he had shaken off his pursuers. Chinyi was quite satisfied with this talent. He then turned his attention to the new skill list, finding that most were enhanced versions of various attribute skills. After a quick glance, his attention was drawn to the potential section. Quasi-King 9, 1100. Just a bit more to reach king level. What a pity. Although Chinyi said this, he was not disappointed. Being only a step away from king level meant that a few more levels up or consuming a lava fruit would achieve it. Gigi's high potential was mainly due to consuming 3 purple quality treasures 3 attribute fruits. Without these, its potential might only be at the early quasi-king level, around 20 or so. Cheney noticed the change in attribute proportions, which was inevitable with the addition of 3 new attributes. With the general attributes remaining unchanged, the proportions of other attributes would inevitably be diluted by the new ones. How do you feel? Cheney asked his little partner with a smile. I don't have to spin in circles anymore, Gigi exclaimed excitedly. Cheney was momentarily stunned, then laughed. Congratulations. Hee. Gigi grinned, clearly in good spirits. Have you finished absorbing the energy? Cheney asked. Yes. Then activate elemental awakening and let us see the effect. Okay. In an instant, terrifying energy erupted from Gigi's body. Flames made of pure white energy burned fiercely around it, reminiscent of Goku transforming into a Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball. Incredibly cool. Awesome. Cheney blurted out. Is the energy continuously being consumed? It is, but not quickly, Gigi responded. Cheney nodded slightly, thinking that continuous energy consumption was expected. Although Gigi's panel didn't explicitly state it, such skills usually consumed energy over time. Release some skills randomly to see. Gigi. Immediately, Cheney saw various attribute skill orbs flying around. Dozens of different attribute skill orbs were instantly released by Gigi, making Cheney smile with satisfaction. This was impossible without the elemental awakening talent, fully showcasing the power of this ability. That's enough. Cheney called out. Gigi stopped immediately. The nearby Soul Spirit and Luoduc were both astonished by the scene. The Soul Spirit's body trembled slightly, while Luoduc looked envious, thinking, I want it so badly. Next is combat training. Cheney looked at Luoduc. Pirate King, you go first? Got it. Luoduc instantly perked up and smiled at Gigi. Since he couldn't learn this overpowered talent, beating up the little guy who had it was the next best thing. Then, the newly evolved Gigi began combat training to quickly master its own power. This was not only for Gigi, but also for Zhuge, Luoduc, and Sword Dog, who would immediately undergo combat training after their evolution. 2 nights later, Cheney sent the song he had written and recorded to Fei Hong. Although his singing was average, it was still worth listening to. Sister Cat looked at the song Cheney sent and marveled. I didn't know you had this talent. Haha, there are many things you don't know about me. Cheney laughed, and then sent the video of himself singing to ECC. He had recorded 2 versions, 1 audio and 1 video. On the other side, ECC, who was training her partners in the basement, received Chen Ye's message. Curious, she opened the video file, and a beautiful melody immediately played. Watching Chen Yi with his guitar and listening to the sound, ECC's eyes widened, and her mouth slightly opened. As the beautiful melody ended, Chen Yi in the video slowly opened his eyes, and a gentle voice came from his mouth. Hearing the departure of winter, I woke up in some year and month. I think I wait and expect, but the future cannot be arranged because of it. When the song ended, ECC was in a daze for a long time. Countless questions flashed through her mind. What is he trying to do? Did he really write this? How can he be so good? And this song? ECC's cheeks turned red, like a ripe tomato, as her imagination ran wild. Oh! Stop thinking, ECC shouted, fanning her inexplicably hot cheeks with her hands. She picked up her phone and typed frantically, what do you mean by this? And you? Your singing is so bad. Yes, very bad. Cheney was taken aback by ECC's message. He was about to reply, what do you mean? Of course, I wanted you to hear it. What else could it mean? When Sister Cat suddenly shouted, wait, what's wrong? Cheney looked at Sister Cat in confusion. Sister Cat shook her head and said, think carefully. Does it really have no other meaning? Cheney paused, then looked at ECC's message again. The tone felt a bit tsundere. Tsundere? No way. How could she be tsundere? Chen Ye's expression changed suddenly as he realized something, and quickly deleted his original reply. After a moment of silence, a slight smile appeared on his lips, and he typed, that's exactly what I mean. And my singing is not bad. At least not that bad. ECC saw the message from Chen Yi and snorted before quickly replying, it's really awful. Chen Yi immediately responded, it's not awful. The two went back and forth, arguing incessantly. Awful. Not awful. Awful. Not awful. Furious, ECC typed, I said it's awful, so it's awful. This time, Chen Yi didn't reply immediately. After a few seconds, he responded, fine, then it's awful. ECC looked at his reply, a slight smile curling her lips as she replied, humph. After sending that, she noticed Chen Yi didn't respond right away. After a moment of thought, her face turned slightly red, and she added, when did you start feeling this way? On the other end of the phone, Chen Yi furrowed his brow in thought. When was it? Probably that summer. He recalled the first time ECC came to his shop and smiled as he replied, when you first came to the shop. ECC sent 2 quick messages. You pervert. Chen Yi explained, sis, You're so beautiful, anyone would like you. And back then, it wasn't really liking, just a feeling. Yeah, a feeling. Yes, replied. Get lost. JPG. Chinyi. Alrighty. JPG. Yes, come back. Chinyi. What about you? Yes, confessed. I'm chatting with you like this. What do you think? Peeking over Chin Ye's shoulder, Cat Sis silently jumped to the side, lazily stretched and said, Meow, you two chat. I'm going to sleep. Without lifting his head, Chin Yi responded with a sound. Cat Sis added, Remember to give me a big red envelope when you get married? Chin Ye's fingers froze for a moment, but he quickly looked up and sincerely replied, Thank you. If it weren't for Cat Sis's words, he wouldn't have realized it. Writing Encounter for the Music King was purely because he thought both Sunjia and the Music King were cool, and the Music King style fit the song. Everything that happened earlier was an accident, but the important thing was that he did have feelings for Yesi. Otherwise, he wouldn't have helped her train her contract beast or chat with her for no reason. Everything came so suddenly that he didn't react right away. Fortunately, Cat Sis's reminder made him realize this feeling, bringing their relationship a step further. Meanwhile, Fei Hong saw the message from Qin Yi. After his bath, he sat in front of his computer, logged into the chat software, and opened the song file and audio sent by Qin Yi. So fast. Fei Hong straightened up excitedly and clicked on the audio. As the beautiful melody played, his mouth opened in surprise, and he listened intently. When the song ended, Fei Hong took a deep breath, still in shock. I just said it casually, and you really did it. He didn't expect Qin Yi to have such a talent. Although Qin Ye's singing was average, the melody and lyrics were excellent. After a moment of silence, Fei Hong forwarded the file to the Music King with a note. Sister Song, this is a song my friend wrote. Then he immediately asked Qin Yi, Did you really write this song? Qin Yi replied, Isn't that obvious? Who else could write such a great song? Smug.jpg. Fei Hong. Awesome. Master, I bow to you. JP. Qin Yi. So, how is it? Good, right? Fei Hong. Good, but your singing is just average. Qin Yi. Friendship over. JPG. Fei Hong. I've already sent the song to the Music King. Qin Yi. Great, thanks. At this moment, Lingxing was in the middle of the night, while Lainxing was at noon. Lainxing, a neutral planet in the Huanling star domain, was only a tenth the size of Lingxing but was the music sanctuary of the entire star domain. For those with musical dreams, coming to Lainxing to experience its musical atmosphere and publish their works was a lifelong dream. Making it onto the Heavenly Song New chart was a rare honor. As a frequent guest on the Heavenly Song New chart, Music King Song Sinyu naturally didn't have to worry about this. Besides being a music sanctuary, Lainxing had strict rules, the most stringent being the prohibition of violence. Whether human or wild spirit beasts, no killing was allowed. Offenders would be imprisoned for months at best, or killed on the spot at worst. On this highly secure planet, Song Sinyu, having just finished her work, saw Fei Hong's message. Curious, she opened the song file, carefully reviewed the lyrics and music, and then excitedly stood up and played the audio. Yes, this is the right feel. But the singer is a bit. Song Sinyu muttered softly, then quietly listened to the entire song. Great. When the song ended, Song Sinyu exclaimed in excitement and shouted towards the door. Sister Ing, come quickly. There's a great song. After taking a shower, Qin Yi picked up his phone from the cabinet and sat down on the bed. His eyes fell on a message from Fei Hong. In Tianwang asked for your contact information. Should I give it to him? Qin Yi pondered for a moment, then tapped the screen lightly. Go ahead. Soon after, his phone vibrated, and an unfamiliar number flashed on the screen. Qin Yi answered the call with a brief hello. Qin Yi. The voice on the other end inquired. Yes, Qin Yi replied, then continued. Is this In Tianwang? Don't call me In Tianwang. Call me Sister Song, a commanding voice from the other end corrected. Sister Song. Qin Yi obediently echoed, then asked, About that song? I want that song. Song Sinyu responded without hesitation. Hearing this, a smile tugged at Qin Ye's lips. Thank you, Sister Song. Unable to hide his inner joy, Qin Yi thought to himself. This is great. This means he would soon possess a sound fruit. Although Jijiji had already consumed a sound fruit, this new one could be used for trade. He planned to exchange it with the school for a different attribute fruit. Even if the school was unwilling to trade equally, adding some money should work. Worst case scenario, he could sell or trade it externally. Either way, getting his hands on this sound fruit would undoubtedly be beneficial. No, I should be thanking you. You've written a wonderful song. Sister Song's voice was filled with praise. Qin Yi humbly responded. As long as Sister Song likes it, I love this song. Sister Song said enthusiastically. That's great to hear. After some back and forth, their conversation naturally shifted to the contract. Ultimately, Qin Yi secured 60 of the song's earnings, which was 10 more than Fei Hong had initially mentioned. Specifically, this was the share if the song made it to the top 10. If it didn't, his share would be 30, still 10 more than the 20 listed on the official website. Qingyi was quite satisfied with this profit-sharing ratio. After all, the song hadn't taken him much time to create, and getting such a high share for his first song was almost unheard of in the industry. Regarding the sound fruit, Sister Song promised to arrange for its delivery immediately, which meant it could reach Qingyi as soon as the next day. After ending the call, Qingyi yawned, remembered he had plans to go shopping the next afternoon, and wished Cece good night before lying down to sleep. The next afternoon at 3 p.m., after shopping with Cece for 2 hours, Qingyi returned to school and picked up the package sent by Sister Song from the mailroom. He opened the package to reveal a black rectangular container and smiled in satisfaction. Standing nearby, Cece curiously asked, "What's that?" "A sound fruit," Qingyi replied simply, opening the container to confirm its contents before quickly storing it in his summoning space. "So fast," Cece exclaimed in surprise. Qingyi explained, "Sister Song sent it yesterday, and the dimensional rift to the music star is right next to our neighboring Black Sound City." After finishing this, Qingyi turned to Cece and asked, "I'm going to the treasure pavilion. Do you want to come?" Cece shook her head. "No, I'll go train. I haven't trained this afternoon yet." "Training ground? Or training facility?" Qingyi asked, often mixing up the terms, but knowing they referred to the same place. "Yes, I'll be there for a couple of hours," Cece replied. "I'll go with you," Qingyi decided. "I'll drop off Zhuge and the others, then head to the treasure pavilion." "All right," Cece smiled slightly. After dropping off Zhuge and the others at the training facility, Qingyi went to the treasure pavilion alone. Sister Mao was there with Shasha. Qingyi approached a strong man and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Xiong, it's your turn again today." "Qingyi, can you stop sneaking up on me like that?" Zhang Xiong patted his chest, then curiously asked, "Caught any new spirit beasts?" Qingyi shook his head. "I haven't been out recently. This time, I'm here to see if I can trade for an attribute fruit." "What do you have to trade?" Zhang Xiong asked. Qingyi took out the black container holding the sound fruit from his summoning space. "A sound fruit?" Zhang Xiong looked at the container and confirmed. "An attribute fruit for an attribute fruit?" "Yes." Qingyi nodded slightly. "Is that possible?" "I'll check for you," Zhang Xiong said, dialing his superior. After a moment, he put down his phone and told Qingyi, "It can be traded, but only for a regular attribute fruit. If you want a rare attribute fruit, you'll need to add some points. Compensate the difference?" Qingyi asked. "Yes." Zhang Xiong nodded. "All right, let me see what attribute fruits are available," Qingyi said, picking up a tablet to browse. Qingyi wasn't surprised by Zhang Xiong's response. He understood that if equal exchanges of top-tier treasures were allowed, the treasure pavilion would be in chaos. Compensating the difference or trading for a lower-tier treasure was the norm, ensuring the treasure pavilion's sustainable operation. While browsing, Qingyi discovered 3 new attribute fruits in the treasure pavilion: the gold fruit, the cloud fruit, and the snow fruit. Snow. Qingyi's spirit lifted, but seeing that the snow fruit required 8,000 points, he sighed. He didn't have enough points. Regular attribute fruits required 5,000 points to trade for. Even with the sound fruit as collateral, he was still short by 3,000 points. Qingyi looked up at Zhang Xiong. "I'll leave this sound fruit here as collateral. Reserve the snow fruit for me for 2 months. If I don't come to trade within 2 months, the sound fruit is yours." "That works," Zhang Xiong agreed without hesitation. The treasure pavilion had a rule allowing items to be used as collateral, reserving equivalent value items for 2 months. If the person didn't return within 2 months to trade, the collateral would belong to the treasure pavilion. During the collateral period, the person couldn't retrieve their item and could only choose to buy the reserved item or forfeit the collateral. After completing the collateral procedure, Qingyi smiled at Zhang Xiong and said, "See you in half a month." With that, he turned and left, ready to earn some money. After spending a few months at school, it was time to get active again. In the evening, Qingyi returned to his dormitory and immediately released his contracted beasts, including Zhuge. He took out his phone and opened the task interface of Summoner University, focusing intently as he browsed through the various tasks. The worry of insufficient points weighed on his mind. Although he could go out and capture high-potential spirit beasts to exchange for points, this time he planned to kill 2 birds with 1 stone: capture spirit beasts while completing tasks. The high-point tasks in the school's app were quite enticing, but they required a significant level of strength, such as being at the level of a super summoner. Qingyi frowned slightly, contemplating the plight of mid-level summoners. In the eyes of the school administration, summoners at this level should focus on studying and striving for promotion. Therefore, the tasks they could take on were relatively low in points and difficulty. On the other hand, tasks for super summoners were a different story, offering generous points but with a corresponding increase in difficulty. The first task that caught his eye was an example: to kill the evil summoner Wan Jie, with a reward of 1,000 points. Qingyi silently recalled the definition of an evil summoner: those who had fallen into darkness, killing without reason, antisocial, opposing their country, and trained by hostile spirit beast factions. Wanjia was a newly minted super summoner, possessing a level 57, a level 55, and a level 53 contracted beast. Qini evaluated that for an average super summoner, this task was moderately difficult and the points were decent. However, he shook his head and did not accept it. The reason was simple. It was too time-consuming. Even with assistance, without a reconnaissance-type contracted beast, finding the target would take considerable time. For Qinyi, the cost-benefit ratio was not high. This time could be better spent capturing a batch of good spirit beasts. As Qinyi continued browsing, Sister Cat lightly jumped onto his shoulder, curiously glancing at the phone screen. "What are you up to?" she asked lazily. "Looking for tasks?" Qinyi replied succinctly. "The treasure pavilion has a snow fruit, but I don't have enough points. I'm planning to go out in a few days to catch some spirit beasts and do some tasks along the way." Meow, Sister Cat replied nonchalantly. "Cast it to the TV so we can all have a look." Qinyi nodded and quickly projected the phone screen onto the TV. The contracted beasts like Zhuge were immediately intrigued and turned their curious eyes toward the screen. "Boss, this kill task looks good." Luoya excitedly stood up from the couch, pointing at the screen. "Just kill one person and it's done. Simple." Qinyi glanced at the task and noticed it was similar to the previous one involving Wan Jie, just with a different target. He shook his head. "Too time-consuming. Not worth it. How about this one?" Jian Quan suddenly spoke up. "Guarding the Dark Forest? It looks pretty easy." Qinyi opened the details. Blackwood Star's Dark Forest was recruiting guards, requiring super summoners, with a minimum duration of 30 days and a daily salary of 50 points. After a quick assessment, he said, "It's indeed not bad, but not quite suitable for me." Although Jian Quan was dark attribute, the other contracted beasts were not, making this task less appealing. Additionally, the 1-month time commitment made him hesitate. Ultimately, he bookmarked the task for future consideration. As he continued searching, Zhuge suddenly pointed out a task. "This one, the 10,000 Turtles Tournament?" Qinyi looked closely and immediately became interested. It was a competition to be held in Turtle Rock Nation on Greystone Star, lasting 7 days, with Summoner University having 10 participation slots. It required possessing turtle-type spirit beasts between levels 40 and 60, with the selection taking place at the official training ground of the human settlement on Greystone Star. After reading the detailed requirements, Qinyi breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Little Rock Turtle was eligible, he quickly glanced at the task rewards: 10,000 points for first place, 5,000 for second, 3,000 for third, and 1,000 points just for securing a participation slot. "This task is good." Qinyi smiled as he bookmarked it. Moderate difficulty, generous rewards. Much better than that forest guarding task. Although he didn't accept it immediately, he wasn't in a hurry. As long as he met the requirements, he could take on the task within the stipulated time. He continued searching for other potential opportunities, already forming a preliminary plan in his mind. Luo Ya's eyes sparkled with envy as he watched Qinyi accept the task for the Grand Turtle Tournament. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Why isn't there a Grand Duck Tournament?" Qinyi burst into laughter and then took out his phone to search seriously. A moment later, he looked up in surprise. "There actually is a Grand Duck Tournament." Luoya jumped up in excitement. "Really?" Qinyi nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it's called Star of Ducks, and it's for levels 40 to 59. He continued browsing his phone screen, but his expression suddenly turned regretful. "But we can't participate in this one. It doesn't allow ducks contracted by summoners." "Why not?" Luoya asked loudly in confusion. Before Qinyi could answer, Jian Quan, the sword dog, spoke calmly. "Because we have the summoner's boost." Qinyi nodded in agreement. Jian Quan is right. They think you lose your purity after receiving our boost, so they ban us from participating. Luoya deflated instantly. Although he understood the rule, he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. While Luoya was lost in disappointment, Qinyi began searching for other types of spirit beast tournaments online. He quickly found some for dog, fox, and elemental spirit beasts. However, most of these tournaments also did not allow summoners to participate, with only a few exceptions. Qinyi silently noted the ones they could join and then closed the page. "Let's go." Qinyi stood up. "It's time for training in the basement." With that, he led Zhuge and the other spirit beasts to the training ground. The next day, Qinyi and Yi Sisi walked side by side down the street. "I'm going to the Grey Rock Star Base on the 25th for the Grand Turtle Tournament selection," Qinyi suddenly mentioned. "A turtle competition?" Yi Sisi asked curiously. "Yes," Qinyi nodded. "I found it while looking for tasks yesterday." He briefly explained the background of the tournament. The Grand Turtle Tournament is hosted by the Turtle Stone Nation on Grey Rock Star. "There's a competition like that?" Yi Sisi exclaimed and immediately took out her phone to search. "Let me see if there are any competitions I can join." Watching Yi Sisi's focused expression, Qinyi thought to himself, if he hadn't brought it up, most people wouldn't know about these competitions. Even if they did, they might not be able to participate. These tournaments usually allocate spots through allied nations, and to qualify, one must pass official selections and defeat numerous strong opponents. Due to the limited spots and fierce competition, there wasn't much publicity. However, the officials would invite strong summoners who met the requirements before the selections. The reason Qin Yi hadn't received an invitation was that the official records showed his turtle hadn't reached level 50 yet. In their view, it was hard for anyone below level 50 to secure a spot. By the way, Qin Yi remembered, I also found some for you yesterday. He then sent Yi Cece the competition information he had found the previous night. Yi Cece looked at Qin Yi in surprise. Why didn't you tell me last night? Qin Yi smiled. I thought it would be better to tell you in person. Actually, he had intended to tell her last night, but decided to wait until now. Thank you. Yi Cece smiled and continued looking at her phone. Time flew by, and soon it was the afternoon of January 24th. At the Summoning International Airport, Qin Yi walked towards the security checkpoint under Yi Cece's reluctant gaze. He had a 2 p.m. flight. Mao Jia, the cat lady, smiled and teased. Can't bear to leave? Qin Yi admitted frankly, haha, a little bit. After all, they had just started their relationship. Mao Jia encouraged him. Then train hard and become the strongest. That way, you can be with her every day. Qin Yi was momentarily stunned, then nodded lightly. Makes sense? Meow. Mao Jia yawned, seemingly realizing her words were a bit childish. 2 hours later, Qin Yi disembarked from the plane and arrived at the dimensional rift to Grey Rock Star in Greystone City. An hour later, he finally stepped into the rift. Grey Rock Star, Summoner Federation Base Number 1. Qin Yi looked up at the clear blue sky, feeling a bit dazed. The planets he had previously visited were either plagued by sandstorms, filled with toxic air, had no daylight, or were unbearably hot. The sky here was even bluer than his hometown, making it hard for him to adapt. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yi exhaled slowly. The air is so fresh. After several deep breaths, he headed towards the nearby checkpoint. After a routine check, Qin Yi passed through the checkpoint smoothly. He then found a secluded corner and summoned Mao Jia. Together, they started strolling through the market within the base. Although he had few points left, Qin Yi still had some cash, enough to buy some information about Grey Rock Star. He picked up an introduction manual and began reading it carefully. Grey Rock Star, as the name suggests, is covered with islands made of a stone called Grey Rock. Qin Yi curiously picked up a piece of grey rock from the ground, examined it closely, and then casually tossed it aside, continuing to read the information. This planet had no ordinary stones. The most common was grey rock. Because of this, it was named Grey Rock Star. Besides its unique geological structure, the overall environment of Grey Rock Star was much more comfortable than Ling Star, with a richer and more diverse range of elements, nurturing thousands of species of spirit beasts. Despite the numerous types of spirit beasts, the main ones were turtles, fish, and birds, making it a paradise for enthusiasts of these 3 types. For those looking to contract these spirit beasts, Grey Rock Star is undoubtedly the best choice. However, surprisingly, the most powerful force on Grey Rock Star wasn't composed of these 3 types, but was the Grey Rock Nation, formed by Grey Rock beasts and other rare stone spirit beasts. Grey Rock can develop consciousness and become Grey Rock beasts. Qin Yi exclaimed in surprise. Mao Jia responded calmly. In the Phantom Spirit Starfield, there are many things beyond your imagination. Qin Yi continued reading and found that the book listed the numbers of various spirit beasts in detail. He was surprised to discover that compared to the other 3 types, stone spirit beasts were quite few in number. Currently discovered spirit beast species on Grey Rock Star: 3,712 fish species, 2,510 bird species, 1802 turtle species, only 522 stone species. Qin Yi nodded thoughtfully. It seems stone spirit beasts are indeed not many. Qin Yi suddenly glanced at the number of turtle spirit beasts, his brow furrowing slightly. Sister Cat noticed his unusual reaction and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Yi didn't answer immediately. Instead, he quickly took out his phone and opened the school's app to check the task details. He carefully reviewed the information on the 10,000 Turtles tournament, pausing his gaze at the data on 1,802 types of turtle spirit beasts. His mouth twitched slightly, and he muttered under his breath, "This turtle kingdom has something special. What's going on?" Sister Cat asked again, her tone tinged with urgency. Qin Yi took a deep breath and explained, "If all the spirit beasts here can evolve 3 times, then these 1,802 types of turtle spirit beasts originate from 600 initial types of turtle spirit beasts." He paused and continued, "However, the school's task requirements for turtle spirit beasts fall far short of 600 types. How many are there?" Sister Cat keenly sensed the problem. "Is there a restriction? Let me count." Qin Yi quickly scanned the task interface and responded, "Only 100 types, and the initial potential of these 100 types is not high." He frowned in thought. Among these 100 initial turtle spirit beasts, I don't know many, but those I do know have no elite potential, only extraordinary potential. It's likely that all 100 initial turtle spirit beasts have extraordinary potential. Realizing the situation, Qin murmured, "No wonder the Turtle Kingdom gave us 10 slots. They implemented a restriction here." Sister Cat discerned the underlying implication in Qin Ye's words and calmly said, "They wouldn't be so absolute. There should still be some elite-level ones among these 100 initial turtle spirit beasts. If there are, they would be low-level elites, the kind whose initial potential is just low-level elite from birth," Qin asserted firmly. To him, this was inevitable because allowing initial potential to be mid-level elite would render the restriction meaningless. Meow. Sister Cat chuckled softly. "This is actually good for us." "Indeed, it is." Qin Ye's lips curved into a slight smile. With this restriction, the difficulty for his family Zhuge to secure a spot would be significantly reduced, especially since Zhuge was only at level 49. After discovering the restrictions of the 10,000 Turtles tournament, Qin Yi continued browsing while walking out of the base. He hadn't forgotten his other goal, capturing spirit beasts to exchange for points. Although it was already evening when he arrived at Greystone Star, it was still noon here, giving Qin Yi ample time to explore the area around the base. By evening, Qin Yi concluded his day's exploration and returned to the base. He had a decent haul, capturing 2 quality spirit beasts and one that looked good but was average in reality. He deliberately captured the average one to divert attention, so the school wouldn't think his talent was too extraordinary. After several point exchanges, the school had noticed him and even asked Grandpa Ming Shan to inquire. Qin Yi didn't deny it and candidly admitted that he had a talent for detection. While such talents are rare, they are not unheard of. However, he downplayed the extent of his talent to make it seem less overwhelming. Upon returning to the base, Qin Yi immediately headed to the official training ground for registration and testing. Although he had received the task, the officials were unaware of his contracted beast's evolution from the Little Rock Turtle, so he needed to register and test with the designated personnel. After asking a few people, Qin Yi arrived at the reception area for the 10,000 Turtles tournament. "Here to participate in the 10,000 Turtles tournament?" the receptionist asked. "Yes," Qin Yi confirmed with a nod. "You're right on time." The receptionist laughed. "The selection starts tomorrow." Qin Yi smiled sheepishly. "I know it's a bit late now." He understood that while the school had issued the task, they hadn't collaborated with the officials, so the staff here were unaware. "Let's get started then," said the receptionist, Sun Hong, without asking further questions. She took out a container and placed it on the table. "Have your contracted beast drop a drop of blood into it. It doesn't need to be essence blood, just regular blood. Once the blood is in the container, we can detect what initial spirit beast it evolved from." "That's quite advanced," Qin Yi thought, summoning Zhuge. Sun Hong was momentarily stunned by Zhuge's appearance. "Do you know the requirements for participating in the 10,000 Turtles tournament?" "I do," Qin Yi explained. "My Zhuge evolved from a Little Rock Turtle, fully meeting the participation requirements." "This turtle evolved from a Little Rock Turtle." Sun Hong stood up abruptly, looking at Zhuge in disbelief. Then at Qin Yi. "You're telling me this high-class-looking turtle started as a Little Rock Turtle?" She took a deep breath, clearly unable to reconcile the noble-looking turtle with an ordinary Little Rock Turtle. "Testing will prove it." Qin Yi smiled, placing the container in front of Zhuge. "Drop a drop of regular blood in, not essence blood." Zhuge glanced at Sun Hong, then lowered his head, bit his tongue, and let a drop of blood fall into the container. "Thank you." Qin Yi placed the container back on the table. Sun Hong took the container and quickly turned to the large machine behind her. Moments later, she exclaimed in shock, "It really is a Little Rock Turtle." Not far away, Kai Fei, who had just returned, heard Sun Hong shout and walked over quickly. "What's going on? Is there a special evolution type?" "Mr. Kai." Sun Hong pointed to Zhuge lying on the ground. "This turtle evolved from a Little Rock Turtle." Kai Fei looked at Zhuge, his spirits lifted as he excitedly approached. As he was about to touch Zhuge, Qin Yi cleared his throat. "Oh, sorry." Kai Fei snapped back to reality, smiling kindly at Qin Yi. "I'm Kai Fei, the person in charge of the 10,000 Turtles tournament." Qin Yi nodded slightly. "Qin Yi? The Qin Yi from Summoning University?" Kai Fei asked in surprise. "You know me?" Qin Yi was taken aback by the elderly man. Kai Fei laughed heartily. "You're the top student of the new class at Summoning University. How could I not know? Plus, I was responsible for verifying the 4 symbols turtle you registered in the bestiary." He glanced at Zhuge. "This must be the 4 symbols turtle. It's truly beautiful." Zhuge's eyes sparkled with curiosity, compelling Qin Yi to shift slightly in his direction. At that moment, Qin Yi suddenly remembered where he had seen the name Kai Feet was in an email he received after successfully registering his spirit beast in the compendium. "That's right." Qin Yi snapped out of his reverie and introduced the spirit beast beside him. "This is the 4 symbols turtle, named Zhuge." Kai Fei sighed softly. a look of amazement in his eyes. It really is a four symbols turtle. May I take a closer look? Go ahead. Chinyi nodded in agreement and whispered to Zhuge, behave and let the master take a look. I'll treat you to a feast tonight. Obediently, Zhuge lay down on the ground, curiously eyeing the crouching Kai Fei. After a thorough examination, Kai Fei stood up and sincerely praised. This turtle is truly remarkable. Thank you, Chinyi replied with a smile. Kai Fei sighed again, a hint of regret on his face. If only I could take it back with me. Chinyi understood his sentiment, but remained silent. A moment later, Kai Fei turned to Chinyi. Are you here to participate in the Grand Turtle competition? Yes, Chinyi confirmed with a nod. Have you registered? Kai Fei asked, glancing at Sun Hong. Sun Hong quickly responded, I'll handle it right away. After Sun Hong completed the registration for Chinyi, Kai Fei explained, 4 newly discovered evolutionary types like the four symbols turtle. Passing our review requires this kind of verification to officially include it in the evolution path of the little rock turtle. Chinyi was taken aback. Oh, I didn't know that. But why was my application approved? Kai Fei smiled and explained, that's because the information you uploaded about your spirit beasts was accurate, so we approved it. However, the evolved from field was marked as unverified. You might not have noticed, but if you check now, you'll see unverified in the evolution section. Upon hearing this, Chinyi immediately took out his phone to check the Spirit Beast compendium. Sure enough, he saw the words unverified in brackets next to the four symbols turtle's evolution information, with Kai Fei listed as the reviewer. You're right, Chinyi said, checking the information for Luo Ye and Jianquan as well, finding the same unverified label. He looked up and asked, Kai Fei, can we remove the unverified label for my four symbols turtle now? Of course, I'll take care of it when I get back. Kai Fei nodded with a smile. Thank you, Kai Fei. Chinyi expressed his gratitude sincerely. Kai Fei waved his hand and suggested, if you have other contracted beasts that need verification, you can do it here as well. Really? Chinyi asked, a bit surprised. Upon Kai Fei's confirmation, Chinyi didn't hesitate and summoned Luo Ye and Jianquan. Kai Fei's eyes lit up at the sight of these two unfamiliar spirit beasts. Feeling the intense gaze, Luo Ye warily asked, what do you want? I just want to take a look, Kai Fei replied with a smile. Luo Ye glanced at him suspiciously before turning to Chinyi. Chinyi took 2 new containers from Sun Hong and explained, each of you takes one and just need to drop a bit of your blood, not your essence blood. Luo Ye and Jianquan each took a container and followed the instructions. Luo Ye curiously asked, what's this for? Chinyi took the containers and explained, it's to verify your identities and make your evolution paths known to the world. He then placed the containers on the table. Sun Hong took the containers and walked towards the machine behind her, filled with curiosity about the origins of these humanoid spirit beasts. Despite this, she could still discern some spirit beast traits in them, like the sailor duck and the guard dog. Watching Sun Hong operate the machine, Luo Ye excitedly said, this is great. Hurry up. Jian Quan nodded in agreement. They both realized that this could be beneficial for their future roles as representatives of their species. Suddenly, Luo Ye remembered something and asked, wait a minute, boss, didn't you register us before? Chinyi smiled and briefly recapped Kai Fei's earlier explanation. No wonder. So that's how it is. Luo Ye nodded in understanding. Moments later, Sun Hong gazed at the machine's results, a smug smile curling on her lips. She thought to herself, I knew I was smart. She then turned confidently to Mr. Kai and said, it's the evolved forms of sailor duck and guard dog. Mr. Kai merely nodded slightly, showing no surprise. Sun Hong understood that as an experienced teacher, Mr. Kai would naturally have thought of the same conclusion. She continued to explain, sailor duck and guard dog are well known among spirit beasts. Sailor duck is famous for evolving into a powerful captain-type spirit beast, while guard dog is renowned because of Sword King. Mr. Kai looked thoughtfully at Jian Quan and slowly said, he should be a dark moon dog. Before Mr. Kai could ask further, Chinyi chimed in, pointing at Luo Ye, that's right. This is Ghost Captain, the evolved form of ghost duck. Mr. Kai's gaze lingered for a moment on the pirate hat atop Luo Ye's head before he turned to Chinyi and said, I'll take some photos of them and help you upload them later. Chinyi gratefully responded, thank you, Mr. Kai. Mr. Kai shook his head, sincerely saying, I should be thanking you. Without you, I wouldn't have seen these 3 new spirit beasts. Chinyi smiled and then directed Luo Ye and Jian Quan to cooperate for the photos. After the shoot, he summoned them and Zhuge back to the summoning space. Mr. Kai put away his camera with satisfaction and said to Chinyi, all right, I won't keep you any longer. See you tomorrow. Chinyi earnestly replied, I'm the one who should be apologizing for disturbing you. He genuinely felt he had come too late. Sun Hong watched the polite exchange between the two, feeling slightly exasperated. Soon after, Mr. Kai left, followed closely by Chinyi. As she watched them leave, Sun Hong couldn't wait to pull out her phone and share the recent experience in the group chat. Witnessing 3 new spirit beasts firsthand was undoubtedly an enviable experience. If not now, when would she flaunt it? After leaving, Chini found a nearby hotel and booked a few nights. Once settled, he took Cat's sister out to find some food, ready to treat himself to a good meal. The next day at 12:30 p.m., Chini arrived at the official training ground half an hour early. The place was already bustling with nearly 100 people. Chini was secretly thankful that his morning trial run had confirmed the correct time. 1 p.m. here referred to the Greyrock Star time, not Lingxing. Sister Cat curiously scanned the surroundings, while Chini meticulously sensed the auras of the people around him. He transmitted, "Pretty considerate. I don't feel any high-level summoners with powerful spirit beasts here." Sister Cat replied resignedly, "Do you think they contract low-tier elite or below potential spirit beasts as their 6th or 7th contracted beast? Maybe for the 1st or 2nd, but not beyond that. As their strength grows, so does their economic condition. So they naturally wouldn't choose such low-potential spirit beasts." She continued, "Those who become super summoners are beings with near-king potential. With near-king potential contracted beasts, their earning ability surpasses ordinary people. They pursue the highest potential possible and wouldn't choose mid-tier elite spirit beasts. As for commander potential spirit beasts, it all depends on luck. You might even find one at a small stall." Chini suddenly understood. Sister Cat added, "Most people here are like you, contracting their 1st or 2nd spirit beast with this level of potential. A few might be contracting their 3rd or 4th, likely low-tier elite potential turtle-type spirit beasts." Qin Yi acknowledged and started observing the surrounding turtle-type spirit beasts with his summoner's eye. In reality, the Grand Turtle Tournament only allowed super or below summoners to participate with turtle-type contracted beasts between levels 40-59. This event was designed for the new generation with 40-59 level strength and wouldn't award those powerful master-level summoners. Qin Ye's gaze fell on a massive brown turtle with a small hill on its shell. He whispered, "Earth Mountain Turtle, probably the final evolution of the Earth Turtle. Many of the spirit beasts here have evolved 3 times." Sister Cat agreed, "Yes, you can tell they've completed their 3rd evolution by their enormous size, spanning dozens of meters. Most spirit beasts undergo significant changes after their 3rd evolution." Qin then looked at a slightly smaller turtle next to the Earth Mountain Turtle, with a shell textured like molten lava, and sighed. "Near-king potential isn't easy to come by." Sister Cat pointed to another turtle surrounded by clouds and mist. Qin immediately used his summoner's eye to observe. This water thunder cloud turtle, though smaller in size, was a level 59 dual attribute water and thunder near-king spirit beast. After consulting the spirit beast compendium, Qin explained, "It evolved from a water thunder turtle, which initially was a low extraordinary potential small water turtle. This young person has quite the fortune." Sister Cat curiously asked about the evolution paths of other turtle-type spirit beasts, and Qin patiently explained. When discussing Zhuge's evolution, Qin admitted he wasn't sure as he hadn't awakened his destiny at that time. Sister Cat speculated, maybe he hadn't met the requirements to evolve the rock spirit turtle back then. Qin nodded thoughtfully, perhaps. Qin agreed with Cat Sister's opinion, reflecting on the situation with Zhuge in the past. Although Zhuge was indeed formidable in terms of skills, his physical body was not particularly tough. After all, Zhuge spent most of his time in slumber, rarely having the chance to train his body. To Qin, it was already remarkable that Zhuge had mastered all his skills to such a high level. This also explained why Zhuge hadn't evolved into a rock spirit turtle. It was likely due to the insufficient hardness of his physical body. While waiting for Old Kai to arrive, Qin continued to observe the surrounding large turtles. The results were similar to before. Most had the potential to reach the Lord level. He also discovered a level 55 mountain rock tiger turtle with potential reaching the Quasiking level. Strangely, he neither saw any turtles with king-level potential nor those with potential below the Lord level. Could they have barred spirit beasts with potential below the Lord level from entering? Qin muttered softly. "That's probably the case," Cat Sister responded calmly. "Spirit beasts with potential below the Lord level wouldn't be of much use here." Qin smiled slightly. "Looks like we got in through the back door." He recalled that when registering last night, Sister Sun hadn't asked about Zhuge's potential or tested his strength. But judging by the number of people around and the potential of their contracted beasts, it was clear that there were selection criteria. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few participants. As time passed, the number of people on site gradually increased to nearly 100. Although Qin didn't count precisely, he was sure that the number of participants didn't exceed 200. Soon after, the surrounding noise gradually subsided. Qin stopped examining the remaining turtles and turned his attention to the direction everyone was looking. Old Kai, leading a group of people in military uniforms, had arrived at the training ground. Standing at the center of the crowd, Old Kai looked around and then spoke. "Welcome to the Greystone Star Spirit Summoning Federation's #1 base. I am Kai Fei, the leader of this year's Thousand Turtles tournament. After a brief self-introduction, Old Kai continued, "This year, we have 172 participants in the selection for the number 1 bases 1000 Turtles tournament. The rules are simple. In the first round, each person will fight 3 random battles. Those who lose twice will be eliminated. As for the second round," Old Kai paused deliberately with a slight smile. "We'll talk about that tomorrow." The crowd fell silent. Seeing everyone's reaction, Old Kai smiled and added, "All right, you can check your phones now. You should have received the information we sent. If not, come find me." Oh, although each person will fight 3 times, it might actually be 4, 5, or more. But most will fight 3 rounds. So, good luck to those who get more. Seeing a few people's faces change, Old Kai laughed and explained, "Just kidding. If you've won 2 matches in the earlier rounds, you can forfeit the remaining battles without penalty, and your opponent will win by default. It's up to you. The battles will start in 15 minutes, so please head to your assigned battle areas. Those not scheduled for the first round can watch from the side." Although the training ground was large, it couldn't accommodate all 172 participants simultaneously. Therefore, only 50 battle arenas were set up. Chinyi was assigned to Arena 18. 3 matches, not bad. No overtime. Chinyi thought as he checked his phone and headed toward Arena 18. The schedule was quite user-friendly. 1 match now, 1 at 2:30 p.m., and 1 at 3:30 p.m., with nearly an hour of rest between each, making it quite comfortable. Chinyi estimated that a quick match could finish in an hour, and a slow one should take about half an hour. He felt that his matches wouldn't take more than half an hour each. Arriving at the battle area, Chinyi saw a young man walking towards him. They briefly introduced themselves. The other was named Fu Wan, then fell silent. Moments later, a man in an official military uniform arrived at their battle area. The referee, named Zhong Wu, wasted no time and announced, "Begin." Seeing the serious expression on the referee's face, Chinyi immediately summoned his magic circle. Fu Wu also quickly summoned his contracted beast. In an instant, Zhuge and Fu Wu's turtle appeared in the arena. Chinyi quickly analyzed the opponent's turtle. It was a forest tree turtle, level 52, wood attribute, with midlord level potential. Seeing the trees growing on the opponent's shell, Chinyi mentally communicated to Zhuge, "Use the hexagram to finish it off directly. If that doesn't work, adjust accordingly." To Chinyi, a turtle of this level and potential was no match for Zhuge. Zhuge responded softly and instantly gathered terrifying fire elements on his shell, soaring into the sky. In a flash, a massive fireball appeared in the sky. Seeing the giant fireball suddenly appear in the sky, Fu Wu's face changed dramatically. He quickly closed the blank information panel in front of him and began to command the forest tree turtle. Just as countless small fireballs were about to hit the forest tree turtle, a green light shield appeared around it. At the same time, a dense network of branches tightly wrapped around the green shield. Seeing the forest tree turtle successfully release its skill, Fu Wu breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, in the next second, the roaring sound of explosions began, and the green light shield shattered under the onslaught of numerous small fireballs, lasting only 2 seconds. Fu Wu was completely stunned. "What is this? My wood barrier only lasted 2 seconds." Fu Wu muttered in disbelief. Quickly regaining his composure, he tried to command the forest tree turtle again. Unfortunately, under the relentless firepower, the forest tree turtle couldn't unleash any powerful skills. Before long, it was completely engulfed by the countless small fireballs. When the flames subsided, revealing the charred forest tree turtle, Zhong Wu loudly announced, "First match, Chinyi wins." "Thank you for the match." Chinyi smiled at Fu Wu and then walked towards Zhuge. "You're too strong." Fu Wu took a deep breath, looking at Chinyi walking towards the terrifying little turtle. He asked, "Is your turtle at level 59? Chinyi shook his head with a smile and took out a fruit from his summoning space, handing it to Zhuge. Seeing the fruit in Chinyi's hand, Zhuge eagerly took a bite. This green quality fruit had little effect on Zhuge at his current level. Chinyi had bought it as a high-grade snack to restore energy. Chinyi squatted down, gently stroking Zhuge's small head, and said softly, "Well done. There are 2 more matches later. Go rest for a bit. The next match starts at 2:30 p.m., so you have an hour." Under his master's gentle touch, Zhuge closed his eyes comfortably. After a moment, Chinyi stood up and summoned Zhuge back to the summoning space. He turned to the referee and said apologetically, "Sorry for taking up some time." Zhong Wu shook his head and replied, "You finished quickly, so it's no problem." Fu Wu, who was comforting his forest turtle, stiffened at these words and his mouth twitched slightly. Chinyi smiled and thanked him before leaving the battlefield. Fu Wu quickly summoned back his forest turtle and followed closely behind. Seeing the two leave, Zhong Wu called out to the surroundings, "Who's next? Hurry up." Me. One person hurried onto the field, followed silently by another. Chinyi didn't leave, but stood outside the field to watch. Fu Wu quickly walked up to him and curiously asked, "Hey, can I ask what your turtle evolved from? It's so strong." Chinyi turned and replied with a smile, A little rock turtle. What? Fu Wu shouted in shock. Zhong Wu immediately barked quiet. Fu Wu quickly covered his mouth and apologized, but his face still showed disbelief. He couldn't connect the turtle that used fire-type skills with a little rock turtle. The difference was too great. Not just him, Zhong Wu, who was eavesdropping, was also far from calm. He had thought the turtle evolved from a fire turtle or a little red turtle, never expecting it to be a little rock turtle. It was truly astonishing. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Kai Fei finished watching Qin Ye's battle and said to the tall woman beside him, He Yun Chun. Shao He, see? I told you he's strong. He Yun Chun nodded slightly and asked, Mr. Kai, do you know what level that turtle is? Level 49, Kai Fei replied with a sigh. He Yun Chun shook her head. That's a bit low. If it were level 59, we might have a shot at the championship this year. Kai Fei explained. Actually, there's still a chance. I asked him last night, and his turtle can level up to 50 soon. If it triggers the evolution light at level 50, we still have a shot at the championship. He Yun Chun nodded. That's good. There's indeed a chance. She then asked, Mr. Kai, do you know the potential of that turtle? Kai Fei shook his head. He didn't say. Judging by this, it must be quite high. He Yun Chun's eyes brightened. If its potential is at the High Lord level and it evolves again, the chances of winning the championship will be even greater. The two continued discussing Qin Ye's turtle and the previous competitions. Time passed slowly, and Qin Yi faced his second opponent, a summoner with a level 54 low lord potential fire-type turtle contract beast. The result was evident. Zhuge's Qian-Hex attack instantly defeated the opponent, even faster than the previous match. After securing 2 victories, Qin Yi didn't leave but instead prepared for a third match. Having easily handled the first 2, he decided to compete again to further solidify his chances of advancing. This decision was based on the fact that his third opponent had only won 1 match and had just 3 opportunities to compete. Qin Ye's 2 consecutive quick victories caused quite a stir, and many competitors remembered his name. One man, upon hearing of Qin Ye's latest swift victory, sighed deeply. He was Qin Ye's third opponent and had just lost his previous match, standing at 1 win and 1 loss. Seeing Qin Yi waiting at Battleground 21, the man fell into deep thought. Moments later, he shook his head and decisively forfeited. Despite his contract beast being a level 55 Middle Lord potential, the opponent who had just defeated him had been quickly dispatched by Qin Yi. If even Fu Wu couldn't stand up to Qin Yi, he had no chance. Feeling relieved after making up his mind, the man started wandering around, watching other exciting matches. When it was time for his match, he approached Battleground 21 and greeted Qin Yi with a smile. Hello, I'm Wang Ming. Hi, Qin Yi. Qin Yi responded briefly. Wang Ming then raised his hand and called out, Referee, I forfeit. Qin Yi was slightly surprised and said, Thank you. The referee didn't ask any questions and directly announced, Wang Ming forfeits. Qin Yi wins this match. Good luck, big guy. Wang Ming said. Qin Yi nodded lightly, thanks. The two left the arena, making way for the next set of competitors. Although there was no actual fight, Qin Yi stayed around to watch a few more matches before leaving the training grounds. Outside, Qin Yi retrieved his storage ball containing the Wanyue M11 from his summoning space and drove away from the base. It was still early, and he planned to earn some extra money. The next morning at 9 a.m., at the training grounds, Elder Kai looked at the remaining competitors and said, Congratulations to everyone who made it to the second round of selection. After a brief pause, he continued, Due to various factors, 88 people have advanced. Today, opponents will still be randomly assigned, and each person will fight at least 4 matches. Based on your performance, we will select 20 out of 88 to advance to tomorrow's final round. Do your best. The matches will start in 15 minutes, so please get ready. After his speech, Elder Kai and several staff members left. Qin Yi took out his phone to check his opponent's schedule. This time, luck was not on his side. He had to fight 5 matches, scheduled at 15 minutes from now, 10:30 a.m., 11:30 a.m., 1:30 p.m., and 2:30 p.m. Without the rule that winning a certain number of matches guarantees advancement, many competitors felt relieved. Although the final decision was up to the referees, it was better than being eliminated after 2 losses. 15 minutes later, Qin Ye's first opponent was a summoner with a level 54 Middle Lord potential, a gold attribute, turtle contract beast. Zhuge won in just 30 seconds. At 10:30 a.m., Qin Ye's second opponent had similar strength and was quickly defeated by Zhuge. At 11:30 a.m., Qin Yi encountered his first Height Ear Lord potential opponent, but at level 52, he was still easily defeated by Zhuge. At 1:30 p.m., his opponent had a level 59 Mid-Ear Lord potential contract beast. Facing this formidable opponent, Zhuge took 3 minutes to secure the victory. Upon hearing the referee announce his win, Qin Yi frowned in dissatisfaction, thinking, this isn't good enough. If a level 59 Mid-Ear Lord potential is this tough, how much harder will it be against a level 59 Height Ear Lord potential, or even a Quasiking potential opponent? We need to evolve. Without evolution, Little Turtle won't win the championship, said Cat's sister. Right, Chini replied. But Juga's 8 trigrams is still missing a bit. Don't worry, Cat's sister said calmly. Didn't you sense it a few days ago? That's true, Chini smiled, walking towards Juga. A few days ago, Juga, who was in deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes and told him he sensed a tremor in the 8 trigrams within his body. After obtaining the 8 trigrams talent, Juga had developed symbol consciousness for 4 trigrams: Kuan, Li, Dui, and Qian. The tremor suggested a potential change. Given that the 5th trigram hadn't appeared for so long, Qin believed it might soon be born. At 2:30 p.m., his last opponent of the day had similar strength to the previous ones, and Juga easily won. Hearing the referee announce his victory, Qin looked at his opponent's pained expression from afar, silently put away Juga, and left the arena. After wandering around for a while, Qin left the training grounds and, as he did the previous day, drove out of the city. He wanted to seize the opportunity to catch wild spirit beasts before heading to Tortoise Stone Country in a few days. He wasn't bold enough to capture spirit beasts near Tortoise Stone Country, as he knew the Summoning Federation banned such activities within its borders, and he didn't want to break the rules. On the third morning at 9 a.m., at the training grounds, Elder Kai looked at the remaining 20 competitors and said, "Congratulations on making it to the final selection round. Today's rules are similar to yesterday's, with 4 matches, but we've divided you into groups of 5, making 4 groups in total. We'll work with the referees from Base 2 to select 10 out of 40 to participate in the Grand Tortoise competition on February 2nd. Do your best. I hope at least 5 of you will be chosen from our base." As Chini listened, he pulled out his phone to check his grouping. He was placed in Group B, assigned to Battleground 4. Since each group had only 5 people, someone would get a bye in the first round. Unfortunately, it wasn't him. The competitor with a bye would have their first match at 10:30 a.m. unless their opponent didn't need rest and could match earlier. Looking at the information on the competitor with a bye, Chini fell silent. Cat's sister laughed. "You really have bad luck. You should wash your face." On Battle Arena 4, Qin Ye's gaze fell upon the man who had just entered the field, and he was momentarily stunned. Wasn't that the spirit summoner of the level 59 water thunder turtle he had seen earlier? Qin Yi silently cursed his luck, not expecting it to be this bad. "Qin Yi," he introduced himself first, a hint of resignation in his voice. The man opposite him, with an expressionless face, nodded slightly and responded briefly, "Wu." At the referee's signal, both men swiftly summoned their contracted beasts, and the air was instantly filled with tension. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, He Yun-chun and Old Kai were intently watching the scene on Arena 4. He Yun-chun's lips curled into a smile of anticipation as he murmured, "Let's see what you're really capable of." Old Kai, sitting beside him, nodded lightly and added, "Indeed. Let's hope he doesn't disappoint us." It turned out that Qin Ye's battle had been meticulously arranged by them. They wanted to test whether Qin Ye's Juga could defeat the level 59 Water Thunder Turtle with Near King potential. If successful, they planned to fully support Juga's evolution to level 50. Even if he fought to a close draw and lost, they would still offer some support. Only if he lost quickly would Qin Yi need to rely on subsequent battles to secure a spot. However, Qin Yi was unaware of the battle's significance and was still brooding over his bad luck. As the battle commenced, Qin Yi transmitted a message to Juga. "This opponent isn't simple. Start with Li hexagram to test the waters." Juga understood the intention and immediately released the Li hexagram. In an instant, a massive fireball formed in the sky, followed by countless smaller fireballs shooting towards the water thunder turtle. Wu and calmly commanded, "Extinguish them." The water thunder turtle slightly raised its head, and droplets of water appeared around it. In the next moment, these droplets flashed with a hint of lightning and shot towards the incoming fireballs like bullets. The air was filled with the sound of explosions. The small fireballs didn't immediately extinguish but burst into brilliant fireworks when struck by a second droplet. Seeing this, Qin Yi couldn't help but exclaim, "This turtle is pretty strong." Cat's sister beside him was unimpressed. "The turtle is actually weaker. If it were truly level 59, those water droplets wouldn't be able to quench the fireballs." She glanced at the monitoring equipment and thoughtfully said, "You've probably been set up." Qin Yi suddenly realized, "Yeah, I just thought of that too." Cat's sister urged, "Then finish it quickly. End it soon and show them our strength, so they can plan accordingly." Qin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile as he immediately transmitted to Juga, "Release the 4 symbols and summon those 4. Juga, momentarily pausing in his fireball barrage, quickly adjusted and began to release the 4 symbols. With Juga's low growl, red, yellow, blue, and green arrays rapidly formed around them. "Stop him!" Wuan shouted. The water thunder turtle continued to shoot small water droplets at the fireballs while beginning to condense several large water spheres. This reduced the number of small droplets, allowing some fireballs to break through and head towards the turtle. Wu frowned and decisively ordered, "Ignore the distant ones. Deal with the close ones first." The water thunder turtle understood and, while launching the large water spheres, used newly formed small droplets to intercept the approaching fireballs. Just as the water spheres were about to hit Zhuge, the roar of a dragon and the cry of a tiger suddenly echoed. A white tiger, more accurately, a golden tiger, appeared in front of Zhuge. With a single swipe of its paw, the remaining water spheres turned into mist. The golden tiger roared, its eyes fiercely locked on the water thunder turtle, and charged without hesitation. At the same time, the wood dragon and red-feathered bird joined the fray, while the snake turtle, surrounded by a serpent, stayed by Zhuge's side to guard him. The battle quickly escalated, and the situation on the field changed rapidly. Among the four summoned creatures, Qingyi felt that the serpent turtle was the most similar to the four divine beasts. It closely resembled the Xuanwu from his memory, and this was no coincidence. The serpent turtle's tears used by Zhuge were a rare natural treasure composed of the tears of numerous snakes and turtles, without a specific original form. Therefore, the resulting serpent turtle bore such a striking resemblance. As for the other three beasts, although they did not closely resemble the four divine beasts, they still carried traces of their essence. The moment the four beasts appeared, the control room erupted in excitement. Everyone stared intently at the screens, especially when the golden tiger easily dispersed the water droplets, causing exclamations to burst out one after another. "What kind of skill is this?" someone asked excitedly. "Summoning skill," another person replied. "No kidding, I know it's a summoning skill." The questioner snapped. "I mean, do you know what specific skill this is?" "No idea." People around shook their heads. Old Kai gazed at Battle Arena number 4, where the four beasts were fiercely attacking the water thunder cloud turtle. He listened to the heated discussions around him, eyes gleaming with excitement as he murmured, "Is this what the four symbols turtle means?" "Very likely." He and Chun licked his lips and analyzed. Dragon, bird, tiger, turtle, these are exactly the four beasts. If these four don't represent the four symbols, then why not summon 5, 6, or just 3? Old Kai closely observed the attribute glows on the four beasts and began to deduce the evolution method of the four symbols turtle, metal, wood, water, fire, and the earth attribute of the rock spirit turtle itself. Are these 5 attributes what evolve into the four symbols turtle? "Are you going to try?" He and Chun turned and asked. Old Kai shook his head slightly. "I'm just thinking. Even if I wanted to try, I would ask Qingyi first." He and Chun, watching the water thunder cloud turtle being relentlessly beaten by the three beasts, said excitedly, "It's worth a shot." The strength displayed by the three beasts, aside from the serpent turtle protecting Zhuge, is already sufficient for us to attempt it. Her eyes sparkled with ambition. If we can truly figure out how to evolve the four symbols turtle, it would be a tremendous breakthrough for our summoning federation. The power these three beasts have shown is indeed quite formidable. Wu watched in silence as his Shui Lei Yungue was continuously pushed back by the coordinated attacks of the three beasts. Seeing the dire situation, he decisively shouted, "I concede. Stop." Upon hearing this, Qingyi immediately signaled Zhuge to cease the attack. The golden tiger retracted its claws that were poised in midair, while the wood dragon and the scarlet-feathered bird halted their imminent skills. The referee announced, "In the first match at Battle Arena number 4, Qingyi wins." Qingyi instructed Zhuge to deactivate all its skills and walked over to it, retrieving a fruit from the summoning space and handing it to the beast. "Good job. It wasn't hard at all," Zhuge replied cheerfully, swallowing the fruit in one gulp and thinking that it could keep fighting forever if it got a green-grade treasure after each battle. As Qingyi was about to leave, Wuan's voice called out, "You're strong." Qingyi turned around and, seeing the serious expression on Wuan's face, smiled. "So are you." Wuan gave Qingyi a long, deep look before turning and walking away. Qingyi also left the battlefield. "That kid is really unwilling to accept defeat," Cat's sister remarked while watching Wuan's retreating figure. "Doesn't matter if he doesn't like it. Losing is losing," Qingyi said with a lazy yawn, strolling around with Cat's sister. He paid no mind to Wuan's gaze. "Which contract beast do you think that was for him?" Cat's sister asked. "It's either his second or third," Qingyi analyzed. Typically, summoners upgrade their contract beasts in the order they were contracted. If this was his fourth contract beast, then his first 3 would all be at level 59 or higher. The requirement for a master-level summoner is 2 level 60 contract beasts, and 1 with a king potential. Qingyi paused for a moment before continuing. If he doesn't have a beast with king potential, then it's possible this is his 4th or even 5th contract beast. He might have heard about the Grand Turtle Tournament and contracted a turtle-type spirit beast just to try his luck. "You really think a lot," Cat's sister said, impressed. Qingyi laughed. "But the odds are low. It's likely his second or third contract beast. He probably thinks no one would be foolish enough to use their 4th or 5th contract slot for a low-potential beast just to gamble on a tournament. Given the tournament's restrictions, aiming for the top 3 is incredibly tough. It's as hard as finding a spirit beast with an initial potential of a leader, if not harder. Time passed quickly, and at 10:30, Qin Yi faced his second opponent. The opponent's storm spirit turtle was level 57, wind element, with mid-level lord potential. After reviewing its stats, Qin Yi had Zhuge swiftly defeat it. At 11:30, 1:30, and 2:30, the next 3 opponents were of average strength, and Zhuge quickly dispatched them, earning Qin Yi a 5-win streak. Finally, it's over, Qin Yi said as he heard the referee announce the result. He gave Zhuge another fruit and then left the training ground, driving his Win UM11 out of the base. That night, all the judges and referees from both bases held a video conference. Old Kai sat at the head, confirming that everyone had watched the final selection videos before starting the voting. The list of 40 candidates appeared on their phones, and they all cast their votes. Moments later, Old Kai looked at the results with a satisfied smile. Looks like your eyes aren't failing you. Everyone praised Qin Yi's strength and discussed his spirit beast. Old Kai laughed. Alright, let's now discuss how to evolve the 4 symbols turtle. Old Kai, do you know the attributes of his 4 symbols turtle? Someone asked in the video. Old Kai was taken aback, but then said, hold on a moment. He stood up and dialed Qin Yi's number, telling everyone, you all continue the discussion. I'll take this outside. When Qin Yi answered, Old Kai asked directly, Qin Yi, could you tell me the attributes of your 4 symbols turtle? Qin Yi hesitated for a moment, but decided to trust Old Kai. Please don't tell anyone else. Zhuge's attribute is fate. It started as an earth attribute and transformed into fate as its power grew. What? Old Kai exclaimed in shock. Qin Yi held the phone away from his ear, then brought it back. Old Kai, still excited, said, Qin, thank you for sharing this crucial information with an old man like me. I promise I won't tell a soul. I'll get you the resources you need. This turtle will evolve, I guarantee it. Thank you, Old Kai. Good luck. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Is this old man really that impressive? Cat's sister shook her head with a hint of disbelief, her eyes reflecting a trace of doubt. She continued, guaranteed evolution? Does he even know the requirements for Zhuge to evolve into a bagua turtle? Meow, maybe Mrs. Kai got too excited. Qin Yi chuckled softly, a sly glint in his eyes. But don't underestimate Old Kai. He might just pull out a piece of a broken bagua stone tablet. Cat's sister glanced at Qin Yi with a touch of disdain in her voice. If you're talking about that, you might as well say he has some fate attribute heavenly treasure. Besides, you've seen broken bagua stone tablets before. They don't display attributes. Haha, true. Qin Yi laughed heartily, then said more seriously, let's not speculate. We'll know in a few days what hell actually bring. Meanwhile, Old Kai, who had just hung up the phone, was still brimming with excitement, pacing back and forth in his room. His heart raced with excitement. A fate attribute. The 4 symbols turtle has a fate attribute. Unbelievable. However, as he recalled his earlier promise, a bitter smile appeared on Old Kai's face. He muttered to himself, I must be getting senile. Where am I supposed to find a fate attribute heavenly treasure? Although fate attributes are on par with time and space attributes, they are just as rare and hard to come by. Old Kai sighed, never mind. I'll get some heavenly treasures that increase the evolution probability for Qin Yi. That should suffice. After some thought, he organized his words and returned to the meeting room. As soon as Old Kai re-entered the meeting room, everyone fell silent. He scanned the room, observing the curious looks on their faces, and smiled. I've inquired about the 4 symbols turtle's attribute. It's a common attribute. He delivered this with a straight face, and if Qin Yi were present, he might have believed it too. The room erupted in discussion. Someone confidently said, haha, I guessed right. It really is a common attribute. Another person analyzed, with so many attributes, it's normal for a common one to be prevalent. Someone else raised a question. But the 4 symbols turtle's initial spirit beast was a little rock turtle. It must have encountered a high-quality, heavenly treasure. Old Kai listened for a while, then tapped the table to signal for silence. Once he had everyone's attention, he continued, alright, let's discuss what resources we should provide Qin Yi to give his turtle a chance at winning the championship. His words sparked a heated discussion among the crowd. The next day, at the same time and place, Qin Yi noticed that the number of participants was significantly lower than yesterday. Besides him, there were only 5 others. We've got quite a few people selected here, Qin Yi murmured to himself. Cat's sister responded nonchalantly. After all, it's base 1. Qin Yi looked around and continued. 2 kings, 3 potential kings, still a bit low on potential. He calculated in his mind. 6 people were selected from base 1, 3 of whom have turtles with potential king-level attributes. What does this mean? At most, only 7 king-level potential turtles can represent the Spirit Summoning Federation in the Great Turtle Tournament. And that's the best-case scenario. No wonder we can't win the championship with this potential. Qin Yi sighed inwardly. Cat's sister's gaze landed on Wu and not far away, reminding him, That kid from yesterday is here too? Cheney nodded in understanding. It's normal for him to be here. A level 59 water thunder cloud turtle is no joke. From the past 3 days of matches, the only turtles that could definitely beat the water thunder cloud turtle were his and the two with king level potential. But even so, they would only appear strong here. In the Great Turtle Tournament, they might not make much of a splash. Soon, Old Kai approached them and smiled. Look around, you should know by now. You 6 and 4 from Base 2 will represent the Spirit Summoning Federation in the Great Turtle Tournament on February 2nd. He then instructed, please send your clothing sizes to the group chat. We will be wearing matching outfits for the tournament. After Old Kai finished a series of instructions and added them to a group chat, he concluded, that's all for today. Remember to gather here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. We will head to Turtle Stone Nation together. With that, he gestured for Cheney to come over. Cheney, come here for a moment. Cheney immediately walked over. The others watched curiously, but Old Kai led Cheney to a nearby room without speaking further. Once inside, Old Kai took out a space ring from his spirit summoning space and handed it to Cheney. These are the resources we're giving you. Cheney was slightly taken aback and hesitated. Ah, this? Old Kai smiled and explained. Don't feel bad. They have resources too, but you're getting a bit more. Haha, thanks a lot, Old Kai. Cheney said gratefully, taking the space ring without further ado. Old Kai added, this space ring is also a benefit for you all. Thank you. You're really generous. Cheney expressed his gratitude. Haha, if you think we're generous, then you better work hard and bring glory to the Spirit Summoning Federation. Old Kai encouraged with a smile. I will do my best. Cheney nodded earnestly. Old Kai continued. Besides these, they'll take you to the evolution grounds in Turtle Stone Nation tomorrow. What are the evolution grounds? Cheney asked, puzzled. Evolution grounds are places that increase the probability of evolution, Old Kai explained. There are such places. Cheney exclaimed in surprise. Any place that matches the creature's attributes can be called an evolution ground, Old Kai elaborated. Cheney furrowed his brows, still somewhat confused. Old Kai continued. When you level up to 50 in an attribute matching environment, the chances of triggering the evolution light increase. Oh, I get it. Cheney nodded slightly. It's like the training grounds at our school. He had researched how to make his sword dog evolve earlier and had come across similar information. Old Kai nodded slightly. Yes, but the effect is much better. How much better? Cheney asked. Old Kai smiled. Turtle Stone Nation is full of turtle spirit beasts. How good do you think it is? That's great. Cheney's eyes lit up. Turtle Stone Nation being full of turtles meant their evolution grounds would be highly suitable for turtle spirit beasts, and the effect would be much better than the school's evolution grounds. It's good, but they don't have a fate attribute evolution ground, Old Kai added. That's... Cheney felt a bit disappointed. So it'll take you to a common attribute evolution ground, Old Kai explained. A common attribute? Do they have all attributes ones? Cheney asked. They do, but the effect is weaker, Old Kai replied. Then let's go to the all attributes one, Cheney decided. That works. Old Kai nodded slightly. He hadn't considered the all attributes evolution ground before. The land of all attribute evolution in Turtle Rock Kingdom may not be as effective as the specialized areas for single attributes, but it can accommodate spirit beasts of various attributes, especially benefiting turtle-type spirit beasts. Cheney thought about it, and realized that the 4-symbol turtle with the destiny attribute would evolve better here than in a general attribute area. Old Kai seemed to have read Cheney's mind and laughed heartily. Good thing I told you first. Otherwise, taking you to a general attribute evolution site would have been quite amusing. Cheney laughed along, understanding that even a general attribute evolution site wasn't bad. This is because most spirit beasts, aside from their main attribute, generally have the highest proportion of general attributes, which are the easiest to absorb and adapt to other attributes. Do we have to pay to use that evolution site? Cheney asked curiously, already knowing the answer. After all, even the evolution sites at Summoning University required points, so it was unlikely that Turtle Rock Kingdom's facilities would be free. Old Kai responded with a smile. Don't worry, we'll cover the cost. Thank you, Old Kai. Cheney shouted immediately, secretly delighted at this opportunity. Strictly speaking, this wasn't entirely free since he had to compete for the Summoning Federation to win championships and prestige. But to Cheney, it felt like a freebie, as the Federation wouldn't take back the rewards he would earn from winning. Old Kai patted Cheney on the shoulder. If you want to thank me, then fight well and make our Summoning Federation proud. Yes, I will. Cheney's expression turned serious. Old Kai nodded in satisfaction. Take your time to go through the resources I've given you. I'll be leaving now. I have preparations to make for the upcoming days. Cheney thanked him again and watched Old Kai leave, standing in place and lost in thought. Meow, what are you thinking about? Sister Cat waved her paw in front of Cheney's face. I'm wondering whether to check the resources in the space ring here or back at the hotel, Cheney replied. What are you thinking about? Of course, you should check them back at the hotel, Sister Cat said, exasperated. She had thought Chinyi was pondering something important. Chinyi laughed and left the room. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw a familiar figure coming out of the room on the left. It was Wu En, with a look of joy on his face. Wu En's smile faded slightly when he saw Chinyi. He nodded lightly and continued walking forward. Looks like he got something good, Sister Cat remarked. Seems like he might achieve master level soon, Chinyi analyzed. He guessed that Wu En's water thundercloud turtle's potential might be boosted to king level with the resources he received. With a king level potential contract beast, Wu En wouldn't be far from reaching master level. Meow, so that water thundercloud turtle is probably his first contract beast, Sister Cat speculated. That must be it. Otherwise, if he reaches master level because of the water thundercloud turtle and can't participate in the grand turtle tournament, that would be interesting, Chinyi said with a smile, watching Wu En's back. He shouldn't be that foolish. Sounds about right, Meow, Sister Cat agreed. Back at his place, Chinyi released Juga and his other contract beasts from the summoning space, then sat on the sofa and took out the space ring Old Kai had given him. Boss, what's that good stuff? Luo Duck asked curiously. A space ring. Inside are the resources Old Kai gave for Juga, Chinyi said as he began inspecting the items inside the ring. In the 5 square meter space within the ring, there were 2 fruits and a leaf. Chinyi took them out and placed them on the coffee table. Shuanchi fruit, quality, yellow, Chinyi introduced. Grown on a purple quality Shuanchi tree, tasteless, promotes internal energy digestion, and enhances energy absorption. Taoyuan fruit, quality, yellow. Grown on a yellow quality Taoyuan fruit tree, sweet in taste, enhances internal energy, best for general attributes. Huachi tea leaf, quality, yellow. Grown on a purple quality Huachi tea tree, very bitter, promotes internal energy digestion, and clears energy residue. After reading the introductions of the 2 fruits and 1 leaf, Chinyi sighed. The Summoning Federation sure has a lot of good stuff. What quality are they? Sister Cat asked. All yellow quality. No purple quality? Nope. How stingy. Sister Cat muttered under her breath. Chinyi chuckled. Purple quality natural treasures aren't that easy to come by. Chinyi looked at Sister Cat in silence before continuing. The value of these 3 yellow quality natural treasures is not less than that of an ordinary purple quality one. Sister Cat yawned lazily, her eyes showing a hint of curiosity. What do they do? Chinyi pointed to the 2 fruits and 1 leaf on the coffee table and introduced them one by one. This is the Shuanchi fruit, the Taoyuan fruit, and the Huachi tea leaf. He then briefly explained their effects. After hearing this, Sister Cat nodded slightly, a trace of approval in her eyes. Their effects are indeed good. They're quite suitable for Little Turtle. Kai Lao and the others really put in the effort. Chinyi sighed softly. In his view, giving 3 yellow quality natural treasures was already quite generous of them. Chinyi was well aware that getting a purple quality natural treasure was highly unlikely. He had participated in the contest for the poison fruit and the lava fruit and knew how difficult it was for an ordinary person to obtain a purple quality natural treasure. The authorities wouldn't allow it to be given away easily. He pondered that if he had a 7,080 chance of winning the Grand Turtle Tournament, the authorities might consider giving a purple quality natural treasure to boost his chances. But since his turtle, Juga, was only at level 49, not 57 or 58, the authorities wouldn't take that risk. More importantly, they hadn't won the Grand Turtle Tournament in several years. The authorities seemed no longer in a hurry and felt there was no need to spend a fortune to compete. If they didn't win this year, there was always next year. Chinyi recalled why the authorities had given up. When Guishur country first restricted them, the authorities had fought hard for 10 years. During those 10 years, they provided the strongest contestants with purple quality natural treasures, and some even received more than one. However, 10 years of effort yielded only 1 championship. This meager result made the authorities lose their fighting spirit instantly. The disparity between effort and reward was so severe that they had to give up. Chinyi sighed deeply, feeling the authorities' sense of helplessness and frustration. On the afternoon of January 29th, in Turtle Stone Nation, Chinyi stood at the back of the group, curiously observing the Turtle Stone Nation citizens conversing with Elder Kai not far away. These beings, though humanoid, retained many turtle-like features. The leaders, however, looked almost indistinguishable from humans, sparking Chinyi's curiosity. Did they consume some kind of transformation treasures? Chinyi mentally communicated with the cat on his shoulder. The cat sister responded calmly, most likely something like human-shaped fruits or human-shaped grass. These treasures aren't of the highest quality but are easy to mass-produce. The effectiveness depends on individual talent. To fully transform into a human form, one needs to be at least level 60. Chinyi nodded in understanding, glancing at those who still had partial turtle features carrying various turtle shells, heads still turtle-like, hands resembling turtle claws. Further away, there were some completely untransformed giant turtles, small in size but exuding powerful auras. They must be deliberately controlling their forms, right? Chinyi speculated. Meow, pretty much, the cat sister softly agreed. Soon, Elder Kai finished his cordial conversation and led the group towards a luxurious hotel not far away. This splendid building was the complimentary accommodation prepared by Turtle Stone Nation. Upon entering the hotel lobby, Chinyi couldn't help but exclaim, "It's huge." The space was 3 to 4 times larger than what they were used to. The cat sister remained unfazed. Turtles are large, so naturally, the rooms are big too. It's normal. She was long accustomed to such scenes, as were most around them. Only a few, like Chinyi, still maintained a sense of wonder. Sunhong handed Chinyi a black room card. "This is your room key?" "Thank you, Sister Sunday." Chinyi accepted the card and glanced at the number. 808. Elder Kai looked around at everyone and announced, "After you get your room key, you can go check out your rooms. We'll have a brief meeting in room 888 in an hour." Dismissed. The crowd dispersed towards the elevators in small groups, and Chinyi silently followed. Standing in front of room 808, Chinyi was stunned by the 3-meter-high, 2-meter-wide door. After swiping the card, he reached out to push the door but surprisingly passed right through it. "Just walk in." The cat sister had already jumped into the room. Chinyi blinked in surprise and muttered, "So advanced." He followed her inside and turned back to touch the door, feeling its solid presence. "It's a real door." "It is indeed real," the cat sister explained, "just with some spatial attributes." Chinyi looked around and remarked, "It's really spacious, but a bit unfriendly to us." He lay down on the oversized sofa and summoned his companions, including Zhuge. The small animals were amazed by the new environment, except for Luo Duck, who was only interested in fighting. Chinyi reassured him, "For the next few days, except for Zhuge, you probably won't have any battles." Luo Duck lay down in disappointment, releasing his soul spirit and ship spirit. The ship spirit flew curiously to the window, while Chinyi took photos of the view and sent them to his family group and ECC. After a moment, he sat down to browse the books on the coffee table. Several minutes later, the meeting in room 888 concluded. Sunhong approached Chinyi and succinctly said, "Follow me." Seeing Chinyi's puzzled expression, she added, "To the evolution grounds." Chinyi nodded in understanding after listening to Sunhong's explanation. "Thanks for clarifying," he murmured. Sunhong smiled and shook her head, then led Chinyi out of the meeting room. Walking side by side down the spacious hallway, Sunhong began to explain their next destination in detail. "We're heading to a place called the Wan Hua Turtle Pond for evolution. Since we're summoners, we can bring our contracted beast with us. However, there's a restriction: only one contracted beast is allowed at a time. If you want to bring a second one, you'll need to pay extra." Chinyi nodded lightly to show he understood. He was quite familiar with such rules. Whether it was here or at the Summoner University's evolution sites, it was always a matter of paying for a slot. Even the regular training grounds, though provided as a school benefit, would require payment if used externally. Sunhong continued, "There are other rules at Wanhua Turtle Pond, such as no fighting and no using skills or abilities." As they exited the hotel, Sunhong took out a small storage ball and tossed it lightly. A sleek, luxurious hovercar materialized out of thin air. She turned to Chinyi and summarized, "That's about it. Essentially, you just go there to train quietly." Chinyi nodded in agreement. "Sounds similar to the ones back home." "Exactly. The rules are pretty much the same everywhere," Sunhong said as she opened the car door, gesturing for Chinyi to get in. "I have some errands to run after dropping you off, so you'll need to find your way back." Chinyi acknowledged with a nod and settled into the passenger seat. Sunhong started the navigation, and the car smoothly headed towards Wanhua Turtle Pond. Before long, they arrived at a breathtaking sight of a vast pond situated on the back of a gigantic turtle, shrouded in ethereal mist and brimming with spiritual energy. After dropping Chinyi off at the entrance, Sunhong left. Holding his token, Chinyi walked into the pond area, immediately feeling a comfortable energy enveloping him. He noticed that the token served as both an ID and a timer. The moment he stepped into Wanhua Turtle Pond, the timer started, indicating the beginning of his paid time. Chinyi inquired about the costs and found out that the entry fee was 1 million star coins for 24 hours, with an additional charge of 100,000 star coins per hour thereafter. Although it seemed expensive, the benefits made it a reasonable price. Walking along a misty path, Chinyi couldn't help but ask, "Can we get our hands on a place like this?" A voice from the void, belonging to Cat's sister, replied, "In theory, yes, but in practice, it's very complicated. Plus, with our current strength, it would be hard to maintain such a place." "That's fine," Chinyi said, looking down at Zhuge by his feet. "Take your time and find the spot that feels most comfortable. Once we've made a full circle, let me know where you want to stay." Zhuge nodded slightly. It had entered the pond with Chinyi, while Cat's sister had sneaked in using her dimensional abilities. Cat's sister continued, "An evolution site is essentially a place with concentrated single-attribute energy. For instance, the waterfall we found in Black Cloud Mountain is a small-scale evolution site. Chenyi was surprised. That counts too. Of course it does, Cat's sister replied. But after we moved it, you couldn't maintain that environment. Chenyi fell silent, finally grasping the complexity. It required not only immense strength but also substantial financial resources. Most importantly, strength was needed to relocate a place like the Black Cloud Mountain waterfall. With resources, profits would naturally follow. Sensing Chenyi's thoughts, Cat's sister reminded him, it's not that simple. If it were, evolution sites wouldn't be so rare. Chenyi chuckled awkwardly. Cat's sister went on, simple evolution sites are everywhere, but ones like Wanhua Turtle Pond are truly rare. Only sites of this caliber can generate significant revenue. Lesser sites like the Black Cloud Mountain waterfall have some benefits, but they aren't as impactful. With your past strength, you could easily find such places, so why would anyone pay for them? Chenyi nodded, understanding her point. Most people wouldn't spend money on lower-tier evolution sites like the Black Cloud Mountain waterfall. Although some profit could be made, it would be limited. The maintenance costs and entrance fees for both types of sites were on entirely different levels. After a moment of silence, Chenyi asked, have we ever encountered an evolution site of Wanhua Turtle Pond's caliber before? Yes, Cat's sister replied with a faint smile. We've been to places even more powerful. Chenyi furrowed his brow before exclaiming, the ghostly mist sea. Exactly, Cat's sister said. The ghostly mist sea is far more potent, but it's only suitable for ghost-type spirit beasts to evolve. Chenyi licked his lips in excitement. Can we move the ghostly mist sea? Cat's sister glanced at him helplessly. You're dreaming. Chenyi laughed sheepishly. But it should be possible, right? Sister Cat casually remarked. Transportation is feasible, but to move that place, you'd need at least a myth-level space attribute power. She elaborated. By myth, I mean a level 100 space attribute spirit beast with mythic potential. Only space attributes can manage this. Other attributes lack the capability. Chenyi was slightly taken aback. Is it really that terrifying? Sister Cat nodded vigorously, her expression serious. Extremely terrifying. But for you, it doesn't require such high strength. Why? Chenyi asked curiously. A sly glint appeared in Sister Cat's eyes. Because you have the mysterious mist vessel. With its help, as long as my potential reaches myth level, we could attempt it at level 80. If level 80 doesn't work, level 90 certainly will. Even without mythic potential, at level 100, with the mysterious mist vessel's support, we could still move it. If you could upgrade the mysterious mist vessel to a 7-color quality, we might be able to try even sooner. Noticing that Sister Cat seemed more excited than himself, Chenyi gave her a strange look. Why do you seem more thrilled about this than I am? Sister Cat sighed regretfully. Meow, because I've never tried it before. I used to focus solely on improving my strength and potential, never thinking about making money. If I had thought about making money earlier, I wouldn't be so poor now. The money-making ability of the space attribute far surpasses other attributes, like creating space teleportation arrays or forging space rings. You'll have plenty of opportunities in the future. Chenyi quickly waved his hand. No, no, no. A few attempts will be enough. What's wrong? Don't you want to try more? Sister Cat asked, puzzled. Chenyi explained. Moving places like the mysterious mist sea would attract a lot of hatred. Such high-level evolution grounds are priceless for any planet. Moving it secretly is one thing, but if discovered, they definitely won't let it slide. Sister Cat suddenly understood. You're right. Let's talk about this later. Only then did Chenyi realize he had overlooked this aspect. Such high-level evolution grounds are not easily moved. If it were just one person, it might be manageable, but with a group or even a federation behind it, one must be extremely cautious. After all, if moving the treasure recklessly leads to war, it would be a huge problem. Chenyi looked at the crystal-clear pond in front of him and turned to ask Zhuge, is this the place? Zhuge nodded gently, taking a comfortable breath. Chenyi took out a soothing fruit from his storage space and handed it to Zhuge. Without hesitation, Zhuge bit into it and, after eating, let out a satisfied burp. Watching this, Chenyi's lips curled into a slight smile. He then released the spirit summoning eye on Zhuge. Species: 4 symbols turtle. Level: 49,81,100. Attributes: Fate 45. Earth attribute 40. Potential: King 17100. Talents: Thorny Shell, Rock Spirit Power, 4 symbols, Kurin Hexagram, Li Hexagram, DUI Hexagram, Qian Hexagram. Skills. Description: During this period of accumulation at school, Zhuge's level had reached 49, and his potential had risen from near king to king. His attribute had finally become Fate, no longer Earth. Satisfied, Chenyi closed Zhuge's panel and looked at Zhuge breathing evenly on the grass not far away, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. He gently sat down beside Zhuge, observing the subtle changes after Zhuge consumed the Xuanqi fruit. Qingyi wasn't worried that the Xuanxi fruit would push Zhuge directly to level 50. After all, the Xuanxi fruit is a heavenly treasure that aids energy rather than directly boosting it. Moreover, the leap from level 49 to 50 is even harder than from 50 to 51. One fruit's effect should be within control, but another one might be risky. Out of caution, Qingyi decided not to let Zhuge consume the remaining 2 fruits for now. However, if this Xuanxi fruit could help Zhuge condense his 5th Bagua talent, Qingyi wouldn't hesitate to let him continue consuming the remaining heavenly treasures. With this hope, Qingyi quietly waited for the fruit's effect to manifest. At this moment, Cat's sister jumped to the side and said to Qingyi, "I'm going out for a walk. It's a bit boring staying here." Qingyi nodded lightly. "All right." Then, Cat's sister quietly disappeared. Qingyi took out his phone and started studying. 2 hours later, Zhuge suddenly opened his eyes. An invisible aura burst out from his body, spreading in all directions. Qingyi immediately looked at Zhuge, and the spreading aura ceased and dissipated into the air. Did it work? A look of surprise appeared on Qingyi's face, and he eagerly activated his spirit awakening eyes. Yes, it's the Can trigram. Zhuge also showed a joyful expression. For months, he hadn't been able to condense the 5th trigram, and as he approached level 50, he felt quite anxious. Now, with the 5th trigram finally appearing, Zhuge was filled with joy, and the invisible pressure vanished. He could finally relax again. Qingyi came to Zhuge's side and gently patted his little head. "You've worked hard." As a spirit summoner, he understood the pressure Zhuge was under, but chose not to mention it to avoid adding to Zhuge's burden. Even if Zhuge hadn't condensed the 5th trigram by level 50, Qingyi might have been a bit puzzled, but wouldn't have been overly concerned. To him, everything seemed preordained, just like Zhuge's fate attribute. Zhuge comfortably rubbed against Qingyi's hand. After a while, Qingyi carefully examined Zhuge's panel. Species: 4 symbols turtle. Level: 49,91,100. Attribute: Fate. Fate: 47. Earth: 38. Potential: King 30100. Talents: Thorny Turtle Shell, Power of Rock Spirits, 4 symbols, Kuan Trigram, Li Trigram, Dui Trigram, Qian Trigram, Kan Trigram. Skills: Kan Trigram. The Kan Trigram of the 8 trigrams enhances one's insight and adaptability, allowing one to perceive the essence and patterns of things and make quick adjustments. This passive talent is impressive. Qingyi silently praised. With the Kan Trigram, Zhuge's Li Trigram fireballs could precisely target enemy weak points rather than aimlessly attack. More importantly, Zhuge's improved adaptability meant Qingyi could reduce his commands, giving Zhuge more freedom to act. As Qingyi pondered the potential enhancements from this new talent, Zhuge spoke up, "Boss, what's up?" Qingyi looked at Zhuge. After the Kan trigram appeared, I sensed another trigram. Zhuge continued. "What?" Qingyi exclaimed, his pupils slightly dilating. "After condensing the Kan trigram, I sensed it, and it's almost ready to be condensed too," Zhuge explained. Qingyi fell silent for a moment before realizing. "No wonder your 5th trigram took so long to appear." Zhuge shared his thoughts. "Boss, I think I was condensing 2 trigrams at once, one openly and one in the background." "That seems to be the case." Qingyi smiled, his thoughts aligning with Zhuge's. "So, what should I do now, boss?" Zhuge asked. Qingyi smiled. "First, consolidate your abilities. In half an hour, we'll go to the nearby training room and let Luo Duck and the others test how strong your skills are with the new talent." Although the owner of the Wanhuagui original pool prohibited using skills within the pool, he had built several free training rooms outside for guests with time credits. Those without time credits needed to pay. "All right," Zhuge responded, and then closed his eyes to consolidate his abilities. Seeing Zhuge enter a state of cultivation, Qingyi called for Cat's sister in his mind. Moments later, Cat's sister appeared in front of Qingyi, puzzled. "What's up?" "The 5th trigram has appeared." Qingyi smiled. "So soon?" Cat's sister was slightly surprised. "Not just the 5th trigram. If everything goes well, the 6th trigram should appear when he reaches level 50. You're saying the little turtle was condensing 2 trigrams at once?" "Yes." Qingyi nodded lightly, briefly recounting what had happened. Meow Cat's sister came to her senses. "With 2 more trigrams, our chances of winning the championship are even higher." "Yes, the chances have increased a lot." Qingyi smiled. "If we can trigger the light of evolution, then..." Qingyi didn't finish, but he already had a plan in mind. As long as their opponents didn't have spirit beasts with near totem level potential, they had at least a 50% chance of winning the championship. "Believe in the little turtle, especially since he last evolved at level 30, Cat's sister said calmly. "I never doubted him." Qingyi smiled slightly, his gaze once again falling on Zhuge, who was quietly lying down. In a training room outside the Wanhuagui Yuan pool, Luoya swung his black blade, eyes fixed on Zhuge not far away. His movements were uninterrupted, but his eyes gleamed with astonishment. "Wow, Your talent is incredible, Luoya exclaimed, his voice filled with shock and admiration. Since Zhuge had acquired the Contrigram, Luoya hadn't been able to slice through multiple small fireballs for several minutes. The fireballs Zhuge released came from different directions and at tricky angles, making them difficult for Luoya to handle. Qinyi, standing nearby and observing, decided the test had gone on long enough. He called out, "That's enough." As soon as he spoke, Zhuge dispelled the Li trigram. Luoya also put down his black blade, which instantly transformed back into a soul spirit. "What's the effect of your talent? It's so strong," Luoya asked again, his voice full of curiosity. Zhuge calmly replied, "It's my new talent, the Contrigram. The effect is..." After hearing the explanation, a hint of envy flashed in Luoya's eyes. He too desired such a talent, which would undoubtedly enhance his combat skills. Qinyi glanced at Luoya and then turned to Jian Quan. "Your turn." Upon hearing this, Jian Quan quickly drew his sword and approached Zhuge eagerly, clearly impatient after seeing Luoya's reaction. Qinyi continued, "Let Jian Quan experience it too, and let's test some other skills." "Got it," Jian Quan responded, and a new round of testing began. The next day at 2 p.m., at the Wanhua Gue Yuan pool, Qinyi watched Zhuge from a distance. Zhuge had just consumed the Qi transformation tea and was now enveloped in the light of evolution. Qinyi finally felt relieved, a slight smile appearing on his lips. "He's evolving," Qinyi said softly, then turned to Sister Cat floating nearby. "Do you think Zhuge's potential will reach the totem level?" Sister Cat answered without hesitation, "No. Reaching totem level potential isn't that easy." "How do you know?" Qinyi asked with a smile. "Just a feeling," Meow. Sister Cat continued. "If Little Turtle had a complete set of trigrams, it might be possible, but as it stands, totem level is out of reach. However, reaching above semi-totem level shouldn't be a problem." Qinyi nodded slightly, agreeing with her assessment. As they chatted, the light of evolution began to fade, and Zhuge's figure gradually became visible. Qinyi noticed with surprise that Zhuge seemed to have shrunk slightly. "What the? Did he shrink?" Qinyi exclaimed. "Meow. He can shrink?" Sister Cat was also surprised. Upon closer inspection, Qinyi realized that Zhuge had only shrunk a little, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "It's not too much, just a bit." As the light of evolution completely dissipated, the new Zhuge was revealed to everyone. He looked like an upgraded version of the Four Symbols turtle, with even more exquisite features. His dragon head appeared lifelike, as if a real dragon had descended. His limbs exuded the majesty of a tiger. His shorter tail was intricately designed, and his scales intertwined with feather-like patterns, creating a mysterious and profound appearance. Through the rising mist, Qinyi faintly saw the patterns of the 8 trigrams and taiji on Zhuge's thick turtle shell, as if they contained the ultimate truths of the universe. "This looks so powerful," Qinyi marveled, then activated his soul eye to check Zhuge's detailed information. Species: 8 trigrams turtle. Level: 52,100. Attributes: Fate 55, Earth 30. Potential: Semi-Totem 72100. Talents: Thorny Turtle Shell, Rock Spirit Power, 4 Symbols, Kuan Trigram, Li Trigram, Dui Trigram, Qian Trigram, Kan Trigram, Sun Trigram, 8 trigrams, 4 Symbols Birth 8 trigrams. Skills: 2 Elements Beginner, 2 Elements Birth 4 Symbols Beginner. Qinyi analyzed the data carefully. Fate attribute at 55, not bad at all. As expected, still not at totem level. 72100 is pretty good, just 28 points away. Probably will reach totem level at 60. Suddenly, Qinyi froze. "What's wrong?" Sister Cat asked curiously. 3 new talents. The 6th trigram has really been formed. Qinyi took a deep breath, eager to check the first new talent Sun Trigram. Sun Trigram. The Sun Trigram of the 8 trigrams increases agility and speed, allowing control over wind to create storm-like attacks, preventing enemies from approaching. It also enables swift movement and positional changes using wind power. With this talent, Zhuge's mobility won't be an issue, Qinyi said happily, moving on to the next new talent. Sister Cat grew impatient. "Meow. Be specific." "Hold on. Let me finish reviewing these talents." Qinyi focused on the second new talent. 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams consist of Kuan, Li, Dui, Qian, Kan, Sun, Zhan. In general, each trigram enhances the effects of all trigrams by 20. When all trigrams are possessed, the effects of all trigrams are tripled, rendering the previous enhancement null. Currently possessing 6 trigrams, the effects are boosted by 120. "Wow, this effect!" Qinyi exclaimed. 3 times 300. That's insane. Although Zhuge couldn't yet enjoy the strongest effect, Qinyi couldn't help but smile foolishly at the future possibilities. Sister Cat observed this and, after a moment of silence, couldn't wait any longer. "Say it. Hurry up, Meow." "Wait, just one more." Qingyi said, checking the last new talent. 4 symbols birth 8 trigrams. When the 4 symbols are present simultaneously, all existing 8 trigrams effects are activated. This is amazing. Truly amazing. Qingyi couldn't hold back his laughter. This talent was practically unbeatable, and he was already looking forward to having Luoya test Zhuge's new strength. Seeing Qingyi stop laughing, Sister Cat quickly asked, "Finished?" "Finished," Qingyi replied. Tell me," Sister Cat urged. "Hold on, let me catch my breath." Qingyi took a few deep breaths before explaining Zhuge's new talents in detail to Sister Cat. After hearing the explanation, Sister Cat fell silent again, clearly stunned by the impressive effects. Meow, meow, meow meow meow. Sister Cat suddenly broke down, clutching her head and shouting, "Why? Why did you have to tell me this?" Qingyi watched the scene unfold and discreetly signaled Zhuge to stay quiet. Zhuge understood and remained silent, closing his eyes and pretending to be in a meditative state. Once Sister Cat calmed down a bit, Qingyi walked over to her and gently patted her back, silently comforting her. He knew how she felt. Anyone would be upset in her shoes. Meow, Sister Cat looked up at Qingyi with a pitiful expression. "You have to help me reach the mythical level." Qingyi's face softened into a warm smile. "You're already on your way. When we first made our pact, you were only level 15 with a potential of 27,100, just shy of mythical. Now, after a few months, you're level 49, and your potential has risen to 40,100. You're only 60 points away from mythical potential." He didn't say more, but he knew that Sister Cat's rapid progress was due to her multiple resets. Hearing Qingyi's words, Sister Cat felt a bit more spirited and her mood lifted. She turned to look at Zhuge, who was still pretending to sleep. "Wake up, you silly turtle. Don't pretend to be asleep. I'm not that petty." Zhuge opened his eyes and gave a sheepish grin. Although he had accidentally consumed the incomplete 8 trigrams tablet, he knew that without Qingyi's ability to boost Sister Cat's potential, the consequences would have been dire. Hence, he felt both grateful and obedient towards her. "Tone down the mist around you. It's too flashy," Sister Cat continued. "We have a big match coming up, and you can't waste the precious resource I worked so hard to get." Zhuge nodded repeatedly and began to try to gather the surrounding mist. Soon, Qingyi noticed the ethereal aura around Zhuge dissipate, making him look much more ordinary. "That's good, just like that." Qingyi nodded in approval. Although Zhuge still didn't look completely ordinary, it was a significant improvement from his previous imposing presence. "Can you maintain this form in battle?" Qingyi asked. Zhuge thought for a moment. "I should be able to, but I might not be able to go all out. If I do, the mist will likely reappear." "That's fine. Save your full power for when they force your hand," Qingyi said with a smile. "Keep consolidating. I'll have Luoya and the others test you later." Zhuge nodded lightly and closed his eyes to continue his meditation. Seeing this, Sister Cat turned to Qingyi and asked, "Any new skills?" "Let me take a look." Qingyi checked the panel and discovered 2 new skills. As he read through the first skill, 2 elements, a strange expression crossed his face. It was a fortune-telling skill that could predict the luck for the next few days. "Fortune-telling? Like a charlatan?" Sister Cat asked curiously. Qingyi nodded and briefly explained the skill's effect. Sister Cat's interest was piqued. "We should try it out later." Qingyi then looked at the second skill. 2 elements give birth to 4 symbols, and his smile grew even wider. This skill allowed Zhuge to summon the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise, coexisting with the 4 symbols talent summoning. Sister Cat confirmed in astonishment. "Really? Summon the 4 symbols?" Qingyi explained that while the summoned 4 symbols might not be as powerful as those from the 4 symbols talent, they would undoubtedly add 4 powerful allies to Zhuge's arsenal. "Meow, let's try it when we get back," Sister Cat said. Looking at Zhuge, Qingyi marveled. Zhuge's evolution this time is truly a qualitative change. Sister Cat sighed. "Once he's done, you need to train him hard over the next few days. He has to master the 4 symbols summoning skill. Mastering it will be tough." Qingyi shook his head, "but at least he needs to achieve perfect proficiency. Without that, the 4 symbols won't be very effective. Perfect proficiency will do." "Meow," Sister Cat agreed. After a brief conversation with Cat Sister, Qingyi took out his phone and informed Elder Kai about Zhuge's evolution. In no time, Elder Kai called back. "Really?" Elder Kai's excited voice came through the receiver. "Yes, it just evolved recently," Qingyi replied with a smile. "Great, great." Elder Kai asked eagerly, "How's its combat power?" "We haven't tested it yet. It just completed its evolution. When do you plan to test it?" "Are you still at the Wanhua Turtle Pool?" "Yes, I'm right here. Don't leave. I'll be there immediately." Are you okay?" Qingyi asked, slightly concerned. "I'm fine." "All right, give me a call when you arrive." As soon as Qingyi finished speaking, the call ended. He murmured to himself, "So urgent." Then he opened his phone and started searching for the evolution sites for dark attributes. After the Wangu Turtle Tournament, the Sword Dog would be close to level 50. He needed to prepare in advance. Before long, Elder Kai's laughter echoed in the training room. Haha, we have a shot at the championship. Qingyi couldn't help but smile. Not far away, the battle between Zhuge and Luoduk was also coming to an end. Excellent. Elder Kai said cheerfully to Qingyi, it'll be tough these few days. But if Zhuge wins the championship, you'll be well rewarded. Thank you, Elder Kai. Qingyi quickly expressed his gratitude. Elder Kai waved his hand and asked, are you still planning to test? No, half an hour of testing should be enough. Qingyi replied. In his mind, he was calculating. Some skills haven't been tested, but that's okay. There's still time. More importantly, with Elder Kai present, he needed to hide some of Zhuge's true strength. During this half hour, he didn't let Zhuge use its newly learned talents and skills or enter its full power state. What Elder Kai saw was Zhuge in a concealed form. Want to come with me? Elder Kai asked. No, I'll look around the area. All right, then I'll leave first. Okay. Qingyi nodded, then returned Zhuge and Luo ducked to the summoning space and followed Elder Kai out of the training room. After seeing Elder Kai off, Qingyi didn't return to the training room. Instead, he drove to the nearby mall. He hadn't explored this area yet and planned to take a look around, grab some food, and then head back to the hotel. As night fell, Qingyi was alone in the hotel's training room, testing Zhuge's new talents and skills. This time, Luo Duck cooperated more enthusiastically. Cat's sister observed the 8 summoned beasts from a distance and remarked, there's a noticeable difference, but the beasts summoned by talent are still stronger than those summoned by skills. Which do you think looks cooler? Qingyi asked. The skills, Cat's sister replied without hesitation. Qingyi looked at the beasts summoned by skills and smiled. This was the 4 divine beasts of his memory. Although there were no references to Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuge, or Xuanwu here, as Zhuge's strength increased, it might be possible in the future. Luo Duck gripped its black blade excitedly, battling the 8 beasts. Qingyi noticed the envious sword dog nearby and said with a smile, you too, go experience the power of Zhuge's summoned beasts. Sword Dog happily agreed and joined the fray with its sword. After a while, Qingyi felt that the testing was sufficient and called out, Zhuge, enter full form. With a low growl, Zhuge's surroundings filled with mist as it instantly entered its full form, becoming elusive. Simultaneously, the strength of the 8 beasts visibly increased, and the 4 beasts that were nearly defeated by Luo Duck also recovered completely. Cat's sister observed, the beasts summoned by skills are still a bit weaker. Qingyi nodded, summarizing the differences between the two. Skill summons consume less energy, but the summoned beasts are easier to disperse and weaker than those summoned by talent. This might be related to skill proficiency, but even at peak performance, it would be hard to surpass the talent-summoned beasts. However, given the lower energy consumption, this was understandable. After testing the differences between the 4 divine beasts, Qingyi had Zhuge try out 2 new hexagrams. As for the 2 forms, he decided to wait until after the Wangu Turtle Tournament to test them slowly, to avoid affecting his mindset. Time flew, and soon it was 8 p.m. on February 1st. The opening ceremony of the Wangu Turtle Tournament took place as scheduled at Wangu Stadium. As a representative of the Summoning Federation, Qingyi entered the venue with the other 9 participants, guided by the host, facing tens of thousands of spectators. The thunderous cheers around him made Qingyi's heart surge with excitement as he waved the flag with the team. Once all the contestants had entered, the event organizer took the stage, first recounting the history of the Wangu Turtle Tournament, then introducing the current event. This year's Wangu Turtle Tournament selection phase will last for 30 days, with 142,127 participants. Qingyi was stunned. So many people qualified? Impressive. He realized that this number only represented those who met the entry requirements. The actual number of people wanting to participate was far higher. The strength of this planet was becoming clearer to him, especially given the sheer number of capable individuals in a single nation like Guishir country. As night fell, the Grand Turtle Race opening ceremony had just concluded. Qingyi and the other contestants quickly made their way to the meeting room of Hotel Room 888, the air thick with tension and anticipation. Inside the meeting room, Elder Kai stood at the podium, meticulously detailing information about their opponents. Qingyi curiously picked up the booklet on the table in front of him and began to flip through it. The pages were densely packed with detailed profiles of each contestant, accompanied by comparisons between their human and turtle forms. Turtle Hua Tian, Lava Dragon Turtle, level 57, Lava Attribute, Suspected Emperor Potential. Turtle Yuan He, Suspected Star Turtle, level 58, Star Attribute, Suspected Emperor Potential. Turtle Un, Suspected Dark Demon Turtle, level 59, Dark Attribute, Quasi-Emperor Potential. Qingyi browsed intently, marveling internally, this is truly an eye-opener. He particularly noted that a considerable number of contestants only had human form images, with no turtle form depicted. These contestants, who qualified based solely on their human forms, must possess formidable strength. Qingyi quietly committed these details to memory. After nearly an hour, the meeting finally ended. Qingyi left the meeting room with the group and returned to his quarters. He immediately summoned his companions, and Sister Cat eagerly inquired about the opening ceremony. Qingyi briefly summarized, "It was all right. They just introduced the 64 of us and then outlined tomorrow's matches." He then elaborated on his 4 matches scheduled for the next day, noting that his opponents were all high-level turtle spirit beasts with king-level potential. Sister Cat frowned upon hearing about the formidable opponents. "Why are they all king-level potential?" Qingyi explained. "Out of the 54 contestants, only 10 are confirmed quasi-kings, all at level 59. The rest are at least suspected kings, with 10 suspected quasi-emperors and 2 suspected emperors." Sister Cat exclaimed in surprise. "Turtle Stone Nation has quite the foundation." Qingyi nodded in agreement and then discussed the competition rewards. The champion could choose a random treasure from the Turtle Stone Nation's treasury, enjoy 7 days of training in the Turtle Origin Immortal Pool, and receive 1,000,000,000 star coins, among other generous rewards. The prizes for other placements were also quite substantial. Sister Cat, brimming with envy, remarked, "Wow, they are truly blessed." Turning to Zhuge, Qingyi encouraged, "Zhuge, there's a significant difference between the champion and runner-up rewards. If you want to be the champion, you'll need to give it your all." Zhuge's eyes sparkled with excitement as he nodded firmly. "Got it." Standing nearby, Luoya asked somewhat dejectedly, "Why isn't there a Grand Duck race for us?" Understandingly, Sister Cat explained, "If their competition rewards were as generous as Turtle Stone Nation's, I wouldn't let spirit summoners participate either. It's already quite nice that Turtle Stone Nation allows us to join." Qingyi agreed wholeheartedly. Seeing the lavish rewards, he felt that Turtle Stone Nation was quite generous. With such rewarding stakes, hosting the competition every 2 years would be more than justified. On February 2nd, the Grand Turtle Tournament began. In the Fire Turtle Stadium, Qingyi waited quietly in the contestants' lounge for his turn. The grouping from the previous night placed him in the 4th group, and the Fire Turtle Stadium was their battleground. Qingyi looked around, his thoughts drifting to the other stadiums in Turtle Stone Nation. Besides the Grand Turtle and Fire Turtle stadiums, there were also Gold Turtle, Wood Turtle, Water Turtle, and other elemental venues. Though he didn't know all the details, he was aware of the 9 main stadiums: Gold, Wood, Water, Fire, Earth, Wind, Rain, Thunder, and the Grand Turtle Stadium which hosted the opening ceremony. Qingyi suspected there might be more since the types of elements were numerous. Hovering near the floor-to-ceiling window, Sister Cat glanced at the densely packed audience of turtle spirit beasts and couldn't help but remark, "There are so many turtles out there, but I can still spot a few humans." Following her gaze, Qingyi indeed noticed a few spirit summoners in the crowd, attending with their contract beasts to gain experience. "Not many, but at least there are some," Sister Cat said nonchalantly. Qingyi added with a smile, "Plus, this tournament is being live-streamed." "What? It's being streamed?" Sister Cat turned her head in surprise. "Yes, but not on TV, on a streaming platform," Qingyi explained. He had learned this from old Kai in the conference room yesterday, and had been equally surprised. Sister Cat shook her head resignedly. "Well, it makes sense. After all, this is an annual tournament, even if it's not one from our Spirit Summoner Federation." Qingyi continued, "I checked yesterday. The viewership isn't huge, but it's decent. Who would watch a tournament where we can't win the championship?" Sister Cat scoffed, then looked at Qingyi with a knowing smile. "But this time is different. Are you ready to be in the spotlight?" Qingyi rolled his eyes at her. "The first match hasn't even started yet. What are you talking about?" "Meow." Sister Cat chuckled. "Aren't you going up soon?" Hearing the announcer's voice outside the window, Qingyi sighed lightly and said to Sister Cat, "Watch closely." "I'm going." Honestly, he felt his luck might have been used up in the past few days, as he drew the first match today. The contestants' lounge was a single room per person, so Qingyi was alone. Although he could bring support staff, he had declined, saying he didn't need them. "Wait, aren't you going to show Luoya and the others?" Sister Cat called after him. Qingyi paused, then with a thought, several summoning lights flashed around him. After giving a few brief instructions, he left the lounge. In the Fire Turtle Stadium, the announcer Turtle Hua Hao appeared in the center of the battlefield, enthusiastically greeting the audience. "Good morning, everyone. I'm Turtle Hua Hao, the host of Fire Turtle Stadium." After introducing himself, Turtle Hua Hao went on with some formalities. Moments later, he announced loudly, "Let's give a warm welcome to our first contestant from Xuangling City, Turtle Shuexian." Curious, Qingyi looked across the field. A woman in an icy blue dress walked out with an expressionless face. Qingyi was impressed. No wonder she's a king potential. Her human-like appearance was indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human. If he didn't know she was a turtle, he would have mistaken her for a human. As Turtle Shuexian reached the battlefield, Turtle Hua Hao turned to Qin Ye's direction and excitedly announced, "Next, Let's welcome our contestant from our ally, the Spirit Summoner Federation, Qinyi. With a slight smile, Qinyi walked out from the tunnel. Turtle Hua Hao continued. Qinyi is the first human contestant to appear in this Grand Turtle Tournament. Let's give him an even warmer applause. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers and applause, Qinyi reached the edge of the battlefield. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he summoned Zhuge. As the summoning light faded, Zhuge's small figure appeared on the battlefield. The audience erupted in exclamations and discussions. So small. What species is this turtle? Does anyone know? I can't tell, but it looks advanced. Turtle blind star, can you see it? Not at all. You can't see it. Yeah. Could this be an unexpected event? No way. His strength isn't that great. How do you know? You can't see it. Just a feeling. Meanwhile, on the streaming platform of the Spirit Summoner Federation, in the main live room of the Grand Turtle Tournament, a flurry of comments flew by. Where are the people? Why hasn't the broadcast started? Did they not buy the rights this time? They should have. Not necessarily. We haven't won a championship in 8 years. Has it been 8 years already? The restrictions in the Grand Turtle Tournament are too harsh on us. Just as the audience was buzzing with speculation, the black screen suddenly lit up, revealing 2 figures. Good morning, everyone. Jinwei cheerfully waved at the camera not far away. I'm Jinwei, your commentator for this Grand Turtle Tournament. This is my 6th time commentating the Grand Turtle Tournament. The comments section exploded. Whoa, it's you again. Brother Jin, you're still here. Brother Jin is amazing. Sticking around for 6 years. Brother Jin, who's the beautiful lady next to you? Introduce her. Looking at the flood of comments, Jinwei puffed out his chest and said, That's right, it's me again. I won't leave until we win the championship. As for the beautiful lady next to me, he pointed to the smiling woman beside him. Don't you think she looks familiar? Who is she? Should we know her? Wait, she's Tang Yinyu. Tang Yinyu. It's Tang Yinyu. Who's Tang Yinyu? First time here? Tang Yinyu was last year's runner-up in the Grand Turtle Tournament. As Tang Yinyu's information appeared on the screen, she waved at the camera with a smile. Hello everyone, I'm Tang Yinyu. Jinwei continued, That's right, this year, the main live room for the Grand Turtle Tournament will have me and Sister Yinyu bringing you the commentary. Alright, enough talk, let's switch to the main stage. The first commentary in the main live room will be the first match of the 4th group from the Fire Turtle Stadium. The contestants for this match are Turtle Shui Xian from Shuangling City and Qinyi from our Spirit Summoner Federation's Yihai City. Who is Qinyi? This question sparked a heated discussion in the livestream chat room. The comments flooded in like waves. Some people marveled at his good looks, others wondered if he was the Qinyi they knew, and some were curious about his identity. Jinwei, seeing the barrage of comments, decided to stop keeping everyone in suspense. He smiled and clarified, After reading so many comments, some of you guessed it right. Yes, he is indeed the Qinyi you know from Summoning University. This answer immediately caused an even bigger uproar in the chat room, filled with astonishment and admiration. Holy crap, it really is him. Is he a top student at Summoning University? Is he strong? Very strong. He got into Summoning University as the top student from Yihai City and is currently the #1 on the new ranking list at Summoning University. He has held the top spot since the beginning of the term. So strong. Why is he here? I thought high potential spirit beasts were banned from participating here. Did the rules change? Jinwei continued to explain, the rules haven't changed. His first spirit beast evolved from a small rock turtle. This response drew more skepticism from the audience. Are you kidding me? You're telling me that this guy, who summoned 4 massive beasts, evolved from a small rock turtle? Jinwei had to clarify again. It's true. Alright, everyone, calm down. Qin Ye's contracted beast did evolve from a small rock turtle. The official spirit beast evolution path has been verified by our turtle expert, Kai Fei. So please, no more doubts. As for the name of this evolved turtle, I don't know. It looks different from the one in the official guide because it has evolved. Its appearance has changed. Jinwei's tone held a hint of helplessness, but also excitement. Evolution meant increased strength, which undoubtedly boosted their chances of winning. He added, its previous species name was 4-element turtle. You can check the official spirit beast guide for more details. Alright, let's turn our attention back to the match. Jinwei turned to Tang Yinyu beside him and curiously asked, Yinyu, do you know the name of Zhuge's move? Tang Yinyu shook her head slightly. No, he hasn't uploaded Zhuge's talents and skills to the official guide, nor has he revealed the skill names. Mr. Jin, do you know what this skill is called? Jinwei laughed heartily. I don't know either. He keeps his secrets well. Whatever it's called, his 4 summoned beasts seem to have caught the opponent off guard. Just a while ago, in the Huaguo Stadium, the host Qiluo introduced, the one summoned by Qinyi is the actual contestant for this match, Zhuge. Applause erupted from the audience. Qiluo announced the start of the match. The first match of Group 4, Kueishuashin versus Zhuge begins now. Zhuge let out a low roar, and a massive yin-yang tai chi formation appeared beneath him. Simultaneously, 4 summoning lights appeared in the east, south, west, and north. Accompanied by dragon roars, tiger growls, bird cries, and turtle bellows, 4 figures emerged on the battlefield. This was the first time Zhuge had showcased his perfectly mastered Tai Chi Birth's 4 symbols in public. Sitting in the coach's seat, Qin Yi used his summoning soul eye to view Kueishuashin's panel. Species, Frost Turtle. Level, 59. Attribute, Ice. Potential, King. Qin Yi quietly closed the panel. Although the 10,000 Turtles tournament allowed summoners to participate, they were not allowed to command their turtle-type contracted beasts. Therefore, Zhuge's actions were entirely his own decisions. Last night, Qin Yi, Sister Mao, and the others discussed strategies with Zhuge. They decided to hold back certain skills and talents at the start, using them only if necessary, and to go all out if things didn't go well. They agreed to prioritize Tai Chi Birth's 4 symbols and keep 4 symbols as a hidden trump card for as long as possible. Qin Yi wasn't worried about anyone suspecting Zhuge had a skill to summon the 4 symbols. After all, Zhuge had evolved, his species had changed, and it was normal for his skills to be enhanced and for the summoned 4 symbols to look different. Moreover, the difference between the talent summoned 4 symbols and skill summoned 4 symbols wasn't significant, roughly like the difference between a 4-element turtle and an 8-trigram turtle. Watching the 4 symbols force the opponent's main body out under Zhuge's fire support, Qin Yi knew victory was within grasp. He took out his phone and curiously opened the newly downloaded Stars livestream app. At this moment, in the main livestream room for the 10,000 Turtles tournament, Jinwei was passionately commentating on the match. Wow, the strength of these 4 summoned beasts is incredible. Kueishuashin is being overwhelmed by Zhuge's 4 summoned beasts. Look, everyone, Zhuge's signature giant fireball is here. Fireballs are flying everywhere towards Kueishuashin. Can she block this wave of small fireballs? She can't block it. She just can't. These small fireballs are too overpowered, and the angles are perfect. Kueishuashin has taken significant damage from this wave of small fireballs. What will she do next? She's transformed into her main body. What a decisive choice. In her main body state, can she withstand Zhuge's 4 summoned beasts and the numerous small fireballs? No, she can't. She absolutely can't. She's defeated. We've won. Qin Yi's Zhuge has secured the first victory for the Summoning Federation, giving us a perfect start. Listening to Jinwei's passionate commentary on his phone, Qin Yi couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. This commentary was indeed something else. He put away his phone and looked toward the battlefield not far away. By now, Zhuge had stopped and was looking at the approaching referee. The referee didn't keep Zhuge waiting and announced, Kueishuashin is unable to continue. Zhuge wins this match. Qin Yi paused for a moment when he saw Elder Kai waiting in the hallway. He then smiled and quickly walked over. Elder Kai, what brings you here? Qin Yi asked, surprise evident in his voice. Elder Kai responded with a kind smile. How could I miss your first match? He turned to Zhuge beside Qin Yi and said approvingly, you've worked hard. Zhuge was taken aback for a moment, then quickly shook his head. It wasn't hard. Her strength isn't that great. Elder Kai chuckled at Zhuge's bluntness, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Haha, with that, I'm relieved. After a brief exchange, Elder Kai left. Qin Yi headed towards his dressing room. As he opened the door, a chorus of congratulations greeted him. Loya, congrats. GG, well done, Brother Zhuge. Sha Sha, congrats on winning the first match, Brother Zhuge. Sword Dog, Sister Cat, meow, you did great. Zhuge smiled sheepishly, embarrassed by the attention. Qin Yi was initially startled by the sudden celebration, but quickly composed himself and led Zhuge into the room. Sister Cat gracefully appeared beside Qin Yi and asked, what's next? Let's watch the next round first, Qin Yi replied, sitting on the sofa and preparing to use his soul eye to observe the other competitors' strengths for better strategizing. Sister Cat lounged lazily on the sofa, curiously asking, I forgot to ask last night, are there any strong competitors in your group? There's a purple thunder dragon turtle with potential to become a quasi-emperor, Qin Yi answered. No actual emperors? No. Then your luck isn't too bad. Qin Yi sighed. There are only 2 quasi-emperor potentials. My luck isn't that bad. Their group indeed had no competitors with emperor potential, but there were 2 from the Soul Summoning Federation, including Qin Yi. The other Federation competitor faced the quasi-emperor potential in the first round. Compared to that, Qin Yi's luck was slightly better. However, the unluckiest one was Kueishuashin, who had to face Qin Yi, making her the hidden unfortunate participant. Meow, not too bad. Sister Cat responded indifferently, continuing, when does the next match start? In 10 minutes. Each match starts 10 minutes after the previous one ends, Qin Yi explained. That's a decent pace, Sister Cat commented. If each match took half an hour to start, she wouldn't have the patience to watch them all. As they chatted, the host, Gue Huahao, appeared in the arena again, interacting with the audience. Soon, two competitors walked out from the tunnel. Moments later, the second match of the fourth group began. Cheney observed the battle through the window while using his soul eye to check the competitors' information. Species, Purple Thunder Dragon Turtle, Level, 57. Attribute, Thunder, Potential, Quasi-Emperor. Cheney murmured, "It really is a quasi-emperor potential. Capturing it would be worth a lot of money." Sister Cat licked her lips. "A few high-quality orange treasures, at least." Cheney smiled. "But we can't capture it here. How can we contract them?" Sister Cat asked out of boredom. Cheney patiently explained, "To contract them, like how I contracted you, you need their approval. If you're capable, you can capture them outside Gue Nation, just like we capture wild spirit beasts. However, they're usually protected. You need to break their protection to forcefully contract them." Cheney detailed various protection mechanisms, including escape types, defensive barriers, self-destruction, and summoning types, all knowledge he learned in class. Sister Cat, initially bored, suddenly perked up, interrupting, "Enough? Stop. I already know this." Cheney smiled. "I know you do. I'm explaining it for Zhuge and the others. They don't know." "Yeah, I don't know." Loya quickly agreed. Gigi laughed. "I don't know either." Sister Cat rubbed her forehead, exasperated. "Fine, continue. It's important to know this. Otherwise, we'll need on-the-spot teaching in the future." Cheney shook his head. "That's all I know. If you won't, I will," Sister Cat said, looking at Zhuge and the others seriously. "Class is in session. Pay attention." Everyone listened attentively as Sister Cat explained other protection mechanisms. Cheney also listened carefully. While they were engrossed in the lesson, the Purple Thunder Dragon Turtle swiftly defeated its opponent. With that, the morning matches at Fire Turtle Stadium concluded, with the afternoon matches starting at 1 p.m. Notably, Cheney was scheduled to be the first competitor in the second round's first match. In fact, he was set to be the first in several subsequent rounds, a mystery even Cheney couldn't explain.